Chapter 1. Sir, are you here to buy a house? Su Liang is a social animal who has been a bachelor for 3 years since graduating from university, and he just left his last company 2 months ago. The reason for leaving was that he didn't want to be implicitly controlled by the department manager. Yes, Su Liang's department manager at his last company was a middle-aged auntie who was divorced and 40 years old. As the saying goes, a woman is like a wolf at 30 and like a tiger at 40. Su Liang's former leader was a middle-aged woman who thought about having shameless sex with young wolves every day. As her direct subordinate, Su Liang attracted her attention with his 1.88 m height and strikingly handsome face. Since Su Liang joined the company, she has repeatedly expressed her desire to have in-depth exchanges with him, but he has always managed to avoid her. The reason is simple: the old auntie is 160 centimeters tall and weighs 170 kilograms, with a perfectly square personality. But Su Liang didn't dare to criticize her harshly either, because the old auntie was the company's CEO's niece, and everyone in the company said that you shouldn't mess with the old witch in the marketing department. One day more than 2 months ago, at a team-building event organized by the company, the old auntie actually disregarded the rules of war and drugged Su Liang's drink, almost executing Su Liang on the spot. That day, Su Liang dragged his heavy body back to his rented room, submitted his resignation report overnight, and happily became a jobless wanderer. After floundering in the job market for 2 months and interviewing for 7 or 8 companies, Su Liang finally found a relatively good job before running out of savings. Su Liang's new job is as a salesperson in the sales department of a local real estate company. This job is not related to Su Liang's major at all, but he is very content with it. On his first day, Su Liang stood in front of the sales center of Kaiyuan Housing, looking forward to his future. This sales department is obviously much more formal than his previous company. There shouldn't be any female leaders with underhanded rules for their male subordinates. Su Liang walked into the sales office with a confident stride. It was still early in the morning, and there was no one in the sales center except for the staff. The young ladies in the sales office all thought that a handsome young man in a suit had come to buy a house, and so several of them rushed forward to warmly welcome him. "Sir, are you here to look at a house? My name is Fong, I can give you a tour," one salesperson named Fong said as she pulled up her trousers, revealing a hint of her pantyhose. "Sir, if you want to see the house, I'll take you there. We can talk in detail in the model house." Another saleswoman pushed her way past her female colleagues and leaned towards Su Liang with her ample breasts swaying. Su Liang stood stock still, afraid of causing any misunderstanding. Due to his good looks, he was often accosted by girls on the street, but this was the first time he had encountered such a magnificent scene. "Sorry, ladies, I'm not here to buy a house. I'm the new salesperson, starting today," Su Liang said with an embarrassed smile, "and we'll be colleagues from now on." When they heard that Su Liang was not a customer but a colleague, several female salespersons were quite depressed. But when his charming smile appeared in front of everyone, the girls were like bewitched by a demon, their mouths watering. "Brother, what's your name?" Xiaofang, the first one to speak to Su Liang, asked. "My name is Su Liang. You beauties can just call me Xiaoliang in the future." "Brother Xiaoliang, your name is really cute, hee hee." "Brother Xiaoliang, do you have a girlfriend yet?" "Not yet." "Ha ha, that's good." Su Liang finally managed to break away from the crowd of beauties, asked where the manager was, and then walked towards the office. "Hey," he smiled at me and called me beautiful. "Does that mean he has a crush on me?" "Go away," he smiled at me, "so he must have a crush on me." "You guys are all too old, Su Liang must like someone young and sweet like me. What do you think of Xiao Liang? How did he grow up to be so good-looking?" Su Liang didn't pay any attention to the comments of his colleagues, knocked on the door and walked straight into the office of the sales manager. "Hello, I'm here to start work." "Oh, you're the new guy the head office was talking about, right?" Luana still had a good impression of Su Liang, because she had seen his resume, or rather, she had been impressed by the photo on his resume. How could there be such a handsome man in the world? This picture is seriously photoshopped. That was Luana's first reaction when she saw Su Liang's photo. But when she met Su Liang in person, she was stunned. Crap, she couldn't help but let out a small expletive. Cough. "Hello, I am Anna Lu, the manager of the sales office of Kaiyuan Housing, and I will be your supervisor from now on." Anna Lu curiously surveyed Su Liang. At the same time, Su Liang also secretly surveyed his future direct supervisor. Anna Lu looked to be around 35 years old. Unlike the old auntie at the previous company, the woman in front of her had well-maintained skin. Apart from a few fine lines around the eyes, it seemed that time had not left a mark on her, and her figure also looked well maintained. Su Liang felt relieved for some reason. You have to guard against this kind of thing. The last time he was drugged, it left an indelible psychological shadow on Su Liang. Cough, I understand everything you said, Manager Liu. Okay, since you were directly recommended by the head office, you don't need to go through the pre-job training process. Just start working and learning on the job. The first 3 months will be considered a trial period, and your commission will be half of the normal rate. After 3 months, your commission will be raised to the normal rate. Oh, okay. Su Liang was also a little surprised when he received the offer. He had clearly submitted his resume to the logistics department of Kaiyuan Group and had an interview there, but he was inexplicably hired by the sales office. But he couldn't worry about it anymore, he just needed to get started. Follow me, I'll find someone to show you around. Su Liang followed Anna Lu to the sales office, where the young ladies had gradually calmed down and were getting ready for the day's work. Everyone, pay attention. This is Su Liang, our new salesperson. From now on, we'll all be colleagues. The saleswomen applauded with springtime smiles on their faces, and some of them even puffed out their chests slightly, as if to show off their assets. Does anyone want to take the newcomer under their wing? You'll get 25% of the commission for any deals you close. Anna knew that taking on a newcomer was no easy task, and no one had ever wanted to do it in the past. Me. Several female salesmen stood up and crowded around Anna Lu like a pack of wolves snapping at meat. Let me take him. I don't want a cut of the commission. I'll pay you back. Let me do it. Anna Lu had never seen anything like it before. When did someone start scrambling for the hard work of training new salesmen? But then she looked at Su Liang's face, which defied the laws of nature, and she felt relieved. This is a male patron who has come to the nunnery. This sudden development has made all the young girls feel spring in their hearts. Xiaofang, you have the most seniority, so you will take Su Liang. In the end, Luana chose the person she thought was the most reliable. Yes. Brother Xiaoyang, come here. I've made you some tea. Xiaofang jumped up excitedly and took Su Liang to her workstation. The rest of the women all gritted their teeth with hatred at the sight of this, hating the fact that they had been outmaneuvered by this old woman. Okay, don't gather here anymore. It's fine to relax normally, but don't delay work. Luana gave the order, and the women dispersed after a declaration of understanding, returning to their own workstations to prepare for work. I don't know if this Su Liang coming here is good or bad. Luana couldn't help but let out a question as she watched the performance of everyone. Chapter 2, A Perfect Life, Start. After working at the sales office of Kaiyuan Houding for a week, Su Liang has slowly adapted to life as a real estate salesperson. For now, he is just running errands behind his senior Fong, serving tea to customers and doing whatever Fong tells him to do. Xiao Liang, you're doing well, keep up the good work. I'm sure you'll soon become a top salesperson like me. Fong has just closed a deal and is taking a break in the pantry. Thanks, Fong, I'll work hard. Hey, what's with the Fong? I'm your mentor now, you have to call me mentor. From the first day at work, Fong has made Su Liang call her mentor. Su Liang doesn't really want to, but he gives in to Fong's nagging. Fong even bragged about it to her girlfriends countless times, making them all hate her. Okay, tomorrow is your day off, so take a good rest. When you come back next week, I'll let you try closing a deal on your own. Su Liang nodded to show his appreciation. Overall, he was quite satisfied with his current working environment. At least his boss didn't have any hidden agendas, and his colleagues were all very enthusiastic, even overly so. After work, Su Liang returned to his rented room, quickly washed up and then lay down in his own bed to check his phone. No matter how luxurious your home is, it's no match for my doghouse. Su Liang exclaimed, lying in his own bed with a Shiba Inu pillow in his hands. A handsome guy, 1.88 meters tall and good-looking, was lying on his back on the bed, hugging a cute pillow that had been washed white. If someone saw this scene, they would feel a little uncomfortable. Su Liang himself had wondered if, as an adult in society, it was inappropriate to sleep with such a pillow anymore. But after thinking about it, he didn't care. He was the only one in the rental house anyway, and no one else could see or care. What's the saying? A man is a teenager until he dies. What's wrong with a 25-year-old young man sleeping with a Shiba Inu pillow? Su Liang was watching a short, nutrition-free video when suddenly his phone went black. He had only bought the phone less than a year ago, and it had never gone black before. Just as Su Liang was puzzled and about to force restart the phone, the screen lit up again. But instead of the short video content he had just been watching, the screen displayed content from a shopping app. Was he infected with a virus or something? Could it be that the new website I found last night was problematic? At this time, there was a large line of text at the top of the screen. Perfect Life Game Shopping Center. And 3 products are displayed below. 100,000 Huaxia coins, newcomer discount 0 yuan. 10 Simone suits 0.01 yuan. Flower for Mate 70 Ultra mobile phone 0.01 yuan. Rules of the game: 3 products are refreshed daily and supplied to players at a flash sale price lower than their actual price. The content of the game is absolutely real and valid, and players are asked to treat it seriously. Su Liang was a little surprised to see what was displayed on the screen. No, is this the kind of devious tactic that is popular for fraud these days? Su Liang didn't take the game seriously at all, and was only thinking about how to fix his phone. But even pressing the force restart button a few times was useless, and his phone kept staying on the shopping apps page. Oh heaven and earth, I swear I will never go to that kind of website again, give me back my good phone. Su Liang sighed helplessly. But in the end, he didn't get a response from heaven or earth. Su Liang viciously poked the phone screen a few times, thinking about throwing it aside and then thinking about whether there was a way to find someone to kill the virus. But he accidentally hit the purchase button for one of the products, and the page that had been stuck suddenly and nimbly jumped to the successful purchase page. Within the 5 seconds Su Liang was still in a daze, the phone returned to normal and jumped back to the short video of the hoof repair that he was watching. Immediately afterwards, Su Liang received a text message from Huaxia Bank. Dear user, your bank card with the last digit 7960 received a transfer of 100,000 yuan at 2003, and the current account balance of the last digit 7960 is 116,308.12 yuan. Holy cow! 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, and 100,000. Su Liang sat up straight in an instant, counting the numbers in the text message. He also opened his mobile banking app to check the account balance again. It was true. It was really 100,000 yuan. Su Liang exclaimed. At this time, he also noticed that there was an additional app on his phone, called Perfect Life Shopping Mall. With 3 parts curiosity, 3 parts skepticism, and 4 parts excitement, he clicked on the app again. The software still displayed the same page as before, except that the first item, worth 100,000 yuan, had been grayed out to indicate that it was sold out. Why not give it another try? With this in mind, Su Liang clicked the buy button for the second item, a high-end suit, and paid 1 cent. After seeing the screen display that the purchase was successful, he quickly checked his bank balance again and was relieved to see that only 1 cent had been deducted. At this time, an unfamiliar phone call came in. Su Liang didn't think much of it and, thinking it was a colleague or customer, answered it. Is this Mr. Su? Yes, this is he. Who is this? Hello, Mr. Su, this is Ma Qian, manager of the Simone clothing store in Shanghai. The 10 suits you ordered from us have been made. When is it convenient for you to pick them up, or would you like us to deliver them to you? Oh, you can deliver them tomorrow. My address is XXXXXXXXXXX. Su Liang answered, holding back his excitement. Okay, we'll deliver it tomorrow morning around 10 o'clock. We'll call you in advance. Su Liang hung up the phone and then hurriedly opened Perfect Life again and bought the remaining mobile phone. Purchase successful, please go to the designated store to collect. The page displayed the address of the Huawei mobile phone store, which happened to be not far from Su Liang's rental housing community. He immediately decided to go and pick up the phone right now. Su Liang casually pulled on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and headed straight for the Huawei store. Sir, what product would you like? I can give you a recommendation. The customer service lady at the Huawei store saw a fresh-looking young man in shorts and a white t-shirt walk in and quickly came over to serve him. Hello, I ordered a mobile phone and came here to pick it up. Su Liang said this with some trepidation, not knowing if he would be taken in by a scam. Oh, May I ask your name and the last digits of the phone number you reserved? My name is Su Liang, and the last digit of my phone number is 1550. Su Liang answered with a lack of confidence. Oh. You are Mr. Su. I finally get to meet you. The customer service lady was visibly excited. Please have a seat, and I will get you the phone you reserved. Okay, thank you. Su Liang was led to a bench in the lounge area and sat down. He saw the customer service representative just now whispering to another customer service representative who was a little older, and occasionally pointing at him. This made him feel a little guilty for some reason. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am the manager of this store. I have asked the clerk to get the phone you ordered." "Oh, thank you. Mr. Su, forgive me for being presumptuous, but in which industry are you shining?" the manager asked with a hint of flattery on his face. "Ha! It's the real estate industry, more or less." Su Liang replied, "Real estate sales is indeed in the real estate industry." "Oh, so it's Boss Su. Boss Su is really young and capable, and a talented person." Hearing that Su Liang is in the real estate industry, the store manager naturally assumed that he was the boss or a senior executive of a real estate company. "It's true, if you're not the boss, you probably won't have the connections to get our flagship model, which hasn't even been released yet, 3 months in advance. Mr. Su, the phone you ordered is our new flagship model that has not yet been released, so if possible, could you please not over-publicize it?" the store manager said with a serious face and in all sincerity. Not yet released? Su Liang had not paid much attention to digital news since graduating from university, and he had thought he was buying the latest Huawei phone, never expecting it to be a new model that had not yet been released. "Of course, you can rest assured about this," Su Liang responded. "On behalf of our store in the Huawei brand, I would like to thank Mr. Su," the store manager said, and bowed to Su Liang. "You're welcome." Su Liang stood up and helped the store manager up. He was not used to having people grovel before him. After a while, the clerk brought Su Liang's phone and took care of the replacement procedure for him. Su Liang then left the Huawei store and returned home, watched by the crowd. "Manager, did you ask Mr. Su what he does?" the customer service representative who initially received Su Liang asked. "I didn't ask in detail, but I asked if he was the boss of a real estate group," the manager replied seriously. "So young. And such a handsome real estate boss?" The young clerk looked at Su Liang's departing back and a light shone in his eyes. Chapter 3: Su Liang's innate sales holy body. "Teacher, did Mr. Su really tell us to deliver the clothes here?" Huang Lixing looked at the old residential area in front of him and couldn't help but question. Ma Chen first carefully checked the address he had written down in the memo again, and then opened the map on his phone to confirm it. "Yes, this is the place." Ma Chen touched his head and was a little confused. As the manager of the high-end Simone brand store in Shanghai, he has served thousands of wealthy customers over the past decade or so, but has never seen anyone who can afford their clothes living in such an old and rundown neighborhood. Maybe Mr. Su is a local Shanghai landlord and people just like to live in old houses. Ma Qian thought to himself. "You guys, hurry up and take the clothes upstairs. Remember not to discount or scratch the clothes, these are all made of the best material in our store," Ma Qian instructed. Several people each carried 2 long garment bags in their hands and went up to Su Liang's rental house. Knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Su Liang knew it might be the person delivering the clothes, so he quickly opened the door. "Hello, is this Mr. Su Liang? We are the staff of Simone's flagship store in Shanghai." After opening the door, Ma Qian and the others saw the man in front of them. They couldn't help but gasp in awe at his incredible looks. How could there be such a handsome man in the world? His features were handsome, carved like a knife, his figure was straight, and you could see his obvious muscles even through his clothes. He was even more handsome than the foreign models they had hired for the store. "Yes, it's me. Thanks for your hard work." Su Liang didn't expect so many people to come when he was just delivering a few clothes. Su Liang felt a little embarrassed after inviting the several people into the rental house, because the rental house was only 20 square meters, and several people almost filled the house. "Mr. Su, where is your walk-in closet? I'll ask them to put the clothes away first, and then I'll introduce you to the clothes we've custom-made for you this time," Ma Qian said with a smile. Just leave the clothes with me." Su Liang took one big bag after another from the hands of the several people, and spread them all out on the small sofa where he usually sat. Ma Chen wanted to say that these clothes should not be folded, but should be hung on special hangers and covered with dust bags. But seeing Su Liang's indifferent expression, he thought it best not to say anything. Then Ma Chen told Su Liang about the precautions needed to maintain these clothes. Su Liang had neither the heart to listen to these trivial things nor was he used to having so many people standing in his home, so he casually agreed with a few words and sent the guests away. Ma Qian and the others were still in a daze when they were escorted out of the rental house. "Master, what's wrong with this Mr. Su? Is he trying to pretend to be rich by borrowing money to buy our clothes? Huang Lixing asked. Have you ever seen anyone spend more than 2 million yuan on clothes to pretend to be a rich guy? I've observed Mr. Su's appearance and I'm sure he's the son of some wealthy family. Can't you see his outstanding appearance and charisma? It's also. After Ma Qian left, Su Liang glanced at the bag containing the suits and saw a small ticket stuck to it. Goodness, 188,000 yuan? That means the suits cost 20,000 yuan each? Su Liang suddenly had a bad impression of the Simone brand. He thought that 188,000 was the price of 10 suits, but in fact it was only the unit price of the top suit. Su Liang thought to himself that he owned the perfect life shopping mall, and it seemed that these very expensive things were nothing to him. So he hung up all the suits in a random place. Su Liang glanced at the old suit he hung on the windowsill. This suit was still the one his ex-girlfriend gave him when he graduated from university, saying that she had spent 998 on it during the 618 shopping spree. Over the years at work, he has worn out several suits, but the one his ex-girlfriend bought for 998 yuan on June 18 has lasted well, getting more and more comfortable as he wears it. These 20,000 yuan suits are no different from the 998 yuan one, Su Liang mused. Don't think about it, don't worry about it, but when he does, he can't help but think about his ex-girlfriend Yang Yueling. That day, Su Liang spent a huge sum of 3 cents on the Perfect Life app to buy an F8 Spider, a Vacheron Constantin watch and 10 pairs of handmade Italian leather shoes. Su Liang was very satisfied with this. Now he is considered a car owner, and maybe he can buy a house tomorrow. That day, Su Liang went to bed early and slept holding his Shiba Inu Xiang Xiang. They didn't say anything the whole night, and it was time to go to work again. The staff at the 4S store called to say that the Ferrari F8 Su Liang ordered would not be delivered for another week, so Su Liang took the subway to work as usual. As soon as he arrived at the sales office, several people, including Xiaofang, surrounded him. Su Liang, you look so handsome today. Xiaofang usually has the most contact with Su Liang and noticed that he looked a little different. Yes, brother Xiaoliang, is that a new suit you're wearing? Another colleague noticed that Su Liang was wearing new clothes. I went shopping yesterday when I was off work and bought a suit as soon as I found one I liked. Su Liang couldn't explain where he got the new clothes, so he just made something up. Wow, this suit feels really good and looks great on brother Xiaoliang. It must be a designer suit. Yes, look, this one is much nicer than the one I bought on sale. Xiaofang said. Xiaofang, Xiaoliang has a model's body, so whatever he wears looks better than yours. A young man laughed. What are you talking about? I have a great figure too. Xiaofang didn't care about what he said, but instead joined in the fun with him for a while. Xiaoliang, starting today you will have to try to close sales on your own, but don't be afraid, I'll be there to watch your back, just give me a look if you have any questions. Fong said cheerfully. Su Liang was also happy to have someone to help him close sales, and he even thanked her several times. Look, someone's coming, come on. Fong saw a man and a woman walk into the sales department, and she knew they were there to look at a house for sale, so she hurriedly told Su Liang to go greet them. Su Liang understood and walked over with a smile. Sir and madam, what kind of house are you looking for? I can introduce you to. 2 hours later. Xiaoliang, you did it. You closed a deal in just one morning. Even the most experienced Fong was shocked when the customer signed the contract and paid the deposit with a credit card. To be honest, the real estate market is not doing well right now, and it's not easy to close a deal, let alone one like Su Liang's, which is even rarer. Luckily, I just happened to meet a customer who really wanted to buy a house, Su Liang modestly responded. When it was time for lunch, the other young women heard that Su Liang had sold a house in the morning, and they all praised him for being a natural salesperson. Little Liang, you had a big success today, so you have to treat your sisters to dinner tonight, one of his colleagues teased. Sure, I'll make the arrangements tonight. Su Liang thought about it for a moment. His first day at work was indeed a memorable event. Besides, he didn't lack the money to treat his colleagues to dinner. Most importantly, every colleague in the sales office had taken good care of him, so treating them to dinner was the least he could do. Yes. After the crowd cheered, there was a sudden return to silence, followed by a deathly stillness. With a clang, all 7 or 8 of the young ladies in the sales office stood up and bowed towards the door. Fong also winked at Su Liang. Although Su Liang had his back to the door and couldn't see who was coming from behind, he was a man with several years of work experience and could guess that a leader had arrived just by thinking about it. He quickly and unobtrusively stood up and turned around, and sure enough, he saw Sister Anna following someone, slightly bowing and talking to the person in front of her about something. It looked like Sister Anna had a lot of respect for this person. And when Su Liang looked up slightly to look at the person in front of Sister Anna, his whole body couldn't help but tremble a little. Holy cow, Yang Yueling! Su Liang's words were shocking, and almost everyone present focused their attention on him. He also realized that he seemed to have made a fool of himself, because he had accidentally shouted out what was in his heart. Chapter 4, Ex-Girlfriend is a Beautiful CEO? I don't know how long it was, but there was still an eerie silence in the sales office. It's you, Su Liang, long time no see. Yan Yuling's words were the first to break the silence. Well, it's been a long time. Su Liang didn't know what expression to use to say this, and finally managed to force a smile. President Yang, you know Su Liang? Luana noticed that Su Liang's expression was a bit strange and asked out of curiosity. Well, I do. He was my college classmate, and I haven't seen him for years, so I almost didn't recognize him. Yan Yueling said expressionlessly. President Yan? Su Liang was confused for a moment. How did Yan Yueling suddenly become President Yang? This is really a coincidence, Mr. Yang. Su Liang joined our sales department not long ago and has been doing quite well. Luana said. I see, Su Liang, you do a good job, and I will take care of you in the future. Yang Yueling said to Su Liang with a strange smile on her face. Then, without waiting for Su Liang to respond, Yang Yueling walked towards the meeting room on her own, and the others followed her, not taking Su Liang seriously. Once everyone had left, the young sales assistants relaxed and started pestering Su Liang again. Xiao Liang, you and Ms. Yang were really classmates at university, weren't you? Xiao Liang, how are things with Ms. Yang? Can I cling to your coattails in the future? Ms. Yang said she'd look after you, so don't forget your master when you get rich. Su Liang's head was spinning from all the chatter, and it took a long time for him to calm down. Can I ask, who is Yang Yueling? She can't be our leader, can she? Su Liang asked weakly. No, our leader is Sister Anna. Fang answered, Yang is the president of Kaiyuan Group and the owner of the head office. President of Kaiyuan Group? Su Liang jumped in surprise. Yes, isn't Yang your classmate? Didn't you know that she was the daughter of Yang Kaiyuan, the chairman of Yang, when you were at school? Fang asked suspiciously. Yang Kaiyuan's daughter? Yang Kaiyuan, he knows. The founder of Kaiyuan Group. No, that's not right. Didn't Yan Yueling say that her father ran a small shop? Selling land and houses is considered a small shop? Su Liang didn't respond for a long time, so Xiao Fang thought that he was just shocked because he didn't know Yang Kaiyuan's background and didn't know her well in college. It's okay, maybe you didn't know her well in the past, but now she still remembers you, which means you can cling to her coattails in the future. Xiao Fang comforted him. Don't I know Yan Yueling well? I even know how many moles she has on her left thigh. Do I know Yan Yueling well? I didn't even know her father was the chairman of Kaiyuan Group. No, why would she lie to me? And lie for 3 years? Su Liang was caught in an endless sea of questions and couldn't extricate himself. In the meeting room. Well, I have a pretty good idea of the situation here at Howding. The market is in a downturn, but the group is still satisfied with your performance. Yang Yuling said after listening to Anna Lu's report. Thank you, Mr. Yang, and the group for your affirmation. We will continue to work hard in the future. Anna Lu also let out a sigh of relief. This quarter's KPL has been considered overfulfilled, so a promotion and a pay rise are not far off. Okay, everyone else can go home first. Manager Lu, please stay for a moment. I still have some questions for you. At Yang Yueling's order, the other executives got up and left the meeting room. What else do you need, Mr. Yang? Luana asked. Anna, you don't need to be so formal. I was just being serious in front of so many people. Now that we're alone in the meeting room, just relax. Yang Yueling has known Luana for several years and recognizes her abilities. Luana let out a sigh of relief and sat down next to Yang Yueling. I just want to ask you about Su Liang. Yang Yueling asked her question, and at the end she added, I'm asking about his work ability and interpersonal skills. Su Liang is quite capable, and he's also very good at learning. I heard that this morning was his first time negotiating a deal independently, and in just 2 hours he got the client to sign the contract and pay the deposit. Oh, that's not bad. Yang Yueling crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair, saying, "Well, why don't you ask Su Liang to come in, and I'll ask him about work and show some interest in an old classmate." "Oh, okay, I'll call him in now." Although Anna Lu was a little surprised by Yang Yuling's attitude towards Su Liang, she immediately went out and called Su Liang in. "Su Liang, come to the meeting room for a moment. Manager Yang wants to talk to you." Su Liang saw that everyone who had just arrived had left, and thought that Yang Yuling was about to leave as well. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't see her come out, and now she was asking him to go to the meeting room? Su Liang had a bad feeling, but reluctantly he walked with weak steps into the meeting room. "President Yang, Su Liang is here." At that moment, Su Liang was standing at the door of the meeting room, looking at the ceiling with a face of constipation. "Okay, Anna, you can go out for now, I want to catch up with Su Liang," Yang Yueling commanded. "Okay, you guys chat," Luana said, and she exited the meeting room, closing the door behind her. "Luckily, I'm not completely ignorant, and I can see that there's something going on between you two," Luana thought to herself. She hadn't noticed anything unusual between Yang Yueling and Su Liang before, and had assumed that they were just ordinary university classmates. But when she had led Su Liang into the meeting room just now, she had noticed something strange about the two of them. There was a strange aura between them, and every now and then they would touch each other's hands or exchange a glance. Luana had come to the conclusion that there was definitely something going on between the two of them. In the meeting room, Su Liang saw that Luana had already left, so he simply stopped pretending and pulled up a chair and sat down. "Did I tell you to sit?" Yang Yueling saw Su Liang's behavior and was obviously a little dissatisfied. "I'm tired of standing, I have to sit." Su Liang's eyes glanced around the meeting room, but he didn't look at Yang Yueling. "Ha, you're still so childish after so long," Yang Yueling mocked. "Haven't you heard the saying, a man remains a boy until he dies?" Su Liang retorted. "But I'm your boss now. I'm not your ex-girlfriend, are you sure you want to be so arrogant in front of your boss?" "President Yang, don't say anything stupid. I only had one ex-girlfriend, whose family ran a small grocery store." "President Yang's family runs a real estate company, so you can't be the same person, can you?" Su Liang still didn't look at Yang Yueling properly when he spoke, and what's more, he crossed his legs. "You." Yang Yueling knew that if the two met again in this situation, they would not be able to avoid this question. "Okay, I'll come clean. I'm a rich second generation." Yang Yueling tilted her head back like a rooster. "Oh, that's great." Su Liang replied without any emotion, still not daring to look Yang Yueling in the eye. "Don't you have anything you want to ask me? If I remember correctly, we haven't been in touch for a long time. What does it matter to me that you're a rich kid?" Su Liang still looked indifferent. "You've not seen each other for so long and you're still talking to me like this?" Yang Yueling's tone suddenly softened, and there was a hint of a sob in her voice. Su Liang then looked up and looked at Yang Yueling. At this moment, his eyes also inexplicably filled with a little bit of tears. These tears came for no reason, because he told himself that he had long forgotten Yang Yueling, but after today's long-lost meeting, he realized that he seemed to be wrong. Whether it was the Shiba Inu he had been sleeping with, the discounted suit he had worn for more than 3 years, or the uncontrollable fluttering of his heart when he saw Yang Yueling again, all of these things showed one thing: he had never forgotten Yang Yueling, and even now, he still retained a trace of love for her. But what was the point? He knew that there was no longer any chance for him and Yang Yueling, whether it was 3 years ago or now. What is the meaning of love in the world that it can make people speechless and choke? Chapter 5, the one selling the house has become the one buying it. Su Liang is like a big brother to me. The two in the meeting room tacitly remained silent for a long time, not knowing how long it had been. Su Liang seemed to have figured something out, and his expression became relieved. "Okay, Yang, don't look so sad, or people will think I'm bullying you," Su Liang said, rubbing the back of his head and laughing. "You bully me all the time," Yang Yueling muttered. "What did you say?" "Nothing, I mean, how come you're not afraid of your boss at all?" Yang Yueling put on a new arrogant attitude. "Maybe it's because my boss is my ex-girlfriend?" "You. If you don't know what to say, don't say anything." Yang Yueling clenched her fists, looking for someone to beat up. "So, Mr. Yang, you're not going to fire me just because I'm your ex-boyfriend, are you?" Su Liang still spoke in his usual condescending tone. "Although you really do talk like shit, I heard that you've been doing a good job. As your boss, I won't fire an employee who is valuable to me." Thank you, Mr. Yang, for your appreciation. It's hard to find a job these days, and if I lose this job too, I'll have to pack my bags and go back to my hometown. Su Liang said this while occasionally glancing at Yang Yueling in his eyes, just to see her reaction. Knowing that it's hard to find a job, just do a good job. Yes, Your Majesty. Okay, Yang, that's enough reminiscing for today, my lunch break is almost over. Su Liang didn't care about Yang Yueling's reaction and stood up and walked out. Yang, I think we'll meet again. Su Liang said in a voice only he could hear. Yang Yueling remained sitting in the boss chair in the meeting room, her expression grave as she pondered something. After a long while, she walked out of the meeting room with firm steps. Go back to Kaiyuan building and ask Manager Chen from the HR department to wait for me in my office. I have something to tell him. Yang Yueling said to the secretary. Understood. Su Liang was not in a very good mood this afternoon, but he did meet with 1 or 2 clients, although nothing came of it. In the evening, as promised, he invited the 8 ladies from the sales department to dinner, and also invited Anna Lu, but it seems that the latter had suddenly received some kind of notice from the group, so she smiled and politely declined Su Liang's invitation, saying that she would also treat everyone to dinner later. There were no melodramatic plot twists such as drugging at this dinner gathering. Everyone ate and drank as they pleased, and the host was thoroughly entertained. Before 9 o'clock that night, Su Liang returned to his small rented room, washed up briefly, and then lay down on the bed. Xiao Chai, what do you think I should do? Su Liang asked, grabbing the belly of the Shiba Inu pillow. It's really difficult. To be honest, he can't remember why they broke up. It might have been because of a trivial argument, or a misunderstanding that he wasn't aware of, or something else. I wonder what her attitude towards me is. Why did she lie to me and say that her family ran a small grocery store? Could it be that all these years she's been playing with my emotions, and I've been deeply in love with her for 3 years without knowing it? But when I look at her, there's something else in her eyes. What on earth is it? Maybe I should just quit my job? As soon as this thought came to him, Su Liang dismissed it. The glance they exchanged today made him sure that he still couldn't forget Yang Yueling. So should I go after her? It seems that she chased after me before, so it wouldn't be a loss for me to chase after her this time. Before he knew it, it was midnight on the second day. Su Liang felt the phone by his pillow vibrate a few times. It turned out to be a notification from the Perfect Life shopping app about new arrivals. Su Liang immediately opened the app to see what good deals were available today. Holy shit! What's going on with the merchandise today? The 3 items displayed on the app's homepage were 100% shares of Zhuai Guang Investment Company 0.01 yuan. Master Level Investment Insight 0.01 yuan. Villa 8, Kaiyuan Haoding Villa District 0.01 yuan. Interesting, no, this is really interesting. Just to be on the safe side, Su Liang still searched the internet to find out what kind of company the Chase Light investment shown here was. He was shocked when he found out. According to the encyclopedia, Chase Light Investment is a new investment company in Shanghai. Since its establishment 3 years ago, the market value of the company has skyrocketed from 30 million to 600 million, and its net profit last year exceeded 40 million Chinese yuan. This is a huge treasure trove. Without saying a word, Su Liang chose to pay for all 3 items. As an employee of the Kaiyuan Haoding Real Estate, Su Liang of course knew about Villa 8 of Kaiyuan Haoding, which was the king of the villas in Kaiyuan Haoding. Kaiyuan Haoding, a new large-scale real estate development by the Kaiyuan Group this year, is divided into 2 parts, a high-rise residential area and a villa residential area. The villa residential area covers a larger area, but there are only 8 villas in it. Villa 8 is the most luxurious of the 8 villas, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters and selling for over 150 million yuan. I never thought that during the day I would be an employee of this property, but at night I would become an owner. Su Liang sighed. The day before, he had thought that if he could buy a house cheaply, he would definitely be very excited, but when this opportunity really presented itself to him, he was not as excited as he had imagined. Su Liang also noticed that the purchase success page displayed a sentence. Do you want to receive the purchase skills? Su Liang clicked the accept button, and suddenly felt his mind become very heavy. Without knowing it, he fell asleep. It wasn't until the next morning, when Su Liang's set alarm clock went off, that he woke up from his sleep. What the heck, how did I fall asleep so suddenly last night? After he came to his senses, Su Liang realized that a huge amount of knowledge about finance and investment had appeared in his head. He had never been in the habit of speculating in stocks before, but he had also learned some knowledge about the stock market in college, so he simply opened the stock trading market page on his phone. He could see the rising and falling trends of every stock that appeared before him. In addition, he now owns the investment company, and he is confident that he will become a financial tycoon in no time. It seems that there is no longer a need for him to go to Kayuan Housing to work, but there is always a driving force within him that urges him to continue working for the Kayuan Group. Forget it, I'd better go to work today and take care of the paperwork for the villa. So, as usual, he took the subway to the Kayuan Housing Sales Center. Good morning, master. Su Liang greeted Fong, who was already at her desk, with a joke. Good morning, Liang. At that moment, Fong's face showed not only fatigue but also a hint of nervousness. Fong, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Su Liang asked, concerned. Nothing, I just suddenly received a call last night from a client who had paid a large sum of money to buy Villa 8 and had specified that I should sign the contract. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. Fong still feels a little incredulous when she thinks back to her experience last night. After returning home from dinner with her colleagues, she went to bed and slept until the early hours of the morning, when she was suddenly woken by a phone call. The caller said that he had bought Villa 8 in the open-source luxury residence and that the contract was already ready and waiting for her at her workstation. God knows how shocked she was to hear this in the middle of the night. She was so excited that she didn't sleep all night, worrying that it was a prank call and that she would be set up, but also hoping that it was true, because if she was to sign the contract, she would get a commission of millions. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Liang touched his nose, not realizing that the Perfect Life app was so powerful that it could even wake up a real estate salesperson in the middle of the night to buy a house. Sister Fong, can you see if the name on the contract is Su Liang? Yes, that's right. What a coincidence, you have the same name as me. Fong was surprised when she saw Su Liang's name on the contract, but she thought that someone who could spend over 100 million yuan on a house would not be running around with her every day, so she simply assumed that this customer just had the same name as Su Liang. Fong, I bought Villa 8. What? Fong slapped the table in anger, her face turning red as she almost fainted. Let me show you my ID. Su Liang took out his ID card from his wallet and checked if it was the same as the one on the contract. Oh my god, it really is you. Fong was at a loss for words and took a moment to compose herself. After a long while. Su Liang, tell the master if you are the son of some wealthy family? Fong asked incredulously. No, I come from an ordinary family. But when I was at university, I learned from others how to speculate in the stock market and made a little money. Su Liang said defensively. After hearing this, Fong didn't disbelieve Su Liang's words, but she just couldn't imagine how much Su Liang's hundreds of millions were. This was the owner who could spend more than 100 million to buy the most luxurious villa in Kayuan Housing. Fong, why don't we sign the contract first, so you can get your commission earlier? Otherwise, it will be inconvenient when there are more customers later. Su Liang suggested. Great. Su Liang, starting today, you are my sister. No, you are my brother. Xiao Fong jumped up happily and went to prepare the things needed to sign the contract. Brother Liang. Just sit there and don't move, make yourself at home. Xiao Fong did her work with a bright smile on her face. Brother Xiao Liang, what good thing has happened to Sister Fong? Why does she look so happy? A colleague who had just arrived at the sales office asked. It seems that Sister Fong just sold Villa 8, Su Liang answered. Ha? This incident also took the female colleague by surprise. Tell me, which local tyrant bought Villa 8? That must be worth more than 200 million yuan. The female colleague asked excitedly. If you sell Villa 8, Fang Jie will get a small million commission. My goodness, Fang Jie is going to be a rich woman. Before Su Liang could reply, the female colleague started talking to herself. Brother Liang, I've already taken care of all the paperwork, you just need to sign the contract. Fong then walked over with the contract and a stack of documents. Sister Fong, why do you call Liang brother? The female colleague asked in surprise. Hey, Mei, starting today, Liang is like a real brother to me. Fong was still in a daze from the joy of getting a million yuan commission. Liang, what's going on? Ha, the local tyrant who bought Villa 8 was actually me. Su Liang said awkwardly. The female colleague named Xiao Mei was stunned into immobility after hearing this. Su Liang quickly signed his name on the house purchase contract. Sister Fong told him that the villa had everything and could be moved into at any time, and the property ownership certificate would be processed within 3 days. Later, when colleagues who came to the sales office also heard that Su Liang had bought Villa 8, it took everyone by surprise. Su Liang had no intention of hiding the fact that he had bought a house in the building where he worked. Even if he didn't say anything, they would find out one day, so he might as well come clean. After that, the 8 girlfriends, who were already infatuated with Su Liang's good looks, found it even more difficult to extricate themselves from him. This was a young, wealthy man with a face that defied the heavens, not unlike the prince from a fairy tale. Chapter 6: Su Liang has become the personal assistant to the domineering CEO? During the lunch break, Su Liang said he wanted to go for a stroll around Villa 8, and the other girls, who had nothing better to do, scrambled to tag along. So Su Liang and his entourage set off in a big group for the villa area of Kaiyuan Housing. As soon as they entered the front yard of Villa 8, everyone let out a gasp of surprise. Although salespeople with a little experience have been to Villa 8 more than once to sell it, this time they are in a different frame of mind than when they were showing it to customers before. This time, they are invited by the owner to come and have a look. Fong also puts her professional skills to use, constantly introducing Su Liang and the others to the various facilities in the villa. What do you think, Brother Liang? You should be satisfied with this villa, right? Hey, Fong, you can still call me Xiaoyan, otherwise I won't be used to it. Su Liang laughed, saying that the villa was really good, and that I didn't have high expectations for the accommodation, so the villa was already very, very good for me. After looking at the house, the group slowly walked back to the sales center. Su Liang decided to move this weekend and said that he would treat everyone to a housewarming dinner. As soon as everyone returned to the sales department, Luana called everyone into the meeting room, saying that there was something important to discuss. I've called everyone here for a meeting for no other reason than to tell you about a few notices issued by the group. Luana said. First of all, last quarter, thanks to everyone's unremitting efforts, we exceeded the KPL for the open source housing project. Thank you all for your hard work. The crowd applauded. So the group has decided to increase everyone's base salary at the sales office by 25% starting this month. As soon as Luana finished speaking, the 8 young women all started to fidget. Yes. We won't have to eat dirt anymore. Xiaomei exclaimed. In fact, the basic salary in the sales industry is generally very low. If you can't sell any houses, you won't get a commission, so in that case, your income will be terrifyingly low. But now the basic salary has increased by a full 25%, so at least there is an extra guarantee. Okay, next are 3 personnel appointment notices. First of all, I would like to thank all my colleagues for their support of my work over the past few years. This morning I received a transfer order, and I have officially been transferred to the marketing department at headquarters as the director. Congratulations, Anna. Several people congratulated her in unison. The second thing is that Li Xiaofang will be the manager of the sales department of this property development in the future. This is a decision made by the senior management of the group. I hope that everyone can support Xiaofang in her work in the future. Congratulations, Xiaofang. The girls in the sales department get along well with each other. Among them, Xiaofang has the best rapport and the most seniority, so of course everyone has no objection to her taking up the role of new department manager. Okay, that's about it for now. I'll probably stay here for another half month or so, until the work handover is complete. Anna Lu continued to explain, and the others could go back to work. Su Liang stayed behind, and there was one more thing about your appointment. The others were a bit confused. Why could the appointments of everyone else be announced publicly, but Su Liang's appointment had to be discussed behind closed doors? The women gave Su Liang a pep talk and left the meeting room. Just then, someone they had not expected appeared at the door of the meeting room. Yang Yueling was here again. Anna, let me talk to him. Yang Yueling spoke up only after she saw that everyone else had left. Okay, please have a seat, Ms. Yang. Su Liang, the group has decided, no, I have personally decided to transfer you from your entry-level sales position to another position. Yang Yueling said with a half smile. Oh. Su Liang was not really surprised. At first, he thought he had been fired by Yang Yueling, but he didn't expect it to be a transfer. Aren't you curious about what position I'm transferring you to? President Yang wouldn't be taking revenge by making me a security guard or janitor, would he? Su Liang also spoke with a smile, and to be honest, it didn't seem very important to him whether or not he had this job. If so, how about making you a security guard to guard the door? Yang Yuling was in a playful mood and couldn't help teasing. Of course, that would be a way to contribute. I believe that every employee in the Kaiyuan group is indispensable in their position. You. Yang Yueling had intended to tease Su Liang a little, but she didn't expect him to bounce her back with a single sentence, now making her seem like the bad guy. Yang Yueling quickly adjusted her state of mind and once again resumed her composed demeanor. Then I'll trouble Mr. Su to continue to shine in the position of CEO Life Assistant. CEO Life Assistant? What kind of position is that? What does one do? Su Liang was suddenly intrigued, but still pretended on the surface to be unintelligent. As the name suggests, the assistant to the CEO's life is my personal assistant, responsible for arranging my daily life and taking care of my rest. You're going to drive me around, cook for me, do my laundry and make my bed. Oh, I see. So what do you say? Are you willing to be my personal assistant? If you're not willing, there's nothing I can do. There's no other suitable position for you in the group, so I'll have to let you go. As you know, it's hard to find a job these days. Yang Yueling went on and on about the dangers of the world, the difficulty of finding work, and the need for young people to train themselves. Ha ha ha! Su Liang couldn't hold back his laughter. What are you laughing at? You think I'm joking with you? Yang Yueling pouted like she was about to bite someone. No, I think the position of CEO's personal assistant is perfect for me. In fact, there's no one more suitable for the position than me. Thank you, Ms. Yang, for your confidence. This little girl really knows how to read people. Every glance and every word reveals her true thoughts. When they met yesterday, Su Liang wasn't sure, but today he knows for sure. Yang Yueling still has feelings for him. Just as he still has feelings for her. Okay, Yang, no more small talk, when can I start my new job? Su Liang asked directly. Are you sure? I'm not someone to be trifled with. If you agree to the transfer, there's no turning back. Yang Yueling's eyes lit up. It'll work. Well, I'm sure. I'm sure, but whether or not there's a turning back is another matter. Okay, then from now on you'll be my life assistant, available 24 hours a day, but you'll be paid overtime for the hours outside of regular working hours. Yang Yueling's face broke into a sweet smile, one she'd never shown to anyone else. Great, then I'll start right away. Lu. Su Liang held out his hand, indicating that Yang Yueling should shake it. Huh? Su Liang's reaction was a bit off. Being asked by his ex-girlfriend to work for her should be his current reaction of smirking? Yang Yueling thought. Then I'll call you Xiaoxiu from now on. Yang Yueling didn't think much about it either. No matter how things developed, at least the result was what she wanted, so she also held out her hand and shook Su Liang's hand. Okay, Mr. Yang. Su Liang also took the opportunity of the handshake to stroke the back of Yang Yueling's hand with his thumb. You. What are you doing? Yang Yueling felt a strange sensation in her hand and couldn't help but cry out. Mr. Yang's hand is a bit cold, which is probably due to his constitution being on the cold side. As your personal assistant, I am obliged to regulate your body for you, Su Liang explained. You're treating me? I thought you couldn't do that. Yang Yueling was a little surprised. When did this smelly guy Su Liang learn to treat illnesses? You remember that I can't diagnose illnesses, but you forget that I know you have a cold body. Su Liang laughed. You. Yang Yueling's face suddenly turned red. What nonsense is this jerk talking? President Yang, please wait a moment while I gather my things and we can go. Su Liang saw what was going on and didn't linger. He trotted back to his workstation. Su Liang had just started less than half a month ago, and there weren't many personal items on his workstation, so a cardboard box was more than enough. Su Liang explained the situation to his colleagues and, after saying goodbye, followed Yang Yueling out of the sales center of the Kaiyuan Houding. How come Brother Liang just left? Exclaimed a younger salesperson. She had wanted to see Su Liang every day after meeting him for the first time, simply because he was so good-looking and looked so comfortable. What are you talking about? Liang has been promoted. How could he be better off working at the headquarters than in our sales department? Retorted Xiao Feng. But according to Xiao Liang's qualifications, he should be able to live a comfortable life without working. Xiao Mei said, in her opinion, someone who can buy a multi-million-dollar luxury home with the full payment shouldn't need to rely on a part-time job to make ends meet. Maybe Xiao Liang just wants to find something to do, because he has nothing to do. That's right, Xiao Liang is different from ordinary people. Other rich people would look at us with envy if they saw our lifestyle, but Xiao Yang is different. He is rich, but he never flaunts his wealth, he doesn't look down on others, and he works so hard. Hey, hey, hey. I don't know if you've noticed, but General Yang looks at brother Xiao Yang in a strange way. Ha ha ha, I noticed that too. They were even college classmates. Don't you think that General Yang failed to woo his love in college, and now he's threatening Xiao Yang with his work to stay with her? Ah, so exciting. Ha 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 ha. When there were no customers to show the apartment to, the several of them just started chatting about all kinds of gossip. Chapter 7 Yang, are you feeling unwell? On the bus back to Kaiyuan building. Su Liang originally wanted to sit in the front row, but Yang Yueling gestured for him to sit in the back. He took a quick look and saw that the back row was more spacious than the front row, so he readily agreed. So what's the matter? Judging from your expression, you don't want to give up your job at the sales department, do you? Yang Yueling felt that she had to say something, as Su Liang sat silently on the bus, staring out the window at the villas along the road. No. Then you are reluctant to part with the pretty ladies in the sales department? Yang Yueling's expression became a little subtle, between anger and fury. They have been very good to me, and I am very grateful for their care. Su Liang had just been staring out the window because the car happened to be passing through the area where Villa 8 was located, and he was concentrating on recognizing the road. Oh? So you really can't bear to part with them? Yang Yueling's hand reached out to Su Liang's big arm of its own accord. I'm not sad to see them go, but I'm very happy right now. Su Liang sensed a faint aura of murderous intent and quickly changed the subject. Oh? Why are you happy? Because of you. Su Liang calmly replied with just 3 words, but they knocked the wind out of one of the women in the car. No, what does Su Liang mean by that? What do you mean you're happy because of me? What? What? Can someone who understands psychology please help me analyze this? Yang Yueling's face, earlobes, and neck all turned bright red, and her heart pounded like thunder as she was unable to speak for a long time. I don't know how long it took before Yang Yueling's heart calmed down. I remember you can drive, right? We took the driving test together, so you know that. Su Liang almost burst out laughing. Oh Su Liang. You answer whatever I ask. Yang Yueling's earlobes turned red again. I can drive and I'm a good driver. Su Liang answered. Okay, starting tomorrow you'll drive me to and from work. Yang Yueling gave the order and started the car. Ha? If I drive for you, won't the chauffeur lose his job? Su Liang teased. The chauffeur, Lao Wang, who was driving the car, almost fainted from shock. At lunchtime, after he had finished eating and was about to take a break, Yang said she wanted to send someone to pick up an assistant. Lao Wang realized after the guy got in the car that Yang had not sent someone to pick up an assistant, but someone to pick up a problem. Did Yang not realize that she had been the one being teased in the conversation? No, is it possible that this handsome young man is a couple with Mr. Yang, and they were just flirting? Is this something I should be hearing? No, then I must have learned something I shouldn't have. I won't get fired or even killed, will I? While listening to the flirting in the back seat, Lao Wang thought about Yang Yueling's decisive and resolute appearance in the past. And dared not think about it anymore. Lao Wang is my company-assigned driver, and only picks me up when I'm on business. Yang Yueling explained, but you are my subordinate. Okay, I'm honored to be President Yang's assistant and driver. Su Liang said with a smile, as if he had just heard something incredible. After more than 20 minutes, the driver Lao Wang finally safely delivered the 2 masters to the headquarters building of Kaiyuan Group. Su Liang followed Yang Yueling to the 48th floor, where her office is located, in the elevator reserved for the president. President Yang. The staff in the president's office all stood up to greet Yang Yueling as she returned. Okay, let me introduce you all. This is Su Liang, my new personal assistant. Yang Yueling gave a brief introduction. Frog Fun, this young man is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. A few of the junior assistants whispered to each other below. Their voices were very low, but Yang Yueling heard them. Damn it! Is Su Liang really that handsome? Why does everyone fall for him? Yang Yueling thought to herself, and she had to find a way to help him avoid all the attention, otherwise it would definitely affect her work. Cough cough, Su Liang, come and meet my secretary Lin Shi. From now on, remember to check in with her every week about my schedule. Su Liang understood, and politely shook Lin Shi's hand, a light handshake. Lin Shi is slightly older than the other young ladies in the office, and at first glance at Su Liang, she is not so infatuated, but she is also surprised at the man's appearance that defies the heavens. Assistant Su, let's add our contact information, and I will coordinate Yang's next schedule with you, Lin Shi said. Okay. Su Liang took out his phone, opened the work machine, and scanned Lin Shi's QR code. Cough, cough. Yang Yueling, who was standing aside watching the two operate, coughed a few times inadvertently. Hey, man. You added my secretary's contact information, but what about mine? It all started 3 years ago, on the day the two broke up. Yang Yueling thought that since they had broken up, she deleted all of Su Liang's contact information and never added it back. Mr. Yang, are you feeling unwell? Did you catch a cold? Su Liang asked, concerned. Cough, no, I just suddenly got choked. Su Liang, come to my office after you finish handing over the itinerary. Okay. Su Liang followed Yang Yueling to her office. The office was very spacious, about 150 square meters, but there was no extra decoration except for the desk in the middle and the sofa and coffee table against the wall. On the right side of the office should be Yang Yuling's restroom, but the door was closed tightly, and Su Liang couldn't see what was inside. Su, although this is your first day as my assistant, you have been working at Kaiyuan for a month and a half, so I will transfer your previous salary to you first, Yang Yueling said. Thank you, Ms. Yang, just transfer the salary to my personal account. Su Liang still had that same smile on his face. Ahem, the finance department is busy with the quarterly report, and I'm afraid they can't do it properly, so I will transfer your salary to your personal account first, Yang Yueling explained. No need, Mr. Yang, I still have money to spend. Yang Yueling was so angry that she almost slammed her hand on the table and shouted, labor and capital are on the same side. Show me your QR code. Don't you know how to behave? Mr. Yang, please calm down. I'll add you as a friend right now. Su Liang thought that he couldn't play anymore, because if he did, the girl would be ruined. Su Liang took out his Huawei Mate 70 Ultra, and after getting a new phone, he used his old phone as a work phone. You have two phones? Yang Yueling also noticed that this was different from the phone he had just taken out. The one I just took out is my work phone, and the account numbers in it are also work numbers, Su Liang explained. Oh, that's more like it. Yang Yueling added Su Liang's contact information back in, which made her a little surprised that Su Liang's profile picture was still the one he had used 3 years ago. That was also the couple's profile picture when they were dating. Cough, you're still using this profile picture? Yang Yueling asked tentatively. Well, I'm old-fashioned and I don't bother changing it. Oh. Yang Yueling's earlobes turned red again. The salary I'll pay you is 20,000 yuan a month, and you worked at Houting for half a month. Yang Yueling operated the transfer, and 10,000 yuan was transferred to you, so you should quickly receive it. Yang Yueling's quick-witted little brain whirled, and she stood up. Give me your phone, I'll accept the transfer for you, otherwise I'm afraid you'll forget. With that, she took the phone from Su Liang and clicked to accept the transfer. He. Yang Yueling glanced at the note Su Liang had given her, Ling. For some reason, it made her feel a little happy. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can go back to your desk. If there is anything, I or Secretary Lin will contact you. Understood. Su Liang walked out of the CEO's office with a carefree attitude and sat at the workstation that Lin Shi had arranged for him. He found that he didn't seem to have anything to do, and there were no documents to sort. Looking at the other colleagues who were busy flying about not far away, he didn't feel comfortable playing with his phone, so he could only sit in his seat and let his mind wander. Chapter 8. The whole story of how my ex-boyfriend became my personal assistant. Half a month ago. Hello, Mr. Yang. Hello, Mr. Yang. Hello everyone, please sit down. I'll just look around a bit. Yang Yueling has been the president of Kaiyuan Group for 3 years, and she has worked diligently every day, gaining the approval of the majority of the group's employees. This way, Mr. Yang, I'll give you a summary of the work done by our department this quarter. Manager Chen from the Human Resources Department said. Okay. Yang Yueling went to the small meeting room of the Personnel Department, accompanied by some other senior executives of the group. Seeing that everyone was in place, Manager Chen began a long speech accompanied by a PowerPoint presentation. After an unknown period of time, even Yang Yueling, who is usually the most conscientious worker, felt drowsy and about to collapse, when Manager Chen finally finished his quarterly work summary report. Well, the HR department has done a good job this quarter, and so have you, Chen. The group will remember your hard work. After regaining some consciousness, Yang Yueling began to paint a rosy picture for Chen, one that made him drool with delight. Chen, does our group have any plans for recruiting talent recently? Yang Yueling asked casually. Yes. Recently, during the graduation season, we have received more than 600 resumes from all over the country, and we have already conducted 2 rounds of interviews, Manager Chen explained. Oh, there are already people who have been interviewed? Yes, and now my colleagues are doing further screenings. Can you bring their resumes over and let me take a look? I would also like to contribute to our group's talent selection process. Yang Yueling didn't know why she was so interested in this recruitment. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll have them send over their resumes. Please wait a moment. After a short while, 2 employees came into the meeting room with 2 large stacks of resumes. Mr. Yang, this stack contains the resumes of those who have already come for the interview, and this stack contains the resumes of those who are scheduled to come next week. Yang Yueling casually picked up the top one and started to flip through it. As soon as she saw the name in the column, she couldn't hold back any longer. Su Liang? When she looked at the photo again, she couldn't hold back any longer. It really is Su Liang. Yang Yueling felt a little inexplicable excitement inside, wondering why Su Liang's resume had ended up in her hands. Should I reject you so hard that you can't find a job? Or should I recruit you into Kaiyuan and let you do whatever you want? If I were your boss, would you listen to me? Listen? Yang Yueling didn't know what came to her mind, and a blush rose to her fair little face. Cough, Manager Chen, what is your impression of this candidate? Yang Yueling handed over Su Liang's resume and asked tentatively. Manager Chen took a look at it. He did have an impression of this young man named Su Liang, but it had nothing to do with his abilities, but simply because he looked so outrageous. Su Liang is 25 years old and is so heroic and elegant. Manager Chen looked down at his own potbelly and absent-mindedly touched his cool head. Alas! I have quite a deep impression of this Su Liang. The overall impression he gave during the interview was not bad, but there are 2 problems. One is that neither his undergraduate major nor the position he held in his previous company matches the position we are recruiting for this time. Manager Chen sighed in his heart and said honestly. The second problem is that he only has a bachelor's degree and graduated from a very ordinary university. So we currently have no plans to put him on the priority admission list. Manager Chen, the Su Liang and I are college alumni. Yang Yueling said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Almost instantly, Manager Chen felt the temperature around her drop to freezing point. Her soles of the feet were cold, her neck was cold, and her brain was cold. It seemed that she had just said that Su Liang's university was very ordinary. Ms. Yang said that she and Su Liang were alumni. Manager Chen's legs went weak and he almost couldn't stand. I've been so careful with what I say and I've offended my boss. Heaven is trying to get rid of me. I think this Su Liang is not bad, let's recruit him into our group. Recruit him into our group and make him work like a horse for me. Ha, Su Liang, I'll show you who's in charge this time. Okay. I understand. Manager Chen was also relieved to see that Yang Yueling didn't seem to want to hold him responsible for what he had said. After reading Su Liang's resume, Yang Yueling didn't have the heart to read the others, and after casually flicking through a few more, she made an excuse to leave. Oh, by the way, Manager Chen, after you hire Su Liang, let him start at the bottom for a while, and if he proves himself, then slowly promote him. Yang Yueling left before saying this. Ha, Su Liang. I never thought that one day you would fall at the hands of your mother. Yang Yueling had already started to imagine Su Liang's daily toil after joining the company, and the expression of tears in her eyes when she discovered that the company president was actually her former girlfriend, the smart, beautiful, lovely and charming one. Xiao Su Liang, hold it together. Yang Yueling sat in the car and made a gesture of holding it together, with a lewd smile on her face that should not appear on the face of a beautiful woman like her. Why is President Yang so excited after coming out of the meeting room? Did the personnel department do a good job? Lin Shi, the secretary sitting nearby, was puzzled to see such an expression on the usually quiet and aloof President Yang. On the day Su Liang officially started work, Manager Chen of the personnel department specially informed Yang Yueling, so she also learned that Su Liang worked in the sales department of the Kaiyuan Housing Real Estate Development. A week later, Yang Yueling could no longer contain her inner restlessness, so she decided to go ahead and pay a surprise visit to Kaiyuan Housing. She called a few middle-level leaders who were free and grudgingly accompanied her on the inspection. When the group arrived at the sales center, it seemed to be the middle of the employees' lunch break. Yang Yueling stood at the entrance to the sales center and recognized the tall, straight back from afar. For some reason, just seeing Su Liang's back made her heart flutter. As the group got closer, the staff in the break area also recognized Yang Yueling and stood up to say hello. Only the tall, straight back was a few beats slower than everyone else. This stinky Su Liang is such a nerd. How can he be so slow to react? At this moment, Su Liang also stood up and turned around to face the person coming. Holy shit! Yang Yueling. Su Liang's eyes were filled with surprise, confusion, curiosity, and a hint of nostalgia. As soon as Su Liang's words left his mouth, there was complete silence. However, it seemed that Yang Yueling did not hear Su Liang's words right away. Because the moment Su Liang turned around and faced the crowd, Yang Yueling's soul was once again captivated by Su Liang's eyes. Su Liang in Yang Yueling's eyes had a more mature and stable temperament than when he was at university. The once unmovable bangs had been combed back, and although his appearance seemed to have not changed much, his eyes had become even deeper. Judging from the tailored suit, it seemed that his figure had also improved a lot. Yang Yueling felt that she had a say in this. After an unknown period of time, Yang Yueling was the first to react, as it seemed that Su Liang had just been talking to her. It's you, Su Liang, long time no see. After spending the afternoon talking with Su Liang, Yang Yueling was certain of one thing. She still had feelings for Su Liang, her ex-boyfriend. What kind of feelings? Were they feelings of affection? Or were they feelings of longing? Or were they feelings of joy at having lost and then found him again? Yang Yueling, who was back home lying on the sofa, felt as if her mind was a jumbled mess. Even formulating the group's development strategy had never made her thoughts so chaotic. At this moment, she was curled up on the sofa like a helpless kitten. Su Liang, the cricket, dares to mess with my mind. Yang Yueling grabbed a pillow from the side and seemed to want to use it as an incarnation of Su Liang and pound it. This pillow seems to have been sent by Su Liang. What a coincidence, you will suffer for him. Yang Yueling punched the pillow. If an outsider saw this scene, they would be shocked to the core, because in the eyes of both the employees of Kaiyuan Group and the many partners of Kaiyuan Group, Yang Yueling is a nearly perfect leader and businessman. As a result, now she is actually lying on the sofa beating up a pillow to vent her anger? After a while, Yang Yueling looked up, confused, and looked around. Her father had given her this villa after she graduated from university, although it was originally their family's property. The first floor of the villa has a living room, kitchen and dining room. Yang Yueling is usually busy with work and has little time to take care of the home. She usually hires a cleaning lady to do the cleaning. Naturally, this home does not seem to have a lot of a homey feeling. Except for the ceramic vase on the dining table, which does not have any flowers in it, but the vase has a floral pattern and more traces of the passage of time. There are also 6 cat figurines on the shoe cabinet, made of plastic but with a very textured feel and look. Whenever Yang Yueling passes the shoe cabinet when she goes out or comes home, she will habitually touch the 6 kittens. There are also 4 pillows placed on the sofa. These 4 pillows are different in shape and color, and they are even more incompatible with the style of the large European-style sofa in the house, but just placing them on top of it can make Yang Yueling feel a sense of peace. Of course, there are also 3 refrigerator magnets of different shapes on the refrigerator door, and the small wind chimes hanging on the first-floor terrace. In this villa with little warmth, it is these small items that give Yang Yueling a sense of home. And they all have one thing in common: Su Liang gave them to her. When Yang Yueling and Su Liang broke up 3 years ago, she had already thrown away a lot of the things he had given her. Now, the ones that remain are the ones she can't bear to part with. When she moved house later, she simply took all these things with her, just in case she could use them to decorate her new place. Why can't I remember why I broke up with him back then? At midnight, Yang Yueling, who had been sitting on the sofa for a long time without saying a word, let out a long sigh. It seemed that she had figured something out. She is not a woman who is indecisive, and she has already understood her own heart. If you understand, then go for it. Su Liang, you just wait. This time I am the boss, and you are the employee. Let's see how I can take advantage of you. After making her decision, Yang Yueling seemed to have completely relaxed. After a nice shower, she lay down on her big, soft bed and went to sleep. Sleep well tonight, with sweet dreams. Chapter 9, Thank you, Master. Su, it's the end of the shift, take me home. Su Liang was sitting at his workstation, almost falling asleep, and was finally waiting for the end of the shift. Yang Yueling threw a set of car keys and said, "Take my car." Su Liang wisely replied, "Yes, Master Yang." The two took the elevator to the underground garage, and the parking space directly opposite the elevator entrance was Yang Yueling's car. "Wow, Mr. Yang, that's a nice car." Yang Yuling's car was a silver Porsche Panamera, which looked cool and gentle at the same time. Of course. Yang Yuling's face showed a hint of pride when she heard Su Liang praise her car. "You should know that this is the most ordinary of her cars. Aren't you going to sit in the back, Mr. Yan?" Seeing Yang Yuling naturally sit in the passenger seat, Su Liang couldn't help but tease her. "Mind your own business." "Fine, I'm just a little assistant." Su Liang also knows when to stop. He doesn't know why, but in front of Yang Yueling, he can't help but be a bit of a jerk. Su Liang enters the address the CEO gave into the navigation system, and the two set off on the way home. The two don't speak much along the way, and Su Liang's driving is good, so the ride is very smooth. Before they know it, Yang Yueling has dozed off. "We're home, Mr. Yang." After parking the car in front of the villa, Su Liang patted Yang Yueling on the shoulder to wake her up. "We're here already?" "Thanks, driver." Yang Yueling mumbled sleepily. "Ha ha ha ha. Open your eyes and take a good look at me." Su Liang couldn't believe that Yang Yueling had actually called him driver while sleepily dozing off. Did she take him for a taxi driver? Cough, "Thank you, Assistant Su." Yang Yueling realized that she seemed to have slept confusedly and made a joke. "It's okay, this is my job. You drive this car back to your house and pick me up on time tomorrow morning," Yang Yueling said after thinking about it. "Okay," Su Liang thought to himself, "this sister really treats me like a driver. General Yang, get some rest, I'll go first." After a brief goodbye, Su Liang drove the president's Porsche back to the community where his rental house was located. Thinking about having to get up early to pick up Yang Yueling for work tomorrow, Su Liang suddenly felt that his rental house was too far away from both the Lvayuan building and Yang Yuling's house, making him want to move to the villa in Kaiyuan Haoding immediately. Su Liang thought about it and felt that there wasn't much in his rental house anyway, so he went up to pack and move tonight. He did as he said. Su Liang is a person with super strong execution, went upstairs and packed the things he wanted to bring, and put everything that could fit into the suitcase and took it with him. There was no need to bring things like the bed and quilt, as the villa had them. After contacting the landlord's aunt to come and inspect the house and return the lease after work the next day, Su Liang sat back in the driver's seat and with a quick thought, reached into the back. The Shiba Inu pillow, which he had originally placed in the back, was now in the passenger's seat. Su Liang also thoughtfully fastened the seatbelt on the Shiba Inu puppy and patted its bottom before driving off. Yang Yueling sat down and said, "Let's go back to our new home." Unfortunately, the dog and its owner happened to encounter the evening rush hour, and the half-hour drive from the rental house to Kaiyuan Haoding took over an hour. Su Liang parked the car in the villa's garage, dragged the suitcase with one hand and hugged the Shiba Inu puppy with the other, and arrived at his unremarkable new home. Sitting on the spacious and comfortable sofa, Su Liang couldn't help but let out a sigh after another. It's really good to be rich. Su Liang suddenly remembered that he had contacted the general manager of Zhuai Guang Investment this morning. At the time, Su Liang had just told the other person that everything would remain the same for the time being. Only now did he realize that this Zhuai Guang Investment was also his own industry, and he had to think about how to develop it. Just as he was thinking, the general manager of Zhuai Guang Investment, He-Wan Liang, called Su Liang. "Boss, this is He from Zhuai Guang Investment. I'm sorry to bother you again." The man on the other end of the line said politely. "It's fine, I'm free. Is there anything I can help you with?" In fact, Su Liang had been quite idle most of the day. He hadn't contacted him purely because he had forgotten. "It's like this, boss, we've already compiled the investment plan for next month. As usual, we need you to look it over and give the final approval. I wonder when you'll be free to come to the office." "Oh, I'll see if I have time to go over there tomorrow, and I'll let you know in advance before I go." Su Liang wondered if he should sneak over there during work hours to take a peek at Guan Liang's place. "Sure, you're welcome, boss." As a professional manager, He-Wan Liang knows best how to handle the relationship between himself and his boss. Although there wasn't much to move, Su Liang still felt a bit tired from the trip back and forth. After a nice bath in the bathtub, he lay down on the bed, which was almost 3 times as wide as the small bed in the rented room, and fell asleep. The next morning, Su Liang was awakened by the alarm clock on time, washed up, and drove to Yang Yueling's house to pick him up. Su Liang had a brainstorm and bought 2 breakfasts on the way. Yang Yueling got up relatively early every day, got dressed and made up, and then sat on the sofa waiting for Su Liang. "President Yang, I'm at your doorstep." After receiving this message, Yang Yueling grabbed her bag and left the house. "Good morning, Mr. Yang." She saw an extremely handsome man in a sharp suit, with a 3:7 parting and greased hair, standing by the passenger door, greeting her. Isn't this the scene Yang Yueling imagined when Su Liang became her assistant? It has to be said that the greased hair hairstyle is still a very good test of a person's appearance and temperament. Yang Yueling has seen too many high-quality greasy men with greased hair. Su Liang's slicked back hair not only doesn't look greasy, it also highlights his domineering CEO temperament. Something doesn't seem right. Yang Yueling feels like there's something wrong with her train of thought. "Good morning, Assistant Su. You're right on time today." "Of course I am, today is my first day on the job." Su Liang responded to Yang Yueling's words while opening the passenger door, holding up his hand to protect her as she got in, and thoughtfully fastening her seatbelt. "Ha, Su Liang seems to be a bit of a ha, Yang Yueling muttered. "What did you say, Mr. Yang? I didn't hear you clearly." Su Liang asked as he got into the driver's seat. Cough, I didn't say anything, you must have heard wrong." Yang Yueling defended. "Oh, okay," Su Liang secretly observed Yang Yueling. "Mr. Yang, have you had breakfast yet?" "No, I'm not hungry in the morning, so I don't have the habit of having breakfast." Yang Yueling answered casually. "Oh, then maybe I remembered it wrong, I bought you sweet soy milk and soup filled Xiaolong Bao." Su Liang remembered that these were the 2 breakfasts Yang Yueling loved the most when she was at university. Cough, Yang Yueling hasn't had breakfast much since she started working. It's not that she doesn't have time to eat or that she wants to lose weight or anything, she just simply doesn't feel like eating. At this moment, she also remembered that when she was in college, her favorite breakfast combination was soy milk and steamed buns. She didn't think Su Liang would still remember it so clearly. "You're right, I'm a little hungry. I'll have some," Yang Yueling said, reaching for it. "It's not convenient to eat in the car, let's go to the cafeteria when we get to the office." Oh. Yang Yueling didn't know why she was always so reckless in front of Su Liang. Chapter 10, 9 out of 10 CEOs have stomach problems. After parking the car, the two went to the company cafeteria for a nice breakfast. The CEO dining with a new male assistant certainly attracted the attention of many employees, but due to Yang Yueling's usual majesty, no one dared to say anything. After breakfast, Yang Yueling returned to the office as usual to deal with her work, while Su Liang, the young assistant, sat at his desk like he had yesterday, doing nothing. "I haven't even checked what's in the mall today." Su Liang looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to him, then opened the Perfect Life app on his phone. The 3 products that had refreshed today were still there. Divine Cooking 0.01 yuan. Masterful Driving 0.01 yuan. Masterful Massage 0.01 yuan. Su Liang thought for a moment as he looked at the screen. All 3 products today were skills. There were no conditions in the rented room, but now that he had moved to a new home, he could really use Divine Cooking. Now, if nothing unexpected happens, I will have to drive Yang Yueling to and from work every day, so master-level driving skills are also a very practical skill. What the hell is this master-level massage technique? I can't enjoy it if I have this skill. But Su Liang still made a big hand and paid 0.03 yuan to buy all 3 skills. As the saying goes, more skills don't weigh you down. Su Liang spent the whole morning daydreaming again, and before he knew it, it was time for lunch. "Mr. Yang, it's time for lunch." Su Liang took the initiative to go find Yang Yueling and said. At this time, Yang Yueling seemed to be busy dealing with documents, so Su Liang went straight up and put a cover on the documents. "Mr. Yang, is your stomach often uncomfortable?" Before Yang Yueling could react, Su Liang asked the question first. Yes, Yang Yueling replied blankly. "Look at you, you don't like breakfast, and you don't eat lunch on time, how can your stomach be comfortable?" Su Liang picked up a small stack of documents and patted Yang Yueling's head. The novel is true to its word, 9 out of 10 CEOs have stomach problems. This has nothing to do with gender, it's just related to your lifestyle. I'm your life assistant, listen to me, be good, let's go eat. Okay, Yang Yueling felt that Su Liang was so gentle and handsome at this moment. No, that's not right. He just hit me with a document. Assistant Su, I'm the president. How dare you talk to me like that? Yang Yueling finally realized what was wrong. Su Liang pretended not to hear what she said and naturally took her hand and walked out. It wasn't until the two of them reached the elevator that Yang Yueling realized she was holding Su Liang's hand. This is the company. Su Liang, let go. This is the company. Su Liang did not let go at first, but looked at Yang Yueling and showed a charming smile. Oh, you mean if this wasn't at the office, you could hold my hand? You, At lunch, Su Liang asked the CEO for the afternoon off, promising to pick her up after work. Yang Yueling, realizing that Su Liang usually seemed to have some free time, readily granted him the leave. Su Liang also borrowed her car and went straight to Zhaiguang Investment after lunch. When Su Liang arrived at Zhaiguang, he knew that the boss was coming, so He-Wen Liang was already waiting at the reception desk. Boss. I'm He-Wen Liang, the general manager of Zhuai. He-Wen Liang greeted Su Liang with a smile as soon as he saw him. Hello, boss. You're even younger and more handsome than I imagined. You're really a young and capable man. He-Wen Liang kept flattering Su Liang, and his enthusiasm was so great that Su Liang was worried that he might be the kind of person who has no real talent but only knows how to flatter. He-Wen Liang didn't realize that he almost lost his job because he was too enthusiastic towards his boss. Fortunately, in their exchange, he convinced Su Liang with his excellent professional level. Su Liang spent about an hour going over all the investment plans for the next month and found that the vast majority of them were profitable, with a few projects having an annual interest rate of over 100%. This made him even more excited about the future of Zhuai Investment. After Su Liang stopped a few projects that would lose money, today's work was basically done. He asked He-Wen Liang, "Can you open a personal account for me? I want to play with Hong Kong stocks." Su Liang wanted to test his masterful investment acumen in real life and also to fill up his own piggy bank. Although he now lived in a luxury home, was about to drive a luxury car, and was still the boss of Zhuai Investment, his bank account only contained a pitiful 120,000 yuan. Of course you can. I'll have someone open an account for you right now. We must satisfy the boss's request. Soon after, two employees walked into He-Wen Liang's office with a computer. Boss, the account has been opened. How much do you plan to invest? 100,000. Su Liang said firmly. What? 1 billion? He-Wen Liang thought he heard wrong. How could such a big boss only invest 100,000? No, I said 100,000 yuan, I will transfer it in now. Oh, 100,000. He-Wen Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Zhuai Investment generally does not accept retail clients. Even if someone comes to the door, each investment will basically be no less than 1 million. I didn't expect the boss to start with 100,000. The two operators wanted to say something when they saw this, but when they heard manager he called the boss, they decided not to say anything. As the saying goes, the boss's requests must be met. Boss, 100,000 yuan has already been deposited. Do you have any stocks you particularly like? Should we get started? Or let our consultant pick two for you? He-Wen Liang still said with a smile. I'll take a look at the market first, and you just do as I say. Su Liang said, staring intently at the computer screen. The two operators nodded vigorously. In their eyes, 100,000 yuan invested in Hong Kong stocks would at best earn a few 100,000 yuan in a month, and they really couldn't understand why their boss, who clearly owned a company worth billions, was still fixated on these few 100,000 yuan. After gaining the masterful investment insight, Su Liang can see the maximum profitability of all investment projects. At this moment, the stock market is like an open manual on making money in front of him. He sees that one stock on the market will skyrocket in 4 minutes, with a maximum increase of more than 15%, but will fall back 17 minutes later. 1433, all 100,000 yuan are bought 9101. The operator executed Su Liang's instructions, and as soon as the stock was bought, it began to soar in a strange curve. Before anyone could react, Su Liang told them to sell again. Just as the operator had finished selling the stock, it began to fall in a strange curve. My God! Yuan Liang, who was standing by and witnessing this, was shocked. Su Liang's sensitivity to the rise and fall of stocks was so high that he felt that Su Liang must have obtained some insider information. Buy 79.90 again, and use all the money in the account to buy it. Su Liang gave the order again, and the two operators dutifully followed it. An hour and a half later, the 100,000 yuan that Su Liang had invested had already grown to more than 190,000 yuan. It's about time, let's call it a day. The two operators sold all the remaining shares, and they were really impressed by the lesson their boss had taught them this afternoon. From 100,000 yuan to more than 190,000 yuan, although the amount is not large in terms of numbers, the rate of return is close to 100%. The most frightening thing is that this was achieved in just an hour and a half. What if the boss had invested 1 million yuan just now? What if he had invested 100 million yuan? As practitioners, Yuan Liang and the two operators could see that their boss's actions were definitely not based on luck, and that there must be expertise at work that even they could not touch. It was truly terrifying. Yuan Liang also sighed inwardly, if heaven does not create bosses, the stock market will be in darkness forever. Old he, I'm leaving first, or my boss will get anxious. Call if there's anything. Su Liang left in his Porsche after leaving a message. Did the boss just say his boss? The boss is worth billions, so who can be his boss and be so rich? Yuan Liang felt deeply. Chapter 11, If I don't wait for you, do you think I'm waiting for those old men? President Yang, I'm back. Su Liang returned to Kaiyuan Building after settling things with Chase Light Investments. Su Liang, I have a shareholders meeting this evening. You can go home after work, I'll just ask Lao Wang to take me home tonight. For some reason, Yan Yueling's face looked a little more tired even though they had only been apart for a few hours. President Yang, don't be formal. I'll wait for you at my desk until you finish work. Su Liang seemed to have noticed that Yang Yueling was a bit down, and he didn't say much. President Yang, you go ahead and get busy. Just let me know if you need any help. Su Liang obediently withdrew from the president's office and returned to his own seat. Around 9 p.m., in a conference room in the Kaiyuan Building. The meeting had been going on for nearly an hour, and everyone in attendance was getting a little irritated. The main reason for their annoyance was that the meeting had not yet reached a satisfactory conclusion. Mr. Yang, we must get this land. A middle-aged man with black-framed glasses said passionately. Don't say such impractical things. The starting price for this development zone is 4 billion yuan, and I don't think we can get it for less than 5 billion yuan at auction. Where will our group get that kind of liquidity from? Before Yang Yueling could say anything, an uncle from the Mediterranean, sitting at the other end of the long table, spoke up first. To be honest, I don't understand why you have to get that ridiculously expensive land for the Innovation Industrial Park. The Mediterranean uncle is the second largest shareholder of Kaiyuan Group, Chui Dahai. To be honest, high technology is not something our group is good at. I can't understand why you want to spend billions or even tens of billions of dollars on an innovation industrial park. Chairman Shui, now it's obvious to anyone with eyes that real estate is a sunset industry. If we don't innovate, what other way is there for our group to survive? The man in the black-framed glasses refuted, saying that he was also one of the shareholders of Kaiyuan Group, but his stake was relatively small and he basically had no say. Now that the market is in a downturn, wouldn't it be better for us to develop conservatively and get through this difficult period? Why take the risk? Chui Dahai slammed his hand on the table and shouted. In short, as the second largest shareholder of Kaiyuan Group, I do not agree with the plan to acquire the land in the development zone, nor do I agree with the idea of an innovation industrial park. That's all I have to say. The others in the meeting room also looked at each other, not knowing what to do. At this time, Yang Yueling was also sitting in the main seat, frowning and thinking about something. As the direct manager of Kaiyuan Group, Yang Yueling knew full well that the real estate industry was on its last legs. Not only was the real estate industry finished, but even the industries her father had previously developed, such as large-scale shopping malls and machinery manufacturing plants, were having a hard time surviving in the current market environment. Everyone knew that the most profitable industry was the high-tech industry, but Chui Dahai was also right in saying that developing the high-tech industry required a large amount of capital, and there was a high probability that there would be no return for a long time. The net profit margin of Kaiyuan Group has been declining for several quarters. At present, the cash flow is not even enough to afford the land they previously looked at for the construction of the Innovation Industrial Park, let alone the funds required for subsequent development. Everyone quiet down for a moment and think carefully. Finally, Yang Yueling spoke up. The acquisition of the land in the development zone will be put on hold for the time being. Let's first finish the several major projects on hand, and then discuss the construction of the Innovation Industrial Park after the funds are returned. President Yang. This won't work. The real estate market is so depressed right now, our group should take advantage of the situation and transform as soon as possible. The man with the black framed glasses refuted. I think President Yang's decision is correct. We shouldn't be messing with all this fancy stuff. What I just said is the final decision I made on behalf of the group's founder and major shareholder. Today's meeting is over, dismissed. After hearing this, everyone else also had nothing to say. The major shareholder of Kaiyuan Group is Yang Kaiyuan, the father of Yang Yueling. When the boss says it, there's no point in the little fish and shrimp down there saying anything more. After announcing the end of the meeting, Yang Yueling didn't stay in the meeting room for long, but immediately turned and walked out the door with her documents in her arms. To her surprise, Su Liang was standing outside the meeting room waiting for her. Waiting for me? What else? Am I supposed to wait for these old people? Su Liang deliberately said loudly. The door had not been closed properly during the meeting, and Su Liang, who was standing outside, had heard a lot of the meeting's content, as well as the difficulties and doubts these people below had about Yang Yueling. The people who had just walked out of the meeting room naturally heard what Su Liang had said as well, and they felt as if an arrow had struck their knees. The faces of some of the older shareholders had obviously grown even worse. Su Liang took the initiative to go up to Yang Yueling and help her take a large stack of documents, and the two of them walked side by side into the elevator and went downstairs. Who is that man who just spoke? He doesn't know how to speak. The oldest shareholder among the group said, scolding, only after seeing the two of them leave. It seems to be Yang Yuling's new assistant. A younger shareholder replied, also hearing about Yang Yueling hiring a young and handsome male assistant. Doesn't he know that we are all shareholders of the company? How dare a little assistant talk behind the backs of the shareholders? Looking at his appearance, he looks more like a gigolo Yang Yueling is keeping. Several people then started to discuss it. Su Liang, however, didn't care about all that, and after putting the documents back in the office, he hurriedly took Yang Yueling home. In the car. Did you just speak loudly on purpose so that the group of shareholders could hear? Yang Yueling asked with slightly tired eyes as she sat in the passenger seat. More or less. Did you just hear what we were discussing in the meeting? Yes, I was standing outside the door from the moment you walked into the meeting room. Su Liang didn't know what the content of the meeting was, but in the afternoon he noticed that Yang Yuling's expression was somehow strange, so he followed her secretly during the meeting. Then you must keep this confidential, it's an internal secret of our group. President Yang, I'm now part of your group, do you really not trust me? Whether you can be trusted or not will depend on your future performance. After saying this in a playful tone, Yang Yueling fell asleep without realizing it. Su Liang knew that this girl must have been very tired today, so after noticing that Yang Yueling had fallen asleep, he turned up the air conditioning slightly and drove more smoothly than usual. From the content of tonight's meeting, Su Liang learned that the main business of the Kaiyuan Group was originally real estate development, but now the market is in a downturn, and in order to achieve sustainable development, the group has no choice but to transform its industry. However, this involved huge capital issues and complicated work content, and these things made Yang Yueling so tired that she could hardly breathe. After driving for about 30 minutes, Su Liang smoothly parked in front of Yang Yueling's villa. Yueling, we're home. Su Liang patted Yang Yueling on the shoulder to wake her up. Chapter 12. If I had known you were such a good cook, I would never have broken up with you. Well, sorry, I fell asleep again. This time, Yang Yueling woke up quickly. President Yang, have you had dinner yet? Su Liang suddenly remembered that Yang Yueling had been too busy with the meeting to have dinner. No, I haven't eaten. I'm not hungry tonight. I just want to go to bed now. Yang Yueling was now exhausted, both mentally and physically, and just wanted to go home, take a nice bath, and go to bed. Is there anyone at home? No, there's no one here. What's wrong? Yang Yueling felt a little strange when she heard Su Liang's words. Do you have any food at home? I'll cook you something to fill your stomach before you go to sleep. Yes. You want to come to my house? Su Liang's words caught Yang Yueling off guard. Well, is that convenient? You're not hiding another man at home, are you? Don't talk nonsense. Why would I have another man at home? Yang Yueling defended herself. No, no, what other men? There are no men at all in my house. Well, that's a relief. Su Liang got out of the car and went around to the passenger's side to open the door for Yang Yueling. I'll just intrude then. Yang Yueling was still a little dazed until the two of them reached Yang Yueling's front door. When she opened the door, Yang Yueling suddenly realized that there seemed to be something at home that Su Liang shouldn't see. She turned to Su Liang and said, "Don't go in yet, the house is a bit messy, I'll tidy up a bit before you come in." Yang Yueling said, opened the door a little crack, and quickly slipped inside. "Don't come in until I tell you." Once inside the villa, Yang Yueling didn't even bother to turn on the lights. She grabbed the 6 cat ornaments on the porch with both hands, and ran with a grunt to the sofa in the living room, where she grabbed 4 pillows. There were also the vase on the dining table, the fridge magnets on the fridge door, and so on. Yang Yueling didn't stop until she couldn't fit any more in her arms. She threw all these things onto the bed in the guest room on the first floor, then closed and locked the door. Phew, after all that, Yang Yueling let out a long sigh of relief. Su Liang mustn't see all this stuff. Su Liang, I'm done tidying up, come in. Hearing Yang Yueling's greeting, Su Liang pushed open the door and entered Yang Yueling's home. There are some slippers in the shoe cabinet that no one has worn yet, I'll get them for you. Yang Yueling took out a pair of brand new men's cotton slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them at Su Liang's feet. Thank you. After entering Yang Yueling's home, Su Liang couldn't help but survey the appearance of her home with his eyes, but immediately realized that this was very rude, and quickly averted his gaze. Yang Yu found Su Liang's eyes wandering around, and immediately lowered her head again. She didn't feel annoyed, but suddenly felt like teasing Su Liang again. What do you think? My home is pretty nice, isn't it? Yang Yueling said playfully. The environment is very good. Su Liang took a general look around. Although it wasn't as luxurious as Villa 8 in Kaiyuan Houding, it was after all the residence of the daughter of the Kaiyuan group chairman, so it naturally couldn't be too bad. Su Liang didn't say much either, and simply asked where the kitchen was before getting ready to cook. Although Yang Yueling wasn't in the habit of cooking for herself, the nanny occasionally cooked for her when she came to clean, so there were quite a few ingredients in the fridge, and the kitchen was well stocked with seasonings. There's meat, vegetables, and noodles in the fridge. How about I cook some noodles and stir-fry something simple, and we eat together? Su Liang was also a bit excited after seeing the ingredients in the fridge. He could cook some simple dishes, but since obtaining the god-level cooking skills, he hasn't cooked anything. Okay, don't make it too complicated. Yang Yueling had heard Su Liang say that he could cook, but she didn't expect to be able to eat it today. Why don't you go to the living room and take a rest, or go take a shower to refresh yourself? I'll go upstairs and take a shower first, and if there's anything, just call me. Yes, sir. After seeing Yang Yueling go upstairs, Su Liang rolled up his sleeves and got to work in the kitchen. He planned to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried thinly sliced potatoes in vinegar, and ham and egg soup, and then a stir-fried beef dish for the main course. Fortunately, all the ingredients were in the fridge, and all that was left to do was to boil some noodles. These dishes were not complicated in the first place, and with Su Liang's superb cooking skills, he was able to get the job done in less than half an hour. At this time, Yang Yueling also took an ice bath. During this time, there were no accidents such as forgetting to bring underwear or accidentally slipping while bathing. As soon as Yang Yueling pushed open the bathroom door after her bath, an incredible fragrance rushed towards her face. It smells so good. What is this smell? Yang Yueling followed the fragrance downstairs. Su Liang, why does your cooking smell so good? Yang Yueling narrowed her eyes slightly and came to the kitchen with unsteady steps. Yueling, Yang, the food is ready, the noodles are boiling, you can eat in a little while. Su Liang saw that Yang Yueling had already changed into a comfortable set of home clothes, and the whole person looked fresh and tender, with wet ends dripping water. Hey, is there anything I can help you with? Yang Yueling felt inexplicably better after her shower. Yes, you can dry your hair first. Just leave the kitchen to me. Su Liang gently took Yang Yueling by the shoulders and pushed her out of the kitchen. 10 minutes later, Su Liang served the finished dishes on the table, and Yang Yueling, having dried her hair to about 70%, bounced over to the table and sat down. Su Liang, you're really good. These dishes look delicious. I just made them up, but if you like them, I'll cook for you more often. Wow! Is this beef real? Yang Yueling took a bite of the stir-fried beef, and the aroma almost made her head spin. I'll try the shredded potatoes and the tomato scrambled eggs. You're a hidden talent. I never knew you could cook so well. Yang Yueling slurped up the noodles, saying, "These noodles are delicious too. Are they still my homemade noodles? I never had the chance to cook for you before. From now on, I'll cook for you whenever you want." Su Liang tasted all the dishes he had made, and was also amazed at the power of his divine cooking skills. He had cooked these dishes before, but they were definitely nowhere near as perfect as the ones he had cooked now. "If I had known you could cook so well, I wouldn't have broken up with you," Yang Yueling muttered, not knowing why she wanted to say something like that right now. But after she said it, she regretted it. What the hell was this incoherent sentence? How come Su Liang brought up the old topic of breaking up when he cooked a meal? Yang Yueling's face suddenly turned as red as a Fuji apple, and her little feet under the table were about to wear through the soles of her slippers. Su Liang was also taken aback when he heard this, and although he was used to wanting to say something, when he looked up and saw Yang Yueling's embarrassed and flustered appearance, he chose not to speak first. So the two of them tacitly did not speak again, and the only sound at the table was the clinking of chopsticks and dishes. The meal was finished in this strange silence, and finally Su Liang spoke first. "How was the meal? Were you satisfied with what you ate?" "Very, very satisfied. It was delicious," Yang Yueling answered with her head bowed. "If you want to eat the food I cook again in the future, just let me know." Su Liang's tone was extremely gentle at this time, so gentle that Yang Yueling felt like she was sinking into it. "Very, very good," Yang Yueling let out a few breaths secretly. "You've worked hard cooking, so let me wash the dishes." Before Su Liang could react, Yang Yueling took her own bowl of noodles and walked into the kitchen with small steps, only then daring to breathe heavily. "Su Liang, how can you make my heart beat so fast?" Su Liang carried the remaining dishes into the sink, then stood behind Yang Yueling and watched her wash the dishes with a sense of purpose. "You go and rest in the living room, I'll do it." "Yang Yueling, there is actually a dishwasher in the kitchen." Just as he said, Su Liang turned on the dishwasher directly below the sink. "Huh? When did my family install a dishwasher?" Yang Yueling looked at the unfamiliar and cold dishwasher with a puzzled expression. "I'm used to washing dishes by hand," Yang Yueling said stubbornly. "You're tired today, so just rest." Su Liang took the bowl from Yang Yueling's hands and stacked the other dishes into the dishwasher. "Okay, let the dishwasher do its job today." After rinsing the suds off her hands, Yang Yueling went to the living room and sat on the sofa. Su Liang also went to the living room and sat on the other end of the sofa. I don't know how much longer it took, but when Su Liang looked at the time, he realized it was already past 11 p.m., so he stood up to say goodbye to Yang Yueling. "Su Liang, are you serious?" Yang Yueling also stood up and asked. "Serious about what?" Su Liang didn't know what to say. "You said that you would cook for me whenever I wanted to eat your food. Is that true?" Yang Yueling's face was flushed, and her lips were pursed in a pout. She looked utterly adorable. "Of course it's true. I'm here for you 24/7, whenever you want to eat. Then I want to eat your food for dinner tomorrow, is that okay?" "Of course it's okay," Su Liang answered without even thinking. "Yay!" Yang Yueling was so happy that she almost jumped up. "It's getting late tonight, I'll go home first, and you should get some rest too." Su Liang picked up his jacket, which he had taken off while cooking, and hung it on the sofa, to say his final goodbyes. "Good night, President Yang." Su Liang waved with his back turned to Yang Yueling, then opened the car door and got in. "Good night, Su Liang." Yang Yueling closed the door with a smile and went upstairs. She slept very soundly that night. Chapter 13, Why Are You So Limp? Su Liang also had a good night's sleep and the next morning resumed his role as the CEO's assistant. Just like the day before, he bought breakfast and drove to pick up Yang Yueling for work. Yang Yueling went about her work as usual in the office, while Su Liang sat at his desk studying the products for the day. 10 million Huaxia currency 0.01 yuan. Master level Go technique 0.01 yuan. 10 hangover pills 0.01 yuan. Su Liang bought all three items without hesitation. Soon after, he received a payment text message from Huaxia Bank on his phone. Su Liang didn't hide the money. After all, with his master-level investment acumen and his investment company, he could easily let the money in his hands grow. Lao He, I'm transferring 10 million yuan to my personal account. I'll send you some promising stocks to trade later. Got it, boss. Su Liang transferred 10 million yuan to his own account, and then selected a few stock codes that could steadily rise in value and sent them over. He left the rest to the people chasing the light. The morning passed uneventfully, and during the lunch break Yang Yueling insisted on finishing her work before going to eat. Su Liang went to the company cafeteria and packed 2 meals to take back to the office for the two of them to eat together. Su Liang, the food in the cafeteria is not as delicious as yours. Yang Yueling found the cafeteria food tasteless after eating the food Su Liang cooked. Eat a little to fill your stomach first, and I'll cook a big meal for you tonight. Su Liang reassured her, what do you want to eat tonight? We can go buy the ingredients together after work. I'll have to think about it. In the end, Yang Yueling ordered 5 or 6 dishes she wanted to eat, and Su Liang agreed to each one. During the afternoon work hours, Yang Yueling was afraid that Su Liang was really too idle, so she handed him several documents to help run errands and get familiar with the group. What Yang Yueling didn't realize was that Su Liang's appearance was really too extraordinary, and he would attract the attention of all the women on every floor. Little love, who is that guy who just delivered the documents? He's so handsome. He delivered the documents approved by Manager Yang, so he must be the new secretary in the CEO's office, right? Oh, I see, he's the personal assistant that Manager Yang just hired. You have no idea. These are the things a lunch buddy of mine who works on the 48th floor told me. Su Liang only delivered 5 documents, but it triggered heated discussions among the female employees on several floors. Kaiyuan Daughter Country Group. What are you all talking about? You're so excited, and it's still working hours. Be careful, you'll get caught by the boss. You have no idea. Today, a new little assistant in the CEO's office came to deliver documents, and he is so handsome. We all. Is it really that exaggerated? I don't believe it. Unless you show us a photo. I have a photo. I took a photo of his back as he was walking away. Photo. I have one too. I took a photo of his profile from a distance. Photo. Ah, look at that profile. He is really handsome. What's his story? Right now I just want to know if he has a girlfriend. Yeah, the information might be wrong. He doesn't look like an assistant. Could he be a new executive? He is indeed the assistant that President Yang brought back. My sister on the 48th floor sent me a photo of him sitting at his desk. Cut the small talk. Show the photo. I want to keep it private, after all, he is really handsome, drooling. Don't make me do it. I'm crazy even when I'm scared. Bring the photo quickly. Photo. Aha, this is so cool. Su Liang is so handsome that no woman can resist him. Kai, do you know what Xiao Ai and the others are doing? Why are they all drooling and giggling while holding their phones? A male employee asks, puzzled, as he looks at the scene in the office. Cough cough, nothing, they're probably just goofing off. I'll remind them on my phone to pay attention. The female employee named Kai reluctantly puts away her phone and tries to get back to her original state of mind. Reporting to President Yang, all the documents have been delivered. Here are the receipts from the finance and logistics departments, Su Liang said, pretending to be serious. Ah, Su Liang, please don't do that, it's so funny. Yang Yueling couldn't help laughing when she saw Su Liang's expression. So, what do you think of your colleagues? They are all very enthusiastic towards me, Su Liang answered after thinking about the scene just now when he delivered the documents. Enthusiastic? How do you mean? After I handed over the documents, they all gathered around to chat with me about work. I was in a hurry to hand over the documents, so I said that I was new here and didn't know the ropes. Su Liang shrugged his shoulders and continued, then they said that they could teach me about the ropes, that they knew everything there was to know. And what did you say then? Yang Yueling's face became a little embarrassed. I said that General Manager Yang was waiting for me to report back, so I'd better get going. Oh, that's more like it. Which floors did you say the employees were on? Were they all women? Yang Yueling asked. Well, 41st and 34th floors, Su Liang paused for a moment and continued, as well as 31st, 30th and 29th floors. Is that what they all told you? Yang Yueling suddenly stood up. She found Su Liang's charm a bit too much. More or less. Su Liang said expressionlessly, but his heart was laughing because he saw the wonderful expression on Yang Yueling's face. President Yang, you go ahead, I'll go back to my desk for now, let me know if you need me. Su Liang said and turned to walk out of the CEO's office. Su Liang, stop. Su Liang stopped and turned back to ask, President Yang, is there anything else you need? Cough cough, I just thought about it, it seems a bit inappropriate for you to sit at your workstation outside as my personal assistant. You should move your workstation into my office, Yang Yueling said, clasping her hands. Is that convenient? Yes. Look, there's a big empty space here, I think it's too empty, and your workstation will fit perfectly. Yang Yueling pointed to a large empty space opposite her office. Okay, you're the president, I'll do as you say, shall I move it now? Su Liang held back a laugh with all his strength. Well, move now. Su Liang's workstation was originally a temporary set of tables and chairs, and there was not much clutter on it. Su Liang lifted the table with both hands and was about to walk towards the president's office when the employees working outside looked at each other, wondering what he was going to do. Assistant Su, what are you doing? Yishi, Yang Yuling's chief secretary, asked. I will work in her office from now on, so I am moving my workstation. Oh, do you need help? No, it's just a few steps away, I can manage. The desk looked a bit heavy, but it wasn't very heavy in reality, and Su Liang was able to lift it easily by himself. Su, I'll be working right across from you from now on, just let me know if you need anything. Su Liang's new workstation was located directly across from Yang Yuling's, with the two desks less than 5 meters apart. Once Su Liang had finished packing, Yang Yueling was finally able to settle down to work. An afternoon passed without a sound, and Yang Yueling finally finished her work for the day. She leaned forward and stretched. She opened her eyes and remembered that Su Liang was sitting directly opposite her. She shrank back shyly, and then looked again to see that Su Liang's big assistant was sleeping soundly with his hand propped up under his chin. Yang Yueling took a few small steps towards Su Liang and couldn't help but lower her head to observe his sleeping eyes. At this moment, Su Liang's breathing was calm and soothing, so he should be really asleep. However, there was no grinding of teeth, snoring, or drooling, just a quiet sleep. Su Liang is indeed a bit handsome, and it seems that he is even a bit more handsome than 3 years ago. Yang Yueling looked at Su Liang's sleeping face and sighed, feeling a little inexplicable nostalgia in her heart. Su Liang, wake up. Yang Yueling nudged Su Liang's shoulder lightly, thinking about waking him up. The two had agreed to go grocery shopping and cook together after work. Sorry, I fell asleep. Su Liang said drowsily, opening his eyes. He didn't fall asleep because he was tired, but simply because the CEO's office was quiet and boring, and he fell asleep without realizing it. You're a good one, Su Liang, sleeping on the job, and even in front of your boss. Yang Yueling pretended to be angry. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. Su Liang is a man who knows how to retreat in order to advance. You're sorry? I'm not satisfied with your performance. Should I dock your salary? No, Mr. Yang, I won't do it again. Please give me a chance. Su Liang pleaded. In fact, Su Liang really didn't care about the 20,000 yuan salary a month in his current financial situation, but pretended to be a little submissive to play with Yang Yueling. Okay, it's been a few years since I haven't been in contact with you, so you become so soft and pliable? I won't dock your salary this time, but be careful not to do it again. After saying this, Yang Yueling walked out of the office. Let's clean up and go home to buy groceries. Su Liang, who had been stunned by Yang Yuling's words, was so angry that he wanted to bite someone. What a vicious woman. How dare she use the word flabby to describe me? I'll show you who's flabby when I get the chance. Su Liang washed his face in the bathroom and followed Yang Yueling downstairs with gritted teeth. Chapter 14, My Daughter is Growing Up. The two of them went to the supermarket near Yang Yueling's house to buy the ingredients they needed for the night, and then returned home together. As soon as Su Liang entered the house, he went to the kitchen to prepare dinner on his own, but Yang Yueling stopped him. Su Liang, take off your jacket first, I'll hang it outside for you, otherwise it will smell of cooking oil. Okay. Su Liang took off his suit jacket and handed it to Yang Yueling. Yang Yueling felt that the material of Su Liang's suit was very good as soon as she took it, and thought it must be a branded product. Su Liang, your suit is from Simone. Yang Yueling saw the brand name embroidered on the collar when hanging up the clothes. Su Liang, who was tidying up the knives and ingredients in the kitchen, didn't think much of it and just replied, yes. It really is from Simone. Yang Yueling knows that suits from this brand are not cheap, and her father's best suits are from this brand. The most important thing is that 3 years ago, when the two of them were still together, Yang Yueling saw Su Liang looking for a job outside, so she went to Simone and had a suit custom made for him, and lied to him that she had snagged it online at a flash sale price. Cough cough, Su Liang. Yang Yueling cleared her throat and asked, "Do you remember the suit I gave you before, the one I snagged at a flash sale price?" At this point, Su Liang had already started cutting the side dishes that would be used tonight. "I remember, the dark blue one." Su Liang was multitasking, cutting carrots while answering Yang Yuling's question. "Do you think this suit you're wearing is more comfortable to wear than the one I gave you?" Yang Yuling came to the edge of the kitchen and listened with her ears to wait for Su Liang's answer. Su Liang paused in his movements for a moment before asking in return, "Do you want the truth or a lie?" "Of course I want the truth." Yang Yuling raised her little fists and waved them in the air, muttering under her breath, "Stupid Su Liang. The material of this suit is very comfortable, and the cut is very flattering, but it's probably new, and I always feel a little constrained when I wear it. I've been wearing the suit you gave me for more than 3 years now, and it still looks brand new. The most important thing is that it's very comfortable to wear." "You still have that suit?" Yang Yueling was a little surprised. She didn't think Su Liang still had the suit she gave him. I wonder what Yang Yueling would think if she knew that he still had the Shiba Inu pillow she gave him, and that he slept with it every night. Of course, in some ways, Yang Yueling can only be said to have surpassed it. "Keep it, I really like that suit." Su Liang's mouth curved upwards a little, but since he was facing away from Yang Yueling, she didn't notice. "Oh, I see." Yang Yueling didn't know how to describe the feeling she had after hearing Su Liang's words. If she had to describe it, she would say it was a mixture of joy and shyness. "Yesterday I was too busy eating, so today I'll help you out." Yang Yueling rolled up her sleeves and stood next to Su Liang, who was preparing to blanch the ribs. "Can you peel the garlic for me, please?" Su Liang didn't say no, as he had long wanted to experience what it was like to cook together with someone. Yang Yueling took 2 cloves of garlic out of the bag and started peeling them according to her own understanding, humming an unknown tune from time to time. An hour and a half later, the two of them had worked together to complete the great feat of 5 dishes in one soup. Mostly Su Liang did the work, with Yang Yueling playing an indispensable supporting role. There was cola pork ribs, shredded pork with chili sauce, hand-shredded cabbage, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised tofu, and chicken soup with dates, red dates and angelica. After serving the food on the table, Yang Yueling began taking photos of her handiwork. Su Liang couldn't help but look at Yang Yueling with a sweaty, puzzled expression on his face. He thought to himself, "Did you really make all this yourself? How can you say it's not made by me?" Yang Yueling seemed to read Su Liang's thoughts and asked in return, "How do you know what I'm thinking?" Su Liang thought to himself again that he hadn't let anything slip. "You didn't let anything slip, but I can tell what you're thinking just by looking at your expression," Yang Yueling said with a smile as she put away her phone and folded her arms. "Damn. This woman's sixth sense is too strong." "You're right, sometimes a woman's sixth sense is terrifyingly strong." Cough cough. "President Yang, I'm not thinking about anything anymore, let me serve you some rice." Su Liang quickly walked into the kitchen and served each of them a bowl of rice. "Let's eat." After working all afternoon and cooking for so long, the two of them were both starving and hardly spoke during dinner. From time to time, one of them would make a sound while eating, such as "This is delicious," or "This is also very good." Half an hour later, the food on the table was almost completely gone, and the two of them had each eaten to their heart's content, sitting slumped in their chairs. Both of them were handsome and had good figures, but it had to be admitted that their movements at the moment were indeed not very elegant. Yang Yueling casually wiped her mouth with a napkin after eating, her legs spread out and half collapsed in the chair, her bulging belly stretching the hem of her blouse. In fact, Yang Yueling had thought about whether she should retain some of her self-control and elegance in front of Su Liang, but then she thought, Su Liang had seen her in this posture 5 or 6 years ago, when she was his girlfriend and not afraid to show it, let alone now that she was just his ex-girlfriend. The man sitting opposite Yang Yueling, with one hand on his waist and the other on his stomach, was probably thinking the same thing. The two sat facing each other in silence for 10 minutes or so, before Su Liang recovered first and stood up to clear the table. Yang Yueling was also about to recover, so she took out her phone and started editing the food pictures she had taken that day. Su Liang, with his superb cooking skills, already makes dishes that look great. Yang Yueling simply adjusted a few details and posted them to her circle of friends, with the caption, "Food you cook yourself tastes lovelier. Heart, heart, heart." Photos, photos, photos. Within moments of posting to her circle of friends, she received likes and comments from friends and family members from all walks of life. Cousin Jingwen, the missing person has returned? It makes me want to eat. Hungry. Mr. Yang, her father, my daughter has grown up and can cook for herself. Like it, like it, like it. The queen, her mother, your daughter is quite the cook. Smiles. Maybe she can cook for her mom and dad sometime. Smiles. Linchi, her secretary, the food looks delicious. I want to try it. Like it, like it, like it. At this moment, Yang Yueling is lying on the sofa, her face with a sweet smile, browsing her moments, while Su Liang is sitting at her feet. Yang Yueling's side-lying position had caused the hem of her shirt to be pulled open, and from Su Liang's angle, he could just see her belly button and underwear. Cough cough, President Yang, pay attention to your sleeping position. Su Liang reminded her. Yang Yueling didn't know if it was because she had eaten too much carbohydrates, but at this time her mind was a little confused, which is also known as having food on one's mind. She didn't react much to what Su Liang said. She gently placed her hand on her chest and asked Su Liang in a light tone of voice. What's wrong? Did I show you my cleavage? Cough cough, no, I didn't see anything. Su Liang didn't know how to respond to this rhetorical question. It's fine, you saw it, you've seen it before, right? Yang Yueling not only didn't correct her sleeping position, but also stretched out carelessly, exposing the entire part below her chest. Su Liang then reacted, that's right. I've seen it before. Why get so worked up? After thinking about it, Su Liang calmed down and directly picked up the small blanket by the sofa and covered Yang Yueling with it. Yang, your stomach is still covered, otherwise you will catch a cold easily. Oh. Yang Yueling did not make a fuss again, obediently covering herself with the blanket and playing with her phone. Chapter 15, Let's Go Home. At around 9 p.m., Lin Shi, the secretary, actually called. Hello, Mr. Yang. Sorry to disturb you, but have you had dinner yet? Yes, I have. I'm sitting here playing with my phone. What's the matter? Well, Mr. Yang, we suddenly received news tonight that Plot 4 in the Technology Development Zone has been acquired by Rongda Real Estate. The board of directors is preparing for an emergency meeting, and we may need to trouble you to come back to the group now. What? How did Rongda suddenly acquire that land? Shouldn't that land be sold by auction? And wasn't the auction at least 2 months away? Yang Yueling sat up suddenly. This news came as a complete surprise. The news said that Rongda had offered a price that the seller couldn't refuse, so the land was suddenly sold. Okay, I'll drive back to the group now and tell the others to hurry back too, so we can meet and talk. Yang Yueling tidied her clothes as she spoke. Su Liang, you can drive me back to Kaiyuan building. After hanging up the phone, Yang Yueling turned around to look for Su Liang's figure, but unexpectedly he was already putting on his jacket and shoes at the entrance. You go wash your face and clear your mind first, I'll start the car and wait for you outside. At this moment, Su Liang's expression was more serious than ever, giving Yang Yueling a different kind of feeling. Good. There were not many cars on the road at this time, so the two of them had a relatively smooth ride and arrived at the Golden Resources building in less than 30 minutes. On the way, Yang Yueling also had a phone call with her father Yang Kaiyuan. Since Yang Kaiyuan was recuperating in Beijing and could not return in time, Yang Yueling would have to take full responsibility for the meeting. You go up with Secretary Yi first, I will come up to you after I park the car. Su Liang parked the car directly in front of the main entrance of the first floor lobby, where Yi Shi had been waiting for a long time. You can go home and rest first. I may have to stay up all night for the meeting tonight. Yang Yueling didn't want Su Liang to wait for her here all night. This time, do as I say. Su Liang glanced out the car window. You go down first and check on Secretary Yi, I feel like she's really anxious. Oh. Yang Yueling reacted and pushed open the car door, and Yi Shi immediately came up to greet her. Hello, President Yang, hello, Assistant Su. To Su Liang's surprise, Yi Shi even specifically greeted him. Su Liang waved his hand to make sure Yang Yueling had completely moved away from the vehicle before driving it to the underground parking lot. Tell me in detail what happened. Yi Shi then told him everything she had found out. Originally, Plot 4 in the development zone belonged to a small private enterprise and had been left unused for nearly 20 years. In the past 2 years, Yang Kaiyuan had heard a rumor that the area within a certain radius of this plot of land would be designated by the government as a new special economic zone, which is why Kaiyuan Group had set its sights on this plot. Because of this rumor, many other companies also coveted the land. According to an announcement made by the company that owns the land use rights some time ago, the land use rights will be put up for public auction in 2.5 months, with a starting price of roughly $3.9 billion. Now it is said that Rongda Real Estate spent a full $6.1 billion, nearly 50% premium, to buy the land directly from that company. This can only mean one thing: the rumor is true. Okay, I understand. Have the others arrived yet? Basically, all the shareholders and heads of relevant departments are here, and the two who couldn't make it have joined the online meeting. Okay, let's start the meeting. Just as Yang Yueling finished speaking, she arrived at the door of the meeting room. She pushed open the door and saw that the room was full of 30 or 40 people, some of whom were shareholders and the rest of whom were senior management of the group. I'm sure you've all heard the news, so I won't go into details, but let's get down to discussing the solution. Yang Yueling's face was full of determination and conviction. She believed, and must believe, that she could solve this matter. Although it is a pity that Plot 4 has been acquired by someone else, the most important thing for us now is to choose a new plot of land as the site for the Innovation Industrial Park. Our idea of industrial transfer must not change, said the shareholder with thick black-framed glasses. I disagree. High technology is not that easy to come by. Now that we can't get the land, without sufficient policy support, venturing into the technology industry would be a big pitfall. I think we should put aside the idea of industrial transfer and concentrate on doing what we should be doing. Everyone, you have to understand that the technology industry requires high investment and slow returns. Now that the conditions are not ripe, it will do more harm than good to our group. Another shareholder said. Right. I think at this stage, we should not be doing anything innovative or technological, but just focus on doing our main business well. Chui Dahai, who had previously expressed opposition to the establishment of an innovation industrial park, quickly agreed. Since everyone has their own opinions, we still have to carefully consider whether or not to immediately carry out industrial transformation. Almost every time a shareholders' meeting is held, there will be heated arguments on this issue, and Yang Yueling has listened to the speeches of those shareholders over and over again, to the point where her ears are tired of hearing them. Since this matter has been brought to the table due to the land issue, Yang Yueling has also decided to resolve this issue once and for all. The conservatives, represented by Chui Dahai, maintained throughout the meeting that Kaiyuan Group should not neglect its core business to develop the technology industry, while the other faction, led by Yang Yueling, believed that industrial transformation was inevitable and that it was better to take the initiative into their own hands than to be passive in the end. The meeting lasted for several hours and did not end until the early morning. Okay, it is inevitable for Kaiyuan Group to carry out industrial transformation, but it is undeniable that we have already lost our advantage. Yang Yueling was tired, frustrated and exasperated at the same time, and she no longer had the energy to speak. So I finally decided to temporarily shelve the project of building an industrial park for group innovation, but it must be included in the group's 5-year development plan and discussed in the long term. It was obvious that some people at the bottom of the room were dejected and sighing, while others were smiling with heads held high, as if they had won a battle. There was no need to be disheartened. Although the plan to build an innovation industrial park had been temporarily shelved, it also meant that the pressure on the group's cash flow could be relieved, and having money in hand made everything more secure. Yang Yueling's words were not only meant to comfort the shareholders below, but also to comfort herself. As the leader of the new generation of the Kaiyuan Group, she knew full well that the money in her hands might seem like a lot, but if it was not promptly converted into new production capacity, the Kaiyuan Group would one day be dragged down to the bottom of the abyss by the market. Let's end the meeting here for today. The meeting is adjourned. Yang Yueling handed the documents to Yi Shi and walked out of the meeting room with her hands empty. Su Liang, who had been waiting at the door of the meeting room for a long time, saw Yang Yueling come out and a smile rose on his face, but when he saw the tired and hollow expression on her face, his heart ached a little. President Yang, are you going home to rest? Yang Yueling felt a little relief in her nervous and tired body and mind when she saw Su Liang. She wanted to say that she would just rest in the office cubicle, but then she nodded. Yes, I'm going home. Yang Yueling finally managed to force a smile onto her face and respond. Seeing this, Su Liang didn't say anything else, but just smiled as if he had remembered something, and then took Yang Yueling's hand. Yang Yuling's somewhat cold hands suddenly felt surrounded by a burst of warmth. She realized that Su Liang had taken her hand. Su Liang, let go, there are still so many people here. Yang Yuling subconsciously wanted to break free from Su Liang's hand. Mr. Yang, there is bound to be a way through the mountain, let's go home first. Su Liang tightened his grip on Yang Yuling's hand, and the latter, as if sensing something, did not break free again. Yishi, who had been following Yang Yuling the whole time, saw the whole scene. Oh my god. Are President Yang and Assistant Su really a couple? Although outwardly calm, Yishi's heart was already in turmoil. On the way back to Yang Yuling's house, the two of them didn't say a word for some reason. It was already past 1 in the morning, and there were almost no other cars on the road. After more than 20 minutes, the two of them returned to Yang Yuling's house. Su Liang had no intention of going in and staying, and planned to say goodbye at the door and leave. Su Liang, can I ask you something? Yang Yuling stopped Su Liang in front of the house. Chapter 16. No, no more. Well, go ahead and ask. Su Liang didn't know what Yang Yuling wanted to ask. Why did you agree to be my assistant that day? Because I needed a job, and you happened to offer me one. Don't you feel ashamed of working under your ex-girlfriend? No, and besides, you pay me a lot of money, which I'm very satisfied with. Su Liang suddenly looked deeply into Yang Yuling's eyes with a slight smile. Come on, I pay you 20,000 yuan a month, which is indeed higher than other people's salaries, but look at what you're wearing. Yang Yuling paused for a moment and looked up and down at Su Liang. A business three-piece suit from Simone, shoes made of crocodile skin. To be honest, your annual salary may not even be enough to buy the way you're dressed. And Yang Yuling also saw that Su Liang had more than one outfit with this kind of configuration, and this was definitely not a consumption that an ordinary office worker could afford. You can't even buy this with your credit card, can you? Yang Yuling knew that Su Liang's parents were both in the management of a factory, and their income was not low in Su Liang's hometown, but it was only about 10,000 to 8,000 yuan a month, so it was obviously impossible for them to afford Su Liang buying such expensive clothes. And Su Liang had only graduated from university 3 years ago. Yang Yuling had seen Su Liang's resume and knew that his last job was still as a clerk in a small, unregulated company, so it was also impossible for him to earn so much money. Where did Su Liang get the money? Su Liang, where do you live now? Near Kaiyuan Houding. There's nothing wrong with that, as Villa 8 is indeed near Kaiyuan Houding. Yang Yuling didn't think much about it and nodded to herself. Su Liang, what do you think of me? Yang Yuling let out a breath and asked. Su Liang was a little taken aback at first, but quickly responded. We were practically inseparable in college, right? I think I know you pretty well. I think you're a sincere, optimistic, kind, and cute girl. These words are very general, but they're so specific in your case, so I really love you. Su Liang paused and continued. But then you broke up with me. Until I met you again and learned that you were the daughter of the founder of Kaiyuan Group, my heart was filled with mixed emotions. I asked myself, do I really know you well? If I don't know you well, what was the 3 years we were together? Su Liang, I'm sorry. I lied to you because Yang Yuling was tired after a long night of meetings, and now she regretted asking Su Liang. It doesn't matter why, I just want to say something to you. Su Liang interrupted Yang Yuling before she could finish speaking. What? There's no need to mention the past, but I have to say that Su Liang took a step towards Yang Yuling, who subconsciously took a step back when she saw the situation was not good, and her body was pressed against the door. No way, Su Liang is not going to do a wall press. Su Liang was seen supporting the door behind Yang Yuling with one hand and holding Yang Yuling's shoulders with the other. From the moment we met again, I knew I liked you. You are different from before, more mature and more attractive, but you haven't changed, that is, you are kind and responsible. Su Liang added in his heart, except for me. It was only after Su Liang had finished speaking that Yang Yuling came back to her senses. After all, Su Liang's confession had been a bit sudden. Yang Yuling asked herself how she felt about Su Liang. She undoubtedly had a good impression of him, otherwise she would not have recruited him to work for Kaiyuan Group and keep him by her side, otherwise she would not want to eat the food he cooked, and otherwise she would not have asked him those questions just now. However, unbeknownst to her, Su Liang had already taken a step back, leaving Yang Yuling some space. Su Liang, can you let me calm down for a bit first? Yang Yuling said, panting, her face red and her eyes with a hint of tears from her emotional outburst. Of course. Su Liang took another half step back, preparing to say goodbye and leave. He hadn't expected to reveal his feelings to Yang Yuling so quickly. Don't go yet, let me catch my breath. Yang Yuling leaned against the door and took several deep breaths before slowly calming down. Su Liang, I actually have a good impression of you too. To be precise, I have the feeling that I want to stay with you all the time, so I want to say, I like you too. Almost at the same moment, bright light shone in the eyes of the two people gazing at each other face to face, and even the early morning city seemed to be illuminated a little. Really? Su Liang walked up again, gently placing his hands on Yang Yueling's shoulders. Yes. Really? I like you too. I still like you. Yang Yueling said firmly, rephrasing. Su Liang's hand inadvertently tightened a little, and the distance between the two grew closer and closer without them noticing. It was obviously the middle of the night, but Su Liang's face was glowing in Yang Yuling's eyes. How could there be a man in the world who looked so good? Yang Yuling couldn't help but think. Slowly, the two noses lightly touched together, and after a brief contact, the two lips met without hesitation. Slowly, their lips and teeth collided fiercely together. No one knew who started it first, but their tongues intertwined. It was a feeling that was both unfamiliar and familiar. After a long time, their lips reluctantly parted. Yang Yueling was already leaning against Su Liang's chest, exhausted, breathing in large gulps of fresh air. Su Liang, I lied to you before. Yang Yueling was rising and falling in Su Liang's arms, unable to even speak a complete sentence. I promise that from now on I will never lie to you again. Can you forgive me? Yang Yueling finally finished speaking. Su Liang did not reply, but just hugged Yang Yueling in his arms even tighter and kissed her on the lips again from above. There was no way around it, this stuff was really addictive. After an unknown period of time, the two's lips parted again. No, no more. Yang Yueling was almost unconscious due to the lack of oxygen to her brain. Okay, what's the code to your front door? I'll open the door and take you home. In a daze, Yang Yueling heard Su Liang's voice, as if he was asking for the door code. Since Su Liang wanted to know, she might as well tell him. Su Liang finally asked for the door code, and Yang Yueling, exhausted from the night's meeting and the lack of oxygen caused by the kissing, fell into a deep sleep. After opening the villa's door, Su Liang directly carried Yang Yueling back to the bedroom upstairs, thoughtfully taking off her shoes and coat for her, and then taking a towel from the bathroom to wipe her face and hands. Su Liang looked at Yang Yueling, who was still blushing, with tear stains in the corners of her eyes, but sleeping unusually soundly, and couldn't help but smile. Luckily, I found you. Su Liang tucked Yang Yueling's quilt in again, said goodnight, and walked out of the bedroom. Su Liang sat in the driver's seat, but instead of rushing to start the car, he took out his phone and opened the Perfect Life shopping app. I told you, there's always a way. Su Liang said to himself, paid 3 cents on the phone with a clear conscience, and drove with a big smile to his villa. Chapter 17, Just Make Your Demands. Yang Yueling, who had got up early the next morning, slept until just after 9 a.m. When she opened her eyes, she saw the ceiling of her bedroom. Why does it feel like I'm so tired all over? Yang Yueling stretched, but then realized that she was unusually tired. Why is it already 9:30? Yang Yueling looked at the time on her phone and sat up in alarm. Then she thought back to everything that had happened the night before. She recalled Su Liang's confession to her own confession to Su Liang, and the two of them entwined in a passionate kiss. Yang Yueling's face, earlobes, and neck turned red, and her little feet curled up and kicked the quilt. Why don't I have any memory of entering the house? How did I enter the house? And how did I get into bed? Thinking about this, Yang Yueling felt a chill and lifted the quilt open. Fortunately, although her clothes were a bit messy, they were still there. She was also wearing the same pair of trousers that she had worn when she left the house last night. Yang Yueling turned on her phone again, ignoring the missed call reminders from her secretary Yishi in the morning, and focused on the message from Su Liang. Yuling, you were so tired that you fell asleep before you got home. I carried you to the bedroom and gave you a quick wash. I'm going home to rest first. I might oversleep tomorrow. If you wake up before I do, call me. See you tomorrow. Bah! You stinking Su Liang, worse than an animal. Yang Yuling muttered under her breath, but her heart was sweet. She turned around and sent Su Liang a message. Assistant Su, wake up, the sun is shining on your skin, heart, sun, sun. Unexpectedly, after sending it, Su Liang replied in seconds. Good morning, Ms. Yang, Su is at your service. Smiling. Yang Yueling thought about it and decided to take a good rest at home this morning. She'll go to work in the afternoon, so she replied to Su Liang. How about you, Assistant Su, buy breakfast and come to my house to have breakfast with me. Su Liang, your wish is my command. Yang Yueling couldn't stop laughing at the childish and yet affectionate conversation on her phone. After fiddling with her phone in bed For a long time, she remembered that she had to tell her secretary Yi Shi that she wasn't going to work in the morning. At that moment, Yi Shi happened to call. "Hello, Manager Yang." Yi Shi sounded a little worried on the phone. "Cece, I don't feel well today, so I won't go to the office in the morning. I should go there as usual in the afternoon. Is there anything urgent for me to handle at the group right now?" "There is no urgent matter at the group for the time being. Ms. Yang, please take care of your health and get some rest." Yi Shi had wanted to tell Yang Yueling something, but after learning that she wasn't feeling well, she decided not to mention it. "Okay, I'll hang up first if there's nothing else." Yang Yueling quickly hung up the phone, feeling a bit like she was a child who didn't want to go to school and lied to the teacher to ask for sick leave. It wasn't long before Su Liang arrived at Yang Yueling's house with the breakfast and ingredients he had just bought. "Good morning, Manager Yang." Su Liang greeted Yang Yueling with a spring in his step. "Good morning, Assistant Su." Yang Yueling first took Su Liang's slippers out of the shoe cabinet, then took the bag containing the breakfast and ingredients from him, and finally took his suit jacket and hung it up. The two of them completed this set of actions as smoothly as flowing water, and anyone who didn't know would think that they were an old married couple who had been married for many years. "Cough cough, Yueling, I can see that it's not early anymore, and I only bought soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast for you, so eat something to fill your stomach first. I'll start cooking now, how about we have an early lunch?" Su Liang suggested with a straightened tone. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Yang Yueling's eyes sparkle when she sees Su Liang, and she looks particularly fresh. Su Liang goes over and kisses Yang Yueling's cheek, tells her to eat breakfast first, and then goes into the kitchen to get started. "Let's just have a light lunch at noon, and tonight we'll cook a big meal to celebrate." Su Liang soon serves up 3 plates of dishes. "Celebrate? What's there to celebrate?" Yang Yueling asks curiously. "Of course it's to celebrate that we're together again." Su Liang gave Yang Yueling a gentle tap on the head. Okay, I get it. But can you please not use the word again?" Yang Yueling touched her own head, her eyes as if blaming Su Liang for tapping her too hard. Yang Yueling's big eyes rolled around a little, and she had a brainstorm. She stopped talking, lowered her head, and quickly finished eating the food in her bowl. Then, with lightning speed, she wiped her mouth, walked quickly to the sofa, touched her head, and rolled around. Su Liang didn't even have time to react to what this girl was up to, and he saw her lying on the sofa, screaming. Oh no, Su Liang hit her. Domestic violence just after they started dating. While screaming and frowning as if in great pain. Su Liang, who saw the scene, could only make the expression of a sweating pea. How long has it been? It's been less than half a day. Where is the overbearing female CEO who fought with everyone at the meeting last night? And who is this little sister of 3.5 years old on the sofa? President Yang, you can just make your demands directly. Su Liang still understands Yang Yueling. Cut it out, Su Liang, why don't you come and comfort me, you're not being gentle at all. Yang Yueling saw that Su Liang had stopped and sat up from the sofa. Okay, my little girlfriend, it was my fault just now, I shouldn't have hit my girlfriend's clever head, 1,000 words omitted here. Well, that's more like it, then I'll make my request. Yang Yueling looked at Su Liang, who had been comforting her for so long, and gave him a satisfied smile. You said it. This Sunday, that is the day after tomorrow, you go shopping with me. Sure, of course. Su Liang took Yang Yueling's hand. Okay, it's not good for your stomach to lie down after a big meal, so get up and sit properly, and I'll cut you some fruit to eat. Okay, we're definitely going shopping. Yes, definitely. In the afternoon, Yang Yueling decided that she should go back to the group, so she pulled Su Liang with her and drove to the Kaiyuan building. Good afternoon, Mr. Yang, and good afternoon, Assistant Su. She saw the two walk into the office one after the other, and she always felt that the energy between them had changed, but she couldn't say exactly where. Yang Yueling quickly got into work mode after sitting down in her seat. Just as she was methodically dealing with her work, she knocked on the office door. Enter. President Yang, there's something I may need to report to you. She looked uneasy. What is it? Just tell me. Plot 4 in the development zone has been acquired. She said. Huh? I know, didn't we discuss it at the meeting yesterday? Yang Yueling asked back, a little puzzled, not understanding what Shi meant. No, President Yang, what I mean is that the land was sold by Rongda Group, and it happened early this morning. Shi explained. Huh? Yang Yueling was even more confused after hearing this. The land that Rongda Group bought yesterday was sold today? What's the point of holding on to it? Tell me the details. Yesterday, Rongda Group's acquisition of land plot 4 in the development zone for 6.1 billion shocked the entire business community in the city, and everyone marveled at Rongda Group's wealth. But what no one could have imagined was that early this morning, Rongda Group announced that the 70-year land use rights for land plot 4 had been sold in their entirety, and that the land use rights currently did not belong to Rongda Group. Have you found out who bought the land? Yang Yueling, who had listened to the whole story, was shocked and her eyes widened in disbelief. I haven't been able to find out who the buyer is yet, but I'll keep looking. Well, you better. Maybe we'll have the chance to work with them in the future, Yang Yueling said, giving him a piece of her mind. Su Liang, who had been listening to the conversation between the two the whole time, just smiled and didn't say anything. He thought to himself, there's a chance we'll work together. The time has returned to 2:15 a.m. today. Su Liang, who has just put Yang Yueling to bed, sits in the driver's seat of the Paramount and opens the Perfect Life shopping app on his phone. As soon as he opens the app, he begins to mentally recite the items he wants. Sure enough, this app is very user-friendly. Today's items are: Lot 4, Shanghai Technology Development Zone 0.01 yuan. Yuanyu Technology Company 0.01 yuan. 7:1 nanometer chip design diagram 0.01 yuan. My goodness. I really get whatever I want. Thank you. Su Liang knew that this plot 4 was the plot that Yang Yueling and the others had been discussing, but why it was still there after being bought by someone else was beyond Su Liang's knowledge. Su Liang went home happily, took a nap, and received a call from the current CEO of Yuanyu Technology early the next morning. Chapter 18, A Surprise for You. Hello, is this Mr. Su Liang? The person on the other end of the line sounded very polite. Yes, speaking, who is this? Hello boss, this is Lu Bingwei, CEO of Yuanyu Technology. I heard that you have acquired our company and wanted to greet you as soon as possible. Oh, hello Mr. Lu. Over the phone, Lu Bingwei gave Su Liang a general introduction to the situation of Yuanyu Technology and the company's main business, and also mentioned the company's future development prospects. Lu, you just mentioned that Yuanyu Technology wants to build a science and technology park, right? Does it have a general plan for the location and construction of the park? Su Liang immediately grasped the key point in Lu Bingwei's words. Boss, I don't mind if you laugh at me. The company has had this idea of building a science and technology park for a long time, but due to problems with the location and funding, the project has never been implemented. What a coincidence! I recently bought a plot of land in the Shanghai Development Zone, about 100 mu, for the construction of our company's science and technology park. What do you think? Shanghai Development Zone? 100 mu? Lu Bingwei felt a tremor in his body when he heard this. When did the land in Shanghai start being measured in mu? Boss, are you serious? Lu Bingwei was overjoyed, and you could feel the smile on his face over the phone. Of course it's real. You can check it out at the Shanghai Technology Development Zone, Plot 4. If you guys think the land is suitable, I'll transfer it to the company's name. Suitable. It's perfect. It is said that this land will soon be included in the new Special Economic Zone, and we will definitely be able to get a lot of policy support then. Okay, that's settled then. Send someone to Shanghai to meet with Mo Du Jue Guang Investment Company, Limited tomorrow, and we'll exchange information. Su Liang doesn't know anything about business, so let's leave these professional matters to the professionals. Okay, thank you, boss. Lu Bingwei thought for a moment and then said, Boss, the location has been settled. But there's still one thing. About construction, right? Su Liang interrupted Lu Bingwei. Right, since we have decided to build this science and technology park, we need to find a qualified and trustworthy contractor for the construction. Have you heard of Kaiyuan Real Estate Group? Of course I have, the house I am living in is a Kaiyuan property. What does Mr. Su mean? Yes, Kaiyuan Group's capabilities and qualifications are relatively good among the many real estate developers in the city, and I have also privately inquired about some of the internal situation. In short, you will, then. In the end, after making a promise, the Kaiyuan Group should be very willing to cooperate with us. Su Liang gave a general rundown of his thoughts, and Lu Bingwei added his own opinions from time to time. At that moment, Su Liang received a message from Yang Yueling after she got up, so he asked Lu Bingwei to hang up after the interview with Jai Guang the next morning. Lu Bingwei sat in his seat for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. Clearly, he had just wanted to give his new boss a call to say hello, but it seemed as if a single phone call had resulted in a multi-billion-dollar deal. The time came in the afternoon to Yang Yuling's office. Okay, you go ahead and get on with other work. Since Plot 4 has already been sold, this matter has nothing to do with us, so don't worry about it too much, Yang Yuling finally instructed. I understand, Mr. Yang. I'll get back to work now. Yishi said this and then exited the CEO's office, leaving Yang Yuling and Su Liang alone again. Mr. Yang, I'd like to take half a day's personal leave tomorrow morning. Su Liang remembered that he still had to meet with Lu Bingwei from Chuangguang Investment tomorrow. Huh? Do you have something to do tomorrow morning? Yang Yuling asked suspiciously. It's just some personal business I need to take care of, and I hope you'll approve the leave. Su Liang said with a smile. Okay, Mr. Yang has approved it. Yang Yueling's mouth curled up, and she continued, Mr. Yang can refrain from asking about your personal matters, but can your girlfriend know what you're going to do tomorrow? Su Liang didn't seem to expect Yang Yueling to have this trick up her sleeve. Cough, I have a friend who. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. Go ahead and do whatever you want. Yang Yueling looked at Su Liang, who had a long face, and could tell that he was just talking nonsense. You're not going to do something to make me sorry, are you? Yang Yueling's eyebrows rose high. Of course not. I'm preparing a surprise for you. What surprise? Can you tell me now? Yang Yueling perked up at the mention of a surprise. Of course I can't tell you now, or it wouldn't be a surprise anymore, would it? Su Liang petted Yang Yueling's head like a cat and said, anyway, you'll know when the time comes. Okay. After an uneventful afternoon, Yang Yueling had already let go of her obsession with Plot 4 and was concentrating on her own affairs. Once her shift was over, she went home with Su Liang. On the way home, the two of them stopped at the supermarket and bought a lot of ingredients. Su Liang decided to show Yang Yueling what a real culinary god could do tonight. At around 8 p.m., Su Liang served the dishes on the table, and the two sat facing each other on either side of the table. Su Liang, go turn off the lights, I bought these. Yang Yueling took out a beautifully shaped candle from somewhere. Let's have a candle light dinner too. Su Liang obediently turned off all the extra lights, and suddenly only a few faint candlelight were left in the dining room, the flickering light shining on the two of them. Come, let's toast to celebrate our new beginning. Su Liang raised his glass first, and Yang Yueling also raised her glass to toast with him. Come, try my cooking. Of course your cooking is the best. Yang Yueling took a small sip of red wine, looked at the handsome man across from her with a smile, and seemed to understand what it meant to be drunk with happiness. My goodness, what is the name of this dish? The texture is just amazing. Is this the baked potato I know? Why does it taste so good? What is this dish? It looks like caviar but tastes like cotton candy. Yang Yueling seemed to have turned into Su Liang's fan club, praising every dish she tasted. The meal lasted a long time, and the two of them didn't stop until they were both slightly drunk. Yueling, you sit on the sofa and rest for a while, I'll clear the table. Yang Yueling obediently dragged her slightly drunk body to the sofa to lie down, while Su Liang tidied the table. Meanwhile, in a villa on the outskirts of Kyoto. Old Yang, come and see, your daughter is cooking again. A middle-aged noblewoman in a casual cheongsam was smiling as she looked at the phone. Coming, Ling Ling is cooking again? I'll come and see. A middle-aged man with glasses walks out of the kitchen, casually wipes his hands on his apron and takes the phone from the woman. Ooh, these dishes look delicious. My daughter is just like me, she's a great cook. Smiling, he browses Yang Yueling's friends list. It's her father, Yang Kaiyuan, who's doing the smiling. How can you praise yourself in such a roundabout way? The woman gives Yang Kaiyuan a look, but her smile doesn't fade for a second. The woman is Yang Yueling's mother, Wang Hongmei. If you ask me, my daughter is more like me. Wang Hongmei snatched the phone back from Yang Kaiyuan. You're nothing like me, you haven't set foot in the kitchen in years, Yang Kaiyuan muttered, slightly turning his body away. How dare you talk behind my back? Wang Hongmei gave him a glare, which scared Yang Kaiyuan. No one would have thought that the founder of a multi-billion-dollar group would be such a sissy at home. But you're right this time. My daughter can't cook like I can. Wang Hongmei said with a smile, changing the subject. Well, what do you mean, dear? Who made all those dishes in Ling Ling's circle of friends? Gee, people say you're a business genius and that you're so clever. Take a good look at the circle of friends posts Ling Ling has made in the last 2 days, and see if you can spot anything. Wang Hongmei said in a slightly mocking tone. Ha? Let me see. I can see it. The braised pork ribs yesterday looked very tasty. Ling Ling must have put in a lot of effort. Today's dishes look very delicate, but they look like Western food. I wonder if they taste as good as they look. Yang Kaiyuan commented seriously. Mom, who asked you to comment on how the dishes are made? You've been the family cook for a few years, and you really think of yourself as a chef? Wang Hongmei picked up a pillow and smashed it at Yang Kaiyuan. Did I say something wrong? Yang Kaiyuan couldn't figure out what was wrong with his wife today, and he stubbornly retorted. Wang Hongmei saw his appearance and couldn't get angry anymore. She sat down next to him and said, "Look at our Ling Ling. Except for today and yesterday, when was the last time she posted on WeChat Moments? The first day of last month. What did she post? It was a job advertisement from the group." Yang Yueling usually doesn't post on WeChat Moments, so the two pulled their hands down to see a promotion Yang Yueling had posted before. Have you ever seen Ling Ling in the kitchen before? Wang Hongmei asked. Yes. When she was 11, she went into the kitchen and made me a cake, saying it was a Father's Day gift. Yang Kaiyuan beamed. Say. What's the point of talking about something that happened last century? And have you forgotten how much we spent redecorating the kitchen after Ling Ling made that cake? Well, actually the cake was quite delicious. Delicious? Then who took 3 days off work after eating it and had to go to the hospital? Cough, cough, that was too long ago, let's not mention it. Wife, after asking me so many questions, what are you trying to say? I can tell just by looking that Ling Ling didn't cook these dishes herself. Yesterday I wasn't sure, but after reading today's moments, I'm sure. It's possible that Ling Ling's boyfriend cooked them for her. Wang Hongmei blurted out her guess. What boyfriend? Are we talking about cooking? Why did it suddenly turn to Ling Ling's boyfriend? Yang Kaiyuan was shocked and expressed his disbelief. Look, to be honest, I don't believe that Ling Ling can make dishes that look so delicious, so I suspect that someone else made them. And look, today's dish is still Western food, and it's so exquisitely and romantically presented. Just stick 2 candles on the table and it's a candlelit dinner. This is just your speculation. Ling Ling is young, and she just likes to learn how to cook Western food. My sixth sense is never wrong. If you don't believe me, just give Ling Ling a call right now. Go ahead and call. I don't know what to say. After being so challenged by his wife, Yang Kaiyuan also worried whether his daughter had really found a boyfriend. His own little cabbage. I'll call. Chapter 19, A Crying Child Gets Milk to Drink. At this moment, Su Liang and Yang Yueling, who had eaten and drunk their fill, were both playing with their phones on the sofa. Yang Yueling rested her head on Su Liang's lap and reclined on the sofa, brushing through short videos and occasionally crossing her legs. Su Liang stroked Yang Yueling's head with one hand while checking the stock market news with the other. This scene was clearly that of an old married couple digesting their food after a meal. Suddenly, a phone ringing broke the tranquility of the moment. Yang Yueling sat up straight as soon as she saw the incoming call reminder. My mother's phone. Su Liang immediately sat up straight as well when he heard it was his future mother-in-law calling, and didn't dare to breathe a word. Yang Yueling coughed twice to clear her throat and answered the phone. Hello, Mom, is there anything wrong? At this time, Yang Yueling's voice sounded soft and cute. Ling Ling, is it that I can't call you unless I have something important to say? Or am I disturbing you? Wang Hongmei's gentle voice came through the phone. Of course not. I was about to call you if you didn't call me. How are you and my father doing in Kyoto? Yang Yueling's mind was racing, and she chose to use the reverse guest master trick. Just like that, but your father doesn't have to work every day, and he spends his days cooking and fishing, so he's pretty happy. Wang Hongmei answered. Oh, that's great. Ling Ling, I've been looking at your WeChat moments and those dishes look really good. Did you really cook them? Of course I did. Yang Yueling had a bad feeling. I remember you couldn't cook before. Ahem, recently, since you and Dad weren't around, I learned a bit. Oh, from whom? It wasn't easy to teach you. I taught myself online. No. What did Mom mean by that? Nothing, I just thought you and your boyfriend cooked together. After Wang Hongmei had finished speaking, she listened with her ears perked up, waiting to hear Yang Yueling's reaction. Cough cough cough, what boyfriend? I don't have a boyfriend. Ha 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 ha. Yang Yueling habitually denied the fact that she had a boyfriend. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine then. Wang Hongmei had already heard something, so there was nothing more to it, and you can go rest. Okay, Mom, goodbye. Yang Yueling hung up the phone in the blink of an eye. As soon as she looked up, she met Su Liang's ambiguous gaze and thought about what she had just said. Oh no, I seem to have gotten into trouble, Yang Yueling thought. Su Liang, I didn't mean it like that. Then what did you mean? Su Liang's tone of voice did not reveal his emotions, but Yang Yueling guessed that it was probably anger. I just told my mom that I don't have a boyfriend. It's not that I don't recognize you, it's just that I'm worried that you're not ready yet. It's okay, it's fine, after all, we've only just started going out. Su Liang shifted his body and forced a smile onto his face before replying. You obviously don't look fine, and upon seeing this, Yang Yueling leaned in towards Su Liang and sat directly astride his lap. I'm sorry, it's just that I'm not ready yet. But I promise you, very soon, I will announce to everyone around me that you are my boyfriend. Well, I'm looking forward to that day. When Su Liang said this, his face no longer had the usual confident and handsome expression, but instead had a sense of slight grievance, giving a very strong sense of contrast. Yang Yueling saw Su Liang in this pitiful posture, and without saying a word, kissed him on the lips. Immediately afterwards, the two were entwined again, unable to part. Su Liang, control yourself, you're pushing me. Yang Yueling said while taking a breath. Su Liang did not say anything, but took the initiative to use his lips to block Yang Yueling's lips. This kiss seemed even more passionate and crazier than the previous ones. Su Liang, is this uncomfortable? I don't know how long it took before Yang Yueling snatched the opportunity to catch her breath from Su Liang's mouth. Well, it's uncomfortable. Su Liang took advantage of the opportunity when Yang Yueling lowered her head to catch her breath and raised the corner of her mouth in a seductive smile. After saying that, Su Liang directly lifted Yang Yueling's face with his hands this time, and the two kissed again. Let me help you. Yang Yueling, who was about to lose consciousness due to lack of oxygen, used the little strength she had left to break free from Su Liang's embrace and lay on his broad and majestic chest to catch her breath. Let me help you, but let me catch my breath first. The two kept playing until late at night, and it ended when Yang Yueling's strength gave out. Su Liang looked at Yang Yueling, who was sound asleep in his lap, with a contented expression on his face. He felt that he had a deeper and more three-dimensional understanding of the old saying, a crying baby gets milk. Su Liang didn't intend to wake Yang Yueling up again, so he carried her upstairs just as he had done the day before. Yang Yueling had already taken a shower before dinner, and although she had sweated a little from the previous commotion, it was no big deal. Su Liang put Yang Yueling in bed, covered her gently with the quilt, and kissed her cheek deeply before leaving. As he was about to leave the bedroom, he seemed to hear Yang Yueling mutter in her sleep. If you do it again, I'll throw up. Su Liang couldn't help but laugh and cry when he heard this. He shook his head with a bitter smile, whispered a good night, and left by turning the door ajar. Because he had been drinking, Su Liang could not drive. However, he had to drive to pick up Yang Yueling the next morning, so Su Liang called a designated driver to take him back to Kaiyuanhouding. Su Liang returned to his villa, sent a message to Yuan Liang from Zhui Guang Investment, telling him about receiving Lu Bingwei the next morning, and then washed up and went to bed. The next morning, Yang Yueling woke up from her sleep. She just felt that her hands were so sore that she could not lift them up, and her mouth was so sore that she could not open it. This Su Liang is so annoying. He really tired me out. Yang Yueling muttered to herself. Yang Yueling lay awake in bed for a while, then picked up her phone and saw a message from Su Liang. Yueling, what do you want for breakfast? I'll buy it and take you to Kaiyuan building before I go back to work. Yang Yueling then remembered that Su Liang had taken the morning off work, so she sent a voice message along with the text. Just get the same steamed buns and soy milk as last time. Su Liang quickly replied. Got it. Good morning, Ms. Yang. Yang Yueling smiled, wanting to reply to Su Liang, but her hands were really weak, so she casually threw her phone aside and stared at the ceiling in a daze. When Su Liang arrived at Yang Yueling's house with breakfast, she had just got out of bed. Su Liang didn't bother to knock, and simply entered Yang Yueling's house by entering the code. Ms. Yang, come down for breakfast, Su Liang shouted up the stairs. I know, I'm coming. Yang Yueling went downstairs and saw Su Liang's energetic and handsome face. Thinking about what she had done last night, her face couldn't help but turn red. You rascal, you still have the nerve to come here. Yang Yueling walked up to him and punched him in the chest a few times with her little fists. Su Liang then took advantage of the situation to hug Yang Yueling in his arms and stroke her back with his hands. I'm just fulfilling my duties as Yang's assistant, taking care of her needs. After a while of tender affection, Su Liang let Yang Yueling go, and before doing so, he kissed her forehead. After breakfast, Su Liang took Yang Yueling to the office as usual, and then went downstairs to his car to meet with Lu Bingwei from Zhueguang Investment. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be back before lunch. You can go back to work first. These were Su Liang's words before he left. Chapter 20, Raisin Cake. For some reason, there weren't many cars on the road today, and Su Liang quickly arrived at Zhueguang Investment. Walking into Yi Wenliang's office, he saw that in addition to Yi Wenliang, there was also a man who looked young but had very sparse hair on his head. He must be Lu Bingwei. President Su, you're here. Yi Wenliang stood up first to greet Su Liang, and Lu Bingwei quickly responded, smiling and greeting Su Liang. I could tell from the phone call that Mr. Su was very young, but now that I've met him in person, I realized that Mr. Su was simply a young man of talent and distinction. Luo Bingwei praised. Su Liang also responded with a smile, but he always felt that the words sounded so familiar. After a few polite words, Yi Wenliang saw that the two men were about to get down to business, so he wisely left the office. The two men first signed a contract for the transfer of land use rights for Plot 4 in the development zone. Su Liang didn't need to worry about the rest, and he just let the people from Yuanyu Technology go through the procedures. The two men then discussed how to cooperate with Kaiyuan Real Estate to build a science and technology park. They talked for nearly an hour, during which Su Liang spoke most of the time and Lu Bingwei listened. President Su, I think your ideas are very mature and feasible, but will the cooperation plan with Kaiyuan be a bit too harsh? I'm worried that they won't accept it. Lu Bingwei voiced his concerns. Don't worry about that, Mr. Lu. Kaiyuan Group got its start in real estate development, but I heard that they're looking for opportunities to diversify into the technology industry. Su Liang patiently explained. Now that there's someone willing to bring them into the industry, all they have to do is contribute money and effort. I'm sure they'll agree to cooperate with us. Okay, I'll do as you say. Lu Bingwei also felt that this plan was the most suitable for Yuanyu Technology. Okay, let's stop here for today. Go back and quickly put together a plan based on what I've said, and go negotiate with Kaiyuan Group as soon as possible. Okay, I understand. The two men left together, and before they left, they also said hello to Yi Wenliang. Yi Wenliang told Su Liang that the stocks he bought have been rising sharply in the past 2 days, and he expects to make a lot of money. Su Liang was also very happy about this, and decided to withdraw some of the proceeds in the next few days as pocket money. After saying goodbye to the two men, Su Liang, on a whim, went to the cake shop and bought a small cake for Yang Yueling as dessert, before returning directly to Kaiyuan Building. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Yang Yueling only realized it was Su Liang when he arrived at her desk, and her face immediately blossomed into a bright smile. You're back? How did it go? For some reason, Yang Yueling's tone of voice was soft today, and Su Liang just wanted to rub her little head. It's done. I bought you a small cake on my way back. Su Liang took out the small cake hidden behind his back. Wow, it's a raisin cake, let me try it. When Yang Yueling was at university, her favorite thing was all kinds of desserts with raisins added, and Su Liang of course remembered that too. It's almost lunchtime, let's eat lunch first and then eat the cake, and put the cake in the fridge to chill for now. Okay, Yang Yueling reluctantly agreed. After lunch, Yang Yueling happily finished off the small cake in her office. After eating it, she still felt unsatisfied. Strange, I remember that I have a very small appetite, why do I feel like I haven't had enough today? Yang Yueling leaned on Su Liang's shoulder and said. Su Liang could tell that Yang Yueling was implying something. One is enough for today, if you want more, I'll buy it for you tomorrow. We're going shopping tomorrow, we'll go buy it together. Yang Yueling seconded the motion. Your Majesty's command will be obeyed. Ha 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 ha. Yang's parents' home in Kyoto. What do you think? What did Chen say? After talking to Yang Yueling on the phone last night, Wang Hongmei became even more suspicious that Yang Yueling had a boyfriend. After thinking about it, she decided to ask Yang Kaiyuan, an old employee of the group. Old Chen said he didn't know if Ling Ling had a boyfriend, but not long ago she got herself a personal assistant. Yang's father said that the person who had just received his call was Manager Chun from the Human Resources Department. Personal assistant? Was there such a position when you were president? Is it a man or a woman? Don't be impatient, how can I answer so many questions at once? Yang's father shifted his position, and sure enough, the next second Yang's mother's criticism hit the seat where young Kaiyuan had just been sitting. Hurry up and answer, or I'll do it myself. Cough, cough, I'll talk. Yang Kaiyuan thought to himself, you've already made your move, haven't you? Of course, he dared only say this in his heart, and he couldn't say much more, for he was afraid that he might blurt it out in his sleep one day and be in trouble. Ling Ling's life assistant is a man named Su Liang. He is said to be very tall and handsome. Yang Kaiyuan's father thought back to what Chen had just said. Oh yes, he graduated from the same university as Ling Ling. Oops, that must be him. Wife, what do you mean he is the one? Yang Kaiyuan had a general idea in his mind, but still didn't want to face the truth. I said this little Su should be Ling Ling's boyfriend. Wan Hongmei said, her daughter is also 25 or 26 years old, she would be happy to find a boyfriend. Don't talk nonsense, what if that man is only considered an assistant because he is capable? If he can be considered an assistant by Ling Ling, why can't he be considered her boyfriend? Wang Hongmei asked in return. No, how can Ling Ling's boyfriend just be a junior assistant? A man needs to have a career and be successful. Yang Kaiyuan continued to refute. What career can a child of that age have? When you were 25, you weren't even as good as an assistant. Wang Hongmei didn't back down at all. But we can introduce Ling Ling to boys with better conditions. Before Yang Kaiyuan could finish his sentence, Wang Hongmei gave him a big criticism. Yang Kaiyuan, don't even think about hitting on those rich second-generation guys from your loser friends' families. You know damn well what kind of people they are. Cough cough, honey, that's not what I meant. Forget it, I don't want to talk about this with you. I'll just ask Ling Ling myself when the time comes. Wan Hongmei got up and left, and when she did, she took the peeled apple Yang Kaiyuan was holding in his hand. Sigh, men are so hard. Yang Kaiyuan had no choice but to take up an apple and start peeling it again. Kaiyuan Building, President's Office. President Yang, we know who the buyer of Plot 4 is. Yishi walked in with 2 cups of coffee in her hands, one for Yang Yueling and the other for Su Liang. Previously, Yishi was responsible for making coffee for Yang Yueling, and after Su Liang arrived as the personal assistant, he should have taken over this job. But for some reason, Yishi now not only has to make coffee for President Yang, but also for Assistant Su. Tell me, let me see who is so powerful that they can buy this land from Rongda. In fact, after learning that the land had been bought, Yang Yueling no longer cared about its ownership, and now just listened to the gossip. According to the intelligence leaked from within Rongda, a mysterious person whose name is unknown first spent 6.1 billion and 1 penny to buy the land from Rongda. Su Liang, who was enjoying his coffee nearby, accidentally spilt some. What the hell is 6.1 billion and 1 penny? Yang Yueling asked first, which was exactly what Su Liang wanted to ask. Although he bought the land from Rongda, he had no idea how much it was actually worth. President Yang, she glanced back at Su Liang sitting nearby. Just say it, Su Liang is a trustworthy person. Yang Yueling could tell that Yishi was holding back. According to internal information from Rongda, the senior management of Rongda were also very dissatisfied with the price, but in the end they were forced to sell due to force majeure. When Yishi mentioned this, he pointed at the ceiling. After Yishi finished speaking, Yang Yueling was really taken aback, and Su Liang was even more so. Is the Perfect Life app really that good? Well, it seems that this really isn't something we can interfere with. Yang Yueling's last shred of hope also dissipated as she learned the truth. Then this morning, the plot of land was transferred by the mysterious person to a company called Yuanyu Technology. Yuanyu Technology? Well, Yuanyu Technology is a technology company responsible for the research and development of high-precision equipment, and its current market value is about 5 billion Huaxia currency. It is worth mentioning that I found out that almost at the same time as the compulsory acquisition of Plot 4, the legal representative of Yuanyu Technology changed his name. Yishi continued, and his words made Su Liang feel a little nervous. Can't secrets be kept for long? What about the plan I negotiated this morning? Who is it? Yang Yueling sat up straight and asked seriously. Sorry, Ms. Yang, I can't find out who the legal representative of the newcomers is. It seems to have been deliberately hidden. Upon hearing this, Yang Yueling's expression became even more serious. After a moment of thought, she spoke. Cece, try not to let too many people know about this matter. If there is more to say, I won't say it. I just hope that there won't be any rumors spreading from our group. Yang Yuling's face was stern as she gave her orders. And Su Liang, you don't go blabbing about this outside either. Su Liang nodded, but inside, he couldn't help but smile. I wonder what expression Yang Yuling will have when she finds out that the person behind buying Plot 4 and Yuanyu Technology is Su Liang. Chapter 21, Need to Pay More. An afternoon quickly passed, and Su Liang drove back to Yang Yuling's villa as usual, cooked dinner, and then the two of them laid on the sofa for a long time. It had clearly only been a week, but Su Liang felt like he was already used to this kind of life. In the evening, Su Liang received a call from the 4S shop, informing him that the Ferrari F8 Spider he had ordered last week had arrived, and the license plate and related paperwork had also been completed, so he could pick it up at any time. Yuling, I ordered a car earlier and it finally arrived today. I'll pick it up tomorrow. How about we go shopping in the new car tomorrow? Su Liang suggested. Sure, what kind of car did you order? At this time, Yang Yuling was lying in Su Liang's arms playing with her phone, and she had heard some of the conversation. The Ferrari F8 is also silver like your car. Ferrari F8? That car must cost millions, right? Yang Yuling was a little surprised to hear that Su Liang's car was a Ferrari. She also became more curious about where Su Liang got the money. It's about 3 or 4 million, I forget the exact amount, Su Liang replied, scratching his head. Oh, a few million isn't very expensive for her, because in addition to the Porsche Panamera she usually drives, she also has several sports cars parked at her parents' house. But, Su Liang, do you have another job besides my assistant job? Yang Yuling couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. No, I'm working wholeheartedly for President Yang. Although I'm the owner of Chasing Light Investment in Yuanyu Technology, can you call that work when you're the boss? Then where did the money for your car and clothes come from? Yang Yuling looked up at Su Liang's handsome face from every angle in his arms, and she worried that he might be being supported by a rich woman. After I graduated, I tried to speculate in the stock market, and as a result, I made a lot of money, probably because I was lucky. Su Liang told her the excuse he had long since thought up. Because according to the current trend, the assets under his control would only continue to grow, and one day she would find out anyway, so he might as well give her a heads up. You still speculate in the stock market? How come I didn't know about this before? Yang Yuling asked, tilting her head. If you didn't know before, you can learn, and you know I'm a very capable learner, so I learned it in no time, Su Liang explained. Oh, so have you told me how much money you've made over the years? Well, I can only say that the money I've earned is enough to provide for our needs for the rest of our lives. Su Liang knew that Yang Yuling was not asking because she was interested in his money, but purely out of curiosity. Oh, you've made so much money? Yang Yuling responded a little listlessly. Huh? Why do you look so unhappy? Su Liang asked, looking at Yang Yuling's deflated mouth, not knowing what the girl was thinking. Nothing, I was just thinking that if you didn't make so much money, I could support you for the rest of your life. After saying this, even Yang Yuling herself couldn't help but laugh. Su Liang also couldn't help but laugh and cry when he heard this. How could there still be hope that his partner wouldn't make any money? So he decided to give Yang Yuling a little lesson. Ouch! Where are you pinching me? Yang Yuling felt her peach being pinched by an evil hand. Who told you to hope that I wouldn't make any money? Su Liang gave Yang Yuling a gentle squeeze again and said, besides, if I get rich, I can still support you, can't I? I will never be supported. Unless. Yang Yuling broke free from Su Liang's embrace, half-kneeled on the sofa, and looked at Su Liang with a smile. Unless? Unless you pay more. After saying this, Yang Yuling pounced on Su Liang, and the two of them laughed and played together for a while before they finally finished. Okay, I'll take a taxi home tonight, and I'll pick you up in the morning in my new car. Okay. Su Liang called an online car service and returned to Kaiyuan Houting. When he sat down to rest, he remembered that he had bought 3 products on Perfect Life yesterday and had not yet picked them up. They were the Physical Fitness Improvement Potion, the Appearance Improvement Potion, and the Immunity Potion. The Physical Fitness Improvement Potion and the Immunity Potion sounded very practical, but was the Appearance Improvement Potion serious? Su Liang wondered if he drank the so-called Appearance Improvement Potion with his current appearance, wouldn't he cause a sensation every time he went out? Trusting in the Perfect Life app, Su Liang drank all 3 bottles of the potion. For a moment, Su Liang felt a warm current flow from his heart to every part of his body, and before long, his clothes were soaked with sweat. The feeling lasted for 10 minutes before it stopped, and Su Liang stood up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. He discovered that his strength seemed to have increased a lot, and his skin and muscles had become firmer. My goodness, is this change a bit too much? Su Liang couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at himself in the mirror. His already fair skin seemed to have brightened up a degree, to the extent that Su Liang felt his face radiating a faint white light. The once not so distinctive mermaid line had also turned into 8 abs carved like a knife. The changes in his body didn't make Su Liang excited for long, because as soon as he finished showering, a feeling of exhaustion hit him. He roughly dried his hair and collapsed on the bed, falling asleep. After a good night's sleep, the first thing Su Liang did when he woke up the next morning was to check for new products on the Perfect Life app. 20x cashback card, 12 hours, 0.01 yuan. 100% of Huda Law Firm, 0.01 yuan. Nice skirt, 0.01 yuan. The cashback card is a good thing. I'm going shopping with Yu Ling today, and I'm sure I'll have to spend some money. I've heard of this Huda Law Firm. It's the most prestigious law firm in the city, and I'll need legal talent to protect my assets as they grow. What's this nice-looking skirt? He'd never seen such a sloppy name for an item on Perfect Life. And he couldn't wear the skirt anyway, but he could give it to Yang Yu Ling. But he didn't care about that anymore, and paid 0.03 yuan in one go. After the payment was completed, there were only 2 lines of text left on the phone page. The 7-day trial period for the Perfect Life shopping mall has ended. In the future, the goods will no longer be refreshed regularly every day. New goods will be refreshed irregularly, so please pay attention to push notifications in time. Su Liang wasn't too surprised when he saw this message. After all, this app was an unexpected joy for him. At least now it just wouldn't be updated regularly every day, not that he wouldn't be able to use it in the future. Su Liang sent Yang Yueling a good morning greeting and called the 4S shop again, asking them to get the paperwork ready for the car collection, as he would be there soon. After washing up, Su Liang thought for a moment and changed into a dark blue suit, the one Yang Yueling had given him when he was doing an internship at the university, and did his hair in a smart way before striding out of the house. The 4S shop is not far from Yuanyang Court, so Su Liang hailed a ride-hailing app to go to the 4S shop. As soon as he entered the 4S shop, a young saleswoman came over to greet Su Liang. Hello, sir, how can I help you? The saleswoman had seen Su Liang before he even entered the shop. The reason was none other than the fact that this man was really handsome. He was so handsome that it was almost infuriating. Hello, I'm here to pick up the car, I just called to say. Okay, what is your last name, sir? Last name Su. Hello, Mr. Su, I'll show you your car. The salesman found out that Su Liang had ordered a new Ferrari F8, which is not a cheap car. This young man is so handsome, so young, and so rich. Su Liang followed the salesman to a display area, where a car covered in protective film was parked in the parking space. Mr. Su, this is your reserved Ferrari F8 Spider 2024 model. You can check whether the condition of the vehicle satisfies you. Su Liang lifted the dust protection film and what came into view was a metallic gray Ferrari sports car. The streamlined body and unyielding appearance matched Su Liang's wishes perfectly. Su Liang got in the car and tried starting the engine, and a roar of the engine filled everyone's ears. After trying out the car, Su Liang reluctantly got out of the car and followed the salesperson to complete the final formalities. Mr. Su, your F8 is the real top model in terms of configuration, and the manufacturer has also installed the latest laboratory engine in your car as you requested. So your F8 is the most unique F8 in the world. When signing the contract, the salesperson couldn't help but fart out a rainbow fart. Oh, Su Liang just found out about this now. He glanced at the payment amount on the contract and realized that it was more than 3 million yuan more expensive than the same model he had searched for online. The price list showed that the engine and seats in his car were all custom-made, and even the surface of the car had been coated with a bulletproof coating. Why was it coated with a bulletproof coating? Anyway, in less than half an hour, Su Liang was contentedly driving his little car to pick up Yang Yueling at her house. Yueling, I'm downstairs at your house. In a moment, Yang Yueling, dressed in a pure white strapless long dress, came down to open the door. I've bought breakfast, let's eat breakfast before we go out. Okay, the first thing the two did when they met was to embrace and kiss, just like a couple in love, which they were. After eating breakfast, the two didn't set off immediately, but sat on the sofa for a while to digest their food. Su Liang, what do you think of this dress on me? Yang Yuling lifted the hem of the dress to show Su Liang. It's very pretty and suits you. Su Liang commented with a smile. That's it? Nothing else? Yang Yuling was obviously unhappy with Su Liang's comment. But then Su Liang's expression changed, and he ran a hand along his chin as he thought about something. I remember when I gave you this dress, it fit you perfectly, but now it seems a little loose. Yuling, have you lost a lot of weight over the past few years? You can't go on like this, Su Liang said seriously. In fact, the first time he saw the dress, he recognized it as the one he had given to Yang Yuling in college. Just as Yang Yuling was a little moved that Su Liang still remembered the dress, Su Liang continued. But now that you've lost weight and are wearing this dress, you're just full of angelic charm, like a fairy sister who has come down from the sky. Yang Yuling's face quickly turned as red as a ripe tomato. Stupid Su Liang. Who taught him to say such things? And, Yuling, look. Su Liang stood up from the sofa, took his lapel and shook it. We've both thought of the same thing. Yang Yuling naturally also recognized that Su Liang was wearing the suit she had given him. At this moment, the light in Su Liang's eyes was so dazzling that Yang Yuling found it hard to look directly at him, and she just wanted to go up and hug the man in front of her. The two embraced for a long time before parting. Yang Yuling wiped her eyes and looked at Su Liang, asking incredulously. Su Liang, did you put on makeup today? No, why would I? Su Liang guessed that she could see the difference after drinking the beauty potion. Then why do I feel that your face looks so good today? Your skin seems to be a lot whiter than yesterday. Maybe this is what they call beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Su Liang grabbed Yang Yueling's hand and rubbed it against his face. Su Liang's skin was very white and tender, and with his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, his features did not look effeminate, and there really were no traces of makeup. Besides, in my eyes, you are also becoming more and more beautiful every day. Su Liang knew that after he said this, Yang Yueling would blush and stop questioning his skin. Sure enough. Okay, you're so mushy. Let's go shopping. By the way, let me see your new car. Yang Yueling took Su Liang's hand and walked out without looking back. Chapter 22. I feel like I'm in heaven. Wow. Is this your new car? It's so cool. Even Yang Yueling, who was already used to luxury cars, could not help but exclaim in admiration when she saw Su Liang's new car. Is this still an F8? It's a bit different from the F8 I remember. Yang Yueling thought back to last night, when her cousin's car, also a Ferrari F8, had been in the garage. She had even ridden in it a few times. I let the Forest shop choose some of the options for me, so it feels a bit different. The two of them didn't say much, and got into the car. Yang, where are we going shopping today? Su Liang once again assumed the role of Assistant Su. Let's go to the International Trade Center. I'll see if there are any new arrivals at the stores I usually go to. Yang Yueling said after thinking for a moment. Got it. Su Liang started the engine, and the sound of the engine roaring like a beast pierced their hearts, causing the two of them to tremble. Let's go. Almost instantly, the F8 roared down the road like a beast released from its cage. Remember, there are a million roads, but safety comes first. It was the weekend, so there weren't many cars on the road, and Su Liang quickly arrived at the Shanghai World Financial Center in his new car, with sparks flying and lightning flashing. Yang Yueling still hadn't recovered from the experience when they parked the car. It's different, Su Liang's car is more powerful than my cousin's. Sorry, did I scare you by driving too fast? Su Liang had just picked up the car today, and he was a little overexcited, showing off his superb driving skills. It's okay, just remember that safety is most important when driving in the future. Yang Yueling got out of the car shakily. Fortunately, after putting both feet on the solid ground, Yang Yueling quickly recovered. Su Liang had not been to a place like the China World Trade Center before. So along the way, Yang Yueling led him around. Yang Yueling led Su Liang to a clothing store she often visited, and the clerk immediately came up to them. Hello, Miss Yang, and hello, sir. Welcome to our store. As a regular customer of this store, the clerk naturally recognized Yang Yueling and greeted her warmly as soon as he saw her arrive. Several of the shop assistants also noticed the handsome man next to Yang Yueling. A few of the younger ones couldn't help but drool at Su Liang's good looks as soon as they saw him. Has anything new come in recently? Yang Yueling asked a sales assistant she knew. Yes, Miss Yang, this way. The sales assistant guided the two of them to the new arrivals section. After looking for a while, Yang Yueling really didn't like any of the clothes and turned to lead Su Liang away. But as soon as she turned around, she saw a white long dress hanging in the corner of the window. That long dress was similar to the one she was wearing, but it looked more delicate and ethereal. Su Liang, what do you think of that white dress over there? Yang Yueling asked Su Liang for his opinion. It's very pretty, prettier than the ones we just looked at, and it suits you very well. How about asking the salesperson to bring it down for you to try it on? Su Liang looked carefully at the long dress Yang Yueling was talking about and felt from the bottom of his heart that it was suitable for Yang Yueling to wear. Yang Yueling felt the same way, and turned to go find the salesperson. Hello, I would like to try on that dress, is that okay? After Yang Yueling's words came out, the salesperson's face turned a little ugly. Miss Yang, this dress is a bit special. Special? Yes, this dress was personally designed and tailored by an internationally renowned fashion designer. The material of the dress is the finest fabric, and there is only one of these in the world. Oh. Hearing this, Yang Yueling also roughly knew that this dress was either not for sale or was extremely expensive. Although her family was quite wealthy, she usually didn't spend extravagantly on clothes. Miss Yang, this dress has already been reserved by a customer, so I'm sorry I can't sell it to you. The salesperson apologized solemnly to Yang Yueling. It's fine, I'll just look at something else. Since it had already been reserved by someone else, Yang Yueling didn't intend to linger over the dress any longer, and after looking at it a few more times, she took Su Liang's hand and walked out. Just as the two were about to go to the next store, a young woman stopped them. Miss Yang, welcome. The person speaking was Su Siyun, the manager of this clothing store and the founder of this clothing brand. Mr. Su. You're already here. Su Xian looked at the man next to Yang Yueling and was about to politely say hello when she realized it was Su Liang. I'm sorry, do you know me? Su Liang heard the woman's tone as if she knew him, but he couldn't remember where he had seen this woman before. Oh, I'm sorry, I've only seen you in photos. Su Siyun straightened her expression and extended her hand, saying, Mr. Su, let me introduce myself. I am the store manager and founder of this store, Su Siyun. Oh, hello, Miss Su. Su Liang also politely shook her hand lightly. I wonder what Miss Su meant when she said she had seen me in a photo. Su Liang couldn't remember taking any widely circulated photos. The dress you ordered has already been delivered to our store. I saw your information from Ms. Angelina, Su Siyun explained. Oh, I see. Su Liang guessed the truth. The dress Su Siyun was talking about must be the beautiful dress he ordered from Perfect Life this morning. Then, Manager Su, can you show us the dress I ordered? Of course, please follow me. Su Siyun enthusiastically showed the way to the two. Yang Yueling, who had been silent on the sidelines, grabbed Su Liang's hand and whispered in his ear. Su Liang, what's the deal with the dress you ordered? And who is Angelina? You'll find out later. Su Liang didn't know how to explain it all at once, so he waited until he saw the beautiful dress. This is the dress. Su Siyun stopped by the dress that the two had just looked at. She had to say that this was the most ethereal dress she had ever seen. It was truly worthy of being Angelina's masterpiece after her 5-year retirement. Seeing Su Siyun enthusiastically introducing the dress, Su Liang and Yang Yueling both felt a sense of déjà vu. So it was them who bought this dress? Ahem, Miss Su, can you take this dress off and let my girlfriend try it on? Su Liang interrupted Su Siyun's endless introduction, saying that if this went on, they would never finish shopping today. Of course you can. Miss Yang, please wait a moment. Su Liang, did you really buy this dress? Yang Yueling asked incredulously. Ahem, I did buy it. Su Liang realized that Yang Yueling was in an emotional state and quickly bowed his head to admit his mistake. I was trying to surprise you, wasn't I? Are you surprised? Yang Yueling didn't really feel any negative emotions. Rather, she had thought she would never get the dress, and now that she had, it really did surprise her. Yes, it's a surprise. Yang Yueling took Su Liang's arm and smiled sweetly. I'm glad you're happy. Go try on the dress. Because the dress had a rather unique design, it was not easy to put on by oneself, so Su Siyun volunteered to help Yang Yueling. While in the dressing room, Yang Yueling secretly asked Su Siyun how much the dress cost. Unexpectedly, Su Siyun didn't know the actual price of the dress, but she knew that it cost hundreds of thousands of US dollars to hire the internationally renowned fashion designer. After about 10 minutes, Yang Yueling came out of the dressing room, dressed in the dress. From the moment she saw Yang Yueling, Su Liang couldn't take his eyes off her. "What do you think, Su Liang? Does the dress look good on me?" Yang Yueling asked. "It looks good, it looks especially good." Su Liang also spoke his most intuitive feelings. "How does it look good?" Yang Yueling held the hem of the skirt in both hands and twirled in front of Su Liang. This scene not only charmed Su Liang, but also charmed everyone present, including the store staff and even Su Siyun. "This morning when I said you looked like a fairy from heaven when you wore that dress," Su Liang said without haste, and every word he said could be heard by everyone present. "And when I saw you wearing this dress, I felt like I was already in heaven." After Su Liang finished speaking, all the women present, including Yang Yueling, blushed. "What's wrong with this guy? He's so handsome and he knows how to talk. Talk more." Yang Yueling's reaction was the most intense. All of a sudden, her face, earlobes, and neck turned red. She took 2 steps and threw herself into Su Liang's arms, pounding his chest with her little fists again and again. Okay. Do you like this dress?" Su Liang gently took her hands. "Yes, I like everything you give me." Yang Yueling leaned into Su Liang's embrace. "I'm glad you like it, you don't need to take it off, let's keep shopping in it." "Okay." After saying hello to Su Siyun, the two of them walked together to another store. No matter where this golden couple went, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of those around them. Every time they entered a store, they were warmly received by the staff, and the two did not disappoint, spending quite a lot of money. In order to go shopping today, Su Liang had asked He Wenliang to transfer some money from his account in advance, and now he had 20 times the cash back. So every time Yang Yueling entered a store, if she saw something she liked, Su Liang would take it and pay for it. At first, Yang Yueling was embarrassed to let Su Liang spend money, but in the end, she really couldn't compete with him, and could only watch as he kept swiping his card. Later, Yang Yueling also learned the ropes and no longer walked into any store. The two of them simply strolled around the mall. Su Liang also quickly came up with a new strategy. First, he lied about needing to buy something, tricked Yang Yueling into going into the store, and then bragged about it. Not only did he take what he wanted, but he also helped Yang Yueling pick up a lot of things. Yang Yueling was completely confused by Su Liang's new approach. Obviously, she had initially gone with the intention of supporting Su Liang, but now it seemed like she was the one being supported. Okay. Let's stop shopping and go eat." Yang Yueling saw that Su Liang had spent nearly 2 million in the morning, and even she, the only daughter of a billionaire, felt that it was a bit much. The two of them found a restaurant with a good online reputation and had lunch. At the table, Yang Yueling questioned Su Liang. "No matter how much money you make from stock speculation, judging by the extent of your spending today, it will soon be squandered." "Sorry, I got a little carried away today when I went out with you, and I couldn't hold back." Su Liang looked like he was crying, but in fact, seeing the balance of over 30 million in his bank account, his mouth was about to split open with laughter. After listening to Su Liang's words, Yang Yueling also revealed a sweaty, pea-sized expression in time. "I couldn't help but spend 2 million in one go, and there are billions of dollars in the family for you to spend." Yang Yueling silently complained in her heart. "Okay, your spending for today ends here. If there is any more spending, I will pay for it," Yang Yueling said decisively. Su Liang thought to himself that you are cutting off my financial resources. In the end, under Yang Yueling's intimidation, he had no choice but to agree to her request. After lunch, the two continued shopping at the mall and the China World Trade Center for the rest of the afternoon. Yang Yueling also took the initiative to buy Su Liang a lot of things, which made Su Liang inwardly exclaim, "No. I'm earning money when I spend, but you're actually spending money when you spend. But anyway, it's really a happy thing for someone you like to be willing to spend money on you." It wasn't until Yang Yueling was a little tired from shopping that the two decided to head home. With so many things bought, they definitely couldn't all fit in the F8. The two of them left the delivery address for each store, and asked the store to take care of the delivery. Chapter 23, Don't worry, take your time. With the experience of driving in the morning, Su Liang drove much more steadily on the way home. After a whole day of shopping, even Su Liang, who had improved his physique, was a little tired. The two of them just wanted to go home and lie down and rest. As soon as Yang Yueling opened the door, Su Liang noticed something was wrong. Someone else was in the house. Su Liang's improved constitution had also made his hearing more sensitive, and as soon as he opened the door, he heard someone moving around in the living room. Maybe it's the cleaning lady? This residential area is one of the most secure in the Kaiyuan group, and Yang Yueling wasn't worried about any bad guys breaking in. Oh, I see. Su Liang also knew that Yang Yueling hired a cleaning lady every week. Lingling, you're back? The two were still in the entranceway, changing their shoes, when they heard a middle-aged woman's voice coming from the living room. Shit. It's my mom. Yang Yueling's body trembled at the sound of her mother's voice. What? It's your mom? Su Liang panicked as well. He wasn't prepared to meet his mother-in-law. But the entranceway was such a small place, and there was no way to hide Su Liang. Couldn't they just push Su Liang out the front door? Before Yang Yueling could make a decision, Wang Hongmei strode in. Lingling, you're finally back. Today Wang Hongmei was wearing a more fitted floral cheongsam, and it looked like she had put on some light makeup. Lingling, who is this? Wang Hongmei asked knowingly, unable to hide a smile of triumph at the corner of her mouth. Mom, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I missed you so much. Yang Yueling put on a fake smile and went up to Wang Hongmei to give her a hug. Hey, I missed you too. I'm even more curious to see what my future son-in-law looks like. Mom, let's go inside. Yang Yueling said, took her mother's hand, and started walking towards the living room. Wang Hongmei gently shook off her daughter's hand and looked at Su Liang and asked, You still haven't introduced me to this handsome young man. Su Liang's expression seemed to indicate that he had made a decision. He smiled and said to Wang Hongmei, Auntie, I am General Yang's personal assistant. Yang Yueling seemed to remember the pitiful expression on Su Liang's face 2 nights ago when she saw this scene, and it seemed that she had also made a decision. As soon as Su Liang finished speaking, Yang Yueling continued. Mom, he is my assistant and boyfriend, Su Liang. The world seemed to have come to a standstill for 5 seconds, and Wang Hongmei reacted faster than Su Liang. Oh, this is little Su. Come in and sit down. Wang Hongmei went up to Su Liang and took his arm, while the other hand took Yang Yueling's hand. Welcome little Su. Welcome little Su, you sit first. Wang Hongmei seemed to be afraid that this son-in-law would run away, so she half-forced and half-polite Su Liang to sit on the sofa. Yang Yueling saw this and sat down next to Su Liang, as if to protect him. Unexpectedly, Wang Hongmei had already given Su Liang a high score in her heart just by looking at his face, which defied the laws of heaven. After all, it is difficult for women of any age not to like handsome men, right? Su Liang also quickly adjusted his mentality and put on the appearance he should have when meeting his mother-in-law for the first time. However, after a few minutes, Yang's mother still didn't say a word, just staring blankly into space, thinking about something. This made Su Liang feel a little uneasy. What he couldn't imagine was that his future mother-in-law was fantasizing about how good-looking the child would be if her daughter had a handsome man like him. Su Liang decided that he would take the initiative and take control. So after clearing his throat with a couple of coughs, he said, Auntie, I'm really sorry, I didn't know you were coming today, so I didn't prepare a gift for you. Wang Hongmei also came out of her fantasy and subconsciously replied, It's fine, Auntie doesn't need a gift. You and Ling Ling just give Auntie a child to play with. Ha? Su Liang and Yang Yueling both asked in unison. No, what Auntie means is that Wang Hongmei also realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. What Auntie means is that Ling Ling is still a child in my eyes, so you just take good care of her. Yes, I will definitely do my best to take care of Yueling. Su Liang quickly recovered and answered solemnly. Only Yang Yueling was stroking her forehead, having just heard her mother say something completely different. Su, how long have you known Lingling? Wang Hongmei asked. We've known each other for 6 or 7 years, but we lost touch for a while and only recently got back in touch. Su Liang answered honestly. Oh, what's going on? Ahem, Mom, Su Liang and I have a bit of a complicated situation, I'll tell you more about it when I have the chance. Yang Yueling interjected at the right moment. Oh, okay. We don't understand young people's things. Wang Hongmei then asked Su Liang some routine questions such as how many people are in his family, what do his parents do, and so on. Su Liang also answered all the questions from his future mother-in-law. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Liang suggested that he would go cook dinner while Yang Yueling and her mother stayed in the living room and chatted. Su Liang can cook? That's amazing. Wang Hongmei felt that her guess was probably correct. Mom, the meals I posted in my circle of friends the other day were all cooked by Su Liang. Yang Yueling had sacrificed her reputation to make a better impression on Su Liang. Oh, I guessed that a long time ago. Wang Hongmei said proudly. Why did you guess that so early? Does it seem like I can't cook at all? Seeing Su Liang already walking into the kitchen and getting busy, Wang Hongmei hurriedly sat down next to her daughter. Tell me, how did you find me such a handsome son-in-law? Oh mom, what are you talking about? Yang Yueling's face flushed again when she heard the word son-in-law. Ah, look at you, your boyfriend is tall, handsome, and can cook, you're living quite a good life. Wang Hongmei teased. Mom, don't say that. Yang Yueling buried her head in the pillow. Su Liang and I were college classmates. Oh, it seems like Wang Hongmei has remembered something. I remember that you also had a boyfriend in college, didn't you? Cough. Yang Yueling was so embarrassed that she wanted to burrow into the ground. Su Liang was my boyfriend in college. Wow. How long have you been dating? Wang Hongmei felt that her daughter was quite something, having been in a relationship for several years and yet still able to keep it a secret so well. We broke up 3 years ago, and only recently got back together. Ha! Ha ha ha, you young people really know how to have fun. Wang Hongmei also didn't react at first, and when she did, she started laughing. Mom, what are you laughing at? Yang Yueling just wanted to be under the car, not here. No, it's nothing. So you and Xiao Su really have a connection? Well, sort of. By the way, is Su really your assistant now? Yes, what do you mean? No, I was thinking that since he's your boyfriend, I'd better find him a good position in the company, so that he can earn more money to marry you. Mom, don't worry about that. Yang Yueling was a little proud when she mentioned this. Oh? What do you mean? I remember Su saying that his parents were just ordinary employees. Although our family doesn't care about things like a bride price or a house. A man should still earn a lot of money to feel more secure. Or are you planning to support Su? Make him a son-in-law? Oh, Mom, why do you always say these things today? Yang Yueling scratched her head and said with a smile. At first I thought it wasn't impossible to support Su Liang for the rest of my life if he had no money. At this, Yang Yueling suddenly made the gesture of a bear with its arms outstretched. But he's so ambitious that he's made a lot of money from the stock market, enough for him and me to live a comfortable life for the rest of our lives. Do you like the dress I'm wearing? Yang Yueling stood up to show off her dress. Wow, I didn't notice it before you mentioned it, but your dress is very stylish. Where did you buy it? As a rich wife, Wang Hongmei naturally also has an understanding of fashionable clothing. Hee, you can't buy it. Yang Yueling gave a sly smile. Su Liang hired an internationally renowned designer to make it for me. Do you remember Su Siyun? We shopped together at her clothing store. Yes, why? She told me that Su Liang spent $500,000 just to hire that designer, hee. Hearing this, Wang Hongmei also felt more at ease. Although with their family's conditions, there was no need to look at the financial conditions when finding a son-in-law. But which parents don't want their daughter to find a man who is capable and loves her? At the moment, Su Liang seems to satisfy both conditions. The two women chatted for half an hour or so, and Su Liang called out to say it was time to eat. Oh, I could smell the delicious food from the living room, and I can't stop drooling. Wang Hongmei looked at the table full of delicious-looking home-cooked dishes, and her expression became more and more satisfied as she looked at Su Liang. Yang Yueling listened to her mother's words and subconsciously wiped her mouth with her hand, only to discover that there was no saliva on it at all. Mom, if you're jealous, so be it, but why frame me for it? Auntie, Yueling and I didn't prepare in advance today, so we can only make some home-style dishes. You mustn't mind, Su Liang said politely. How could I mind? I love it all too much. Wang Hongmei said with a double meaning. That's good, let's eat then. After a long day of shopping, the food at the restaurant was not as delicious as Su Liang's cooking, and Yang Yueling only ate a little. As a result, as soon as she sat down, Yang Yueling began to slurp away at the rice. What image? What image do you want in front of your own mother? You can't even talk about image in front of Su Liang. Yang Yueling quickly finished the bowl of rice, and Su Liang, seeing this, cooperatively refilled her bowl. Ahem. Cough. Cough. Wang Hongmei is also drunk by the way her child eats. Although it is true that Su's cooking is amazing, there is no need to eat the rice without saying a word. Cough. Cough. Mom? Are you choking? Don't worry, just eat slowly. Yang Yueling, who was concentrating on eating, heard her mother cough and thought she had choked on something. Wang Hongmei's forehead seemed to have the character, well, on it. You little glutton, you dare to tell me to eat slowly? Wang Hongmei thought to herself. Auntie, let me pour you a glass of water. Su Liang stood up and poured a glass of water for Wang Hongmei. Cough, cough, thank you. Little Suong Wang Hongmei's hand holding the glass trembled with anger. Putting all that aside, Wang Hongmei was very satisfied with the meal. Su Liang ate peacefully, and Yang Yuling ate very full. Chapter 24, You Can All Stay Together Tonight. After dinner, the three of them sat down on the sofa to rest. Su, I'm really happy that I was able to meet you today. Wang Hongmei said with a serious expression on her face. Well, thank you for recognizing me, Su Liang replied with a humble tone. Ling Ling told me that you are still her assistant. How about it? Do you want me to find you a better position in the group? Although Yang Yueling had already rejected this earlier, Wang Hongmei couldn't help but want to test her future son-in-law. Auntie, I'm very happy with my current position. I'm already very satisfied being able to spend every day by Yueling's side taking care of her. Su Liang of course could also hear that this was his future mother-in-law testing his character. Oh, that's good. Wang Hongmei suddenly changed the subject and asked. But a man also needs a career of his own. I wonder if you have a plan for your future. Cough, Mom, Su Liang has her own ideas. Yang Yueling jumped out to try to save Su Liang, but when she looked at him, she only saw him giving her a reassuring look. Auntie, I've made a lot of money through investments over the past few years. Then I invested in a friend's investment company, and I own 51% of the shares. I get about 50 million yuan in dividends every year. Although this amount of money is probably less than a drop in the bucket compared to the profits of Kaiyuan Group. The several projects we have recently handled have all had very good returns, and we can expand the scale of the business by the end of this year. I am confident that I can make this business bigger and better in the future. Su Liang spoke the words he had prepared in advance, and from the look on Wang Hongmei's face, she seemed to approve of what he had said. The reason Wang Hongmei asked Su Liang this question was simply to see Su Liang's attitude towards the future. Obviously, the mother-in-law was very satisfied with her son-in-law's answer. However, Yang Yueling, who was sitting on the side, was unhappy. She had never heard that Su Liang had a company. Why did he need to come to open source if he had his own company? And now he was still working as her assistant? So while Wang Hongmei was peeling an apple, she gave Su Liang a sign with her eyes. The two had known each other and fallen in love for many years, and they still had this tacit understanding. Su Liang, are you telling the truth when you say you have a company, or are you lying to my mother? Yang Yueling's big eyes blinked. Su Liang understood the meaning in her eyes, but instead of saying anything, he opened his phone and looked something up. Yang Yueling saw that Su Liang's expression was very calm, and it didn't look like he was lying. Su Liang handed her a phone, and it was the official website of an investment company called Zhaiguang. The column for the chairman of the board read, Su Liang, 25 years old. Holy cow! Su Liang really does have a company. Yang Yueling threw another questioning look at Su Liang. Is it really your company? Why didn't you tell me? I didn't have time to tell you before, I'll explain it to you in detail later. Su Liang returned a glance. Okay. What are you two lovebirds exchanging glances about? Wang Hongmei interrupted the two people's eye contact. Hey, it's nothing, I praised him for cooking the food well tonight. Yang Yueling explained. You've got some nerve to say that. Just look at the way you were eating, I was afraid Su would be scared off by you. Wang Hongmei scolded. Dare he? Ha 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 ha. Su Liang just weakly laughed, indicating that you immortals fight, don't let mortals suffer. The three of them sat for a while longer, and Su Liang saw that it was getting late, so he volunteered to go home. Don't you live together now? Wang Hongmei asked. Judging from the way the two were together, it looked like whatever was supposed to happen had already happened. Mom, what are you talking about? Yang Yueling walked up to Wang Hongmei and shook her hand a few times. No, Mom thought you two were already living together. You see how comfortable Su is working in your kitchen. In fact, the two had already come to the final step when they were in college, so it would make sense for them to live together now. But they'd only just gotten back together a few days ago, and no one had mentioned it yet. Ahem, where will you be staying tonight, Auntie? Shall I walk you there? Su Liang changed the subject. I'll stay in the guest room tonight. I'm coming back alone this time, and there's no one at the old house to keep me company. Oh, okay. Mom, I'll go tidy up the guest room for you if you're staying there. Yang Yueling was relieved to see that the topic of cohabitation had been avoided. Auntie, I'll help you tidy up the room too. Su Liang was also relieved, and followed Yang Yueling to the guest room. Yang Yueling pushed open the door to the guest room on the first floor. At this time, she didn't realize that she had left some things in this room. Some things she didn't want Su Liang to see. When the light came on, she saw that in the empty and tidy guest room, there was only a lot of miscellaneous items piled up in an unharmonious mess on the bed. Ah! Su Liang recognized several of the items at first glance, and they were indeed some of the small gifts she had given to Yang Yueling before. Su Liang, you mustn't say a word. Yang Yueling couldn't control herself and yelled out. Yang Yueling remembered as soon as she turned on the light that the first time Su Liang came to this villa, she had stuffed all the gifts he had given her in the past that were placed around the house into this room. Wang Hongmei, who was sitting in the living room, also heard some noise, but she thought it was just the young couple playing around, so she didn't pay it much attention. Su Liang, don't say anything for now. Yang Yueling lightly released her hand that was covering Su Liang's mouth. I'll confess. These are all the gifts you gave me before. I took them with me when I moved. Laugh at me if you want, but I've never been able to forget you. Su Liang was moved to the core at this sight and these words. He didn't say anything, but just walked up to Yang Yueling and gave her a tight hug. Do you remember the cushion you gave me before, Xiao Chai? I've kept it all this time too. Su Liang whispered in her ear. And the suit you gave me, I've been wearing it all this time too. I haven't forgotten you for the past 3 years, so how could I laugh at you? Su Liang. The two embraced quietly for a long time, until... Cough cough, Wang Hongmei appeared behind them. In fact, if you don't want to part, you can stay together tonight. Su, I'm kind of an open-minded person. This embarrassed both of them. Needless to say, Yang Yueling's face, earlobes and neck were all flushed. Even Su Liang's face was slightly flushed. Ahem, Auntie, just wait a little while, I'll leave as soon as we're done. Su Liang turned around and wrapped all the items on the bed with the sheets in the blink of an eye. Yang Yueling also quickly recovered and cooperated with Su Liang next to him. After tidying up the guest room, Su Liang said goodbye to Yang Yueling and his future mother-in-law, and drove back to Kaiyuan Houding in his F8. Chapter 25, My CEO is truly worthy of the name. Back at Kaiyuan Houding, Su Liang discovered that Lu Bingwei had sent him a message in the afternoon. President Su, we have expedited the cooperation plan and I will arrange a meeting with Kaiyuan Group tomorrow. Su Liang replied as it was not yet late. Thank you for your hard work. Just follow what I said before and we will talk tomorrow. Lu Bingwei quickly replied. Understood. I will definitely close the deal. Su Liang sent a good night to Yang Yueling again and then started to sleep soundly. Early the next morning, Su Liang found that the Perfect Life app still refreshed 3 items today, which surprised him. The 3 items were all cars, 2 sports cars and a business nanny car. Su Liang clicked to buy and pay without hesitation. He had a very good impression of the business car. Because yesterday he found that the sports car was handsome and fast, but the space inside was really too small. Like after the shopping yesterday, there was simply no place in the car to put the things bought. Soon the 4S shop called and said that the 3 newly purchased cars would be delivered tomorrow, and they could also deliver the cars to the door. Su Liang just asked them to deliver them in the afternoon after work. Not long after hanging up the phone with the 4S shop, an unfamiliar call came in. It was from Zhang Shan, a senior partner at Huda Law Firm. Su Liang glanced at the time, and if he didn't pick up the phone soon, it would be too late to see Yang Yueling. So he didn't say much to Zhang Shan, just telling him that everything was normal for the time being and that he would drop by the office when he had time. Su Liang drove his F8 to pick up Yang Yueling, and on the way, he didn't forget to buy breakfast for the day. The security guard at Kaiyuan building stopped when he saw an unfamiliar car, but the next second, he saw President Yang sitting in the passenger seat, and he quickly let them through as if he were flowing with the clouds and water. The two arrived at the office not long after, and Yishi came in and said that the person in charge of Yuanyu Technology was coming to visit. Su Liang knew that it should be Lu Bingwei coming, so he volunteered to go downstairs to pick him up. Yang Yueling was also quite interested when she heard the words far travel technology, because in her eyes, far travel technology not only has advanced technology, but also owns the land she once coveted. What interests her most is the big boss behind Far Travel, who can forcefully take the land away from Rongda Group. Su Liang quickly went down to the lobby on the first floor and saw Lu Bingwei and a woman who was presumably his secretary standing next to him. Su Liang didn't dare make a sound and quietly approached the two before greeting them. "Mr. Lu, I've come to take you upstairs." Lu Bingwei was swiping through the preloaded cooperation plans on his phone when a voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar suddenly came from behind him. He looked back. Su Liang's words were cut short by Su Liang's gaze. "Shu. Mr. Lu, I'm Su Liang, Yang's assistant. Let's go upstairs and meet with Mr. Yang." Su Liang smiled. Lu Bingwei looked at his secretary, who had only heard of Su Liang's name but had never met him in person. Now he was so captivated by Su Liang's good looks that he could hardly walk. Lu Bingwei saw that Su Liang had already walked away, so he quickly urged his secretary, who was shaking in her legs, to follow. When the three of them reached the elevator, Lu Bingwei couldn't resist his curiosity and leaned over to Su Liang and asked, "Mr. Su, what are you doing?" Su Liang also wanted to coordinate with Lu Bingwei first to avoid blowing his cover during the negotiations later. "Yang Yueling is my girlfriend, and I am now her personal assistant." "Oh. Lu Bingwei is a pure science man, but he once overheard his wife listening to a domineering president novel." So Su Liang's short sentence made him fill in a million-word novel in his head about the overbearing CEO chasing love and lowering his status to help the heroine ascend. Lu Bingwei couldn't help but secretly nod and exclaim, "What is the world of love? It's so great that the CEO has to become an assistant." "President Lu, later on, you just act like you're meeting me for the first time, and don't blow your cover," Su Liang instructed again. "President Su, no, Assistant Su, I understand." Lu Bingwei suddenly felt that today's negotiations should be very exciting. "Since Ms. Yang is your girlfriend, do we still need to talk about the shareholding ratio we agreed on before?" "No, just negotiate at the ratio I mentioned a few days ago, and at most, we can give Kaiyuan." "Understood." Lu Bingwei also turned to his little secretary to explain the matters needing attention later, and the little secretary was then sure. It turns out that this incredibly handsome guy is really his new boss. The three quickly arrived at the president's office, and as soon as they entered, Yang Yueling warmly welcomed them. "Welcome, President Lu. Please sit down." Yang Yueling appeared very enthusiastic, but in terms of size, Kaiyuan Group was several times larger than Yuanyu Technology. However, from the point that the owner behind Yuanyu Technology could suppress Rongda real estate and make it dare not move, Yuanyu Technology was something that Kaiyuan Group could not afford to provoke. The two CEOs exchanged the usual pleasantries in the business world a few times before finally getting down to business. "I don't know what brings you here today, Mr. Lu?" Yang Yueling asked first. "Since you've come right to the point, I'll be blunt as well. We at Yuanyu Technology want to build a technology park in the development zone and are looking for a reliable construction partner to collaborate with, so I've come to Open Source Group and you, Mr. Yang." Lu Bingwei's words made Yang Yueling feel overjoyed. Development zone, science and technology park, are there really such coincidences in the world that I, Yang Yueling, would encounter? Yang Yueling suppressed her inner excitement and calmed down, asking, "Mr. Lu, do you mean that you want Kaiyuan Group to be responsible for the construction of the Science and Technology Park?" "That's right. After our investigation, Kaiyuan Group is the enterprise with the most qualifications to contract the construction of our park." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Lu, for your trust in our company. Could you please tell us more about the project?" Lu Bingwei nodded and asked his secretary, AI, to hand over a stack of documents while he explained the introduction of the park project by Yuanyu Technology. After about 20 minutes, Yang Yueling had roughly finished reading the introduction and requirements of the project. For some reason, she felt increasingly excited. She felt that this was definitely an opportunity for Kaiyuan to take the first step in industrial transformation. "Mr. Lu, I have a question. Should I ask it or not?" "Yang, just tell me if you have any questions. Generally speaking, for projects of this kind, which cost more than 1 billion yuan, shouldn't the contractor be decided by competitive bidding? Why did Mr. Lu directly approach us at Kaiyuan Group to discuss cooperation?" This is indeed a rare opportunity for Kaiyuan Group, but Yang Yueling didn't believe her luck could be so good. Mr. Yang, you know that although I am the CEO of Yuanyu Technology, I am essentially just an employee." Lu Bingwei replied with a polite smile. What did Mr. Lu mean? The decision to cooperate with Kaiyuan Group was made by our boss. Yang Yueling was even more puzzled. Who was the boss of Yuan Yu Technology? According to the cooperation project proposal, this cooperation would make Kaiyuan Group a lot of money. Was he trying to show goodwill to Kaiyuan Group? If so, why was he doing it? I'm afraid to ask, who is your boss? Cough cough, our boss doesn't want to be noticed by too many people, so I can't answer this question, sorry. Yang Yueling saw the other person's expression become strange, and knew that it would be rude to ask any more, so she also apologized. However, Yang Yueling still attached great importance to this cooperation project, and went over the project plan again and again. Finally, she let out a sigh, as if she had made a decision, and stared straight at Lu Bingwei. President Lu, I cannot accept this cooperation plan you have provided. I have a better idea. President Yang, our plan should be very beneficial to your Kaiyuan Group. Lu Bingwei pretended to be shocked, but in fact, Su had already informed him of Yang Yuling's reaction. President Lu, please calm down. I would like to discuss a better cooperation with you. At this time, Yang Yuling exuded a strong fighting spirit, which even the veteran Lu Bingwei found impressive. Yang said it was just that. Lu Bingwei pretended to be impatient and glanced at Su Liang, who was standing behind Yang Yueling, without looking. The latter did not respond in any way. We at Kaiyuan want to participate more deeply in the project of the Yuanyu Science and Technology Park. Specifically, we will jointly build the Science and Technology Park in a cooperative manner. We will be responsible for the construction, and after the park is completed, we will be responsible for half of the operating costs. Yuanyu Technology will be responsible for providing talent and technical support after the park is completed. And of course, the other half of the operating costs. Yang Yueling poured out her thoughts, and now she could only hope that the other party would accept this form of cooperation. After listening to Yang Yueling's words, Lu Bingwei pretended to be thinking seriously, but in fact, when Yang Yueling wasn't looking, he turned his attention to Su Liang. He saw Su Liang nod slightly, and Yang Yueling's thoughts were not far from his previous guess. The cooperation you mentioned is indeed very attractive, but as it involves matters that I cannot decide on my own, I need to call my boss first. After receiving Su Liang's indication, Lu Bingwei pretended to go out to call his boss. In fact, he just walked into the toilet and came back out. President Yang, our boss also agrees with the cooperation plan you just proposed, but we may need to discuss the specific details. Of course. A hint of joy finally appeared on Yang Yueling's face. After nearly 2 hours of negotiations, the two sides finally completed preliminary consultations on cooperation for the Science and Technology Park project. In a nutshell, it was that Kaiyuan Group would be responsible for 50% of the construction and operating funds for the park, accounting for 30% of the shares. And Yuanyu Technology would be responsible for providing technical and talent support for the park, accounting for 70% of the shares. The 30% and 70% shareholding ratios were confirmed by Yang Yueling herself, which was still a very risky thing for the open source group to do. At first Su Liang thought that Yang Yueling might eventually choose to invest in the Science and Technology Park. His initial bottom line for Lu Bingwei was a 50-50 shareholding split between the two sides. Lu Bingwei's initial proposal of a 30-70 shareholding split was just to give Yang Yueling room to negotiate a lower price. He never expected her to nod right away. Su Liang was a little embarrassed about this, and could only comfort himself mentally. It's okay, after we get married, everything I have will be hers. Of course, this morning was just a very general framework for the two sides to cooperate and negotiate. There are still many details that need to be negotiated by the professional teams of both sides. After seeing Lu Bingwei off, Yang Yueling let out a sigh of relief. She thought she had really hit the jackpot this time. Su Liang looked at Yang Yueling, who was sitting in his seat and giggling, and couldn't help but go over and stroke her head. Okay, are you that happy about sealing this deal? Look at you saying that. This cooperation will give Kaiyuan Group a better future. Yang Yueling said breathlessly, pushing Su Liang's hand away. Okay, you really are worthy of being my CEO. Humph, it's good to know that I'm awesome. Yang Yueling thoughtfully wiped her nose. After the lunch break, Yang Yueling worked all afternoon and finally finished her workload for the day before the end of the workday. The two went home happily to cook dinner. Chapter 26, Mom's not home tonight. Mom Yang isn't home tonight. Yang Yueling said she had made plans to go shopping with her old girlfriends and would be back late. After dinner, Su Liang thought about the fact that he had not yet inspected several companies properly, so he simply asked Yang Yueling for the next day off. Are you going to work on your investment company? Yang Yueling asked. More or less. I want to go there tomorrow. Su Liang, if you are usually busy, you don't actually have to be my assistant. I'm not usually busy. The Chase Light investment side usually has professionals to manage and operate, and I just occasionally go to check on it. I prefer being your assistant to running a business. Su Liang stroked Yang Yuling's head and said, Okay, then remember not to get too tired, and let me know if you are tired. For some reason, Yang Yueling, who was so successful in the business world, always seemed like a young girl in love when she was with Su Liang. By the way, do you want to come to my place tomorrow? Su Liang suddenly remembered that he had an appointment with the 4S shop to pick up the car tomorrow. Go to your place? Yang Yueling suddenly blushed, wondering what had come to her mind. Why did you suddenly want me to go to your place? It's nothing sudden. I thought about it. I've been to your place so many times, but you haven't been to mine yet. Okay. Pick me up after work tomorrow. Yes, Your Majesty. After the two said goodnight to each other, Su Liang returned to his own home. He sent a message in advance to the person in charge of these companies in his hands, saying that he would like to visit the company tomorrow. He also considered whether to make an unannounced visit. After all, the vast majority of people at Yuanyu Technology and Huda law firm still did not know his identity, but in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he still dismissed the idea of an unannounced visit. After a good night's sleep, early the next morning, Su Liang's first action upon waking was to send a message to Yang Yueling, and his second was to check Perfect Life app to see if there were any new arrivals. As expected, there were no new arrivals on Perfect Life today, and the page displayed only 3 sold-out icons. Su Liang bought breakfast as usual and drove Yang Yueling to the office. Then he began inspecting the work of the companies under his charge. His first stop was the relatively familiar Light Chaser investment. He had sent a message to Yuan Liang in advance, and sure enough, Yuan Liang was already waiting for him in the lobby of the building where Chase Light Investment was located, along with 7 or 8 other members of the management team. These were the first formal meetings between Yuan Liang and Su Liang, and they all behaved with a certain amount of respect. More than a certain amount, in fact. The reason for this was that most of the projects Su Liang had selected when he first came to the company had started to make a profit rapidly, while the projects he had rejected had also gone bust to varying degrees. What's more, these management personnel had more or less heard that Su Liang's stock market insights were particularly sharp, and that he had once achieved a 100% return within an hour and a half, and the stocks he selected afterwards had only gone up. In the investment industry, whoever has the best insights and can make the most money will win everyone's recognition and praise. Su Liang followed the others to a meeting room inside Zhaoguang and had Yuan Liang give a brief work report. He also asked him to show him around and introduce him to the employees. When all the female employees realized that their new boss was so handsome and young, they couldn't stop drooling. After finishing up with the business of Zhueguang Investment, Su Liang drove quickly to Yuanyu Technology. The office of Yuanyu Technology was even further away from the city center, almost in the suburbs of the Magic City. The reason for choosing this office location was that the rent was cheaper, and the group of science and technology people also liked the quiet. Of course, according to the current scale of Yuanyu Technology, they no longer need to save on that little bit of rent. But everyone is really used to the office environment in the suburbs, so they didn't choose to relocate. President Su, you're here. Similar to just now, Yuanyu Technology was also led by Lu Bingwei, who was joined by a dozen members of the management team to greet Su Liang at the company entrance. Su Liang followed the usual procedure, attending a meeting to learn about the company's current situation, and then mingling with all the employees in the office building. After finishing with Yuanyu Technology, it was almost time for lunch. Su Liang didn't rush to Hodar Law Firm, but instead found a restaurant on the street to eat and rest. Seeing that it was almost time, he drove back to Hodar Law Firm. Hodar's office location was very different from Yuanyu Technology's. The former had chosen the upper floors of an iconic building in the CBD as its office. When Su Liang arrived at the entrance of the law firm, only Zhang Shan, who had been contacted, and his assistant came to greet him. This is not to say that Hodar people don't value their new boss, but they are just really busy. As soon as Zhang Shan led Su Liang into the office area, he saw that every employee was busy with their own work. Some were on the phone with clients, some were furiously typing, and some were holding online meetings in the corner. President Su, everyone in the office is busy today, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Zhang Shan wears a pair of dainty gold-rimmed glasses, but he is over 190 centimeters tall, even taller than Su Liang, giving the impression of a thug in a suit. It's fine, I'm very excited to see everyone working hard. After the meeting, let's discuss giving everyone a pay rise. Zhang Shan was taken aback by Su Liang's words, but the shrewd man quickly returned to a smile. President Su always thinks of us wage earners, and I'm sure everyone will be very happy when they find out. What Su Liang wants is for them to be happy, because he knows that lawyers are the most difficult group of people to deal with in society. But now there is a chance to have a professional and reliable law firm. As long as they treat them well, they will definitely become the sharpest spear and strongest shield of their business empire in the future. In the end, Su Liang waved his hand and gave all the employees of the firm a 15% pay rise, which will increase every year. After inspecting Huda Law Firm, Su Liang, who had some time to spare, went to the nearby market to buy ingredients, planning to show Yang Yueling what he could do in his own home tonight. Su Liang arrived at Kaiyuan Building before the end of the working day and went to the CEO's office. As soon as Yang Yueling saw Su Liang, she rushed up to him and gave him a hug. "What's wrong, my CEO?" Su Liang asked, stroking Yang Yueling's back. "No, it's just that I haven't seen you for a long time and I've missed you a little." Yang Yueling didn't hold back and directly expressed her true feelings. Thinking about it, it was true, since the two had reunited, this was the first time they had been apart for so long during the day. "Good, I've missed you too." The two embraced tightly, as if there were no third person in the world. "Ahem, President Yang, Secretary Su." Yishi, standing in front of the desk, blushed and whispered. Yishi, who is usually smart and capable, is now a little at a loss. "I'll leave work first," said Yishi, and quickly slipped out of the president's office. At this time, Yang Yueling also reacted. It seemed that Yishi was also in the office just now, and her blushing face was as red as a ripe tomato. "Cough cough, little she really, you didn't even tell me when you came in," Yang Yueling said, slightly loosening Su Liang's embrace. If Yishi heard Yang Yueling's words, she would definitely be so desperate that she would have no tears left. Because she had already been in Yang Yueling's office for a long time, and the two of them were still talking when Su Liang entered the door. "I didn't expect you, Yang, with your bushy eyebrows and big eyes, to forget your duties for lust. Pack up and let's go, I'll take you back to my place." Su Liang didn't dwell on anything, and the loving look they had just shared was enough for anyone to see. "Okay." Su Liang drove the car, and Yang Yueling sat in the passenger seat. The two of them chatted in between, and soon they returned to the villa area of Kaiyuan Housing. "Su Liang, is this your home?" Yang Yueling looked at the villa area developed by her family in front of her, and she was still a little surprised. Eventually, Su Liang's car stopped at Villa 8, the most luxurious and largest villa in the area, and Yang Yueling couldn't help but ask. "Well, I didn't think much about it when I bought it. I just saw that the environment was quite nice and bought it." Su Liang couldn't say clearly that this was the fleece he had earned in his perfect life. Yang Yueling, as the CEO of Kaiyuan Group, knew very well that the prices of villas in this area were not low, especially Su Liang's villa number 8, which was close to 200 million yuan. How much money did Su Liang make from stock speculation? A big question loomed in Yang Yueling's mind. "I bought a lot of seafood today, I'll make you a seafood dish to try." "Okay." Yang Yueling couldn't care less when it comes to delicious food, and followed Su Liang into the villa with a smile. "Wow, this villa is even more luxurious than mine." Yang Yueling couldn't help but let out a sigh as she looked at the interior decor of the villa. "Su Liang, as my assistant, actually lives in a place that is more luxurious than me, the CEO? No way, I have to find an opportunity to move in." Yang Yueling realized after entering Su Liang's home that Su Liang was still living alone, while his family was still in their hometown. So there would be no meeting the parents today. Yang Yueling couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. "You sit on the sofa for a while and watch some TV, I'll be done in a minute." Su Liang walked into the kitchen with 2 large bags of ingredients and got busy. But after a while, the doorbell at Su Liang's house rang. "Yueling, go and open the door for me, it might be the car dealer delivering the car." "Okay." "You bought a new car?" Yang Yueling said as she opened the villa door. She saw a young woman in professional attire standing outside. The woman asked, "Hello, is this Mr. Su Liang's home?" Yang Yueling nodded and said, "Yes, may I ask if you are here to deliver the car?" The woman smiled and replied, "Yes, the 3 cars ordered by Mr. Su have all been delivered, please sign for them." 3 cars? At this time, Su Liang also wiped his hands and walked out. "Hello, Mr. Su. We meet again." The woman saw Su Liang come out and enthusiastically said hello. "Hello." Su Liang recalled that this girl was the salesperson who showed him the way when he picked up the F8 himself. But he remembered that the cars he had just bought were not from the same brand as the F8. Did this 4S shop have such a diverse business scope? The cars have all been delivered, please check the handles, Mr. Su. Say it, Su Liang walked out the door, and Yang Yueling followed behind him. They saw 3 large container trucks parked on the road outside the villa, and the containers should be Su Liang's new cars. After a while, the staff drove down all 3 new cars. They were a black luxury nanny car, an emerald green McLaren P1, and a light pink Lamborghini. Cough cough, Su Liang didn't pay attention when placing the order, and now he realized that one of the cars was pink, which obviously wasn't suitable for him to drive. Then he used 1 second to make a decision and turned to Yang Yueling and said, "Do you like the pink Lamborghini?" Yang Yueling nodded blankly. Yang Yueling knew roughly about all 3 cars, and the 3 cars together cost tens of millions of dollars. What she didn't know was that all the cars Su Liang had bought on Perfect Life were unique custom versions, with more powerful engines and more comfortable interiors than the regular models, and the safety of each car had been greatly improved. "That's good, that car is a gift for you," Su Liang said without blushing. "A gift for me?" Yang Yueling already had several luxury cars, but she had never had a Lamborghini before, let alone one with such a cute color scheme. "Well, don't tell me you're embarrassed to take it. It's a gift, so just take it," Su Liang said in a domineering tone of voice in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Okay, thank you." "No need to say thank you between the two of us," Su Liang said as he gently put his arm around Yang Yuling's shoulders. "Okay." Su Liang quickly instructed the staff to drive the new car to the garage of the villa and park it, and the big cow could just be parked on the lawn at will. Su Liang planned to drive it back to Yang Yuling tonight. Chapter 27, It's About to Spill Over. After seeing off the staff from the 4S shop, the two of them returned to the villa, holding hands. Su Liang's dishes were almost ready, and the two of them happily ate their meal. "Wow! What seasoning did you use for the shrimp? How can it be so flavorful? And why is this lettuce so delicious? I don't usually like vegetables." With Su Liang's divine cooking skills, even the most ordinary ingredients and methods can produce the most exquisite flavors. After a hearty meal, Yang Yueling sat paralyzed on the sofa. She recalled that ever since Su Liang had cooked for her for the first time, she had been full every night. Su Liang, Yang Yueling thought to herself and called out to Su Liang, "It's all your fault." "Ha?" Su Liang, who was cutting up the fruit in the kitchen, poked his head out, wondering what he had done wrong. "It's all your fault, you cook so well that you're going to fatten me up." Su Liang couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. "Since you're blaming me, I won't hold back." So Su Liang brought out another big plate of fruit, vowing to fatten Yang Yueling up until she was a little piglet. After a long time, "I can't do it anymore, it's going to overflow if I do anymore." Yang Yueling collapsed on the sofa and couldn't move, obviously really full. Su Liang then stopped, sealed up the remaining fruit and put it back in the refrigerator. Yang Yueling didn't remember to go home until after 10 p.m., so Su Liang drove her home in the new pink car. This made Su Liang realize a problem. The car was for Yang Yueling, but as her assistant and driver, he usually drove it himself. He had really trapped himself, because if he didn't give it away, he would just have to park it in the garage and let it gather dust. "Now I'm afraid I'll have to drive this pink ox every day. Why don't I give you another car in my favorite color?" In the midst of their thoughts, the two quickly arrived at Yang Yueling's house. Wang Hongmei didn't go out tonight, but when she heard some noise outside, she knew it might be the two kids coming home. She threw on a jacket and went outside. Sure enough, she saw the two of them whispering face to face by the car. "Mom." "Hello, Auntie." The two of them also saw Wang Hongmei, and after slightly widening the distance between them, they said hello to her. "Hello, Su Xiao. I thought you were going to spend the night over there, it's so late." Su Liang felt awkward and touched his head, without responding. Yang Yueling was thinking in her heart, "I would like to spend the night over there, but it's not a good idea to bring it up." Cough cough, Mom, don't talk nonsense. Yang Yueling walked up to her mother and took her hand, turning to say goodbye to Su Liang. "Okay, good night." "Good night." Su Liang turned around and went back to the car, unwillingly driving away. The night passed without a word, and Su Liang opened his eyes to a new day. There was nothing particularly impressive about this day. It was worth mentioning that the cooperation between Kaiyuan and Yuanyu Technology was under further negotiation, and the process was going quite smoothly. In the evening, Su Liang received a call from his mother, and he suddenly remembered that he hadn't contacted his family in more than half a month.
Hello, Mom. Do you remember that I am your mother? How could a child not call his mother for half a month?
A strong female voice came from the other end of the line.
Sorry, Mom, I was just busy and forgot. Su Liang asked, scratching his head.
Okay, it's not easy for you to work alone in a big city. In the future, just remember to take care of your health. Su Liang's mother, Tao Mengmeng, was not really angry that her child had not contacted her for so long, but she had not spoken to her son for a long time and was just complaining. I can take care of myself, so don't worry.
Yes, I'm at ease with what you're doing. By the way, Mom, is there something wrong at home that you called me? Su Liang asked.
It's nothing much, but isn't your younger sister graduating from college? She said something about going on a graduation trip and going to the Magic City for a few days. Since you're in the Magic City, you can pick her up and take care of her for a few days.
Tao Mengmeng said. Oh, did Bingbing say when she'd be coming to Shanghai?
I'll pick her up then. She said she bought a morning high-speed train ticket, so she should be in Shanghai by noon.
Okay, I'll contact her later.
After that, Su Liang chatted with his mother about some family matters and then hung up.
President Yang, I may need to take another day off tomorrow. Su Liang said apologetically.
Although his job as the CEO's personal assistant is usually very light, basically just driving Yang Yueling to and from work, cooking cannot be considered part of the job. After all, no employee would accept a kiss from their boss as payment for their work.
Is it something going on at home?
Yang Yueling had been sitting next to Su Liang when he was on the phone, but she couldn't hear very well what the two of them were talking about. My sister said she's coming to the Magic City to hang out for a few days, so I'm going to the high-speed railway station to pick her up tomorrow.
Bingbing is coming to the Magic City?
Yang Yueling knew that Su Liang had a younger sister, Su Bingbing, who was 3 years younger than her. The two had even chatted on the phone before. Yes, she'll be here at noon tomorrow, so I'll have to take half a day off tomorrow.
I'll give you the whole day off.
No, I'll give you the whole week off. You just spend the next few days with Bingbing and show her around the city.
With a wave of her hand, Yang Yueling gave Su Liang a whole week's paid holiday.
If I don't go to work, can you?
Su Liang asked knowingly. Well, you don't usually do much work in the group anyway.
Yang Yueling made a face of sweating soybeans. How about this, these few days you'll also be responsible for driving me to and from work, so it won't delay you from taking Bingbing out to play.
Your wish is my command. The two happily reached an agreement. After dinner, Su Liang once again drove Yang Yueling's pink Taurus home.
After arriving home, Su Liang also called his younger sister.
Hello, brother?
A sweet voice came from the other end of the line.
It's me. I heard from Mum that you're coming to visit tomorrow?
Yes, that's right.
I'm going with a girlfriend. Oh, when will you be arriving?
I'll pick you up at the high-speed train station.
Really?
We'll set the alarm for 8 a.m. tomorrow, and we'll leave from Star City and arrive in Shanghai at around 2 p.m. Okay, I'll wait for you at the high-speed train station.
Great. Thanks, brother. Don't mention it. I'll treat you to a nice dinner tomorrow night. Thanks, brother. Okay, it's getting late. Get some rest. If you need anything, just call or send me a message. Okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow.
After hanging up the phone, Su Bingbing still looked happy and her smile looked very sweet. Su Liang has always been very good to his younger sister, Su Bingbing, and has always let her have the best things in life. Su Bingbing has also grown up in the love of her parents and brother. She knows that her brother is probably not doing well in the Magic City, so she wants to grow up quickly to repay her parents and brother. Su Bingbing, a top student in the acting department of the Star City Drama Academy, is planning a trip to the Magic City that is not just for tourism. That night, Su Liang was lying in bed watching short videos when he realized it was past midnight.
He received a new push notification from the Perfect Life app on his phone. Su Liang was overjoyed.
He could earn some cash again.
He couldn't wait to open Perfect Life. Sure enough, the shopping page had already been refreshed. Today's 3 products were
100% shares of Tianyu Entertainment Company, Limited 0.01 yuan.
100% shares of the Hidden Kitchen Restaurant in the Magic City 0.01 yuan.
People Skills 0.01 yuan.
Su Liang didn't have time to think about anything and paid the 3 cents without thinking.
After the payment was successful, he returned to check what the details of the 3 products of the day were.
Su Liang didn't know much about the entertainment industry and naturally didn't know what kind of company Tianyu Entertainment was, so he went online to search for information about the company. It was a shock to see. Tianyu Entertainment is a second-rate entertainment company, not very big.
But it has 1 top superstar, for first-tier stars, a dozen second-tier stars as the mainstay, and a few third-tier and lower stars and trainees.
Its market value exceeds 1 billion Huaxia currency. But these are not what shocked Su Liang the most.
What shocked him the most was the scandals related to this entertainment company.
These include but are not limited to, is the Tianyu agent a madam? Tianyu trainees have no human rights, are forced to accompany wealthy businessmen, Tianyu has sky-high liquidated damages, and frozen artists cry out that there is nowhere to air their grievances.
This really made Su Liang gasp. All the other industries he had previously acquired from Perfect Life were well-regarded companies in their industries, so why was Tianyu Entertainment, which he had bought this time, so abstract?
Could he return it?
Su Liang tried to find out for a long time, and eventually confirmed that after buying a product on Perfect Life, there was no refund. Su Liang thought that this company had so many scandals, and regardless of whether the online scandals were true or not, he would have to discuss them with the person in charge of the company. Fortunately, there were no problems with the other restaurant, Hidden Kitchen, in the Magic City. Su Liang learned from the information he found online that Hidden Kitchen was the only restaurant in the Magic City to have been on the Black Pearl must-eat list for 10 consecutive years.
The environment, service, and taste of the restaurant were second to none in the entire food and beverage industry of the Magic City.
Su Liang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and then checked the only skill he had obtained that night. The skill description was right below the purchase link. The talent identification skill can provide users with the ability to identify different types of talent. It is simply a must-have for business and home. From this general skill description, Su Liang also got a general idea of the role of this skill.
Chapter 28, Xue is not a stranger.
After a good night's sleep, Su Liang finished getting ready in the morning and went to the garage to drive his car when he suddenly thought of a problem. This afternoon he had to pick up his sister and her best friend at the high-speed railway station, so he obviously couldn't drive the 2-seater sports car. In the end, Su Liang was left with only one option, the only luxury business car in the family that wasn't a 2-seater.
It's definitely not because he doesn't want to drive the big pink car.
When Su Liang arrived at Yang Yuling's house in the business car, she didn't react at first.
It wasn't until Su Liang lowered the window to say hello that she reacted.
"Yuling, I'm going to pick up Bing Bing today, and it's not convenient to drive a sports car, so I drove this nanny car out,"
Su Liang explained. "Oh,"
Yang Yuling said as she got into the passenger seat. As a result, she just glanced at the back seat, as if she had made a decision. She gave Su Liang a quick kiss, unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car.
"Can you open the back door for me?"
Su Liang obediently opened the back door, and Yang Yuling sprang into the car.
"Ah, the back seat is so comfortable," Yang Yuling exclaimed as she lay back.
Su Liang helplessly wiped his forehead and looked at Yang Yuling with a wry smile.
"Su, the president is sitting comfortably, you can drive now." Yang Yuling gave the order.
Assistant Su naturally obeyed, and a few neat movements later, he started the car.
"President Yang, sit back and hold on tight, we'll be at the destination in 25 minutes. 25 minutes later.
I have to say, this nanny car is much more comfortable than a sports car,"
Yang Yuling couldn't help but exclaim.
Although sports cars look cool and go fast, the seats are really narrow and hard.
But this nanny car, its seats even have a massage function. Who could refuse a car with its own massage chair? How about I drive you to and from work in this car in the future? Su Liang made a timely suggestion.
"Well, okay," Yang Yuling replied after some thought. At this time, Su Liang's surface was calm as water, but inside, he was already grinning from ear to ear. For the whole morning, Su Liang did nothing as usual, while Yang Yuling was a lot more serious than usual. After the two had lunch in the cafeteria, it was almost time for Su Liang to go pick up Su Bingbing.
"Su Liang, I'll go with you to pick up Bingbing." Yang Yuling skipped along behind him. "After I pick her up, I might need to go home for a bit." "Do you have to work this afternoon?" "It's fine, I'm the CEO, I don't need to take time off," Yang Yuling said innocently. "Besides, I already finished all my work for the day this morning." "Okay, get in the car, let's go."
This time, Yang Yuling didn't choose to sit in the back seat, but in the passenger seat. After driving for about an hour, the two arrived at the parking lot at the exit of the high-speed railway station.
Su Liang sent his location to Su Bingbing. Received. We will arrive in about 10 minutes.
About 20 minutes later, two girls with quite attractive appearances walked out of the exit. They were Su Bingbing and her best friend Wu Ruixue. Su Liang saw that his sister had already come out and got out of the car to walk towards the two.
Brother! We are here.
Su Bingbing saw her brother from afar and dragged her suitcase as she ran over.
Run slowly. Don't fall.
Su Liang shouted, and Su Bingbing's speed did slow down. Su Liang also quickened his pace and came to his sister, and Su Bingbing jumped onto him without any hesitation. Su Liang seemed to be used to this action of his sister's and skillfully put an arm around her.
Brother! I've missed you so much. Okay, I miss you too. You can come down now.
Su Bingbing then jumped down and giggled at Su Liang.
You're an adult and you're still hugging your brother like that. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Su Liang pretended to be angry. Ha.
Su Bingbing didn't say anything, just giggled foolishly.
Okay, I'm scared of you.
Your friend is still behind you, go help her. Su Liang has never been able to do anything with his younger sister since they were little. Su Bingbing handed her luggage to Su Liang, then turned around to help Wu Ruixue carry a piece of luggage.
Yang Yueling then walked behind Su Liang.
She said that this was the first time she had met Su Liang's family, and she was still a little nervous. Su Bingbing and Su Liang both came to Su Liang. Su Bingbing immediately saw the beautiful woman behind her brother.
Wow! Brother, who is the beautiful woman behind you?
Su Liang also straightened up and introduced his sister.
Bingbing, this
is my girlfriend Yang Yueling. Hearing that this beautiful woman was her brother's girlfriend, Su Bingbing's eyes became starry and her mouth couldn't stop smiling.
But why did the name Yang Yueling seem so familiar? Hello, Yueling. You're so pretty. Su Bingbing greeted Yang Yueling enthusiastically.
Bingbing, you're the prettiest girl I've ever seen.
Yang Yueling responded with a smile. This was not just a polite response.
Su Liang was already very good-looking, and Su Bingbing was on the same level. And Su Bingbing was wearing light makeup, so she looked absolutely beautiful.
Hey, thanks, Yueling.
Su Bingbing said, taking Wu Ruixue's hand and introducing her to her brother and future sister-in-law. Brother, Yueling, this is my best friend, Wu Ruixue.
Wu Ruixue understood, and bowed deeply towards Su Liang and Yang Yueling. Hello, brother.
Hello, sister Yueling. Su Liang and Yang Yueling were both taken aback by this sudden bow, and hurriedly asked her to get up quickly.
Why is this child so honest?
Su Liang thought to himself. We are more or less the same age, you don't need to be so formal.
Yang Yueling saved her from embarrassment. Why does this kid seem so nervous? Do Su Liang and I seem that intimidating? Okay, let's get in the car and talk.
Su Liang took a couple of suitcases in each hand and led the way to his car.
Wow, brother, did you rent this car?
Yang Yueling had graduated from drama school after all, and recognized that this nanny car was the same model as many first-tier stars' cars. Her brother could not afford it.
I paid for this car. Even if it's just a penny, it's money that's been spent.
Huh?
Where did you get all that money? Su Bingbing couldn't help but be shocked.
In her imagination, her brother should be a young man struggling alone in the Magic City, forced to eat the leftovers every day.
How come now not only does he have a beautiful girlfriend, but he's also driving a luxury car? Next, he won't be living in a luxury home in the Magic City, will he?
Cough, cough, your brother has recently made some money from stock trading, Su Liang answered as if it were nothing. Don't worry about how much money you've made, it's enough for you and your parents to eat and drink without worries for the rest of your lives.
When he said this, Su Liang was still very confident.
Not to mention the several businesses in his hands, the balance in his bank card alone is also enough for his parents and younger sister to enjoy for the rest of their lives.
Ah. Su Bingbing was a little disappointed in addition to being surprised when she heard this.
It seemed that her plan to work and earn money to repay her parents and brother was about to go bankrupt before it even started.
After Su Liang had said this, he remembered that there was also Wu Ruixue in the car, in addition to Yang Yueling and his sister.
He felt that what he had just said was the truth. You shouldn't show off your wealth. Su Bingbing also seemed to notice that Su Liang's gaze in the rearview mirror was a little strange. As siblings, they were connected at heart, and she seemed to have guessed what Su Liang was thinking. So she leaned her head against the driver's seat and whispered to Su Liang.
Brother, it's fine. Rui Xue is not a stranger.
Su Liang was in a daze for a moment after hearing this, and then nodded. The group drove for about an hour and returned to the villa area of Kaiyuan Houding.
Brother, don't tell me this villa is yours, right? Well, I just bought it not long ago. There are many empty rooms inside, so can you guys stay here for a few days? That would be great.
Su Bingbing spread her legs and ran wildly on the lawn, while Wu Ruixue watched her from the side, covering her mouth and laughing. Su Liang was also amused to see his younger sister like this. He hadn't yet told her that the entire building belonged to her sister-in-law's family, for fear of scaring the child. Su Bingbing quickly picked out her own room, a guest room on the second floor with a balcony, and Wu Ruixue chose the guest room next to hers.
After putting down their luggage, they came down to take a break. In the afternoon, are you going to rest or go out and play?
Su Liang said to his excited younger sister. Su Bingbing thought for a moment, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would be in the city for a while, so they didn't need to rush this afternoon.
It's a hot afternoon, let's take a break first.
Okay, you and your friends take a rest first, I'll take you out to eat tonight. This morning Su Liang had contacted the manager of the hidden kitchen and told her that he would be taking his family and friends out to dinner tonight. It was also a good opportunity to check out his own business. Yang Yueling also didn't go back to work, and just stayed with Su Liang to rest for a while. Soon, the sun set in the west. Everyone had rested enough, and Yang Yueling and Su Bingbing's stomachs started rumbling.
Su Liang, I'm hungry, Yang Yueling shouted.
Brother, I'm hungry too, Su Bingbing followed suit when she saw this.
Wu Ruixue glanced at Su Bingbing and then at Su Liang, and said apologetically. Brother Su Liang, what are you taking us to eat tonight?
After saying this, she felt ashamed of her words and blushed, lowering her head without moving.
Su Liang, on the other hand, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and sighed. It's really three women making a scene.
There's a restaurant in Shanghai called Hidden Kitchen that's quite famous. I'll take you there tonight to try it.
Yes, yes. Su Bingbing didn't care about the consequences, and being famous should prove that it tastes good, right?
Yang Yueling knew about Hidden Kitchen, a restaurant that was among the best in Shanghai in terms of food, service and ambience, although it was also among the most expensive. But given Su Liang's wealth, a few meals shouldn't hurt. The four of them, mainly Su Bingbing and Yang Yueling, set off in high spirits for Hidden Kitchen.
Chapter 29, The one who just entered is our boss.
When Su Liang arrived at the restaurant, he realized that Hidden Kitchen was not located in a large shopping mall, but in a small Western-style building next to a scenic spot.
It looked quite impressive. There were also quite a few people waiting in line at the entrance.
Wow, it's so beautiful here. Su Bingbing didn't have any airs and graces, and whenever she saw a nice place, she had to take a photo, with Wu Ruixue following behind her as the photographer. Her actions attracted the attention of quite a few people in line, as if they were accusing her of having no manners. Su Liang couldn't care less about this and led the three of them to the reception desk. The receptionist couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a little shriek when she looked up and saw a super handsome boy standing in front of her. But she quickly came back to her senses, remembered that they were guests, and quickly returned to her professional self.
Hello sir, you need to wait in line to eat now.
You'll probably have to wait about 30 minutes for a table for 4. My name is Su Liang, I spoke to Manager Chow this morning and told him I was coming tonight. Su Liang said with a smile.
The young receptionist immediately stood up.
Boss. You're here. I'll have someone show you to your table. The young receptionist said with a serious expression, but her surprise was obvious.
Thank you. Su Liang politely said thank you and followed the waiter into the restaurant.
Waiter, why didn't those people just go to the front of the queue? Some guests who had been waiting in line for a while were unhappy when they saw Su Liang and his friends walk straight in. Sorry, the people who just went in are our boss, and the restaurant has a special seat for him. The young receptionist apologized to the customer who had questioned him. The customer who had questioned him heard that the person was the boss, so there was nothing more to say, and he continued to return to the queue.
Su Liang, did the receptionist just call you the boss?
Yang Yueling, who had been standing next to Su Liang since the beginning, heard the conversation between the two of them clearly.
Cough, heh heh. Su Liang touched his head again and said, yes, this restaurant is also mine, heh heh. Su Liang. How many more businesses do you have that you're hiding from me? Yang Yueling glared at him, and Su Liang was scared into silence. Cough, cough, not many.
No, I mean I'll have a list of my assets drawn up for you to approve sometime.
Look at you. I don't want to know how much money you have.
Yang Yueling gave Su Liang a gentle twist in the waist, which made the latter let out a scream. The four of them went to their private room and sat down.
In a moment, a woman in her mid-30s wearing a dark green cheongsam walked in.
Hello, boss. I'm Chao Jinsi, the manager of Hidden Kitchen.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Manager Chao.
I'm sorry to trouble you so much with the management of the restaurant.
Su Liang used his talent for spotting people to take a look at Chao Jinsi.
He was very confident in her management ability, interpersonal skills and character, which made him feel much more at ease.
You're too kind, boss. This is all part of my job. Chao Jinsi let out a sigh of relief. At least the new boss is quite easygoing.
But after taking a quick glance at the three stunning women standing next to him, he couldn't help but doubt his new boss's character.
Brother, he called you boss. Does this restaurant belong to you too?
Su Bingbing shouted out, belatedly realizing what had happened. Su Liang tilted his body and thought to himself, why is this kid so slow to react?
Whatever I have is mine, so just order whatever you want to eat.
At first, Su Bingbing was shocked that her brother had opened such a large restaurant, but when it came to food, she couldn't care less and started looking forward to what she was going to eat later. Chao Jinsi also sensibly handed out the tablets for ordering food, a total of 4, to everyone at the table. He himself then started verbally introducing the restaurant's signature dishes and seasonal dishes. Su Liang always felt that the portions in such high-end restaurants would definitely not be large, and in the end, the four of them ordered a total of 9 dishes before stopping.
Okay, everyone, please wait a moment, the dishes will be served soon.
After a short chat, all 9 dishes were served. As Su Liang had expected, the portions in high-end restaurants were indeed small, only about half the size of the portions in the food stalls he used to frequent. So it was just right for 4 people to eat 9 dishes.
Su Liang and Yang Yueling's tongues had been spoiled by Su Liang's superb cooking, so the dishes in the hidden kitchen could only be considered above average in their eyes.
But Su Bingbing and Wu Ruixue were very happy eating, especially Su Bingbing, who praised the food as if she didn't have to worry about her figure.
It wasn't until Wu Ruixue leaned over and whispered in her ear. Bingbing, didn't you say you had an audition at an entertainment company in a couple of days? Is it okay to eat like this? Su Bingbing reluctantly stopped eating. Wu Ruixue couldn't bear to see Su Bingbing's suddenly downcast expression, so she whispered to her again. Why don't you forget about the audition? Look, your brother is doing very well for himself now, there's no need for you to become a celebrity to make money. No. My brother is my brother, and I'm very happy to see him make a lot of money. But being an actress has also been my dream for many years, I still want to give it a try. Su Bingbing said in a small but firm voice. Then why don't we not go to that company, we can try another company. Wu Ruixue persuaded again. As a student of acting, Su Bingbing's dream is to become a professional actress. Coincidentally, she was spotted by an entertainment company in Shanghai a while ago, and this time she came to Shanghai more for an interview and to join the company. As her best friend, Wu Ruixue was overjoyed for her when she first heard the news, but when she searched online for information about the entertainment company, most of the information that came up was scandalous. In particular, there was black material about female artists being under the table, which made her feel very uneasy. Unexpectedly, the people from that company repeatedly assured Su Bingbing that the black material on the internet was just smear campaigns by competitors, and that there was no such thing as under-the-table arrangements in the company. Su Bingbing thus embarked on the road to pursuing her dream of entering the show business. Wu Ruixue had persuaded Su Bingbing many times, but she was determined. Why don't you go and try out at that company first? If it doesn't work out, I'll just leave. Su Bingbing gave Wu Ruixue a reassuring look after she said this. But how could Wu Ruixue really feel at ease? She was actually very worried. What are you two talking about? Su Liang asked curiously, seeing his 2 sisters whispering to each other. The private room where the 4 of them were sitting was quite large, and the 4 of them were sitting in pairs, so even Su Liang, with his excellent hearing, couldn't hear clearly what his sister had just said. Nothing, we were just saying that the food tonight was delicious. Your restaurant is really good. Su Bingbing answered with a smile. Well, as long as you think it's delicious. Su Liang glanced at Wu Ruixue and thought her expression was a bit off. He thought she wasn't feeling well.
But after all, the two of them really didn't know each other well, and Su Liang didn't bring it up. After the meal, the few of them went home together.
You go home and rest for a while, I'll take Sister Yuling home.
Su Liang dropped Su Bingbing and Su Bingbing off at their front door, and then drove Yang Yueling to her home. The car pulled up to Yang Yueling's house, and just as Su Liang was about to get out and walk Yang Yueling to the door, Yang Yueling stopped him.
Su Liang. Hey, what's wrong? Su Liang was taken aback by the call. Cough, it's just that.
Yang Yueling, unusually, stammered, it's just that in the past few days, can I go and stay at your place?
Huh? Well, yes, but why do you suddenly want to stay at my place?
Cough, it's just that Bingbing and the others have come, and your place is full of people. My place is empty, it's too quiet.
Wang Hongmei, am I really not a human being? Oh, that's fine.
There's plenty of room at my place.
Su Liang patted Yang Yueling on the head. Or you can stay in my room if you like. What are you talking about?
Yang Yueling punched Su Liang in the chest again with her little fists.
Just kidding.
I'll go in with you to pack your things, and you can move in tonight. Yang Yueling stopped and got out of the car, taking Su Liang's hand and leading him into the house. At this time, Wang Hongmei was watching TV in the living room and heard someone open the door and knew that her daughter had returned.
Home. Lingling is home? Oh, little Su is here too. Welcome. Wang Hongmei looked at the two of them with a smile on her face. Hey, Mom, you're still home?
Yang Yueling really could not remember that her mother still lived in her own home.
You child. You've even forgotten your own mother? Wang Hongmei's face changed, and her tone of voice slightly expressed dissatisfaction. No, I'm not joking. Yang Yueling covered up with a smile. Su, you're still driving Yueling home so late, why don't you stay here tonight? Wang Hongmei looked at her shameless daughter and really couldn't do anything about her.
So she turned her attention to Su Liang, her future son-in-law. Su Liang felt a sudden nervousness in his heart when he heard Wang Hongmei's words, and he couldn't help but squeeze Yang Yueling's hand a little tighter.
No, we'll go back later. Su Liang said he was sorry. Hearing Su Liang's words, Wang Hongmei was still a little disappointed. If the two of them don't live together, when will she be able to hold a good-looking grandchild? Is it because I'm here that the two of them can't let go? Just as Wang Hongmei was thinking, Yang Yueling's words interrupted her thoughts. Yes, Mom, I'm back to pack some luggage.
Su Liang's younger sister is here in the Magic City, and I want to go stay with her for a few days.
Of course, Yang Yueling couldn't say in front of her own mother that she wanted to sleep with Su Liang.
You're going to stay at Su Liang's place for a few days?
Wang Hongmei asked in surprise. Yes. Is that okay?
Yang Yueling was confused about the meaning of her mother's reaction and asked weakly.
Yes. That's great. I'll help you pack.
Wang Hongmei did as she said and rolled up her sleeves and went upstairs to help Yang Yueling pack.
It's okay, Mom, I'm only going to stay for a few days, I don't need to pack so much.
It's fine to pack more, if you get used to living there, you can just stay there forever. Wang Hongmei said with a smile. Half an hour later, Yang Yueling and her mother came downstairs, each dragging a suitcase. Su Liang hurried to help with the luggage when he saw this. Su, you two just live there peacefully. I'm going back to the capital tomorrow to take care of your uncle.
Wang Hongmei took Su Liang's hand and said warmly. Mom, what are you talking about?
I just plan to go to Su Liang's place for a few days. Yang Yueling blushed and stamped her foot. Wang Hongmei didn't care about her plans at all and continued talking to Su Liang. Lingling is usually busy at work, so you will have to do a lot of things for her. I hope you can take good care of her.
Yes, I will take good care of you, Ling. Please rest assured, Auntie and Uncle.
Su Liang heard what his future mother-in-law said, and it felt like she was entrusting her daughter to him.
Good, I'm relieved to hear that.
You two go over there quickly, otherwise it will be unsafe when it gets too late.
The two left Yang Yuling's house under Wang Hongmei's watchful eye. Chapter 30, Then Be Quiet.
On the way back to Kaiyuan Houting.
Yueling, which room are you going to stay in tonight?
Su Liang asked playfully.
I'm going to sleep with Bingbing.
Yang Yueling said coquettishly. Su Liang frowned and shook his head.
What do you mean by shaking your head? It may not be convenient for Bingbing to sleep with you. Why? Then I'll live with Rueishue, she's also a beauty. I want to be close to a beauty. Yang Yueling stared at Su Liang after saying this, waiting for her reaction.
Although Yang Yueling had already had the idea of moving in with Su Liang, the two things that happened today made her firmly believe that she should move in with him immediately.
One thing is that Su Bingbing and Wu Rueishua have moved into Su Liang's house.
She definitely won't be jealous of Su Bingbing, but she is worried that Wu Rueishua might have something going on with Su Liang while she is staying at home for the next few days.
Because Su Liang, that guy, kept staring at Wu Rueishua during dinner.
The other thing is that today she learned about another one of Su Liang's businesses, and according to Su Liang, it seems that he has more than just the two businesses of Zhuai Guang Investment and Yin Chu Restaurant. This has made Yang Yueling feel insecure.
Su Liang shook his head again and said, Wu Rueishua also doesn't feel comfortable living with you. You're shaking your head again. Don't you mean I can only live with you? I refuse. I'll find an empty room and live by myself.
Yang Yueling puffed up her lips, her cheeks puffed up like a little goldfish.
Anyone who knows Yang Yueling, Su Liang, well knows that in this state, Yang Yueling is not really angry, but just waiting for someone, Su Liang, to coax her.
At this time, they are waiting for the red light. Su Liang applies the brakes and says to Yang Yueling,
There is a reason why you can't live with Bingbing or Wu Rueishua. What reason?
Just lean over and listen. Su Liang makes a gesture, and Yang Yueling obediently leans her head over. After Su Liang finished speaking, Yang Yueling was silent for a long time, her face as red as a ripe tomato, and her expression a little embarrassed.
It all made sense.
Everything about the intimate actions and eye contact between the two of them today made sense.
Okay, now you don't need to be jealous, right? Su Liang stroked Yang Yueling's head, which was steaming with embarrassment. You can tell I'm jealous? No. I'm not jealous of you. Don't say that. Su Liang couldn't help but smile at Yang Yueling's behavior.
Yang Yueling was annoyed, but she didn't want to start a fight while Su Liang was driving.
It's all your fault. You kept staring at Wu Rueishua at dinner tonight. Did I? Su Liang shook his head to deny it.
He knew his own situation well.
No one could get his attention except Yang Yueling.
But then he remembered that he did seem to have looked at Wu Rueishua a few times tonight, but that was because. After a long explanation, Yang Yueling believed Su Liang's words and stopped being jealous.
In addition, when she thought about her own reaction, she couldn't help but laugh.
The car was filled with a happy atmosphere. The two returned to Kaiyuan Houding and entered the house, only to discover that Su Bingbing and Su Liang had not yet gone upstairs to rest.
Brother, you're back.
Su Bingbing saw Yang Yueling following behind her brother again, and her brother was dragging two suitcases. She instantly understood, and came skipping over to Su Liang and exclaimed,
Brother, is your wife moving in with us?
Su Bingbing also sensibly changed her address to Yang Yueling to sister-in-law.
Su Liang and Yang Yueling looked at each other, and the latter nodded, before Su Liang replied. Yes, in a few days your wife is moving in with us. Yes. Sister-in-law, let me help you carry the luggage. Shui, come and help. Okay, I'm coming.
The two girls grabbed the suitcase from Su Liang. Sister-in-law, we'll help you carry it to my brother's room. Su Bingbing made it clear what she had planned for her sister-in-law. At the same time, Yang Yueling was still feeling shy from Su Bingbing's repeated references to her as sister-in-law.
Let's go upstairs first and help you unpack.
Su Liang freed a hand to hold Yang Yueling's and led her upstairs.
Su Liang. Who said they were going to live together?
Yang Yueling said, embarrassed and annoyed, but unfortunately neither Su Liang nor Su Bingbing or even Wu Rueishua seemed to hear her, pushing her luggage towards Su Liang's room.
After some tidying up, Yang Yueling's move into Su Liang's room was officially announced. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Liang told Yang Yueling to go and wash up first. Where do you want to go tomorrow? Do you want me to go with you?
Su Liang asked his sister, who was tired after all the hard work and was now lying on the sofa.
Great. We want to go to Disneyland tomorrow. Su Bingbing thought for a moment.
She and Su didn't know the city well, so it would be better if her brother went with them.
They could spend time together later.
But brother, is your work important? Su Bingbing thought about it and realized that her brother seemed to be making a lot of money now, and must be very busy at work. It's fine, my boss is your sister-in-law, and she has specially given me a week's leave to accompany you in the Magic City. Su Liang said as if to show off.
Ah? Your sister-in-law is your boss?
Su Bingbing was still a little surprised to hear her brother's words. She thought her brother was the boss, but she didn't expect that he was actually working for his sister-in-law. No, that means my brother is a kept man.
Is your sister-in-law's family rich? Su Bingbing asked weakly. Well, your sister-in-law is a little rich woman. Su Liang answered without thinking. Ah? Then you're not a kept man? Su Bingbing was full of disbelief.
But when she thought about it, she remembered her mother saying last month that after her brother quit his last job, he had been looking for work for a long time. Unexpectedly, he has now found a job as a kept man. But then she looked at her brother's appearance again, and she felt that there didn't seem to be a problem with him being a kept man. It was just that she felt a little unwilling inside. Her brother, who had been so tall and mighty in her heart since she was little, would actually have to be a kept man in order to make a living.
What are you thinking, girl?
Su Liang tapped his sister on the head with his knuckles. All of your brother's assets were earned penny by me, and have nothing to do with your sister-in-law. Su Liang added in his heart, it's true that every penny was earned, no mistake.
Really? Su Bingbing asked incredulously.
Of course. Your brother still has quite a bit of assets that your sister-in-law doesn't know about, and you have to keep it a secret too. Hey, I didn't think you, with your bushy eyebrows and big eyes, would also learn to hide your private savings. After learning that her brother was not a soft-bred man, Su Bingbing's smile returned. Of course, what greeted her was Su Liang's plan to knock her out of the head again. It was late at night, and everyone returned to their rooms. Su Liang also returned to his room, while Yang Yueling had long finished washing up and was lying in bed playing with her phone.
Ahem, President Yang. Su Liang called out in a prudish manner. What's wrong? Yang Yueling felt Su Liang's mischievous gaze.
I want to work overtime tonight.
What do you think? Overtime? What overtime?
Yang Yueling hadn't finished asking, but she seemed to understand what Su Liang meant by overtime, combined with his undisguised gaze. Yang Yueling felt like she was in for a hard time tonight.
Shut up and go take a shower.
Yang Yueling picked up a pillow and threw it at Su Liang, but for some reason the pillow only flew halfway across the bed before falling. Su Liang, on the other hand, walked into the bathroom with a smile, leaving only one sentence. Yes, sir. I promised to scrub myself clean in the shower.
After less than 15 minutes, Su Liang emerged from the bathroom, wrapped only in a towel.
Yang Yueling quickly covered her eyes with her hands, leaving a gap between her index and middle fingers as wide as her eyes.
She couldn't help but wonder. How did Su Liang get in such great shape?
It wasn't so obvious when they were hugging, but now that he was standing in front of her half-naked, she could clearly feel that he had gotten a full size larger than 3 years ago.
Soon, Su Liang was no longer half-naked, but…
Bingbing and the others are still in the other room. Yang Yueling finally got a chance to catch her breath from Su Liang's advances. Don't worry, the house you built has very good sound insulation. Su Liang petted her a little, and his hands had already unconsciously touched other places.
Then be a little quieter.
Don't worry, I'll be very gentle.
That night, Su Liang once again experienced the warmth he had longed for, and Yang Yueling once again experienced the feeling of being filled with contentment.
However, there were also 2 beautiful girls who did not sleep very well for some special reasons.
Early the next morning, the alarm went off 4 times before it woke Yang Yueling from her sleep.
When she opened her eyes, she saw Su Liang looking at her with clear eyes. She couldn't help but think about what had happened the night before, and her face instantly turned red.
Good morning, baby.
Su Liang called sweetly.
Nonsense, Yang Yueling patted Su Liang's shirtless chest.
Su Liang, however, was quick-witted and lightly grasped her small hand, gently stroking it.
That's not what you said last night. You.
Yang Yueling thought back carefully about last night's events, and her face became even more rosy, red like it could bleed. Although the process was still a bit embarrassing, the experience was truly unforgettable. Thinking that the 2 of them had already been honest with each other, Yang Yueling no longer planned to be reserved. She directly moved into Su Liang's arms, her face rubbing against his chest. Su Liang initially thought that such a Yang Yueling was very cute, but after a while he realized that he seemed to want a baby. If you continue to seduce me like this matter may end badly. Yang Yueling quickly stopped what she was doing and slowly moved out of Su Liang's arms. Okay, go wash up first, I'll go downstairs and make breakfast for you. Su Liang calmed down a little and quickly got out of bed.
Okay, Yang Yueling also got out of bed with shaky steps.
Su Liang went downstairs to the first floor and found that Su Bingbing and Wu Ruixue were already sitting in the living room, and he was a little surprised. "Why did you get up so early? Isn't it better to sleep more?" Instead, he was greeted by Su Bingbing's eyes, which were a mixture of shyness and resentment. Su Liang was also taken aback. He had never seen such eyes in his sister's eyes before. He looked at Wu Ruixue to find out why his sister was looking at him like that. As a result, he saw Wu Ruixue's blushing expression. He instantly knew what was going on. He thought to himself, "You big-eyed open source group, is the sound insulation of the house you built so poor?" Of course, the sound insulation of the villa was actually not poor. If it was heard, it was only because some people were really unrestrained last night. Cough cough, going to bed early and getting up early is good for your health. I'll go make breakfast for you. Su Liang quickly slipped into the kitchen and started to get busy. He told it like it was, and it was still a bit hard to accept for his sister to hear his voice. Chapter 31. A family member I still have to help who not to help who reason? 20 minutes later, Yang Yueling also wobbled down the stairs, and the first thing she saw was the gaze of Su Bingbing and Wu Ruixue. She couldn't tell what was in their eyes, but she still couldn't help but blush. Actually, Su Bingbing was observing her sister-in-law's state. "Not bad, rosy cheeks and fine skin, my brother is still quite good," she secretly commented inwardly. "Ahem, Yuling, and you two girls, come over and have breakfast." Su Liang scratched his head and shouted. This morning, Yang Yueling became more dependent on Su Liang than ever before, and she hated sticking to Su Liang while eating breakfast. With great difficulty, the breakfast that was extremely long for all four of them was finally finished. "The two of you can play at home for a while, and you can also prepare in advance what you're going to bring with you when you go out. I'll send your sister-in-law to work first." After breakfast, Su Liang blessed, both girls nodded their heads and said yes. Driving to send Yang Yueling to the open source building, Su Liang found that Yang Yueling's eyes are full of reluctance, making him feel as if he is a deep-pulling ruthless scum like last night. Last night also kissed and loved each other, and today at the drop of a hat, he threw her aside and did not care about her. "Baby, today you first go to work at ease, we will go out to play together later, okay?" Seeing that Yang Yueling did not react, Su Liang then said, "Where did we go today and what did we play? I will report to you." See Yang Yueling's face improved some, Su Liang said. "Afternoon I come to pick you up from work, tonight to give you do you love to eat dishes, let's order a few of your favorite desserts how?" Yang Yueling finally blossomed into a smile, and Su Liang breathed a sigh of relief. Su Liang sent Yang Yueling to the office before he drove home to pick up Su Bingbing and the two of them. Because it would be inconvenient to wear a suit today as he was going to play in Disneyland, Su Liang purposely changed into a sportswear. This sportswear was bought by Su Liang last year, and although it wasn't a luxury item, it was barely a major international brand. Changing out of the suit and into the sportswear, Su Liang was less mature and domineering and more youthful and energetic. On the other hand, Su Bingbing and Wu Ruixue had met each other and put on skirts and strappy pants of the same color respectively, which was considered to be a very high-class girlfriend's outfit. All in all, the two of them got into Su Liang's nanny car and headed towards Disneyland together. Today was not a weekend or a legal holiday, and since it was already the end of summer vacation, there were not too many people in Disneyland in comparison. Tickets were bought online by Su Liang last night, and the three of them lined up directly to enter the park with their e-tickets. Su Liang had been to Disneyland before, with Yang Yueling, of course, but it was the first time for both of them, so both girls had a great time. So most of the time was spent with the two girls playing in the front, Su Liang following behind to help them carry their things, and then sending a selfie to Mr. Yang every now and then to check in. The three of them played until noon, ate a meal in the theme restaurant in the park, and then continued to play after a short rest. Played until 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the three people, mainly Su Bingbing and Wu Ruixue, are too tired to walk the road, only to discuss the road back home. Before leaving, Su Bingbing said she still wanted to eat a Disneyland limited popsicle, and ran to line up in a hurry. While Su Liang and Wu Ruixue both sat on a bench not far away to rest. Wu Ruixue glanced at Su Bingbing who was standing in line, and then at Su Liang who was sending Yang Yueling the pictures she took today, and took a deep breath. After thinking about it for a long time, she still planned to talk to Su Liang about the matter of Su Bingbing going for an interview. "Brother Su Liang, can I talk to you about something?" Seeing Wu Ruixue's inexplicably serious eyes, Su Liang put down his cell phone and nodded. "What matter do you want to talk to me about?" "It's about Bingbing's matter, although she asked me to make sure to keep it a secret from you, but after I thought about it, I still think it's right to talk to you." Su Liang also realized that what Wu Ruixue had to say was probably a very serious matter, he also straightened his color and nodded again.
You say it. Actually, Bing Bing and I didn't just come to Magic City this time just to visit. What is the meaning of this?
Bing Bing graduated with a degree in acting, and after graduation, she submitted her resume to quite a few companies, and one entertainment company in Magic City quickly accepted Bing Bing, saying that they wanted to sign her as an artist, and asked her to come to Magic City for an interview. So she asked me to accompany her to Mordor this time, more for the interview. Su Liang was also slightly surprised after hearing this. He knew that since his sister majored in acting, her future career would most likely be as an actress. He was surprised that he had never heard his sister talk about this interview, nor had he heard about it from his mom. This meant that she hadn't told anyone but Wu Ruixue.
If she was going to audition for a job, then why didn't she tell me?
To be honest, I checked the entertainment company that accepted her. There is a lot of black material on the internet, and most of it is about subterfuge artists. She probably didn't want you or her aunt and uncle to worry about her, so she didn't mention it to you. Su Liang inside have got a hint of bad idea. In the Magic City, black material, a lot of entertainment company.
The company she is going to interview won't be Tianyu Entertainment, right? Su Liang asked. Have you heard of this entertainment company? Do you know if their black material is real or fake?
Su Liang shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but they do have a very bad reputation online is all. Su Liang suddenly remembered that he was now the new boss of this company, but after 2 or 3 days, no one from this company had taken the initiative to contact him. You know, whether it's Chasing Light Investment or Yuanyu Technology or Huda Law Firm, after he gained their ownership, the person in charge was the first to contact him. Once he thought of this, Su Liang became more and more worried that this firm was truly unreliable.
Why are you talking to me about this? Bing Bing told you to keep it a secret from me. Su Liang asked.
I do not want to do this, so there is always a feeling of betrayal. Bing Bing. Wu Ruixue's eyes turned from confused to determined, then said. I also tried to persuade her to wait for the next opportunity, but she said she still wants to come and try. I am worried that after she meets something bad, I will regret it too much. You are her only relative in Mordor, and I have observed in the past 2 days that you still know Mordor very well, so I want you to step in and persuade her.
Wu Ruixue said almost in tears.
First of all, thank you for talking to me about this matter, and secondly, I am not much older than you guys, so there is no need to use honorifics. You can just call me brother like Bing Bing if you want. Also, my sister, she's just so reckless sometimes. My parents and I can't take care of her for the rest of her life, so please take care of her if you can. Su Liang said in a serious tone.
You? Wu Ruixue's eyes widened. She wasn't sure if Su Liang saw something. You don't have to be surprised, there are many things that can't be hidden.
Su Liang didn't say it outright either, but he knew that Wu Ruixue had heard it. I still think highly of you guys, thank you again for speaking to me about this.
Su Liang stood up and slightly bowed to Wu Ruixue.
Wu Ruixue also hurriedly stood up, wanting to help Su Liang up but too embarrassed to get on her hands.
Do you know when Bing Bing she's going for her interview? 3 days later in the afternoon. We agreed that I would accompany her.
Okay, I'll take care of Bing Bing, you don't have to worry about it. Su Liang was now a bit annoyed, because he had already guessed that there was something wrong with that Tian Entertainment. At the same time, he also knew that being an actress had been his sister's dream all along, and his own 3 or 2 words of persuasion would definitely not be able to keep her on the edge of her seat. Since now Tian Entertainment is already his own property, it would be better to take the trouble to straighten it out, and in the future, he can also give his sister protection in the acting circle. At this time, Su Bing Bing walked over with 3 pink popsicles in her hand and handed them to the 2 of them with a smile. You guys quickly taste, see, the internet said the taste is quite good.
Wu Ruixue smiled and took it, while Su Liang took it with an expressionless face. How do I feel that the atmosphere of the 2 of you is a bit off?
Su Bing Bing saw the tear stains around Wu Ruixue's eyes, and then saw this expression of Su Liang that could not tell if he was happy or angry.
There is no such thing, what are you talking nonsense about?
Wu Ruixue rarely lost her temper and pinched Su Bing Bing's waist.
She thought it was because Su Bing Bing misunderstood what happened between herself and Su Liang. Aya Shueshue, why are you pinching me? Su Bing Bing's small face wrinkled into a chrysanthemum. You deserve to be pinched. Su Liang took several deep breaths before calming down. Brother! You're my brother. You didn't help me when I was bullied by her?
Su Bing Bing was still rubbing her waist.
Didn't you say that Shueshue is not an outsider? I'm a family man, who else am I supposed to help and not help? Su Liang bit off the popsicle in 2 or 3 bites and walked forward with fury. When Wu Ruishui heard Su Liang's words, her eyes couldn't help but light up and follow Su Liang's pace. I'll forgive you this time. Let's go, we're going back. Aya, I'm really in trouble this time. Su Bingbing flattened her mouth and followed behind the two. After sending the two home, Su Liang drove to the open source building to pick up Yang Yueling from work. On the way here, he also bought a lot of desserts that Yang Yueling loves to eat, and Yang Yueling was so happy to see them. How did you play today? Yang Yueling counted the desserts in the bag and planned which one she would eat first. It wasn't bad, but they were the ones playing, I was just following at the back. Su Liang replied. Listening to your tone, it seems like you had a bad day today? Yang Yueling looked up and stared at Su Liang. Su Liang inwardly realized how this woman was so sensitive. Worthy of being someone who had just communicated with him in depth, he couldn't hide his own little thoughts from her. It's something unpleasant that happened, but it's fine, I can solve it alone. Well, if there's something I can help with, then talk to me. Anyway, you just need to know that you and I will always be together. Yang Yueling comforted Su Liang. She had almost never seen this kind of emotion in Su Liang that he was feeling right now, annoyed, confused, and very hostile. Okay, let's not say thank you between us, just know that I will always love you. After Yang Yueling's soothing words, Su Liang's mood relaxed a lot. I know that. Yang Yueling looked at the bag containing desserts in her arms and responded happily. Often it was this kind of details that could better reflect a person's love. At night Su Liang made a veritable feast of 10 dishes, which made Su Bingbing forget all about it. She had eaten Su Liang's cooking before, and didn't think it was this good. In just half a year's time could my brother's cooking skills have improved so much? Worthy of being my brother. Su Bingbing sighed inwardly as she ate. Today the two girls are very tired. After eating, Su Liang let them rush upstairs to wash and rest. Su Liang Yang Yueling, two people also did not stay downstairs more, early returned to the room to rest. Chapter 32, Who Are You? When Yang Yueling was taking a shower, Su Liang received a new push from Perfect Life on his cell phone, and after he clicked in, he saw content that surprised him. Today's 3 commodities are Wang Tianyi's Black Material Compilation 0.01 Yuan. Storage of Tian Entertainment Management's Black Material Compilation 0.01 Yuan. Entertainment Master's Treasure Dictionary 0.01 Yuan. Su Liang bought all 3 commodities with his doubts, and then he received 3 file compression packages on his cell phone. Su Liang always felt that the name Wang Tianyi seems to have heard of, a search on the internet is really so. This Wang Tianyi was none other than the current executive president of Sky Entertainment. Su Liang smiled slightly. So the problem is in you, I would like to see what black material you have. Su Liang unzipped this file on his cell phone, and after reading the contents inside this file he could no longer laugh. Fuming, he clutched his phone so tightly that he almost crushed it. He had heard a little bit about the darkness of the entertainment industry, and that was exactly why he didn't want to know about it. But now, because of his sister, he had to look straight into that dark abyss. After a long time, at the moment before Yang Yueling finished her shower and stepped out of the bathroom, he let out a long sigh and quickly adjusted his state. This night, it was Su Liang's turn to sleep uneasily. In essence, he was just a young man with a higher IQ and EQ. He was not yet able to calm down quickly after seeing such a disgusting picture. The next morning, Su Liang got up especially early. After making breakfast, he sat on the sofa without moving, not knowing what he was thinking about. It wasn't until Yang Yueling woke up and opened her eyes to find that Su Liang wasn't around and came downstairs to look for him that he came back to his senses. Su Liang, what's wrong with you? Yang Yueling looked at Su Liang's demeanor was obviously not right. Nothing, I had some insomnia last night, I should be fine tonight. Are you not used to sleeping with me? No, it has nothing to do with you, I was thinking about something, and I couldn't sleep after thinking too much. Su Liang explained. That's fine. Yang Yueling didn't say anything else, but just hugged Su Liang tightly, and only after a long time did the two of them separate. Are you going out to play with Bingbing today? No, today I am going to my company to deal with some things. Let them 2 young people go to the world of 2 people. You talk like an old man. Yang Yueling poked his forehead with her finger. Su Liang said inwardly, the old man does not have the same consciousness as I do. After breakfast, Su Liang sent Yang Yueling to work as usual. Before he left, he told the 2 little girls that he would be busy working today. He also told the 2 that if they want to go out to play, the car in the garage is free to drive, just pay attention to safety.
Finally thought, also gave Su Bingbing's bank card transferred 500,000, let her take Wu Ruishue to go shopping or something good. Su Bingbing looked at the balance of the 6-digit display of the heart for a long time, cannot be calm, she has never been to the hands of so much money. She rarely sighed. Since my brother is so rich, or else I won't be a star, how about letting my brother support us? Wu Ruishue heard this as simply overjoyed, straight call, good then we do not go to Tian Entertainment interview. How come Su Bingbing pinched her nose and said, I'm just kidding, I'm an adult, how can I still expect my brother to support me for the rest of my life? Wu Ruishue somehow lowered her head and looked like she was not very excited. Well, while there is still time, let's go out and play. Sister will take you out to splurge. Su Bingbing waved his hand, we'll go upstairs to make up and change clothes to go. Good. Wu Ruishue helplessly followed. I'm going to drive that green sports car today, I was attracted to it at first glance yesterday. While going upstairs, Su Bingbing also planned today's itinerary. On the other hand, after sending Yang Yueling to the office, Su Liang drove straight to Tian Entertainment. The office of Sky Entertainment is located in a commercial building, from the 15th to the 21st floor, the whole 6 floors have been rented by Sky Entertainment. After registering with the security guards downstairs, Su Liang took the elevator to the 21st floor, the floor where the president's office was located. When the receptionist on the 21st floor saw a great handsome man walking towards her, she thought he was the company's newly signed fresh meat and asked him with a smile on her face if he had anything to do. Su Liang only asked, Is Wang Tianyi in the office? Mr. Wang, he is in the office, what do you want to find him? The receptionist replied. May I ask which one is his office? Su Liang's aura at this time is very powerful, which is also thanks to his own drink of the physique improvement potion, to a certain extent, also strengthened his aura. What are you looking for, Mr. Wang? I'll let you know. The receptionist seemed to sense that Su Liang was coming from a bad place. No need, I'll just go find him. Su Liang said and went inside. Mr. Wang is busy. Mr. Wang is busy. The receptionist was about to chase after him. But Su Liang's footwork was fast, and within a few steps, he arrived in front of the president's office. Just when he wanted to push the door in, he realized that the door was locked from the inside. Without even thinking, Su Liang kicked the door open. To be precise, he kicked the door away, anyway, it was his own property, he didn't feel any pain. As soon as the door was kicked open, he saw an old, middle-aged fat man with no pants on in the office who was in deep communication with a half-naked, wonderful woman. They were obviously startled by Su Liang's sudden intrusion. You! What kind of person are you? The old fat man exclaimed. The woman, on the other hand, hurriedly pulled the clothes scattered on the ground onto herself. Are you Wang Tianyi? Instead of answering his question, Su Liang asked in return. Ha? Right. I'm Wang Tianyi, who the hell are you? Wang Tianyi shouted. Then things will be fine. Su Liang shouldered the door, fell to the ground, hardcard back to the doorframe. Then he looked at the woman, also seemed familiar, and asked. And what are you? The woman managed to put on her clothes, covered her face and did not say anything. I remember, you seem to be surnamed Yu, right? Su Liang had seen the woman more than once in Wang Tianyi's black material, basically equivalent to Wang Tianyi's concubine. Most importantly, she was also the head of the agent department of Tian Entertainment. Alright, you two stay here, don't go there either. Su Liang walked in front of the two, his powerful aura scaring the two back. Say. Who the hell are you? I'm going to call security to drive you away. Kick me out? I'm Su Liang. I'm the boss of Sky Entertainment. You're asking the security guards to kick me out? Su Liang said with a vicious laugh. What? You're Su Liang? Of course Wang Tianyi knew the name Su Liang. The previous major shareholder of Sky Entertainment was Wang Tianyi's old uncle, but he had immigrated abroad a few years ago and didn't care about the company. When his old uncle informed him a few days ago that Sky Entertainment had been sold and the new owner was named Su Liang, he was confused for quite a while. He was confused for a long time. With his old uncle being the owner of the company, he has been doing the dirty work of bullying men and women in the company for the past few years, misappropriating company funds and embezzling the company's assets on the basis of his position are even more numerous. For this reason these days he has been doing false accounts to level the books, so for many days he did not dare to contact Su Liang. I didn't expect him to call up personally? What proof do you have that you're Su Liang?
I think you're a paparazzo sent by another company. No, you're the robber. Wang Tianyi was still sophomoric.
Su Liang didn't even want to say one more word to him, and after glaring at him viciously, he slowly said, "You don't have to care if I'm Su Liang or not, you just need to know that the police who arrested you and my lawyer will be arriving soon." Su Liang had contacted Hoda law firm's lawyers before he came and handed over the relevant evidence to the police.
What? You even called the police to arrest me? On what grounds did you call the police to arrest me?
Just because I have in my hands evidence of your 19 cases of rape and bewitchment, as well as the embezzlement of $170 million from Sky Entertainment, and countless intentional injuries, threats, and intimidation.
After Su Liang finished his words, Wang Tianyi froze in place and did not dare to move.
He had indeed done all of these things, and Su Liang knew more than he could remember. Of course there's you, Ms. Yu. You repeatedly helped Wang Tianyi to operate the funds he embezzled, repeatedly helped him to rape my company's female artists and trainees, and I also handed over all the evidence of buying claw grids for the little fresh meat to the police. Yu Yua heard Su Liang's words like a bolt from the blue, too scared to move. Before the two could get over it, a team of police knocked on the door of the office. Su Liang thought for a moment as if he had jammed the door too hard for the police to push, so he turned around and broke the entire door down again. This made the police uncles knocking at the door really startled. How could they knock a few times and the door fell off by itself? After the police uncles reacted, they hurriedly shouted towards the inside.
All people are not allowed to move. We are the Magic City Police. Wang Tianyi and Yu Yua are not in?
Zhang Shan, who was following the police, saw Su Liang at a glance and stepped around the police to protect Su Liang.
Comrade police officer, this is my client, he's the one who called the police.
A few policemen understood and averted their gaze from Su Liang, all staring at the remaining two.
The two of you are Wang Tianyi and Yu Yua, right? The lead policeman asked symbolically.
Before the two of them could recover from their dazed state, several police officers came forward to put delicate silver bracelets on them and collectively took them away.
Inside Sky Entertainment, the employees working on the 21st floor were also dumbfounded.
One moment, a tall and handsome man kicked open the door of Wang Tianyi's office despite the discouragement.
The next moment, many police officers flooded into the office and took Wang Tianyi and Supervisor Yu away. However, these employees soon realized, this is the net of the law, but not leakage.
Wang Tianyi, this old beast has done so many bad things, he has finally been caught, right? To be honest, the people who worked in Tian Entertainment, especially the better-looking young female employees, were more or less harassed by Wang Tianyi. Some of them resolutely chose to leave their jobs, and some of them were forced to continue to stay in the company to be oppressed. Now everyone saw Wang Tianyi and his lover was handcuffed by the police together. Most people are happy and smiling. But there are also many people began to worry about their own future. The company boss was arrested, this company can still stay? The police quickly took the two Wang Tianyi away, so quickly that even Wang Tianyi himself didn't react. At the same time, the police also asked Su Liang to follow along to the police station to record a statement, but Su Liang said he still have urgent business to do, have to go later. The police did not agree at first, because it did not meet the procedural requirements. However, after some legal maneuvering by lawyer Zhang Shan, Su Liang was allowed to come back to the police station in the afternoon to take his statement. Chapter 33, Yama's Dotting. Su Liang looked at the dumbfounded faces of the people in the company and felt that it was time to step in as the new boss to calm things down. He looked around the room and found a relatively good-looking person.
What's your name?
The employee had been named is none other than the young lady who just exchanged words with Su Liang at the front desk. She was also confused now. This handsome man had just entered Wang Tianyi's office not long before he was taken away by the police. Now that he was named, he wouldn't be taken away by the police as well, right?
Isn't this the king of hell naming him?
Although I have not done anything illegal and disorderly, that is, speaking of which, I have also been wiped by Wang Tianyi, that old beast.
My name is Zhao Shirma.
The receptionist girl didn't know Su Liang's intentions, but still bravely said her name.
Good, Zhao Shou Mo. I'm the new boss of Sky Entertainment, here's the proof.
Su Liang pointed his hand, and Zhang Shan duly took out a series of documents and placed them in front of the crowd. I'll give you a task now, call all the employees above the level of deputy supervisor who are currently in the company, as well as all the brokers, all to a meeting room to gather, and say that the new boss wants to have a meeting.
Su Liang commanded.
Oh. Good. Zhao Xiaomo was still surprised that his new boss would actually be so handsome.
Go now and tell them that if they don't show up in 20 minutes, they'll all be fired.
Good.
I'll go now.
Zhao Xiaomo was in danger. First, she sent a notice in the company's big group, but she didn't have administrator privileges and couldn't at the whole staff. Then she sent a notice to her sisters on each floor and told them to call people offline. She herself then ran from floor to floor, strolling through each floor and calling out everyone who was in the company at the assistant supervisor level and above. These company management and brokers were even more confused when they heard their new boss call them upstairs for a meeting. Because of Wang Tiany's intentional concealment, a large portion of them didn't even know that they had changed bosses. The crowd came to the 21st floor in twos and threes, not expecting that someone had already guided them into the conference room at the elevator entrance. When the crowd walked into the conference room, they saw a young man who was too handsome to be described sitting on the main seat at the front, even more handsome than the few fresh meat in their company. Beside him sat a middle-aged man with glasses, and the two were talking about something. The management looked at each other in disbelief. Can it be that this young white guy is our new boss? Su Liang looked at the crowd standing at the entrance of the conference room not knowing what to do, and he didn't open his mouth to say anything. Until he glanced at the time, he set a time limit of 20 minutes to arrive, only slowly opened his mouth to say, 20 minutes is almost up, everyone find a seat, we are going to have a meeting. Only then did the management slowly find a good position to sit down. A few female management as well as female brokers picked a position close to Su Liang to sit down. There is no way Su Liang's face value in the eyes of the opposite sex is really too attractive. At this time, Zhao Shirma also came to Su Liang's side. Are all the people here? Su Liang asked. Mr. Boss, I've run through every department, the management that's in the company right now is all here. Zhao Shirma didn't know how to address Su Liang at once. Good, hard work. Su Liang nodded and said. Then, Su Liang coughed and cleared his throat, and the conference room instantly became silent. In fact, these management did not know what the person sitting in the main seat was, but it looked like the aura was very strong, and seeing that he was about to speak, the crowd had the sense to be quiet. Perhaps everyone is a little confused about who I am and why I'm calling everyone to this meeting, so I'll make it short and sweet next. Su Liang opened his mouth. I bought 100% of the shares of Sky Entertainment 3 days ago, so I am now the de facto boss of all of you. This is my proof of equity transfer, so everyone can take a look at it. Su Liang asked Zheng Shan to take out various types of proof documents and lay them on the table. Su Liang said, let everyone look at it, of course, is just polite, the conference room dozens of people, everyone look at it, then this meeting is still open. As soon as Su Liang finished his speech, some veterans in the conference room took the lead to applaud. The crowd did not recognize who Su Liang was at 1 second, but the next second, they put on a warm welcome attitude. Welcome, boss. The boss is so handsome. Okay, everyone be quiet. Today I asked everyone to come here because I have 2 things to say to you. The crowd instantly quieted down to hear what Su Liang was going to say next. I have a list of everyone here, I'll start by naming everyone to recognize them. Su Liang pulled out a paper list and read it out. The person whose name is called stands up, don't sit down until I say sit down. The crowd again puzzled face to face up, this boss how not according to common sense, how this is so like the students' military training when the point to the look. But soon the crowd should be able to know, Su Liang this list is not a student point to, but the real Yan Wang point to. Yang Miling. A middle-aged woman with heavy makeup stood up. Lu Ongwa. A young man stood up again, and when he heard his name being called, he even subconsciously shouted to. Alright, these 12 ladies or gentlemen, now I as the chairman of Sky Entertainment officially inform you that you are fired. Ha! The crowd was suddenly in disarray, and the conference room started to get noisy. Quiet. Su Liang shouted in a normal voice, but a fist smashed a hole in the mahogany-made conference table. Where had these senior white-collar workers at the bottom seen such a scene before, they quieted down. Although I don't need a reason to fire you, but you should know what you have done to apologize to the company, while there is still a chance to receive severance pay quickly get out. Su Liang's voice is not too loud and not too small, but it can calm down this group of management. Sure enough, as soon as Su Liang's words were finished, some people who had just been named left the conference room in a rage. The people Su Liang had just named were those who appeared in Wang Tiany's black materials, although no one among them had done anything illegal or criminal, but more or less they had done something wrong to the company, although it was not serious, but Su Liang did not want to keep it. So Su Liang just fired them and didn't hold them accountable. After these 12 people had all left the conference room, Su Liang once again quieted down the people in the conference room. Next I'm going to read out a list, but don't worry everyone, this time it's not a firing list. Su Liang again called up the names of 14 management and brokers like he did just now. After these 14 people were named up, their faces were obviously not very good, and some of them could not stop shaking with fear. Su Liang repeatedly confirmed once more that the people on the list had all been shouted up, and nodded with satisfaction.
Officer Ma, come out to arrest people.
After Su Liang's words, 10 or so people in police uniforms suddenly rushed out of the pantry. Individuals who were named to stand up fell to the ground with weak feet as soon as they saw the police, but were quickly pinned to stand up again by the police. At this time, someone actually broke free from the police and rushed to Su Liang to hit him, his mouth still chanting,
"Who are you to call the police to arrest me?"
Before Su Liang could get close to him, he was kicked to the ground and handcuffed to a silver bracelet by the police.
"Shut up, you're a drag queen with no lines,"
Su Liang said impatiently. After the dozen or so people were subdued, Officer Ma came to Su Liang and saluted him, saying,
"Thank you, Mr. Su, for assisting us in apprehending the criminals."
That's right, the people he just named up were criminals who were in cahoots with Wang Tianyi.
He didn't know until he looked at them.
This group of well-dressed and decent senior white-collar workers contained rapists, pimps and even drug dealers and triads.
He had to sigh, he was really wool-gathering to the poop.
When the police took away all these 10 or so more people, the remaining people in the conference room were too scared to move.
What kind of boss is this?
As soon as he took office, he first fired a quarter of the executives and then called the police to arrest a quarter of the executives.
Human officer? Sitting behind Su Liang, Zhao Xiaoma watched Su Liang's operation is even more shocked. This is the real Yan Wang point ah.
Whether it's those who were fired runners, or those who were arrested runners, from beginning to end, not even a complete sentence on the words, so out?
Please don't be too surprised, I'm just sending your old co-workers to where they belong, including Wang Tianyi and Yu Iwa.
Su Liang said with a smile. The following people were still dare to say anything. Many people were scared out of their voices, and there are individuals who are timid or shifting from out of their voices to incontinence.
Well, after getting rid of the pests, now start talking about work.
Su Liang's first day at amusement had caused such a big commotion that there was no longer a supervisor or above in the conference room who could report to Su Liang about his work. However, soon enough, Su Liang used his discerning eye skill to pick out a few people who had passable abilities and character to take the top spot and be in charge of the company's affairs.
After another hour of meeting, Su Liang roughly understood the current situation of Sky Entertainment.
In a nutshell, the internal management was chaotic, the management was scum, most of the artists and employees were miserably exploited, externally, the reputation and the strength of the works were poor, and the company had reached the point of being on the verge of collapse.
Su Liang inwardly spat out the Perfect Life app again. Could this be called a perfect life? Wasn't this purely sending a mess to himself?
In the end, Su Liang decided to let the company enter a state of closure and reorganization, recalled all the artists working outside, until he properly the company up and down the rectification once again. You all cry individually, the closure and reorganization will not lack your wages, I do not lack of money.
Su Liang last order, announced the end of the meeting, let the people back to work on their own things to go. But he also left behind an employee named Mao Weining, the very same temporary executive president he had just elected.
Su Liang was also surprised when he used his eyes to recognize people's skill to check on Mao Weining. Not only was she excellent in the columns of management ability and social skills, but even more rare was the column of character, which actually showed that she was a very good character.
In the Tian Entertainment, she is also considered to be out of the muck and untainted. Su Don, do you have any instructions?
Mao Weining was just an agent before, with only 2 lukewarm artists under her hand, and she didn't expect to open a meeting and actually become the president.
So she is still very grateful to Su Liang.
It's nothing. It's just to remind you that you must follow my instructions and call all of the company's artists to the company by tomorrow morning, including the trainees.
Su Liang instructed.
Yes, I will immediately contact the artists who are running out of the company to ensure that all of them will be on time tomorrow morning.
Mao Weining assured.
Not all artists, there are a few artists I have already called the police to arrest them, you call the rest of the people back on it.
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Not even the artists?
However, on second thought, there are indeed many artists in the company who should be arrested. As an agent, she still knew a lot of insider information, but she just didn't have the ability or determination to report them in the past.
Good.
You work with your heart, I'll come back tomorrow morning. After saying that, Su Liang left with Zhang Shan. Counselor Zhang, I'll have to trouble you for the next few days. Su Liang looked at Zhang Shan beside him and said with embarrassment, he is obviously a big lawyer, but now he is following himself to do these jobs that assistants should do.
Boss said this is out of place, our entire Hoda law firm is the boss of your gun, you point where we will fight.
After today's events, Zhang Shan still admired this new boss of his. Other entertainment company bosses wanted to try to hide the dark information in their companies, but his own boss had the determination to break away. He knew very well that the few he had called the police to arrest were the few first and second tier artists in the company that could make money, and he didn't know how much money he was going to lose. Not to mention that those executives that were taken away would make Tian Entertainment's market value plummet. But looking at the boss, it seemed like he didn't care about the money, only justice and the rule of law. Accompanied by Zhang Shan, Su Liang went to the Magic City police station to record another statement for more than an hour. Today's matter finally came to an end. Su Liang dragged his mentally exhausted body back to Open Source Mansion and hid in Yang Yueling's office to catch up on his sleep. Chapter 34. Is this something you should say? In the afternoon, as soon as Su Liang and Yang Yueling returned home, they saw large and small shopping bags placed in the living room. Oh, you guys went out today and harvested quite a lot. When Su Liang returned home, he forgot all about the troubles at the company. Brother, you laugh at me. Su Bingbing went up and pampered herself, while Wu Ruishui was really not too good at blushing. No, how dare I make fun of you, Miss Su. Moreover, my brother gave you pocket money just to let you go and spend it. You spend it vigorously, your brother. I have money. Su Liang dotingly rubbed Su Bingbing's head. Sometimes he himself had to admit that his whole family did spoil this sister too much, so that almost let her make a big mistake. Shui and I also bought gifts for you and your sister-in-law today. Su Bingbing pulled out a box from her bosom and handed it to Su Liang and Yang Yueling like a treasure. Oh, my sister has grown up, she can still think of her brother and sister-in-law when shopping, Su Liang continued to snicker. Yang Yueling, on the other hand, looked a little flattered. Last weekend Su Liang had also bought herself a whole lot of things, especially the dress that Su Liang had given her, which she liked very much. On top of that, Su Liang even gave himself a multi-million-dollar sports car. Now even her own sister-in-law also gave herself something, while she didn't seem to have sent anything to Su Liang, much less to her two sister-in-laws. My hallowed open source group president was really being adopted by Su Liang? Su Liang snickered at Su Bingbing, but in his heart he was still very happy about it. His sister grew up and had him as her brother in her heart. It's not a waste of time for him to be busy for half a day in Tian Entertainment today. Brother, you quickly open to see what it is. Shui and I have been picking for a long time. Su Liang obediently opened the box. It was a brand name watch. Su Liang didn't know anything about watches, but he had heard of this brand, and the price was generally not low, so it wasn't surprising that it was a luxury item. Wow! It's this brand of watch. It's expensive, isn't it? Although he had little interest in watches, Su Liang still cooperated inside. Hey, don't be in a hurry, let your sister-in-law open her gift first. Su Bingbing was on the side holding Wu Ruishui's hand, smiling as she looked at her brother and sister-in-law. Yang Yueling also couldn't wait to open her own gift. It was a lady's wristwatch. Looking at the style, it was the couple's model of Su Liang's piece. This is the couple's wristwatch that Shui and I picked out for you. How is it? Do you like it? Su Bingbing asked with a big smile. I love it. I've never received such a favorite gift before. Before Su Liang could make a sound, Yang Yueling answered first. As Yang Open Source's daughter as well as the current executive president of Open Source Group, she could buy any expensive and rare watch. But this watch was different. It was a gift from her sister-in-law, or a couple's watch with Su Liang. Sister-in-law, brother, if you like it, bring it on. This watch cost me $300,000. I've never bought anything so expensive in my life. Su Bingbing seemed to be showing off. Hearing this, Yang Yueling obediently took off her $900,000 wristwatch, casually threw it onto the sofa, and quickly put on the watch given by her sister-in-law. Seeing this, Su Liang also brought the watch to his hand. The two of them also stretched out their hands in tacit agreement, showing the watch on their hands to the two little girls. After dinner, Yang Yueling went upstairs to take a bath first, while Su Liang and the two little girls were playing with their cell phones in the living room. Su Bingbing was surfing the waves online when she suddenly swiped the exploding big melon of Tian Entertainment. The president and more than a dozen other executives were arrested on suspicion of criminal offenses, and a number of its artists were arrested for getting high on drugs, whoring, and gathering a crowd of XX. The company has been shut down and reorganized. Su Liang had made such a big noise in Tian Entertainment, even if he didn't understand the entertainment industry anymore, he knew that it couldn't be hidden. So he simply asked Sky Entertainment to take the initiative to explain all these things clearly. Fortunately, because he took the initiative to report these criminal offenses within the company, the police didn't make things difficult for the rest of the company, much less directly block their company. Su Bingbing didn't know about this. after she saw the news on the internet, she suddenly changed her face drastically and hurriedly pulled Wu Ruishua upstairs.
Wu Ruishua was even more shocked inwardly after learning these news, shocked rather than surprised. Tian Entertainment's black information on the internet has long been flying all over the streets, but today this is not just black information, but the actual hammer.
The timing of this explosion was also too good.
This way Bing Bing wouldn't be interviewing for a job at their company.
But then she suddenly remembered something else. She had only spoken to Su Liang yesterday about Bing Bing's affair with Sky Entertainment, and today Sky Entertainment had burst into flames. This is too much of a coincidence.
It couldn't be? An unbelievable possibility welled up inside Wu Ruishua. Bing Bing, we won't go to Tian Entertainment when they explode, so go take a shower first. Let's take a good rest for the next few days, and we'll talk about finding a job afterward. Wu Ruishua comforted. Okay, Su Bingbing was a little down inside, but she wasn't too upset. Instead, she was a little happy.
Before she mistakenly believed the lies of Tian Entertainment, almost to be put into the abyss without hesitation. Fortunately, now the mine, or by then she cried no place to cry.
Seeing Su Bingbing take a good change of clothes into the bathroom, Wu Ruishua quietly went downstairs.
Cough cough, bright brother. Wu Ruishua knows Su Liang has accepted her identity after Su Liang's perception of Su Liang a lot better, and now also willing to go along with Su Bingbing called him brother.
Why are you going downstairs?
Why did you go downstairs?
Su Liang was reading a novel on his cell phone.
I came down to tell you, Tian Entertainment has exploded, the president and many executives have been arrested. After Wu Ruishua finished speaking, she carefully observed Su Liang's reaction.
Oh, they have so much black material, it's normal for them to explode. Su Liang doesn't seem to be very surprised. Well, Bing Bing just said that she won't be interviewing for a signing at Tian Entertainment.
Su Liang thought to himself, no, although it's good that Ice doesn't go to Sky Entertainment, but isn't the reason why he did so much to create an environment where she can develop her acting career without worrying about it?
If she doesn't go to Sky Entertainment, I'm not doing all this work for nothing.
I think you guys shouldn't rush to look for a signing company and have fun in Magic City for a few days first.
Su Liang suggested. Well, Bing Bing and I think so too, it's just that we've been bothering you and your sister-in-law lately, Wu Ruishua said with embarrassment. It's okay, we're all family. Su Liang didn't know what to say. Brother Liang, let me ask you something. Wu Ruishua slowly approached Su Liang. The thing that Tian Entertainment exploded has something to do with you? Wu Ruishua asked. Inside Su Liang, no way, this sister has such a rich imagination? Su Liang didn't hold back and used his eye recognition skill for the first time on someone who wasn't one of his employees. The result surprised him again.
Wu Ruishua was an acting graduate like Su Bingbing, but it seemed that her acting and vocal abilities were not outstanding, they were both just good. What surprised Su Liang was her management and reasoning skills, which actually both reached excellent.
No, why would you, an acting student, have such good reasoning skills?
At the same time, Su Liang also saw that her character column showed that she had excellent character.
Ahem, why are you saying this? It's because I only told you about Bing Bing's affair with Tian Entertainment yesterday, and today, by such a coincidence, Tian Entertainment burst into flames.
Although I can't guess how you did it, Brother Liang, I do suspect that this matter has something to do with you.
What?
Then you cannot guess, and then guessing may put my old bottomer guess through. After knowing that Wu Ruishua has superhuman reasoning ability, Su Liang also changed his mind, intending to make this matter clear to her.
Would you believe me when I say that I bought out the Sky Entertainment Group? Su Liang asked tentatively. I believe it. You believe this?
Well, I believe it. It's because before, although Tian Entertainment's black materials were flying all over the place, no one could come up with any substantial evidence. But if you, Brother Liang, buy out Sky Entertainment, you'll be able to dig out all their black materials from the inside.
Wu Ruishua spoke her judgment.
Her words made Su Liang want to give her a thumbs up. It's more or less the same as what you said, I'm the boss of Sky Entertainment now. I'm still the one who called the police when those executives from Sky Entertainment were arrested today. After thinking about it, Su Liang simply told her everything and asked her to play nice with him.
So that's how it is. Wu Ruishua nodded after hearing this and said. How come you don't look surprised at all? Su Liang couldn't help but ask curiously.
Because Sherlock Holmes said, when all other possibilities are ruled out and one remains, no matter how unbelievable it is, that is the truth. I've speculated about this possibility of you buying out Sky Entertainment before, Brother Liang.
Is this something a drama school acting student should say? Ahem, looks like you're really smart, ha 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 ha.
It looks like his sister should be considered to be planted in this life. How can she fight with this reasoning genius with that little dumbass of hers? By the way, this matter you first do not say to Bing Bing haha. Su Liang instructed, and then his next plan and Wu Ruishue roughly said once. The other party also agreed to cooperate with him. All in all, this matter first in Bing Bing confidential ha. Good, sure. The two people's words had just fallen when they heard Su Bingbing standing at the stairway and shouted, "Shue shue! Why are you so close to my brother? I can't, I'm going to call the police." The two, just in order to whisper more convenient indeed, sit closer, but the interval between at least 1 meter above the distance only to see Su Bingbing wearing slippers jogging all the way over, pulling up Wu Ruishue to run upstairs.
Wu Ruishue also exchanged a look with Su Liang before leaving.
You guys are still eyeballing each other.
Sister-in-law, come and control your man.
Su Bingbing suddenly became jealous when she saw that scene just now. She of course knew that nothing would definitely happen between her brother and Shue Shue, but she still couldn't help but be jealous.
You don't shout nonsense,
Otherwise your brother I will have to sleep on the sofa tonight. He wasn't even afraid of Su Bingbing shouting at the police. What he was afraid of was her shouting at his sister-in-law. Brother, I have something important to discuss with Shue Shue. You quickly go back to accompany sister-in-law. Su Bingbing pulled Wu Ruishue and disappeared around the corner of the stairs.
From this night onwards, Su Bingbing officially moved into Wu Ruishue's room to live. It was a common thing for good girlfriends to sleep in the same bed, right?
As soon as Su Liang returned to his bedroom, he was confronted by Yang Yueling.
What was Bingbing shouting about just now? It's nothing, just a little kid screaming. Su Liang scratched his head, inwardly thankful that Yang Yueling hadn't heard Bingbing shouting just now.
Tired for a day, I'll go take a bath first ha. Soon, Yang Yueling saw her favorite picture of a beautiful man out of the bath again.
Ahem, come? Su Liang only asked one word. Yang Yueling also understood and thought in her head for half a second. It also answered Su Liang with one word.
Chapter 35. My employees were all arrested, and I was the one who reported it to the police. 2 hours later, Yang Yueling was lying in Su Liang's arms without a piece of clothing and whispering to him.
Right, Yueling, I have something I want to say to you.
Su Liang thought for a moment and decided that it was time to confess to Yang Yueling about his estate. Otherwise, in the future, he might have more and more properties, and at that time, if he took them out all at once, he would inevitably scare her. Of course, confession should be done in steps. Let's talk about Tian Entertainment first today.
What is it? Yang Yueling looked at Su Liang's serious look, and her curiosity was instantly aroused.
It's that I've acquired another enterprise in the past 2 days.
Acquired another enterprise?
Yang Yueling was a bit surprised after hearing this. Honestly, she couldn't guess how much property Su Liang had now. Last week, she knew that he had an investment company, and after checking it out herself, the market value was close to $1 billion. 2 days ago, she also learned that he was the owner of the Hidden Kitchen restaurant. As one of the most prestigious restaurants in Magic City, the market value of the Hidden Kitchen is also calculated on the basis of hundreds of millions of dollars.
And today you acquired a business?
What kind of business did you acquire?
Yang Yueling asked.
An entertainment company called Sky Entertainment, but I plan to change the name afterward.
Su Liang caressed Yang Yueling's silky smooth back and said. Tian Entertainment? Sounds familiar. Yang Yueling didn't care much about the entertainment industry, but she always felt that the name Tian Entertainment was familiar. It's the agency of Heavenly King Lu. Lu Zhangyuan.
That's right, the only Heavenly King level artist under Tian Entertainment happened to be the singer Lu Zhangyuan that the two of them both loved in college. Regarding this singer that he was both familiar with and unfamiliar with, Su Liang had even made a point of asking Mao Wanning about him today. The answer he got also satisfied him, although he didn't know why Heavenly King Lu would sign in a company like Tian Entertainment, but according to Mao Wanning, Heavenly King Lu, in addition to running circulars, is to go home to accompanying his wife and children, and never gets involved in those messy things in the company. It's true that artists who have reached the level of Heavenly King still love their wings more.
Su Liang, why are you so good?
Yang Yueling was really feeling too surprised. Heavenly King Lu was one of the few stars she liked, and she didn't expect that her boyfriend would become his boss now.
Then wouldn't she be his boss's wife? Then wouldn't you be able to hear him sing casually in the future? Didn't you just try how good I am?
Su Liang teased Yang Yueling with clear eyes.
Yikes. You bad guy.
Yang Yueling's cheeks turned red and she started the small fist pounding your chest mode again.
Okay, I won't joke with you anymore.
Su Liang gently held her small hand and grabbed it for a kiss.
However, if you go online now, you should be able to see that this company's black material is flying all over the place. Ah? What do you mean?
Because today their president and a dozen executives, as well as several artists, were arrested by the police for breaking the law.
Huh? What's going on here?
I called the police.
Ah? Su Liang's words made Yang Yueling's CPU go completely down. The thing is like this. Su Liang told Yang Yueling all about the cause and effect of the incident after doing some rationalization and rearranging. Ah? How could Heavenly King Lu's agency go so far?
Yang Yueling was so annoyed after hearing what Su Liang had said that she couldn't wait to go to the detention center and beat up those scums. No anger, they have been sent to the station by me, next wait for the bottom of the prison to sit through it. This wasn't something Su Liang had said randomly, but something he had asked Zhang Shan for his professional opinion on. In terms of the crimes committed by Wang Tianyi, giving him a life sentence is considered light, and if nothing goes wrong, he will probably be sentenced to death.
Then wouldn't that company be in trouble now, both internally and externally? Will you lose a lot of money if you buy it?
Yang Yueling quickly adjusted her mindset and cared about Su Liang.
It's fine, I never do business at a loss. Su Liang added inwardly, besides, I didn't spend any money at all. Then how do you plan to deal with this company in the future?
Not to be broken, not to be established, to be broken first and then to be established. Su Liang's plan is to clean out all the pests in the company first, correct any mistakes, and then develop slowly one step at a time. What's more, the mountain man has his own plan.
He still had one more magic weapon he hadn't pulled out yet.
Good, if you need help you talk to me, the open source group is still very rich.
Yang Yueling swore in assurance.
Yan open source certainly do not know, his little cotton jacket has not yet married at elbow has already unlimited outward turn.
Good, then thank President Yang in advance.
You said that there's no need to say thank you between the two of us.
Yang Yueling blocked Su Liang's mouth.
Good, then I don't need to say it.
Su Liang rolled over and pressed Yang Yueling underneath him. The next morning, Su Liang went downstairs in high spirits and saw the same rosy-cheeked Su Bingbing.
You got up so early again today?
Su Liang casually asked.
Su Bingbing blushed and whispered back a good morning. After the four of them finished their breakfast, Su Liang sent Yang Yueling to work as usual, and he himself had to rush to Sky Entertainment for a meeting later.
Do you two have any arrangements today?
Su Liang asked. We are going to go out for a stroll and feel the city walk of Magic City, replied Su Bingbing.
Oh, do you still have enough money to spend?
I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to do it. Su Liang thought that his sister spent $300,000 on buying gifts for himself and Yang Yueling yesterday, and he was still a little touched inwardly.
We can't afford to spend that much money.
Su Bingbing hastily rebuffed. The truth is also true, after buying gifts for his brother and sister-in-law yesterday, the two went shopping for most of the day. But after all, she was still a youngster who had just graduated from college, and it was still a bit difficult for her to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars at once.
That's fine, no money to spend with brother said, brother support you. Su Liang made a self-considered very dashing action, indeed dashing, turned around and went out to send Yang Yueling to work.
Ha 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 ha. Su Liang's move however caused his sister to mock him mercilessly. Arriving at Tian Entertainment, Su Liang took a deep breath and walked into the office area, encountering Mao Wanning who had been waiting here for a long time.
Su Dong, you're here.
Are all the people here?
Su Liang was referring to all of the company's artists, trainees, and employees.
They are all here, they are waiting for you upstairs.
Okay, let's go upstairs.
Coming to the 21st floor, he saw that the office area was already full of people. All the artists, trainees and employees of Tian Entertainment added up to more than 200 people, and there was no meeting room in the company that could accommodate so many people, so Mao Wanning simply asked them to wait in the office area.
Dong Su is here, everyone welcome.
As soon as Mao Wanning's words fell, the crowd burst into applause. After yesterday's day of fermentation, the entire company could know about the feat that this new boss had set yesterday. While lamenting the company's bleak future, all of them also appreciated his courage and means. More importantly, Su Liang's outstanding face value has deeply convinced this group of people who are used to judging people by their appearance.
A male artist, am I a fresh meat or is he a fresh meat?
Su Liang pressed his hand to silence the crowd. Everyone find a place to sit, we're meeting here today. Soon, everyone followed the instructions and found a place close by to sit down. Su Liang looked around, saw a tin box, stepped on it twice to make sure it was stable and then stood on it. Hello colleagues, let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Liang, I'm 26 years old this year, and I'm a graduate of the University of Magic City A. At the same time, I'm also a light chaser. At the same time, I'm also the boss of Mordor Chasing Light Investment Company, Mordor Far Tour Technology Company, and Mordor Hoda Law Firm, and of course, I'm also your boss now. Whether it's Chasing Light or Far Tour or Hoda, they all have full fame within their respective circles. Although Su Liang wasn't sure if any of the employees here had heard of the three industries in his hands, he was undoubtedly laying out his capabilities so that the people below wouldn't underestimate him. As expected, after the people below heard that the new boss already owned 4 businesses at a young age, and 4 businesses that were completely separated into different fields, they dared not underestimate him even more. The people might not know about Chasing Light investment in far-traveling technology, but most of them had heard about Hoda Law Firm. Especially the employees of the company's legal department as well as the brokers were shocked to learn that the owner of that far-famed law firm was the young man in front of them. Wang Tianyi is the leader of the black sheep of our company, those scum, yesterday has been sent to the police station, waiting for them will be the legal judgment. Su Liang went on to say. I know that there will be such leadership and artists in the company, and everyone present may have long been disappointed with our company. I also know that many people within the company, especially the female artists, female trainees, and female employees, have suffered from the persecution of that group of scum, and I am here to assure you that they will be punished to the fullest extent of the law. On behalf of the company, I swear on my character that I will definitely seek justice for all of you. Many of the girls at the bottom began to shed uncontrollable tears after hearing these words from Su Liang. Yesterday, I asked the company to shut down and reorganize because I realized that there are just too many problems within our company right now, and we need to all work together to solve them. Now, let me first express some of my own thoughts. Su Liang didn't know the rules of how the entertainment industry operated, but he did know the rules of how this society operated, so he understood that what he needed most right now was money and resources. Money is nothing to him. With his own master investment vision, he placed in the light of the investment of more than 10 million in just 2 weeks has rolled several times, and the future is only more. Not to mention the annual dividends from the companies. So he began to draw goodwill to his employees, telling them that the boss was not short of money, and that sentence alone could put a lot of employees at ease. Okay, that's all I want to say. Anyone who has any questions or suggestions or comments can raise them now. Su Liang spoke in a loud voice, able to make everyone present hear. Boss, I have a question. A handsome-looking, of course not as handsome as Su Liang, young male artiste was the first to ask. Go ahead and ask. It's because our company's reputation is a bit bad now, and no one is willing to ask us to make announcements, so what should we do? The male artist who asked the question was called Lin Shuwei, a young fresh meat hovering between the 3rd and 4th tier, and one of the few young fresh meat in the company who didn't have any black material. That's a good question, Mr. Mao. Tell us about the document I sent you last night. This document was exactly that magic treasure that Su Liang was talking about. It was actually the Entertainment Master's treasure book that he had bought on Perfect Life. It was only after he opened the folder that he realized that this treasury contained almost all the tools that an entertainment company could use to grow up in a healthy manner. It included, but was not limited to, hundreds of new songs, hundreds of new scripts, hundreds of variety show plans and thousands of marketing cases, as well as a lot of other information that was useful to Sky Entertainment at this stage, which was undoubtedly a bug-level prop for an entertainment company. Su Liang checked the details of the merchandise and found that the songs and scripts were not products of this world, so there would be no disputes over intellectual property rights. Su Liang couldn't read the music scores and didn't have the heart to read the scripts, but he trusted Perfect Life's productions, so he simply packaged up some of the content and sent it to Mao Weining. In the middle of the night, she received a folder from her boss and opened it to check it out. Without looking, it was a shock. There were hundreds of song lyrics and scores in the file, as well as many movie and TV scripts and variety show plans. Mao Weining, as an agent, could more or less read a short score, and all these songs given by the boss were undoubtedly songs that could become classic tracks. She randomly pulled out 2 more scripts to check, and they were all scripts that had the potential for a big breakout as well. Boss, the documents you sent are? They're all gifts for the company. You'll see to it that they're distributed to the artists at that time. Good. Thank you, boss. A singer's greatest thirst was for good songs, an actor's greatest thirst was for good scripts, and the boss had packaged and sent what could be called a sea of good songs and scripts all at once, which gave her infinite expectations for the company's future.
By the way, boss, why don't any of these works have the original author's signature?
They were all sold to me in a one-time package, no need to sign their names. Just go register the copyright of the works as soon as you can.
Good.
There were quite a few composers and lyricists in the entertainment industry who didn't want others to sign their names on their works for various reasons, so Mao Weining didn't doubt it. Dong Su bought a large number of songs and scripts for our company, as well as several plans for variety shows. It's enough for our company to come back from the dead, and it's only a matter of time before it's even more brilliant than before.
Mao Weining added at the right time.
By a large number, I mean more than 100 singles of silver quality or above, 20 S-grade movie and TV scripts, and 10 S-grade variety show plans. According to the status quo of our company, every artist has the opportunity to explode once, and whether or not you can continue to be on fire after that depends on your own skills.
Hearing this amazing number of songs and scripts, the artists and agents underneath were stunned.
To know, take an ordinary first-tier actor as an example, it is not easy to receive 1 or 2 S-ranked scripts in a year, and it is not impossible to receive 3 or 4 in a year when one's luck runs out.
Is it really true? Chapter 36. Mr. Su, you really scared me today.
Su Liang seemed to see the distrust of the crowd and opened his mouth to say. I emphasize once again, I have money and good scripts and songs in my hands, and in the future, as long as you guys contribute to producing good works, I believe that our company will surely be able to revive and create another glory soon. After Su Liang has drawn a big pie for a long time, this meeting has come to an end.
I'm going to say one last thing.
Su Liang paused for a moment and waited for everyone to quiet down before continuing. I know that Wang Tiany's group of people have done heartless things to some of the people in the room, and they are scum.
But I'm not scum, I can't do anything to apologize to you.
Now I'm giving you guys a choice, all the other employees in the company, including the trainees, except for the second tier and above artists, can choose to leave our company. The artists and trainees also don't have to pay a breach of contract fee, and the company will also give you a compensation depending on the situation. The opportunity is limited to today. After today's I'll default that we are all like-minded comrades, and together we will create a bright future for the company.
After Su Liang finished his words, the scene became silent. Mao Weining's mouth opened wide,
because Su Liang did not mention this matter to her at all. She knew that with the company's current situation, after hearing this condition, there must be a lot of people who would choose to leave. As expected, after the crowd reacted, someone soon chose to leave Tian Entertainment. Only a younger female employee was the first to stand up and say that she wanted to leave.
Boss, I'm sorry, I think you're very nice, but maybe it's because I'm not suitable for this company, so I'm resigning.
Well, go to the HR department later to register and receive double severance pay.
Su Liang just smiled a little and responded.
Soon, the people who thought clearly that they wanted to leave stood up one after another and left, during which there was no lack of artists in management. Seeing this, Su Liang quickly asked the personnel department to register them on the spot, and promised to put the severance pay on their cards within today. In the end, about 30 people left on the spot, which was a lot less than Su Liang and Mao Weining had imagined.
Anyone else want to leave?
It's okay, you can leave if you want to, and if you want to come back in the future, as long as you have the ability to pass the test, I also want.
Su Liang asked tentatively.
At this time, there has been sitting in a chair without saying a word. Middle-aged man raised his hand. Su Liang saw the situation and asked him what is the matter.
Until he took off his mask, Su Liang recognized, this is not exactly Lu Zhengyuan. Lu Tianwang. Lu Tianwang. You are also in awe.
Su Liang surprised. Ha, of course I'm here, after all, I'm also a part of the company.
And don't call me Lu Tianwang, you are my boss.
Lu Zhengyuan didn't have much of a stance and replied with a smile.
Lu Zhengyuan's words also let the oppressive atmosphere of the scene get some relief. What is Mr. Lu's instruction?
Teaching cannot talk about, I just want to say that I think you are a very good person, I want to follow you to do. Lu Zhengyuan said with a smile.
Then of course I am grateful from the bottom of my heart, but can you please not keep sending me good guy cards? Su Liang also made a joke.
The atmosphere of the scene was further eased. I'm very grateful to Heavenly King Lu for trusting me, and in the future, our company will have to rely on your blessing to flourish.
I see that you also have a good foundation, do you want to come and be an artiste as well?
Lu Zhengyuan said with a smile. This may not work, when the artist to earn money not as fast as I earn in the stock market, and also tired, not suitable for me.
Su Liang joked.
Su Liang's words also triggered a lot of laughter. In fact, making money in show business is much easier than making money in 99% of the world, but Su Liang has hung. Then Su Liang noticed a group of young, beautiful, and well-built handsome men and women far away from him, who looked like they should be the company's trainees.
Handsome men and women over there, may I ask if you are our company's trainees?
Su Liang asked directly. The group of young men were a little nervous when they realized that their boss's gaze was on their side, but they still nodded their heads and answered Su Liang's question. I just realized that there doesn't seem to be anyone on your side who has chosen to leave. Can I ask what you guys think? What Su Liang was thinking was that these little trainees were underpaid and poorly treated in the company. And if he remembered correctly, there were some of these trainees who had been victimized, both men and women.
The group quickly elected a representative to answer Su Liang's question.
Boss, the main reason is that we as trainees are already a bit old, and also anyway is that even if we leave, we don't know what we can go for, so we choose to trust you.
The girl who spoke was called Xie Tongtong and had already been a trainee at Tian Entertainment for more than 3 years, but had yet to make her debut.
Su Liang was still touched inwardly when he heard the phrase, "We choose to believe in you." After all, he was still a young man himself, and it was still difficult to calmly accept such unreserved trust from others. Good, if you choose to trust me, I will not treat you poorly.
Starting this month, all trainees will receive a twofold increase in their base salary.
Moreover, I guarantee with my personality that I will let you all make your debut within a year, no, within 9 months and become a hit.
If you don't make it, I'll pile up the money and make it happen.
Su Liang knew that these trainees' monthly base salary was ridiculously low, so a twofold raise wasn't much money to him. The bottom of the trainees, no matter male or female, heard Su Liang words are very excited, cannot fire up another say, can get 3 times the salary that is a real income. The others should not be in a hurry, those who choose to stay will all get a 30% raise, and the artists' contracts will all be re-signed. Su Liang finished his speech, completely ending the depressing atmosphere of the scene.
Last but not least, from today onwards, Sky Entertainment will change its name to Chasing Light Entertainment. The meeting ended. Everyone stood up and applauded. The vast majority of them were very satisfied with today's outcome.
At the same time, they also adored Su Liang, the boss they had met for the first time. After handing over some more details to Mao Weining, Su Liang left Tian Entertainment in a blaze of glory. No, it was now Chasing Light Entertainment.
As for where to go in a hurry?
Of course, he went to his treasure bowl, Chasing Light Investment.
Su Liang came to Chasing Light Investment and walked into Yi Wenliang's office without saying a word. Mr. Su, you are here?
Yi Wenliang was a bit surprised to see Su Liang come, because the boss is a complete shirker, usually nothing will never come to the company.
Well, how much money is in my personal account?
Su Liang did not say nonsense until the subject asked. I'll check, you wait a moment. Yi Wenliang opened the computer to help Su Liang query. The results led him are very surprised. In just over a week, your $11 million has rolled over to $34 million. I have to say that your vision is really poisonous.
Okay, call in 2 operators. I want to make money.
What?
Make money?
Yi Wenliang was a bit puzzled.
Isn't this money lying here making money?
But he was very obedient to call the 2 operators in, or that, he is the boss, want to do what do. Su Liang first let the 2 people to hold their own stocks or sold out of the cash. Immediately after that, he began to think about the Hong Kong stock market.
I'm going to open leverage later, you guys help me operate it. Boss, you want to open leverage?
Yi Wenliang some surprise, open leverage is very risky behavior, a bad luck will lose when pants off.
It's okay, I'm sure.
Su Liang picked a stock, can make money in a short period of time only it. By him, 5 times leverage, $34 million all in, right now.
What?
The operator is very puzzled Su Liang this behavior, but still obediently according to his operation. From the opening of the lunch market until the close, Su Liang relied on a series of bold and flirty operation in the Hong Kong stock market to make a whole 110 million. The whole company was dumbfounded, and many professional managers took the initiative to come to Yi Wenliang's office to observe his boss's operations at the door.
Mr. Su, you really scared me today after the close of trading, Yi Wenliang spat. It's not a moneymaker, what's so scary about it?
Su Liang, after 3 hours of high-intensity brain, more or less still a little tired, is now sitting in a chair to drink tea and rest.
It is because of making too much money is terrible.
Yi Wenliang added in his heart, if I lose money, I'll feel pain at most, but I won't feel scared.
Okay, you guys worked hard today.
Double the commission for those 2 operators, I'll leave first. Su Liang finished a cup of tea and walked away in style.
By the way, I'm coming back tomorrow morning. Get ready tomorrow, I'm going to play short seller.
Huh?
Good boss, take care. Wan Liang wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead after sending Su Liang away. This boss is also too scary, a person 3 hours to do away with the entire company's performance for a month. Su Liang picked up Yang Yueling from work at the open source building as usual and went home to cook. After a night of silence, the next morning at 9:30, Su Liang appeared at the president's office of Chasing Light Investment on time. Seeing Su Liang came, many employees put down their hands. Want to come in to learn to observe. Su Liang think their own operation others cannot learn. They did not hang up, but still allow them to observe on the side. In order to facilitate their observation, also changed the operation of the venue to the company's large conference room. How many times can I open my account leverage? Mr. Su, your account is still considered a new account. We only got the qualification to open 5 times the leverage. The operator replied with a serious face. Mr. He, gentlemen, do you want to make big money with me? As soon as Su Liang's words were spoken, the crowd seemed to understand what he meant. After some thought, Wan Liang decided to trust his boss for once. Even if he lost the bet, he would at most be looking for a new job, but if his boss lost the bet, he would be losing his family's money. It's not as bad as the boss, right? If Su Liang knows Wan Liang's inner activities, then surely will hand itchy cannot help but do it, to chase light investment for a president. Ahem, let's cut the crap. The people of Chasing Light Investment quickly transferred most of the company's liquidity into the same account, and Su Liang also transferred all of his $140 million into it. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Hong Kong stock market officially opened. Open the maximum multiples of leverage, 400 million all short cotton futures. At Su Liang's order, Chasing Light Investment started the biggest gamble since their opening. And all the employees of Chasing Light will never forget today because of Su Liang's next operation. 400 million Chinese dollars can be exchanged for 56 million meters, and futures trading is calculated according to the meters. At this time, the leverage has been pulled full to 12 times, which means that even if the cotton futures up a point, for the light chasing investment is a big loss, and cotton futures even if only a point down, light chasing investment will make a big profit. Chapter 37. I sold my father's company to mix with you. Until the close of business at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Liang ordered all the money to cash out. The whole company looked at the number displayed on the big screen, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Some of the employees with poor tolerance had already fallen to the ground in shock. Because the number displayed on the account balance at this time was 191 million, and the unit was the meter knife. When converted back to Chinese currency, it was roughly 1.35 billion. Their boss, Su Liang, had used just one day to forcefully take 900 million in the stock market. This can only be described as a robbery, which has never happened before in this world. Su Liang personally can get more than $200 million after deducting the tax. The main thing was that Su Liang had only used just one day to overshoot the entire company's KPL for a quarter. However, Su Liang wasn't very excited either, and only left a sentence. I'll be back tomorrow. The next day was Friday, and Su Liang decided to put up another fight. 6 hours later, the crowd looked at the account showing $510 million. Is this a human being? For 3 consecutive days, every day, he made over $100 million. A money printing machine can't be this fast. Su Liang looked at the $800 million lying in his account and smiled happily. Now he can let go of whatever he wants to do. He left 200 million in the stock market and ordered 2 more long red stocks to sit and wait to make money. The remaining 600 million was allowed to be transferred into his own bank account. He was useful. Due to the huge amount, the money didn't arrive until the next day at noon. For that matter, the bank worked overtime to handle the result for him. With the money, he contacted Mao Weining. Did you change the name of the company? Mao Weining quickly replied. It's already registered on the business side. What's the boss's order? Su Liang nodded with satisfaction and replied. That's good, I'll transfer 300 million to the company's account in a while. You guys slowly spend it, usually nothing big need to find me. After a flurry of operations, Su Liang threw his cell phone away and began to sit across from Yang Yueling, fuming. Mao Wanning looked at the message from her boss. She recognized every word. How come she couldn't read it when it was combined together? As a result, when she was about to leave work that afternoon, the finance employee rushed into Mao Yangying's office. General Manager Mao. Suddenly someone transferred $300 million to the company's account. What's going on here? Mao Weining was also shocked to hear this, but it quickly transformed into a feeling of reverence for Su Liang. It was transferred by Su Dong.
he told us to take the money and just let go and do our work, and to look for him less in the future when there's nothing to do.
Ah.
Finance was also shocked to hear this, and could not recover for a long time.
That is 300 million. Just give it? Not even one more request?
But in that case, the company's finances will be saved.
Boss Nyo Ben. The small finance is sighing inwardly. Su Liang, look at your expression, you look very happy.
Su Liang also came back to God, mainly because of these days of trouble and brain, now all of a sudden relaxed, cannot help but to reveal the joy of God. Nothing, is that my investment company made money in the past few days, so I'm happy. Su Liang did not intend to hide, can let Yang Yueling know their own skills, and later marry her when you can also have the bottom line.
How much money is this? How much money did you make? How can you make Mr. Su, who spends his money like dirt, so happy?
Yang Yueling had just finished reading a few documents and was about to relax.
It's just 2 or 3 billion, not much. Su Liang pretended to look like he didn't care. How much? How much did you say? To be precise, it's $450 million, not much. How much? Are you serious?
Don't lie to me like I'm a child.
Yang Yueling couldn't believe the number she heard, $450 million? Dollars?
I definitely won't lie to you, if you don't believe me, I can't help it, alas, I finally paid by mistake.
Su Liang looked at Yang Yueling with an aggravated look, his eyes seemed to be swirling with tears.
No, I don't disbelieve you, it's just that the number you said is just too unbelievable.
Yang Yueling quickly explained.
It's okay if you don't trust me, it shouldn't be too many days before my Chasing Light investment will become famous in the whole financial world of the Magic City. By then, Mr. Yang will find someone who knows about finance and ask him to know. I really don't not trust you, just forgive me. Yang Yueling walked to Su Liang's workstation and grabbed his hand and shook it.
I can't.
The most important thing between a couple is trust, and now we already have a crisis of trust. If you want to remedy the situation, there's no way, so attach your ears and listen.
Su Liang's face blossomed into an impish smile.
Yang Yueling obediently put her ear over. You do this, and then tonight you do this, and then I'll forgive you if you do this.
How's that?
Yang Yueling's face reddened before Su Liang finished his words, and her face was even hotter after listening to Su Liang's tawdry maneuvers.
Su Liang! You rascal! Yang Yueling didn't care whether Su Liang could forgive her or not, she directly got up and ran away. But what kind of person is Su Liang? He was quick to grab Yang Yueling's hand and pulled her into his arms. Okay, I'm not joking with you, I'm not angry either. Su Liang gently rubbed the corner of Yang Yueling's lips with his thumb. You're joking with me? Of course, how could I be mad at you? Then you were also joking when you said you made $2 to $3 billion? That's true, Chasing Light investment should soon be famous in the Magic City's financial world. Su Liang, let me discuss something with you.
Yang Yueling said softly.
What is it? I promised. I'll ask my dad to sell the open source, and you'll make me a lot of money. Huh? Does your dad know that you elbow out so much?
Su Liang pinched her nose and teased.
Letting go of breathing doesn't work. I'm just kidding.
Yang Yueling broke free a few times and escaped from Su Liang's hands.
But I really have something to tell you.
Tomorrow is the weekend, let's go shopping again and bring Bing Bing Shui Shui with us. Yang Yueling said with a straight face.
This is fine, where do you want to go shopping tomorrow?
I haven't decided yet, but you have to promise me one condition first.
What condition?
When we go shopping tomorrow, you are not allowed to pay for anything.
Let me pay the bill. Why would you mention this condition? Su Liang asked in disbelief.
It's your fault for giving me so many things, even Bing Bing gave us a pair of watches.
But I haven't sent anything to you guys yet.
Yang Yueling said, also some small angry. At first she also thought to their own financial strength can be adopted. Su Liang's did not expect and accidentally become adopted that side.
Su Liang also understood his little girlfriend's meaning, and agreed painfully.
Although Su Bingbing has been wandering around in Magic City for the past few days, but hearing that he can accompany his sister-in-law to go shopping naturally also readily agreed. The next day, the four of them coincidentally all slept until the sun rose, and after a simple breakfast, they went out together. Su Liang still drove the nanny car carrying the three beauties, together to the open source commercial center shopping.
Wow! I haven't come to this shopping center yet, see if the name is the same brand as the one in our home? Su Bingbing marveled.
Not to mention that Su Bingbing had never been here, even Su Liang, who had lived in Magic City for several years, had not yet been to this commercial center.
However, Yang Yueling quickly explained the secret of it.
This commercial center was officially opened after the Spring Festival this year, so it is not very famous in Magic City, but the brands are all domestic and foreign first-line brands. I think it is still worth a visit. Yang Yueling secretly advertised her family's business center and looked at Su Liang with a dumbfounded smile.
Su Liang also noticed Yang Yueling's gaze and went forward to pull her small hand.
Su Bingbing, on the other hand, wasn't clear about what was going on, and only felt that his sister-in-law knew a lot, praising.
Sister-in-law is awesome. Knows so much.
Open source business centers area and the number of stores is not as much as the China World Trade Centers, but it is really worth a stroll. 4 people, to be precise, it is 3 people. Su Liang does not like shopping. One did not pay attention to stroll to the time to eat dinner. During the period of Yang Yuling to Su Liang, Bingbing and Shueishue 3 people have bought a lot of things. At first Su Bingbing and Wu Rueishue 2 people are embarrassed to accept so expensive gifts, but Su Liang said everyone is a family, feel free to accept is. 4 people cannot shop, came to a restaurant recommended by Yang Yuling to eat.
After dinner, everyone returned with a large bag full of. However, this shopping had an unexpected effect. Chapter 38, It's tiring to talk to you rich people. At night, in Wu Rueishue's room.
Shui, I want to look for a job. Su Bingbing suddenly said.
Didn't you say 2 days ago that you would play for a while before saying anything about work?
Wu Rueishue just finished showering out, heard Su Bingbing suddenly mention the matter of looking for a job, a little surprised. I want to play, but I now also really should find a job. You see how much money my sister-in-law spent on us when we went shopping today, and it was only today that I really realized that life in the Magic City can actually be so expensive.
If I can't find a job, I'll be too embarrassed to dawdle at my
brother's place. The resumes I sent out earlier have received replies from other entertainment companies, but none of them are local to Mordor, so I'll have to make a trip to another city if I want to go for an interview.
I understand what you mean. I first go out to drink a cup of water, come back to talk to you.
Wu Rueishue immediately thought of going to find Su Liang, but she was too embarrassed to knock on their bedroom door, so she had to go downstairs first. Luckily Su Liang was still playing with his cell phone in the living room.
Brother Liang. Something big is wrong.
Wu Rueishue jogged to the living room.
What happened?
It was the first time that Su Liang saw Wu Rueishue in such a hurry and hurriedly asked.
Wu Rueishue roughly repeated Su Bingbing's words.
I understand, I will see how Chasing Light Entertainment, which is also known as the former Sky Entertainment, has been reorganized, so if you can, tell Bingbing about it.
Su Liang looked at the time and sent a message to Mao Yangying.
Mao Wenying quickly replied to the message, she said.
Good evening, boss.
Thank you, Director Su, for your concern for our Chasing Light Entertainment. Our company has now fully resumed work.
As expected, there are almost no drama groups or programs willing to send us announcements after Wang Tiany's affair blew up.
But because we had anticipated this, we're already preparing for self-produced online dramas and variety shows. According to Su Dong, your intention, the first variety show will choose to do I Am a Trainer. The live broadcast rights have been sold to Weiku Video, and it is expected to start broadcasting at the beginning of next month. Well, it looks like Chasing Light Entertainment is on the right track. I'll take you two to the company tomorrow.
Su Liang said and sent a message to Mao Wenying. Okay, hard work everyone.
I'll bring the 2 newcomers over tomorrow afternoon and treat you all to afternoon tea on the way.
Good. Thank you, Brother Liang. I'd better go and tell Bingbing myself, so she doesn't have to think about it.
Good. The 2 of them arrived at the door of Wu Rueishue's room. Su Liang still knocked on the door.
Is it Shui?
I'm putting on a mask, I can't see the road, just come in.
In the room Su Bingbing beamed and said. It's me, I came to tell you something. Oh, brother You can also just come in, I'm getting dressed. Su Liang wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead and slightly pushed the door open.
Brother, what kind of thing do you want to talk to me about?
I came to talk to you about your future job. HM?
Su Bingbing heard her brother say this and realized that something was wrong. Peeling back the mask, she saw her dearest Shui standing right behind her brother.
Shui, you betrayed me.
Su Bingbing pouted and said. What betrayal is not betrayal? You read as the performance major, brother cannot let you go to be an actor? Why don't you talk to me and mom and dad about your job search? I am sorry, I want to enter the entertainment industry, but I am afraid that you and mom and dad have a bad impression of the entertainment industry.
Ahem, after the Tian entertainment matter, Su Liang's impression of the entertainment industry is really bad to the extreme.
You don't have to worry about these things, you can do whatever you want to do, no matter what happens, brother is capable of protecting you now.
Thank you, brother.
Being able to hear her brother say this, Su Bingbing's heart was still very touched.
The prerequisite for my brother to protect you is that you have to communicate positively with my brother. Do you know how unimaginable you would have ended up if you had entered Sky Entertainment a few days ago in a haphazard manner?
Speaking of this, Su Liang was still a bit angry. His sister was almost going to be hobbled by that old bastard Wang Tianyi.
Shui, you even talked to my brother about Tian Entertainment?
Su Bingbing was completely flustered. She knew that the black information of Tian Entertainment was flying all over the internet these days. She didn't know if her brother would still agree to her entering the entertainment industry after seeing it.
Sorry, I couldn't persuade you at that time, so I could only talk to Brother Liang. Wu Ruishua also lowered her head and didn't dare to speak up.
Not only should you not blame Ruishua, but you should also thank her properly. If it wasn't for her telling me about it, the consequences would really be unimaginable by then.
Su Liang had previously asked Mao Wanning why Tian Entertainment set the interviews for newcomers at the strange time of 6 p.m.
Mao Wanning only said that this was a rule set by Wang Tianyi to make it convenient for him to invite the newcomers to eat, drink, and sing.
Sorry, brother, I will definitely talk to you first if something happens in the future.
Su Bingbing now speaks with her head down like a child who has made a mistake.
Well, brother doesn't care about other things. When you have a hard time, just come and talk to me. Celestial Entertainment has been bought by me and is now renamed Chasing Light Entertainment. I thought since you want to enter the entertainment industry, brother will be responsible for escorting you. What? After listening to Su Liang's words, Su Bingbing was stunned. What did my brother just say?
The details of the place you ask Wu Ruishua at. I came to say you do not have to go to other places to find a job. Tomorrow afternoon, brother, to take you to Chasing Light Entertainment signing, in the family's company. How better than to go outside to break into the world? Su Liang, and then again to appease his sister after a few sentences left, Su Bingbing after a long time to come back to God, and hurriedly asked Wu Ruishua. Their brother said the details of what is.
Is my brother so bullish? This one night Su Bingbing fell asleep amidst unbelievable astonishment.
In Su Liang's room.
Baby, do you have any arrangements for tomorrow afternoon?
Su Liang hugged Yang Yueling and asked.
I don't have anything for the whole day tomorrow, what's wrong? Does Mr. Su have any arrangements? How about taking you to a star chase tomorrow? Chasing stars? But I don't have a favorite star other than Lu Tian Wang. You forget he's our own artist now?
I heard that he stayed in the company these days to record a song. Tomorrow I will take Bingbing, they go to sign, and by the way, let Lu Tian Wang they get to know the boss's wife. Oh, right, now you are the boss of Lu Tian Wang, then I am his boss's wife. Yang Yuling said with a smile. She became her favorite star's boss's wife. This feeling is really wonderful.
Hey! My good wife!
Su Liang fiercely booped her on the cheek.
You're annoying. Who is your wife? We're not married yet.
Yang Yueling rubbed her face shyly. As they talked, the two of them got into a fight for some reason.
There were no words for the rest of the night. The next afternoon, the four of them drove to the building where Chasing Light Entertainment was located.
As soon as the four of them stepped out of the elevator, they caught the attention of everyone in the office area.
Su Dong, you are here.
Mao Wanning had been waiting here for a long time, and she was still excited to see her boss come to Chasing Light Entertainment again. Turning to her, she also saw the three stunning beauties following the boss, especially noticing Yang Yueling, who was holding the boss' arm. The four people in front of her were undoubtedly very suitable to enter the entertainment industry, whether it was their face value or their figure. Even the face value of these four people was considered the most handsome and beautiful group of people even in the entertainment industry. But Su Liang saw that Mao Wanning was looking at himself in a very wrong light and quickly interrupted.
Don't get me wrong, Mr. Mao. This is my girlfriend, Yang Yueling, my own girlfriend.
This side is my sister Su Bingbing and her best friend Wu Ruishua, Su Liang thought and added.
Pro-sister, the same father and mother kind.
Mao Wanning also retracted her own gaze when she heard this and said with embarrassment.
Ahaha boss, how could I possibly doubt your character? No matter. On the contrary, some of the female employees in the neighborhood, after hearing that the boss already has a girlfriend, the light in their eyes dissipated. How could the boss be so young?
Su Liang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced at Yang Yueling, who was holding his arm and snickering.
Okay, what is so funny? Ha 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 ha, sorry, it really isn't funny, ha 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 ha.
The four of them followed Mao Wanning to an empty conference room. The colleagues from the company's legal department had already prepared the signing contract and were waiting inside.
Director Su, may I ask if all three beauties are going to sign as artists? Let's go through the formality of signing the contract first. I'm not signing, I'm just here to take a look.
Yang Yueling opened her mouth first and refused.
I'm not signing, I want Bing Bing's manager.
Then it was Wu Ruishue who spoke up. Hearing Wu Ruishue's words, even Su Liang was surprised for a moment. He thought that Wu Ruishue was also studying acting, naturally also want to become an artist, did not expect her to want to be Bing Bing's agent.
Wu Ruishue also noticed Su Liang's gaze and opened her mouth to explain.
Brother Liang, I don't have much talent in acting and singing, but I really want to be an agent. I don't have much talent in acting or singing, but I really want to be a manager. Su Liang didn't say anything. If his sister wants to be an artist, she needs a trustworthy agent by her side, and if Wu Ruishue is willing to be the agent, it's naturally the best.
After less than 5 minutes, Su Bingbing completed the signing.
There were no restrictive conditions on the contract. After all, she was the boss's sister.
By the way, is Heavenly King Lu in the company?
My date and I are both fans of his, and I forgot to get a picture of him at the last meeting.
Yes, Heavenly King Lu is recording a song in the studio. I'll take you to him.
A few people followed Mao Wanning to the recording studio, just as Lu Tianwang finished recording a song and headed out.
Boss! You're here again. When he saw Su Liang from afar, he greeted him enthusiastically. Lu Tianwang.
Hey, I brought my girlfriend and sister here today to catch up with the stars. Su Liang also went up and shook his hand.
Oh? Which star are you chasing? Lu Tianwang asked. Of course, it's the brightest star in our company. Our whole family is your fan.
Oh. You are my boss. Make a phone call and I'll be at your beck and call. You don't have to come to me specifically. Su Bingbing and Wu Ruishue are also fans of Lu Tianwang. This morning, after learning that they have the opportunity to work with Lu Tianwang, also excited for a long time.
Now, it seems that Lu Tianwang is much more approachable than he imagined.
Several people took a group photo with Heavenly King Lu as they wished, and Heavenly King Lu even let his assistant get a signed record for each of the four. By the way, I invite the whole company to have afternoon tea today, and Heavenly King Lu also comes to eat something. The restaurant I ordered produces very good Su highlights are naturally the afternoon tea of his own hidden kitchen restaurant. Hidden Kitchen does not provide takeaway service, but who let Su Liang is the boss. Hidden Kitchen's afternoon tea was delivered shortly thereafter. There were nearly 200 people on 5 floors in the company, and Su Liang ordered a whole dozen trolleys of snacks and drinks.
Today the boss treats us to afternoon tea. Everyone quickly thanked the boss. One of the employees took the lead in cajoling.
Su Liang is not a fan of this kind of stance, and quickly shook his head and shouted no, causing the employees to burst into laughter.
Su Don, this restaurant is very famous in Magic City, but I remember that they don't provide takeaway service. How did you convince them to deliver this order?
Mao Wanning asked, holding a piece of Hidden Kitchen's most famous snack in her hand.
I am the owner of this restaurant.
Su Liang said indifferently, with a look of disinterest.
Mao Wanning's inner OS, it's so tiring to talk to you rich people. I'll eat.
A few people went home after strolling around the company. Everyone ate a lot of things in the afternoon tea, and in the evening Su Liang simply cooked a pot of kanji for a few people to drink together. After the signing of Su Bingbing, Su Liang is also considered to understand a matter of heart. The next few days she and Wu Ruishue will be busy with a variety of training and audition. Of course, although Su Bingbing is the big princess of chasing light entertainment, but whether according to her current fame, about the same as zero, or chasing light entertainment's current resources, it is certainly not impossible to become a big star overnight. Mao Wanning pushed her into the 2 online dramas that Chasing Light was producing to play some supporting roles to gain experience. Yang Yueling side, Open Source Group and Far Tour Technology Park Cooperation Project also formally negotiated, intends to be in the middle of this month. Officially started construction, is expected to be completed within a year, within 2 years can be put into production. Su Liang gradually idle again. Every day's work is almost only to transport Yang Yueling to and from work, and finally in his own strong request, the Open Source Group dismissed him. But every day when he has nothing to do will still be cheeky to stay in the office of Yang Yueling, boredom with Yang Yueling chatting, or so quietly look at her days or so. At the strong request of Yuan Liang, Su Liang will also come to Chasing Light Investment once a week to guide the work. It is also under the guidance of Su Liang's hanging brother. The profit of Chasing Light Investment in just 1 month is already more than twice of last year's annual profit. Su Liang is of course happy to see this. The more the company earns, the more he himself earns. Day by day, in the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed.
Chapter 39. You see who I am. Xiaomei, have you seen the latest installment of I'm a Trainee? Xia Tong is so wonderful and cute.
Yang Yueling suddenly received a message from her secretary Yishi and her face instantly fell.
You see who I am and come to the office. The other party withdrew a message. General Manager Yang is sorry, people winky face. Soon Yishi walked into Yang Yueling's office with her head down and small broken steps. General Manager Yang is sorry.
Yishi lowered his head and apologized. Xiaoxi, I said before that we must combine work and rest at work, but look, it's still work time and you're watching a variety show. Are you still trying to urge other co-workers to watch it with you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, I won't do that next time.
Well, I won't pursue you this time. Remember to work seriously during working hours in the future.
Aha! I promise.
Yishi saw that Mr. Yang didn't seem to be angry anymore, so he wanted to walk away quietly. Slowly, Yishi bitterly stopped his footsteps to leave, turned back and asked with a smile.
Mr. Yang, do you have any other orders? What is this I am a trainee program you mentioned? Is it very hot recently?
Yang Yueling always felt as if she had seen this name somewhere, so she spoke up a bit more. General Manager Yang, this is a talent show variety show. It's been very hot lately, and the ratings of the live broadcasts have broken several records. Hearing General Manager Yang ask about his favorite variety show, Yishi also instantly raised his spirits.
Is it that hot? Is it because which contestant in it is popular?
Yang Yueling hardly ever watched variety shows, but just now she also thought that Su Liang had a Chasing Light Entertainment, so she wanted to know a little bit more about it. It's not that any of the contestants are popular, this is a team-oriented variety show, and each contestant has their own fans. The fire of this program is that its form is very innovative, so it is more popular with the audience.
Yishi was simply eloquent when talking about this. What's so novel about it?
Every episode of the program is filmed in the training room of the trainees, where they practice their dances and songs, and sometimes they eat and chat together, so it's more relaxing overall.
Would a program like this really be good? Which platform was it broadcast on?
Yang Yueling didn't quite figure out what the point of the program was. You can watch it on Weiku Video, my friends, and I have been chasing it lately. Yishi started the tap.
Okay, it's fine, you go back to work.
Okay, I'll go and get busy first. Yishi left the president's office as if he had been pardoned.
Micro-cool video.
That's right, Yang Yueling had just told her little secretary to work hard during work hours, and in the twinkling of an eye she was about to watch a variety show during work hours. She clicked on Weiku Video's webpage on her computer, and the most prominent position on the homepage was the promotion of I am a trainee. She clicked in without much thought. The latest installment of the live broadcast hadn't started yet, but the previous broadcasts had already been organized into a replay, and she clicked on the first installment to watch it. She had only just watched the beginning when she began to lose her composure. Because after the opening song, the producer shown was Magic City Chasing Light Entertainment.
It couldn't be Su Liang's Chasing Light Entertainment, could it?
The next screen that appeared made her completely unable to calm down.
Because the next screen showed Director, Tian Xiuzhuang. Chief Planner, Su Liang. Su Liang?
Yang Yueling was now certain that this was the variety show produced by Su Liang's Chasing Light Entertainment.
But how did Su Liang suddenly become the chief planner of this program? I haven't heard him mention it either.
I'll have to ask him when he comes to pick me up later. At this moment, Su Liang, who was at Chasing Light Investment guiding his employees to make money, sneezed.
Mr. Su, are you all right?
Yuan Liang asked with concern. It's okay, it's probably because the weather has gotten colder recently, just drink more hot water. Su Liang pulled out a tissue from his pocket and wiped his nose. On the other hand, Yang Yueling watched the variety show on the computer without taking her eyes off it. If you don't watch the variety show, you won't know, but once you watch it, it's like a deep sea.
Without realizing it, Yang Yueling had watched the entire 2.5 hours of I'm a Trainee.
Until Su Liang came back to open source building from chasing light investment to pick her up from work and go home, Yang Yueling was still watching with great interest, and she didn't even notice when Su Liang walked into her office.
Baby, what are you looking at? Look so fascinated.
Su Liang came from behind Yang Yueling. Yang Yueling, who was concentrating on watching the variety show, was startled.
Su Liang. You scared me.
Yang Yueling fixed her eyes after being startled, and it was actually Su Liang.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to play a joke on you, I didn't expect you to look so serious. You're back so early today? Are you okay with chasing light investment? Yang Yueling asked suspiciously.
Mr. Yang, take a good look at the time, it's already more than 6 o'clock.
Su Liang touched the non-existent sweat on his forehead. What? It's already past 6. I can't believe I've been watching this variety show for the whole afternoon. I thought you didn't watch variety shows? What kind of variety show made me, General Manager Yang, so enthralled?
Yang Yueling remembered that she wanted to ask Su Liang about it in the afternoon, and hurriedly said, You still have the nerve to say that I saw that it was your company's, I'm a trainee.
And it was you who planned it.
I'm sorry. Su Liang thought back for a moment and seemed to remember that Mao Weining had previously told him that his company had recently broadcast a very hot variety show.
But why did you Ling say that I planned it? Oh, so it's our company's variety show. But why did you say I planned it? Huh? Didn't you plan it? But it says at the beginning of the program that the chief planner is Su Liang. Is there anyone else named Su Liang in your company?
Su Liang then remembered that this variety show should have come from the plans he gave to Mao Wanning. No, I just gave them a rough plan at that time, I didn't expect to actually write me into the chief planner column. Yang Yueling nodded her head and then went on to watch her own variety show. She waited until she had finished watching the entire program before she planned to leave with Su Liang. The two of them came downstairs, and Su Liang looked at a building under construction next to the open source mansion and asked curiously,
Yueling, is this building also built by your open source group?
Yang Yueling also took a look at the outer layer of the building covered with construction materials and shook her head. This piece of land is not open source groups, this building also do not know who built it. What Yang Yueling didn't say was that on the first day the construction of this building started, she had sent someone to check the ownership of this piece of land, but she couldn't find out no matter what, so she gave up.
Oh, that's so. Su Liang looked at the building under construction and didn't know what he was thinking. By the way, how about I ask them to implant the open source advertisement into the program?
Su Liang thought that he could also use the program to bring the Fly open source group, so that when the time comes the old man meets himself can also have a good impression, is not it? I'm not sure if you're serious about this, but I'm sure you'll be able to help. Then we open source group of course is eager to do it. Yang Yueling was not only watching the variety show, but also secretly calculating in her mind how much economic benefits this variety show could bring. There was no way, this was her instinct as a businessman. It was as if everyone who went out to eat at a restaurant liked to help the boss calculate how many people had to come to eat every day in order to make their money back. Of course, let's charge you a kinship price for the promotion. You still want to charge me? It's not that I'm charging you, it's that Chasing Light Entertainment is charging the open source group, and it's only a professional businessman who has to distinguish between this point.
Su Liang eloquently said. What you said seems to make some sense.
Hearing Yang Yueling's reply, Su Liang almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. How is this little girl still so good at cheating? All in all, as representatives of the two groups, the two quickly and happily reached an agreement on cooperation. Su Liang notified Mao Weining to organize an advertisement space in the live broadcast. Yang Yueling notified Yi Shi to prepare suitable promotional materials. Early the next morning, Su Liang and Yang Yueling came to open source group to pick up Yi Shi. This was also Yang Yueling's request. She thought that Yi Shi had been following her for several years. It was time to give her some employee benefits.
Chapter 40 My Life Highlights. Good morning, Mr. Yang. Good morning, Mr. Su.
Yi Shi greeted the two politely.
Good morning, are all the publicity materials that I asked you to prepare yesterday ready?
Ready, in the back of the car, later they will follow us to set off.
I don't worry about you. Yang Yueling nodded and said. Mr. Yang, where are we going with these publicity materials?
You were secretive yesterday and didn't tell me, now I have to tell the driver a destination. Yi Shi said pitifully. Going to Chasing Light Entertainment, these materials will be placed in the live broadcast room of I Am a Trainee later.
Su Liang in the driver's seat replied. Chasing Light Entertainment, I am a practitioner. General Manager Yang, is this true?
Yishi's eyes immediately widened, and his entire body was much more energized.
Really, the pearls aren't even this real.
Yang Yueling smiled contemptuously.
Small sample, now you were so excited, later you will not be excited to death, and then moved to tears, and then hugged me and said, Mr. Yang, I am too touched, in the future you do not leave me. Ha 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 ha, I can't pin down Su Liang, but I can't pin down a little Yishi? Yang Yueling thought.
That's right, Yang Yueling has also prepared a surprise for the little secretary who has accompanied her for many years. Well, you tell the address to the back of the driver master, if you don't leave, you won't be able to catch up.
Yang Yueling said.
Soon, the two cars drove to Chasing Light Entertainment.
In the elevator, Yishi was fleshy and excited. Xiaoxi, what are you shaking?
Yang Yueling had never seen his little secretary have such a nervous demeanor and couldn't help but ask with a smile. General Manager Yang, today is the day of the program's live broadcast. The young ladies must be in their company. I'm nervous when I think of the possibility of meeting them later. Yishi trembled as he answered Yang Yueling's question.
Previously, when you went to meet the boss who was worth tens of billions of dollars, you didn't see you so nervous. Can't it be that this group of young ladies can be even more intimidating than the big boss? That's not the same, Mr. Yang. Do you think I'll have a chance to get Xie Tongtong's autograph?
Yang Yueling saw her like this, and was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to stand it when she saw the surprise she had prepared for her. Soon, the elevator stopped at the 19th floor, which was also the floor where the live broadcasting room was located. Yang Yueling gave Su Liang a look, and the two of them tacitly agreed to give the position closest to the elevator door to Yishi. As soon as the elevator doors opened, they only saw 2 rows of well-dressed beauties lined up outside the elevator, and they were none other than the dozen or so trainee young ladies who participated in IMA Trainee.
Welcome Dong Su and Miss Yang back to Chasing Light Entertainment.
The 2 rows of trainees shouted neatly with smiles on their faces.
Before the people in the elevator could react, they went on to shout. Welcome Sister Yishi to the I am a practice student crew.
At this moment, a tall beauty wearing a dance practice outfit walked towards Yishi and held her hand. This person was none other than Xie Tongtong, Yishi's favorite in I am a Trainee. Yishi had long been subdued by the 2 neat greetings from the crowd, and she instantly recognized that these people were all contestants of I am a Trainee.
Why are the young ladies waiting for us at the elevator entrance? Why do they know my name?
Yishi thought in her heart.
Slow down, the one holding my hand can't be Xie Tongtong, right? Are you Xie Tongtong? Yishi asked dumbfounded. I am Xie Tongtong, thank you for liking me. Xie Tongtong gave a sweet smile.
Immediately after, Yishi encountered the most unforgettable scene of her life. Xie Tongtong pulled her into the middle of 2 teams of people, and a dozen or so practicing students kissed her cheeks once in turn.
Being kissed by a dozen beautiful women lined up, this would be unforgettable for life no matter who experienced it, right?
This dreamlike feeling did not know how long it lasted. Yishi has now been happy to find the north.
Mr. Yang, I can't do it, Yishi giggled and said. Xiaoxi, you wake up.
Yang Yueling see Yishi seems to really can't stand to pass out, hastily on the hand to shake her awake. Only then did Yishi gradually come to her senses, but there was still a dull smile on her face.
Mr. Yang, did Xie Tongtong just kiss me?
Yang Yueling looked at his female secretary who was in her prime and was smiling like a lewd old uncle lost in the flowers at this moment, and covered her forehead inside. Yes, and it's not just her, every single trainee who participated in the program kissed you.
Yang Yueling helplessly replied. Mr. Yang, I'm not dreaming, am I?
Yang Yueling directly went up and pinched her to wake her up completely.
General Manager Yang, I am not dreaming.
You wait for me, I'll go find the young ladies to take a group photo. Yishi quickly stepped forward to take a picture with the trainees. Chasing the light of the trainees since no one cannot, soon as a flower cluster around Yishi also beautifully shot a lot of group photos before giving up.
Mr. Yang, can I not wash my face today?
I feel like my face lipstick fragrance cannot wash off. Yishi, who looked like a fool, came to Yang Yueling's side and asked.
Yang Yueling covered her forehead again and said. Okay, there is no business for you today, you play on the side.
Yang Yueling waved her hand, and Yishi instantly disappeared after receiving the instruction. She wanted to take advantage of the fact that the live broadcast hadn't started to hit the major live broadcast meccas. However, due to the special relationship between the 2 bosses of Chasing Light and Open Source Group, there is no place to consult on today's advertisement implantation, just wait for the staff to set up the promotional materials.
On the way back to Open Source Group, Mr. Yang, can I ask why the people from Chasing Light Entertainment are so cooperative with us today and even prepared a surprise for us?
Yi, she asked without understanding. She had never seen such an enthusiastic partner. Remembering the lip print on her face, she felt that this was just too enthusiastic.
There could be next time. Chasing Light Entertainment is Su Liang's company. The surprise you received today was something I asked him to arrange for you.
Yang Yueling said bluntly.
What? Mr. Su is the owner of Chasing Light?
Yi, she knew that Ms. Yang's boyfriend had his own business, but he didn't think that he was the boss of Chasing Light Entertainment.
Mr. Su, are you still short of people in Chasing Light? Do you think I'm suitable?
Yi, she came behind the driver's seat with a doggy face.
Yang Yueling instantly. Why is it different from what I imagined? Shouldn't she be grateful to me? How come she still wants to jump ship now? Or is she going to jump ship in front of me? Yi. She. Yang Yueling let out a roar. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. At night, Yi, she sent a friend circle. My life highlights.
Picture, 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 picture. Picture, 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 picture. Picture, 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 picture. This time, her friend's circle really exploded, and she received hundreds of likes and hundreds of comments overnight. This incident also made her blow up for a whole year. In the evening, Yang Yueling received a call from her mom.
What did Auntie say?
Su Liang held a washed apple in his hand and nibbled on it.
My mom said that it's my dad's birthday in the next few days and asked me to take you to the capital to celebrate his birthday together.
As soon as Yang Yueling finished her words, the apple in Su Liang's hand fell to the ground in response.
It's still coming. The matter of son-in-law meeting his father-in-law can't be escaped in any way. Chapter 41. Hate it, we're not married yet. Shish shish shish, when?
Su Liang stammered and asked. My dad, he is next Tuesday's birthday. Don't worry, there is still a week for you to do mental construction. Yang Yueling covered her mouth and said with a smile. I don't need to do mental construction. I've long wanted to visit uncle. Although Su Liang is now panicking in his heart, he still has to be tough when he should be tough. Ha 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 ha, can you straighten your tongue before you talk tough? Besides, is my dad that scary?
Yang Yueling couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Su Liang shook his head helplessly, and in his heart began to calculate how to improve the relationship with his future father-in-law.
Meanwhile, the capital city. How's it going? Can Ling Ling come over next week for my birthday?
Yang Kaixian saw that his wife had already hung up the phone and quickly asked. Ling Ling said she will definitely come. Not only will she come, she will also bring Xiao Su with her.
Wang Hongmei replied. Che, I just want to see my daughter. Ling Ling brought that brat over what? Yang open source disdain. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it.
Wang Hongmei said with a smile.
What son-in-law? I haven't even nodded my head to agree to them being together. Yang open source said angrily. Somehow his face is still a little red. The cause of the matter is like this.
2 months ago, Chasing Light Investment created a 5-day revenue of 5 billion financial miracle, so that this small scale, previously only in the magic city of the small well-known investment company, shocked the national investment community.
Coincidentally, Yang Open Source also has the intention to get involved in the financial industry. See the news about the light of the investment after the continuous sigh. If he can cooperate with this investment company, that will not be able to easily earn a pot full of money?
After a few days, he also began to study day and night to catch the light published investment projects. The more you see, the more you feel that Catch the Light investment decision makers is a vision of the financial veterans. As a result, Wang Hongmei saw the investment cases he put on the desk and exclaimed.
Isn't this Xiao Su's investment company?
Yang Open Source only then reacted. Let people go to check the old bottom of this light investment.
The results do not know. A check shocked. This is not the pig that arched his own cabbage?
Also, you did not nod yes. You do not nod yes. Xiao Su and Ling Ling married and had a child. Do not tell you. Then they said to their children that he did not have a grandfather.
Wang Hongmei poisonous words undoubtedly pierced the heart of Yang Open Source.
But he did not dare to speak loudly with his wife, can only squat in the corner of the wall to draw a circle. Curse Su Liang. Baby, your father usually have what hobbies? I want to think about what to send him a birthday gift appropriate.
Su Liang asked.
My dad used to love drinking and smoking and fishing, then he got a stomach bug and stopped drinking, then he even quit smoking. Now he should only like to drink tea and fishing.
Yang Yueling recalled.
Yang Open Source is now just over 50 years old. According to reason, this age is still too early to retire. But he can't help it. When he was young, he drank too much wine, and when he got a little older, he got a serious stomach problem, and when he started to get sick, it hurt like hell. This is the only way to hand over the open source group to the young Yang Yueling. Su Lian listened to the words of Yang Yueling, scratched his head. Drinking tea and fishing he knows
nothing about.
Aya, when I accompany you to buy some gifts to show the heart on the line, my parents have everything, we send more expensive, they do not care, the heart to the line. Yang Yuling saw Su Liang's expression of a small melon and had to explain. At this time, Su Liang's cell phone vibrated. He opened the phone to see a moment of joy. Because the Perfect Life app was sending out new tweets. In fact, over the past 2 months, the Perfect Life app had been releasing new products from time to time, but most of them were consumer goods such as luxury cars and watches, and there were no more rare products such as god-level skills or shares of a certain company. Now Su Liang's garage was filled with all kinds of luxury cars, and he couldn't even finish driving them. The drawer is piled up a dozen or 20 world-famous watches. Even if the octopus brother came also cannot be brought to the end of awe. Su Liang slightly turned his back to see Yang Yuling has been playing her cell phone, on the point to open the Perfect Life app. See, this time on the new goods, Su Liang cannot help but a bright eye. Package cure for all diseases, medicinal wine 12 bottles of 0.01 yuan. Mother tree de Hompo 10 boxes of 0.01 yuan.
Beijing Dingshang Villa ownership of 0.01 yuan.
Su Liang was so excited that he wanted to scream out, but after a glance at Yang Yueling who was right next to him, he forced himself not to scream out. First of all, this package to cure 100 diseases medicinal wine, he is still very confident in the Perfect Life app's products. The last time he drank 100 diseases on the Perfect Life to buy 100 diseases potion after, it really did not once have a disease. This seems to be a cure for all diseases. Medicine wine must also be rare good things. It happens to be the future father-in-law is not good health. Drink this medicine wine that will not be changed back to the living tiger. Mother tree big red robe. He also heard of is not the internet said that the official blocked up, only a very small amount of tea produced each year, special supply of tea to the leadership of the tea?
This is something that other people have money cannot buy.
He now only need to spend a penny to buy. The thought of this almost put his mouth to smile crooked.
What kind of place is this capital city Dingshang Villa?
Looking at the prefix, it is located in the capital city.
I wonder if Yang Yueling knows about this place.
Baby, do you know about the capital city's Dingshang Villa?
Su Liang asked tentatively. Dingshang Villa? I know it.
I heard my mom say that my dad likes to go fishing there when he's not doing anything.
Yang Yueling didn't know why Su Liang asked about the Dingshang Villa, but she said it anyway. What? The name is so awesome, but it's just a fishing place? Su Liang said with disappointment. What are you talking about?
Dingshang Villa is the largest and most luxurious leisure place in the capital. The leisure facilities inside can be said to be all-inclusive. My dad went there to fish because his level to go there can only fish, other places cannot enter. Yang Yueling's explanation let Su Liang fell down. He only caught 2 key words. The capital's largest and most luxurious, old father-in-law level is not enough.
Why go to this mountain village and the level of this said?
This you do not understand it. Dingshang Villa covers a large area, divided into ordinary area, VIP area, and the core area. My dad can only go fishing in the fish pond in the general area.
My father-in-law, a big boss worth tens of billions of dollars, can only move around in the general area? We haven't gotten married yet. Who do you call your old man? Yang Yueling gently tickled Su Liang.
The level of membership there doesn't seem to have much to do with assets. They have their own set of evaluation criteria, but I'm not too sure what the specifics are. I only know that those who can enter the VIP area and the core area of Dingshang Villa are not the real social elites, and there are even people above them, you know. Then this Dingshang Villa is really quite bullish.
Su Liang sighed.
Yes, so it does seem to be quite bull.
Yang Yuling nodded her head and said. Since it's so bullish, it won't be worth my while to spend a penny to buy you down. Said Su Liang and clicked the buy button, paying successfully.
When the time comes to pick a better watch from the drawer, with the medicinal wine and the mother tree de Hong rope together to the old man to send over, this birthday gift is not easy to solve it. The next morning Su Liang received an unfamiliar phone call from the capital. Chapter 42. This is a piece of the future son-in-law's heart.
Hello, may I ask who? Hello, may I have Mr. Su Liang Su's phone number? I'm Su Liang. Who is this? Mr. Su. It's a great honor to speak with you.
I'm Sun Maguan, the manager of Dingshang Villa.
Oh, so it's Manager Sunday. Hello. Su Liang thought to himself, this is the way to talk to the boss. What the hell is that old guy from Amusement City? By the way, to insert a sentence, Wang Tianyi arrested, the police and the prosecution in the evidence provided by Su Liang with the help of the case, quickly identified all the cases, and now the court's first trial results have been sentenced down, Wang Tianyi for the crime of rape, intentional injury, the crime of bribery of non-public officials, the crime of occupation, and so on, a number of crimes, decided to impose a sentence of death penalty to be carried out immediately. After the results of the second trial, it is no surprise that this old man scum will have to say goodbye to this wonderful world. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm calling you to say hello, and to ask for your advice on the next development of Dingsheng Villa. Sun Maguang said respectfully. At present there is no idea, first everything is as usual. I am now in the Magic City, next week we'll go to the capital, then have time to find you to talk about it. Su Liang has never been to the Dingsheng Villa, let alone have any opinion on its development. Okay, then I'll leave you alone for now, you go ahead and get busy. It wasn't long before the medicinal wine and the mother tree de Hampo tea were also sent over by courier. The courier wasn't an ordinary courier, but an old man escorted by a group of black-clad men in suits. Mr. Su, the tea and medicinal wine you ordered have been delivered to you. The old man said respectfully. Mr. Su Liang looked at this battle and was instantly surprised and speechless, his expression stagnated for a while before he came back to his senses. Oh, thank you, old man. You are welcome, it is our honor to serve Mr. Su. The old man smiled and said. It was only after sending off this strange group of couriers that Yang Yueling, who had been hiding behind the door, came out. Just now, she heard Su Liang say that he had gone out to get a courier and didn't take it seriously, but as a result, she heard a big commotion at the door and curiously came out to take a look. As a result, she saw 20 to 30 black-clothed people surrounding the door of their house, and she took out her cell phone to call the police. But then she saw that they didn't seem to have any malicious intent towards Su Liang and really looked like they were here to deliver the goods, so she put down the phone without any peace of mind. Su Liang, who were those people just now? Why do they look so scary? Yang Yueling rushed out and hugged Su Liang. Su Liang pacified Yang Yueling for a while before saying. They are here to deliver the courier. I bought 2 things online yesterday, I did not expect them to be so efficient and delivered today. I didn't expect them to be so efficient and deliver it today. Is it really a courier? Seeing that Yang Yueling didn't believe it, Su Liang also pointed to the 2 paper boxes on the ground. These are birthday gifts for my old man. What did you buy for my dad? What did you buy for my dad? Why is the delivery so big? They're all goodies that can't be beat. Su Liang couldn't wait to open the 2 cardboard boxes and smiled with satisfaction when he saw the tea and medicinal wine, which were even bigger than he had imagined. 5 days passed like this. Tomorrow is the birthday of Yang Kaixian. Yang Yueling and Su Liang decided to go there one day earlier. Early in the morning, the 2 brought their packed luggage and drove to the airport, boarding the plane on time to fly to the capital. 2.5 hours later the plane landed at the first airport in the capital. Su Liang's heart was immediately lifted. Because he knew that Yang's father and mother were waiting outside the airport to take them home. Su Liang followed behind Yang Yueling out of the terminal, and from afar, he saw Wang Hongmei standing beside a stretch limousine waving to the 2 of them, with a middle-aged man in a polo shirt standing beside him, which should be Yang Open Source. Ling Ling, Xiao Su. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Wang Hongmei excitedly called out to the 2. I'm coming. Yang Yueling left her luggage and Su Liang behind and ran towards Wang Hongmei, immediately throwing herself into her arms. Mom! I missed you to death. Yang Yueling said. Standing next to the young open source is not happy, plate face acidic said. Ling Ling, Dad is also here. Do you not want your father? Yang Yueling helplessly smiled, a moment also embraced this jealous old child. I've thought about it, and I miss both of you. This is the only way to coax Yang Open Source. Su Liang, dragging 3 large boxes and carrying a large backpack, walked over with great difficulty. Looking at this cozy scene of a family of 3 reunited, he had the feeling that he was an outsider. Coughing. Yang Yueling heard Su Liang's cough before she remembered that she had brought one back, and hurriedly got out of her parents' arms and stood beside Su Liang. Dad, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Su Liang. Su Liang also quickly adjusted his state and greeted the 2 elders with a smile, saying, Good day, uncle, good day, auntie. I am Yuling's boyfriend, Su Liang. Wang Hongmei was naturally very enthusiastic when she saw Su Liang and went forward to shake his hand. Good, little Su, you came good. On the contrary, it is the side of the young open source fellow alone, the face is still a little unhappy. You are Su Liang Chase Light Investment is your company? Su Liang was first confused when he heard this, but quickly replied. I didn't expect that, uncle, as a long-experienced entrepreneur in the shopping mall, had also heard of my small company. I feel flattered. Yang open source face a little better, inwardly thought, this kid really good at talking. Chasing Light Investment's recent momentum is very fierce, basically the whole country as long as the contact with the financial industry people have heard of. Su Liang listened to just smile and nodded, straight to the praise. By the way, where did you hire your analysts from? Surprisingly, they are able to win 100 battles and make a steady profit. I'm not going to hide it from you, since I took over Chasing Light Investment all the projects were selected by me, including stocks. It is you personally selected personally? Yang open source asked incredulously. Su Liang nodded in embarrassment. Okay, what to say you two talk at home? What's the point of standing here and talking? Wang Hongmei interrupted their conversation. Xiaosu, sorry, your uncle he cannot stop talking about work. Su Liang smiled and said it was fine, while Yang Kaiyuan did not say anything. Soon, the four of them got into the car to go back to the villa that Young Open Source bought in the capital. Along the way, it was mostly Wang Hongmei and the two juniors chatting and actually chatting about that I Am a Trainee that Wang Hongmei was watching. Mom, you are also chasing this variety show? Yang Yuling looked at her mom in surprise, not expecting her mom to be so hip. What do you mean, I can't watch this variety show? Not only do I watch it, I even know how to call Xie Tongtong. Wang Hongmei felt that it was hard for her to keep up with the young people and was saying with some pride. I saw our open source advertisement on the live broadcast last week. You and that I Am a Trainee program team still have cooperation? Sort of have cooperation, he. Yang Yueling smiled wryly. Then can you help me get to write Tongtong's signature? Wang Hongmei at this time were like what the chairman of the wife, live as a star-chasing old fangirl. At this time, Su Liang interjected, the original ad like Xie Tongtong. At that time I let her to send you some autographs around over how? Xiaosu, you still know Xie Tongtong? Wang Hongmei asked in surprise, her expression was somewhat like Yishi's when she was chasing stars. Don't say you know her, I Am a Trainee is produced by Su Liang's company, and Su Liang is the chief planner of this program. Yang Yueling smiled and explained. I remember that Su's company isn't in the investment business? Why is it involved in variety shows again? Auntie, the company I told you about before was Chasing Light Investment. Later, I bought an entertainment company named Chasing Light Entertainment, which is the company that produces the program I Am a Trainee, and all the contestants in the program are also our company's trainees. Su Liang further explained. Oh. Then wouldn't Xie Tongtong and the others be your employees? Wang Hongmei asked in surprise. Su Liang nodded in affirmation. Great. When the time comes, can you help me ask for a few more autographed photos of Yi Qianmei and Ling Yixiao? I'll show them off to my sisters who are chasing the program with me. Of course you can, I'll have them get them and send them over later. Su Liang didn't have much of an impression of the two names that Auntie just said, but thought that they were also trainees from his own company, so he agreed very quickly. Dozens of years old people still learn others young star chasing. Sitting on the side for a long time cannot insert words, Young Open Source whispered muttered. The first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was so happy to see you. Wang Hongmei put on a smiling face, turned his head to look at Young Open Source. After a while he couldn't help but speak out again. Su Liang, why do you still go to the entertainment industry business? There are so many demons and monsters in this circle, if you dare to do something wrong to my daughter, I will never let you go. Yang Open Source, not waiting for Su Liang back, Wang Hongmei nuclear good open mouth. Yang Open Source heard his wife shouting his full name like Pavlov's dog heard the bell of the medicine, except that he will not drool, he will only cold sweat, later may also bleed. Seeing this, Su Liang also rushed to relieve himself and said, Uncle is right, when I first came into contact with the entertainment industry I also found out that there were quite a few demons and monsters in it. But I can assure my aunt and uncle that I will never do anything wrong to you Ling, what I say doesn't count, I will use my body to show my determination. Hearing Su Liang this, Young Open Source also no longer say anything, Wang Hongmei is looking at Su Liang revealed a satisfied smile. Su Liang feels that the road back there are hundreds of kilometers away, in the car to the mouth are dry, but also finally arrived home. Su Liang two people put the luggage after the settlement took to young father Yang mother's gift to the meeting to take out. Uncle and auntie, this is a little gift I prepared for you.
Su Liang and Yang Yuling each held 2 expensive gift bags and stood in front of the 2 elders like a good boy. You say you just treat your own home when you come here. Why did you buy so many gifts? Wan Hongmei said on her lips that she did not want it, but still happily accepted it. This is not about the value of the gift, this is a piece of their future son-in-law's heart. These bird's nests were introduced to me by a client settled in Malaysia. They are 100% wild golden bird's nests. Auntie will definitely be more beautiful after eating them. By then I may not be able to tell whether you are Yuling's mother or Yuling's sister. Su Liang's words coaxed Wang Hongmei into a convincing smile that never went down on her face. These 6 bottles of medicinal wine were bought by me from a high-ranking person in the hidden city, and it is said that not only is the wine fragrant and mellow, but drinking it can also cure diseases. Su Liang carefully thought about it. The medicinal wine and tea is not suitable as a birthday gift to send, simply now as a meeting gift to send off, but also in the future old husband that for their own to gain more goodwill. This wine really have you say so powerful? Yan Open Source heard the word wine cannot walk the road, because of stomach problems, so Wang Hongmei has not allowed him to drink, but this medicinal wine should be able to drink a little, right? If you are willing to open a bottle of wine at lunchtime, I will accompany you to try this wine. Su Liang said politely. Dad, Su Liang really did not say big words. You do not know this wine and tea sent to Su Liang's home on the day of the battle how big, more than 20 people in suits running escorted over. I was shocked when I saw it. Yang Yueling was supporting Su Liang from the side. So powerful? Yang Open Source is also a person who has seen the world, but such a big battle just to send a few bottles of wine and tea? Tea leaves? Ling Ling just said that there is also any tea, is it? Yang Kaishuan's curiosity was completely aroused. Su Liang picked up 2 smaller bags from behind him, one for Yang Kaiyuan's tea and one for Wang Hongmei's jade bracelet. This jade bracelet was also bought by Su Liang on Perfect Life a while ago. It was the highest quality imperial green jade created bracelet. He wanted to give it to Yang Yueling, but did not expect Yang Yueling to dislike this bracelet too old-fashioned, and in the end, he had to leave it to Yang Mother. This is the imperial green bracelet for Auntie. Su Liang opened the box containing the bracelet, and a dazzling green light almost blinded Wang Hongmei. This bracelet is also too expensive. As a noblewoman, Wang Hongmei had naturally seen jewelry made of imperial green, but she had never seen such high-quality imperial green. This is already a gift that cannot be bought with money. Yang Open Source naturally also see the bracelet's valuable place. To put aside the usual, he probably will not be able to resist playing a little, but he is now only concerned about his daughter said to be more than 20 people escorted over the tea in the end. What? Not expensive. I think this bracelet is very in line with the temperament of the aunt. If the aunt likes, then it is the best thing. Su Liang to give this bracelet to Yang Yuling's also said almost the same thing. Su Liang skimmed his eyes, saw Yang's father seems to be a little fidgety, guessed out that he is probably anxious to see the tea, quickly handed the bracelet to Wang Hongmei hand, began to introduce the Mother Tree de Hong robe. Uncle, this is my gift to you, Mother Tree Big Red Robe. I do not know much about tea, but know that this tea is relatively rare, so let friends get some to you, you do not mind less. Su Liang bought a total of 10 boxes of Mother Tree Red Robe, but he wanted to try it himself and couldn't help but open a box a few days ago to have a taste. The result is that he cannot drink the difference between this tea and ordinary tea. Later, he thought to leave a few boxes for his father to taste fresh, so this time only took 6 boxes over. As soon as he heard the words Mother Tree de Hongpo, Yang Kaishuan shook his body and took the bag containing tea leaves from Su Liang with trembling hands. Then he couldn't contain his excitement and took out a box of Mother Tree Red Robe. This is the first time that Yang Kaishan got his hands on a box of tea. This is the first reaction of Yang Open Source to get his hands on, but he did not have the slightest doubt that Su Liang sent him a fake. Because he saw Su Liang gave his wife's imperial green bracelet is already the best of the best, there is no need to take a fake to fool themselves. It is the Mother Tree Big Red Robe packaging. 10 years ago, when he went to a big leader's office as a guest, he had seen the Mother Tree Big Red Robe with his own eyes once. Because of the scarcity of production, so all the Mother Tree Big Red Robe outer packaging has a subtle and brilliant anti-counterfeiting mark. He trembled as he opened the box, and a strong and silky tea aroma instantly filled the entire living room, and could not be dispersed for a long time. This tea fragrance had made him miss it for 10 years, and now he was actually reliving it again by Su Liang's light. He reluctantly closed the lid, weighed the weight of the bag, and asked, "How many Mother Tree de Hongpo are there here?" Su Liang thought back. A box is about 250 grams, so 6 boxes is about 3 pounds of tea. About 3 pounds of tea. Yang Open Source heard this hand cannot help but tremble a little.
3 pounds of Mother Tree de Hong Pao.
He heard that the Mother Tree de Hongpo production scarce, a year probably can produce less than 5 pounds, the 5 pounds of production but also first tightly above the people's special supply. Can flow to the market few and far between, a few years ago, once shot a gram of $30,000, more importantly, or the number of rare, money cannot buy. I did not expect Su Liang sent him 3 pounds at once, the value of a bag of tea in the hand can be far more than $500 million. When he thought of this, Yang Kaixian looked at Su Liang with a softer look, and there was even a hint of gratitude. Xiao Su, uncle still has some research on tea, the gift you sent me I like it very much. This time even the title changed, directly and affectionately calling Su Liang as Xiao Su. Yang Yuerling was dumbfounded as she watched her dad's emotional changes in just 5 minutes, from curiosity to disbelief to excitement, and now there were some tears in her eyes.
Is this tea so awesome?
Yang Yuerling doesn't know much about tea, she has heard of Mother Tree de Hongpo, but has always thought that it is just a more expensive and harder to buy tea. Chapter 43 It's not uncomfortable, it's too comfortable. After receiving the tea given by Su Liang, Yang Open Source's attitude towards him is obviously a lot better. Taking a shorthand is only one aspect, more importantly, he knows how much energy it takes to get so many Mother Tree big red robe, which shows that Su Liang is a very capable person. To a certain extent the ability is also much stronger than his own, so he is also assured of his daughter a little. The four of them chatted for a while before it was time for lunch, and Wang Hongmei warmly greeted several people on the table.
Because today to entertain Su Liang, Yang Open Source did not have time to cook, today's lunch is the home of the nanny to do.
Wife, today Xiao Su sent such a good medicinal wine, I apply to taste a little. In the face of his wife, Yang Open Source is still very respectful.
Wang Hongmei looked at the side of Su Liang, also nodded his head, thinking that it is not good to refute the good intentions of Su Liang, so he nodded and said that he could only drink half a cup. As soon as everyone was seated, Su Liang opened the lid of the medicinal wine, and a strong aroma of medicine and wine burst out from the bottle. Good wine.
This wine smells like good wine. Former old drunkard Yang Open Source complimented.
Su Liang first poured half a glass for Yang Kaiyuan and asked the two ladies, neither of them wanted to drink. Wang Hongmei does not like to drink, Yang Yueling does not like the smell of medicine.
In the end, only Su Liang accompanied Yang Open Source to drink together. Today is a good day, Ling Ling also went home, Xiao Su also came to our house, let's clink a glass to celebrate.
Yang Open Source proposed.
The others didn't spoil the fun and raised their glasses together to clink. After a mouthful of medicinal wine, Su Liang only felt a stream of warmth rushing from his stomach to the limbs of his body, and a few drops of sweat had already broken out on his forehead. And Yang Open Source's reaction is even more exaggerated. Because of the stomach disease he has not been drinking for a long time, this mouthful of medicinal wine and medicine fragrance in the mouth for a long time does not dissipate. And the stomach, which should have been stimulated by alcohol and tingled or even spasmed, not only was there no pain, instead there was a feeling of being wrapped up in warm silk, he even felt that his stomach disease was being repaired. The four of them were still happily eating and drinking, and after Yang Kaishan had half a glass of wine, the stomach pain that had been bothering him disappeared without a trace. Not relieved, but disappeared without a trace. Only to see him suddenly stand up, making the other three people at the dinner table look confused.
Lao Yang, what's wrong with you?
Wang Hongmei saw that her husband's expression was not quite right and hurriedly asked with concern.
Honey, go to the hospital. Lao Yang, what's wrong with you? The body is not comfortable?
Wang Hongmei was almost shocked when she heard her husband's words.
Dad, is it because you can't drink?
You guys stop drinking and go to the hospital. At this time, Yang Yueling also got anxious and looked at Su Liang at a loss for words. And at this time, Su Liang was calm, he guessed that it should be the medicinal wine taking effect. He also didn't expect this medicinal wine to be so fierce, it only took less than half a cup for it to take effect. It's not uncomfortable, it's too comfortable. I feel that my stomach problem has been healed not. I feel that my back injury, arthritis and migraine are all cured and now I feel relaxed like never before. I want to go to the hospital for a physical examination to see if it is true. Yang Open Source eyes shed a tear, his own body he is still clear.
You old Yang. What nonsense to say. Almost scared me to death.
Your stomach problems are more than 10 years old, how can you eat a meal on the good? Wang Hongmei said reproachfully.
Uncle, please sit down first.
It may be that you just drank the medicinal wine has some effect, but even if you want to go to the hospital, you should finish your meal first.
Su Liang proposed.
Yang Open Source took a look at Su Liang, and took a look at his own drink left a little bit of wine, the main thing is to look at his wife. Then obediently sat down to eat up. After the meal, at Yang Kaiyuan's strong request, Wang Hongmei accompanied him to the private hospital he usually frequented for a physical examination.
Only Yang Yueling and Su Liang were left at home. Su Liang, what happened to the medicinal wine you gave my dad?
After drinking it, he looked like he was 10 years younger. Yang Yueling leaned against Su Liang and asked, I don't understand this medicinal wine, but the reaction of my uncle seems to be quite effective. Both elders went to the hospital, both got up very early today, after eating lunch are a little sleepy, so it was a clap, each go back to their rooms to take a nap. That's right, at her parents' house Yang Yuling was too embarrassed to let her parents see that she and Su Liang had long since slept in the same bed, so she asked her mom to organize 2 guest rooms.
2 hours later. Ling Ling. Xiao Su. We are back.
Wang Hongmei returned home on the hand of Yang Kaiyuan in high spirits. The two heard the sound of their parents coming back and woke up from their sleep. After a little bit of washing up and came downstairs together, saw Yang Open Source and Wang Hongmei sitting on the sofa. 2 old faces cannot hide the happiness.
Mom, how is the result of my father's physical examination? Yang Yueling went forward and asked with concern. Ling Ling, Xiao Su, you all quickly come over to do. I'll tell you. This is amazing.
Your dad checked all the places that had problems in the past. Do you guys know what the final result was?
Wang Hongmei broke the mold and sold out. How did it go? Did he get better? More than improved.
All the foci have disappeared. The doctor said it was unbelievable. Even the most serious stomach problems are good through, other minor problems are not. The doctor said your father's body now than he was 10 years ago, even healthier.
Wang Hongmei said with a fluttering brow. Really? That's really great.
Yang Yueling was also very happy to hear that her dad's illnesses had all healed.
Yes, this is really amazing. Your dad's illness was cured after eating a meal.
A few days ago he was still screaming about an upset stomach. At this time, Yang Open Source, who hadn't said anything, also spoke up. I think I was cured of all the big and small problems in my body because I drank the medicinal wine that Xiao Su brought.
Old Yang, are you serious? Is the medicinal wine brought by Xiao Su really that powerful? Or are you just craving for it? Really, I know my own body well.
As soon as I drank Xiao Su's medicinal wine, I felt that my whole body was wrapped in a warm current, and then later on the whole body's injuries and diseases seemed to be all cured.
Yang Open Source looked very serious, not like a joke. Su Liang also understood, nodded his head and said,
When I bought this batch of wine, I only heard that it can cure all diseases. I think this is too exaggerated, did not dare to tell you. I did not expect it to be really so good.
This wine is really so powerful. I'll have some tonight.
All in all, Yang Kaishuan's illness is cured, the whole family is happy for him. The happiest is of course he himself. His body dragged him, cannot do anything, cannot go anywhere. This has always been his heart knot. Now that he is cured, he can now do whatever he wants to do. The family chatted happily for a while, and at this point Yang Kaiyuan couldn't find any reason not to like Su Liang as his future son-in-law. He is handsome, can make money, has the ability, and now also cured the disease that has plagued him for many years. The family ate dinner and then chatted for a while, and then went to their respective rooms to rest. After all, tomorrow is Yang Open Source birthday party, when the family does not know how many guests to socialize it. Su Liang also sent a message to Sun Maguang of Dingsheng Villa. He will go to Dingsheng Villa during the day tomorrow to take a look, and then ask for a small benefit for the future old man back. The above is for plot purposes only. Excessive drinking is bad for your health.
Chapter 44 Dingsheng Mountain Villa.
Early the next morning, after everyone had breakfast, Su Liang told Yang Yueling that he was going out to meet a friend.
Su Liang, what friend are you going to meet early in the morning?
Yang Yueling had not heard that Su Liang had any friends in the capital before, so she asked curiously.
It's just a friend from work. Su Liang didn't know how to explain, so he said casually. You are not familiar with the capital, do you want me to accompany you? No, I can do it myself.
Su Liang said stiffly.
Something's wrong, you look suspicious. Are you planning to do something bad?
The two of them have known each other for many years. Yang Yueling could tell at a glance that Su Liang's state was not right, not at all like going to look for a friend.
Ahem, you've seen it. Su Liang touched his nose in embarrassment. Say it. What exactly are you going to do? Yang Yueling stepped forward and questioned.
Cough cough, why don't I take you with me, then you'll know what I'm going to do. As Su Liang thought about it. Anyway, he wasn't going to hide the matter of Dingsheng Villa, it was just a matter of knowing sooner or later.
Su Liang thought about it.
You wait for me, I'll go clean up.
Yang Yueling kissed Su Liang with satisfaction and bounced upstairs to put on her makeup.
Although she sometimes wondered if her possessiveness towards Su Liang would be too strong, she couldn't control her possessiveness when it came to the crucial time. It wasn't long before Yang Yueling came downstairs all dressed up. In her mind, she was thinking that she would have to meet Su Liang's friends later, so she couldn't lose face to Su Liang.
Ling Ling, are you and little Su going out? Wang Hongmei plays Tai Chi in the backyard every day after breakfast, and Yang Kaixian accompanies her. Aha, I'm going with Su Liang to meet a friend of his. I also want to take Su Liang around the capital on the way. Good, that's fine.
But you remember to come back early at night, tonight your father's birthday to come a lot of guests.
Wang Hongmei said. Yes, Auntie, we will definitely come back early. By the way, Uncle, listening to Yuling said that you recently liked to Dingshang Villa fishing, is it? Su Liang asked Yang Kaixian again. Yes, Xiaosu also knows Dingshang Villa?
Their ponds are big enough, they have many species of fish, and the facilities are good, so I love to go there to fish.
If you're interested, I'll take you there next time. Yang open source after yesterday's day of understanding, for Su Liang's impression is simply turned upside down.
Good uncle, these days I have time to accompany you to Dingshang Mountain Villa to play.
This villa in the capital also parked Yang Yueling's car. She found the car keys and happily drove to go.
Because she felt that Su Liang was unfamiliar with the area, while she was more familiar with the roads of the capital.
How about Mr. Su, usually you drive for me, today I come to be your full-time chauffeur, isn't it a good feeling? Great, we can continue in the future.
For so long Su Liang has been the driver's position, I did not expect that today I can finally enjoy the feeling of being the boss.
You're so lucky, you want me to be your chauffeur all the time. By the way, Mr. Su, where are you going to meet your friends? To Dingshang Villa. Ah? You're really going to Dingshang Villa? What's your friend's name? Yang Yuerling didn't realize that Su Liang had just mentioned the Dingshang Villa to his father, and now he was going there. Would you believe me if I said he is the general manager of Dingshang Villa?
Yang Yueling looked at Su Liang's sincere eyes, which didn't look like he was bragging, and subconsciously nodded her head.
Then, don't be too surprised at what you see later.
Su Liang covered his mouth and snickered a little. Dingshang Villa is in the suburban area of the capital, but it is not very far from Yang Kaishuan's villa. The two drove for about an hour or so, and then came to the front door of the Dingshang Villa. As a result, she was surprised to see 100 or so staff members neatly lined up in front of the gate of the Dingshang Villa, seemingly welcoming whoever was there.
Su Liang, they're blocking the doorway. Should we get out of the car and let them make way?
Yang Yuling is not too sure what these people are doing here.
No, just find a closer place to stop the car, we directly get off. Oh, okay. Is it really okay to park here? This doesn't seem to be a parking space.
Su Liang let her stop her car at a place only 20 meters away from the gate. She always felt that it would be easy for the Dingshang Villa people to call a tow truck to pull the car away. As a result, she had just parked her car when she saw several staff members in straight suits walking over.
Su Liang, they're coming over to kick people out, why don't we just find another parking space?
She wouldn't have been so flustered if it was somewhere else parking like this, but this was after all on the grounds of Dingshang Villa. Yang Yueling could think with her bruised knees that the boss behind the Dingshang Villa must be someone not to be messed with.
Don't be afraid, let's stop here. The staff of the Dingshang Villa approached, and Su Liang directly rolled down the car window.
As soon as Sun Maguang, who was at the front of the staff, saw Su Liang's face, he accelerated his pace and jogged over, with a bright smile on his face.
Boss.
I am Sun Muguan, the general manager of Dingshang Villa, welcome to Dingshang Villa.
Hello, where should I park my car?
Boss, you can just let this lady park her car here, we will have someone to help you park it. Later, please move to the interior of the mountain villa, we will have a landscaped car to pick you up.
Sun Maguang said. Good, let's get out of the car first then. He gave a look to Yang Yueling who was in a state of confusion, and Yang Yueling got out of the car in a state of confusion. As a result, as soon as the two of them got off the car, they saw more than 100 staff members standing in front of the main gate just now shouting at the two of them. Welcome boss, Miss Yang to Dingshang Mountain Villa.
The deafening sound of more than 100 people giving their greetings at the same time almost scared the soul out of Yang Yueling. She hurriedly hugged Su Liang's hand tightly and asked,
Su Liang, what do they mean by this?
Su Liang, on the other hand, dotingly rubbed her head and replied, I bought Dingshang Villa a few days ago, so I'm now the boss here, and you're now the boss's wife here.
I bought Dingshang Villa. I bought it. I bought it. Su Liang's words kept echoing in Yang Yueling's mind. Okay, I'll answer any questions you want to ask tonight, but let's go in first. Otherwise, I'm embarrassed to have so many people standing here. Su Liang held Yang Yueling's hand and walked into Dingsheng Mountain Villa with a big grin. After getting on the sightseeing car arranged by Sun Maguang, the two of them officially started their trip to Dingsheng Mountain Villa. Boss, Ms. Yang, the area to our left is the primary member activity area of Dingsheng Villa, which includes a golf course, fishing leisure area and indoor activity area, as well as several Chinese and Western restaurants. The indoor activity area has 17 recreational and leisure facilities including but not limited to bowling alleys, KTV, bathing centers and artificial hot springs. Sun Maguang sat in the co-pilot seat and introduced with great interest. Our golf course is built to be able to host international A-class tournaments as a standard. All the turf will be tended to every day, in order to allow guests to have a better sense of experience in the entertainment. Su Liang saw a large expanse of turquoise grass on his left-hand side, and then far away is a vast area of fish ponds. That should be the old man usually come to fishing place. It's a fish pond, but in Su Liang's eyes, it's more like a hupa. After Sun Maguang's introduction, Su Liang knew that even the junior members' activity area had a lot of things to play with. The sightseeing bus traveled slowly for more than half an hour before it finished looking at the junior member activity area, which did not include the indoor entertainment area. At this time, Yang Yueling had completely recovered, and holding Su Liang's hand, she asked, "Did you really buy Dingsheng Villa?" "Of course it's true, don't you see that Manager Sun has been leading us around for so long?" Yang Yueling shook her head and couldn't even figure out how much money Su Liang had spent on buying this place, let alone how much wealth he had. At this time Sun Maguang opened his mouth again. "Boss, Miss Yang, after we enter through this door is the Dingsheng Villa's senior member activity area, which is mostly an indoor activity venue. Please boss and Miss Yang get off and move indoors." The two of them followed Sun Maguang into a building similar to the Jiangnan Garden. Once they entered the door, Su Liang and Yang Yueling were attracted by the chic landscape inside. For some reason, having entered this garden, the two had a feeling of spring breeze, even if it was already fall in the north. This garden used to be called the Willow Garden, which was taken from the last owner's surname of Dingsheng Villa, and this is also our senior members' activity area. As Sun Maguang's words fell, Su Liang and the two of them saw two teams of women in classical cheongsams walking down the aisles on both sides, each of them as beautiful as a Jiangnan woman in a painting. These are the service staff of our Dingsheng Villa. Each of them is a highly educated woman with a high face value, and has received the most professional skills training from our Dingsheng Villa. Sun Maguang introduced. "Su Liang. Where are your eyes looking?" Yang Yueling saw that Su Liang's eyes were all drifting to these cheongsam beauties, and subconsciously twisted the soft flesh around his waist. "Oh!" Su Liang shouted out in response, did not look at what, let's continue to look at the scenery." Su Liang was also very helpless. Human eyes are habitual to capture moving objects, he really didn't have anything else in mind. The few people continued to walk deeper into the Willow Garden, during which they saw quite a few landscapes that could be described as mind-blowing. Compared to the junior members' activity area outside, the Willow Garden's interior had even less of a casual atmosphere, and in its place was a rich cultural and business atmosphere. On this side are the private rooms inside Willow Garden, where many senior members choose to rest or discuss their work. Over there is the Willow Garden's art gallery. Part of the exhibits are owned by Dingsheng Villa, and some exhibits are rented from major museums around the world. I'll take you two to take a look. A few people walked into the exhibition hall. All kinds of exquisite sculptures, paintings and even artifacts appeared in front of everyone. Wasn't that painting an oil painting exhibited in the New Country Museum in the United States? Why did it appear here? Yang Yueling asked, pointing to a Western oil painting that was very famous all over the world. Ms. Yang really has a discerning eye. We have recently held an exhibition of Western oil paintings. The oil paintings here are all artifacts on loan from major museums in the country, and what Ms. Yang has just pointed to is the sunflowers from the New Country Museum in the United States. Sun Maguang then took the two to the core area of Dingsheng Villa. This is a Chinese-style pavilion building independent of the Willow Garden, 49 meters high, with 9 floors, called the Star-Picking Building. Boss, this is the core area of Dingsheng Villa. The first to the 8th floor is the parlor open to the most honored group of guests of Dingsheng Villa, and the 9th floor is the office and lounge that belongs exclusively to you. Sun Maguang introduced. Then let's go directly to the 9th floor to take a look. Just now, Yang Yueling was very interested in the exhibition hall in the Willow Garden, and Su Liang had accompanied him for more than an hour to stroll around inside, and now he was already a bit tired. Okay, your private elevator is over here. Sun Maguang pointed at the sightseeing elevator and said. Su Liang also didn't expect a sightseeing elevator to be installed in such an ancient attic.
The elevator slowly rose, and the poem said that one could see the mountains from the top. The two of them hadn't realized it when they were just viewing from the ground, but when the elevator came to the highest point and the whole Dingshang villa fell under their eyes, they had a deeper impression of how vast, exquisite and spectacular the Dingshang villa was. Several people arrived at the 9th floor of the star-picking building, which belonged solely to Su Liang, and the first thing that caught Su Liang's eye was the antique decorations in the lounge.
"Boss, you will see a surprise when you walk to the balcony."
Sun Maguang said meaningfully.
Su Liang nodded and held Yang Yueling's hand as he walked to the balcony. "Wow!"
First Yang Yueling let out a gasp, then Su Liang was also shocked by the sight in front of him.
The balcony of the restaurant was semi-closed, similar to a small greenhouse.
At this moment the balcony was filled with flowers of all colors, and with the autumn sunlight pouring down, each flower looked so delicate. It was indeed a pleasant surprise to see such a picture of 100 flowers competing for spring in the capital in October. This sky garden is also designed by an internationally famous designer, inspired by the ancient Babylonian sky garden, one of the 8 wonders of the world, and through special insulation design and scientific breeding, it allows the owner here to see a scene of blossoming flowers at every moment of the year.
"Yuling, is this place beautiful?"
Su Liang pulled Yang Yueling to sit down on a bench in the garden.
"Beautiful. So beautiful. As long as you think it's beautiful, we'll come and stay here for a few days in the future when you want to enjoy the flowers." "Aha! Su Liang, I still find it unbelievable now." Yang Yueling leaned against Su Liang and sighed. "What's incredible? The flowers?" "Of course not. I think it's incredible that you bought Dingsheng Villa. How much did you pay for it? How much did you spend on it?" "Alas, talking about money is tacky."
Su Liang snorted, mainly because he didn't know how much the place was worth.
He couldn't say he only spent a penny, could he? "Su Liang, are you hiding something from me?"
Yang Yueling looked straight into Su Liang's eyes.
"We all have secrets in our hearts, don't we? You just need to know that I will always love you and won't do anything wrong to you."
All right then. Yang Yueling was a bit disinterested, but she didn't put it too much in her heart. The two of them enjoyed the scenery in the sky garden for a while, and ate lunch at the Dingsheng Villa under the recommendation of Sun Maguang. The chefs of the restaurants in the Dingsheng Villa were all invited from famous restaurants all over the world, and the restaurant's products were naturally unquestionable, but Yang Yueling just couldn't work up an appetite for it.
"It's not as good as your cooking."
Yang Yueling leaned in beside Su Liang and spat in a low voice.
"I also think it's not as good as my cooking. I'll make it for you every day when we get home." Su Liang seconded.
After lunch, see the time is not early, the two also have to go home to help prepare Yang Open Source birthday party things, also too late to wander in the capital. The two drove straight to Yang Open Source's villa. Before leaving, Su Liang also deliberately let Sun Maguang to his old man did a black gold membership. With the card can be freely in and out of the entire Dingsheng Villa, and all consumer items can be enjoyed free of charge. As of now, Dingsheng Villa only issued 8 black gold card, to the old man is the 9th.
Chapter 45. God One Hand, Su Liang.
2 people returned home when they found the door has been parked an unrecognizable car.
"It is only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So early guests come?"
Yang Yueling was puzzled.
"Maybe the acquaintance of the aunt and uncle came first," Su Liang guessed.
As soon as the two of them opened the door, a shadow quickly fluttered out from the villa. Su Liang was at least a person who had gone through physical enhancement, and quickly reacted, realizing that the shadow was going to pounce on Yang Yueling, and then quickly pulled Yang Yueling into his arms. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, that white figure helplessly pounced on the grass and rolled a few times, then lowered its head and wailed pitifully a few times.
It turned out to be a Samoyed. Only then did Su Liang see clearly, the original pouncing on Yang Yueling was a show hook. No, how could there be a dog in the house? It's the princess. Yang Yueling recognized the dog's name and barked enthusiastically. You recognize it? Yes, this is my cousin's dog. Yang Yueling reacted, yikes. So my cousin is here? Ling Ling, long time no see.
The two of them turned around and saw a woman wearing a fiery red one-shoulder dress walking out of the house. This woman was none other than Yang Yueling's cousin, Wang Jingwen.
Cousin.
Yang Yueling was very excited to see Wang Jingwen's arrival, and after pushing Su Liang away, she directly threw herself into her cousin's embrace.
Egu, why are you acting like a child after not seeing her for so long?
Wang Jingwen was sarcastic about Yang Yueling, but she still opened her arms to embrace Yang Yueling. Wang Jingwen was a year older than Yang Yueling, and the two had often lived and played together since they were young, making their relationship especially close. But when they grew up, they had their own lives, and the chances of seeing each other became fewer and fewer. The last time the two met was this year's New Year's Eve. Okay, don't just hug me, aren't you afraid that your little boyfriend will be jealous? Wang Jingwen held Yang Yueling's shoulders and gently pushed her away. Yang Yueling also came back to her senses. Su Liang didn't know his cousin yet. Cousin, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Su Liang. Su Liang, this is my cousin Jingwen Wang, the two of us grew up together and have a very good relationship. Su Liang went up to greet cousin Jingwen, and the two of them shook hands and parted ways. Hello cousin, I am Su Liang. As soon as Wang Jingwen saw Su Liang's heavenly face value eyes and proud height started to glow, she couldn't help but flirt. Ling Ling, you have a good eye. You've got a good eye, Ling Ling, for finding such a handsome boyfriend. That is. Yang Yuling in front of close people have no shelf, and now is also ashamed to admit their own good eyesight. TSK, it seems like you've really grown up and your skin has gotten a lot thicker. Wang Jingwen spat. Not at all, I'm so because Su Liang is really good. Yang Yueling retorted. Okay, I'm going to be embarrassed if you say that again. Su Liang dotingly rubbed Yang Yueling's head and pulled her into the villa. Princess, come here. Before entering the door, Yang Yueling didn't forget to call back the puppy that was rolling around on the lawn. Xiao Su and Ling Ling are back, come and sit here. Wang Hongmei saw that her daughter and son-in-law had returned and warmly greeted them both. Mom, where's my dad? Yang Yueling looked around the building and didn't see her dad there. Harmful, your father said today is his birthday, and it's rare to recover from a serious illness. Tonight he wants to dress up beautifully to show off to his group of old brothers. When Wang Hongmei's words came out, several young people couldn't help but burst out laughing. How come I didn't realize that my dad was so pretty before? Yang Yueling's words caused the few people present to laugh again. By the way cousin, why are you here so early today? This is not last night just negotiated a business, today just have the time to come over earlier to see aunt this there is nothing that can help. Wang Jingwen studied finance when she studied abroad in college, and opened an investment company with the support of her family after she returned to China. From the content of chatting with her cousin, Su Liang and Yang Yueling learned that recently her cousin is busy with a cooperation project. Just a few days ago, she flew to Mordor to talk about business, because she was too busy to contact Yang Yueling, and she flew back to the capital only this morning. By the way cousin, Su Liang also opened an investment company, maybe in the future cousin and his company can also cooperate. His company is very powerful. Yang Yueling wouldn't miss any chance to praise Su Liang in front of her family. Oh? What a coincidence. Then there will definitely be opportunities to work together in the future. Wang Jingwen also understood what her cousin meant when she said this, so she naturally wouldn't not give her face. What is the name of your investment company? We can talk about cooperation in the future. It's called Chasing Light Investment, and the company is in Magic City. Su Liang smiled and said lightly, with his master investment vision, he had the backbone of not relying on others, but Jingwen Wang was Yueling's cousin, and he didn't mind bringing his cousin along to make money. What? Your company is Magic City Light Chasing Investment? Wang Jingwen exclaimed in shock. Both Su Liang and Yang Yueling were taken aback, but Su Liang still nodded. Is that the same Chasing Light investment that made $5 billion in Hong Kong stocks in a week, with a profit margin of over 1,000%? Wang Jingwen asked after him. Su Liang nodded again. This record was currently only achieved by their company. Isn't it a coincidence that the one who talked to me about cooperation today is the general manager of Chasing Light? Wang Jingwen covered her forehead and laughed. He Wan Liang? Yes, it's Mr. He. When Su Liang heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. He did know that Chasing Light had recently invested in a lot more partners, and he didn't realize that Yuling's cousin was also one of them. Yuling, just now, although I complimented Su Liang for being handsome, I didn't envy you at all. Now I'm starting to envy you. Do you know how the people in Su Liang's company call their boss? Wang Jingwen said breathlessly. Yang Yueling suddenly got a little nervous at her words and quickly hugged Su Liang a little tighter. How do they call him? I don't know. They say that the boss, Mr. Su, is one of the gods because he never misses a beat and only makes a profit. I want to go to Magic City this time to facilitate the cooperation with Chasing Light, as also want to follow the god's hand to drink soup. You also know, cousin's investment company earnings has not been very good. Yang Yueling poked Su Liang. Su Liang understood and said.
Cousin, I'm not as powerful as the employees say, just a bit more lucky. Don't worry, if there are good projects in the future, we can make a lot of money together. Ha, waiting for you this sentence, said in the future there are good projects brother-in-law, do not forget cousin me.
Wang Jingwen had already called Su Liang her brother-in-law.
This is a big leg, have to hold tight.
I have been busy for a month without a break to talk about cooperation in the end for what
Wang Jingwen asked herself in her mind.
When Yang Yuerling heard her cousin call Su Liang's brother-in-law, her little face also flushed a little red. On the contrary, when Su Liang heard his cousin call him brother-in-law, he decided that he really wanted to bring cousin Jingwen to make a lot of money in the future.
Ha, what are you guys talking about so happily?
At this time, wearing a sophisticated black mountain suit of Yang Open Source also came down from upstairs.
Auntie, we are talking about the cooperation between my company and my brother-in-law's company. Wang Jingwen replied. Yang Open Source knew that this niece of his wife had also opened an investment company, wasn't this a coincidence?
He didn't care what problems Wang Jingwen had with Su Liang's name, but just went up with excitement. Cooperation is good Xiao Su is very talented in investment at that time, you guys also take me to have fun.
Yang Open Source has long wanted to get involved in the investment world, but there has been no suitable opportunity. Go, you old man to get together with young people's business, why? As soon as Wang Hongmei's words were spoken, Yang Open Source did not dare to be so dejected, and then changed the topic. Ahem, you see how I look today? And today is really handsome, wearing this body looks more than 10 years younger.
Dad, you're the main character today, no one can steal the limelight in this outfit.
Uncle, Ling is right.
A few juniors still give him face, praising him to the sky. He has already seen the picture of himself making those old brothers handsome.
Only Wang Hongmei does not sell his face, straight call. So old and still so stinky, do not know shame.
Several people, including Yang Kaixian, laughed at the words.
Right, wife, you see my body should match which watch look good?
Yang Open Source from both sides of the pocket each pulled out a wristwatch too, are worth a lot of brand name watches.
Go, just wear a piece on the line, I do not understand these.
Su Liang see this seems to remember something, and Yang Open Source said.
Uncle, I prepared for your birthday gift happens to be a wristwatch, why don't I bring it to you now to try? Really?
Quickly, I want to see. Yang Kaiyuan also likes to collect watches, and there is no lack of millions or even tens of millions of limited models in the collection. But when he thought of the gift Su Liang gave him yesterday, Yang Kaixian was full of anticipation for the watch he was going to give him next. Su Liang went back to his room and turned over the birthday gift he had prepared for his future husband. He didn't know anything about watches, but he had deliberately checked it out, and it was the most expensive one in his drawer of watches, so it was just right to give it to his old husband. He picked up the box containing the watch and went downstairs, the Rolex logo engraved on the box. Happy birthday, uncle, I don't know much about watches, I don't know if this one will catch your eye. Su Liang handed the watch to Yang Kaiyuan with both hands. Of course, Yang Open Source can recognize this as a Rolex watch at a glance, but this box seems to be a little different from the usual Rolex. As soon as he opened the box and saw the watch inside, Yang Kaiyuan couldn't help but stare blankly and look at Su Liang incredulously. Chapter 46. It really doesn't look like you've had a serious illness. Xiao Su, is this really for me? He asked excitedly. Even if he had high expectations of the gift Su Liang had given him, he didn't dare to think that he had actually given this watch Su Liang cocked his head in disbelief and replied. Of course this is for uncle, is it that uncle doesn't like this watch? No, I just think this watch is too expensive. Yang Open Source learned that this piece of table is to give their own after the impatient gently take out the inside of the Rolex watch. At this time on the wristwatch also a little understanding of the Wang Jingwen also stared wide-eyed. This is. Yang Open Source as if appreciating a work of art to raise the watch above his head, facing the light to carefully appreciate. Yes, this watch is a Rolex Paul Newman Deitner. My God. Wang Jingwen stood up and came to Yang Kaiyuan's side to look at this exquisite watch. Su Liang, what kind of watch did you give my dad? Why are he and his cousin looking stunned? Yang Yueling usually only has a slight understanding of women's watches, so she doesn't know what the Paul Newman blah 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 that her father is talking about means. Ling, this watch is the most famous of all watches. 5 years ago it was auctioned abroad for 17 million meters, the only one of its kind in the world. Wang Jingwen explained. What? This watch costs more than $100 million? Even for Yang Yueling, a watch that cost more than $100 million was still a bit exaggerated for her.
More than 100 million can do a lot more meaningful things.
Yang open source, after carefully admiring it, put it on the left wrist.
Really good, ah. Really good, ah.
Yang open source naturally know this piece of Paul Newman Dighton in the watch world status. Want to get it is not only the problem of money, but also have channels and background.
He took a serious look at Su Liang. Really do not know what this young man in the end.
Whether it's the whole 3 kilograms of mother tree de hongpo that he brought yesterday, or that medicinal wine that can heal his whole body after drinking half a cup, or this Paul Newman Daytona that he gave to himself today, all these are not something that a young man who simply opens an investment company can get his hands on.
Right, Dad, Su Liang has another gift for you.
Su Liang, why don't you just send it together now, or else it won't be good if you forget about it later when there are more people.
Yang Yueling reminded.
Yes, uncle, here's another gift for you. Su Liang pulled out the pocket of his pants and fished out a black card. Su Liang handed it to Yang Kaiyuan with both hands as usual.
This is.
Yang open source could see that this was the black and gold membership card of Dingshang Mountain Villa. As far as he knew, there would be no more than 10 people in the country who had this black and gold card, and now he also had it.
Where did this card come from? Yang open source curiously asked. He now has not the slightest doubt that Su Liang will come up with a fake card to fool him.
Of course, Su Liang asked Mr. Son of Dingshang Villa to open it for you. The corner of Yang Yueling's mouth curled up, knowing that the time for her to pretend to be booing was coming.
Is it Sun Maguong? That's right, Uncle knows old Sun too? I've met him a few times before.
Su, how did you get him to issue me this card? Su Liang was about to explain, but was stopped by Yang Yueling. The girl stood up with a jump. Ahem, let me grandly introduce my boyfriend, the chairman of Chasing Light Investment and the chairman of Chasing Light Entertainment, as well as the owner of Dingshang Villa in the capital city, Mr. Su Liang. Su Liang could not help but cry and laugh when he saw his girlfriend's childlike demeanor, and could only gently hold her hands to give her encouragement.
What? Dingshang Villa is your home?
This time not only Yang open source is not calm, even Wang Hongmei, who has been at the site of the melon seeds, as well as Wang Jingguan, were shocked. Uncle, the thing is like this, I bought Dingshang Villa a few days ago, and I am just going to take a stroll today to see what I have bought. After Su Liang's words were finished, the silence of the crowd at the scene was deafening.
Yang open source? Wang Hongmei? Wang Jingguan?
Yang Yueling, humph, worthy of being the man I fancy. Su Liang and Yang Yueling told a few people about what they had seen in Dingshang Villa today, and incidentally invited their parents and cousins to visit Dingshang Villa in a few days.
In the gossip, the night unconsciously descended. Yang open source invited guests come and go.
Yang Yueling and Su Liang also accompanied the two elders to entertain the guests in front of the house.
Old Yang. Long time no see, ah.
A Mediterranean middle-aged man wearing a large-size suit with a big belly greeted Yang open source enthusiastically as soon as he got out of the car.
Old Zhang, ah. Really long time no see. Yang open source also went forward to shake hands with him.
Xiao Su, come here, I'll introduce you to an uncle. Old Zhang's full name is Zhang Qingxuan, and Yang open source has known for more than 20 years, but in recent years Zhang Qingxuan has been living abroad. The two brothers have not seen each other for several years.
Uncle Zhang good, ah.
Su Liang and Yang Yueling smiled and went forward to greet Zhang Qingxuan. Old Zhang, this is my future son-in-law.
He's a very capable young man.
Yang Kaiyuan had already fully recognized Su Liang's status, and was taking advantage of this occasion to say so. After greeting Yang Yueling, Su Liang felt that he was disturbing the two elders by staying here, so he found an excuse to leave. Yang Kaixian and Zhang Qingxuan then began to recall the bits and pieces that had happened over the past 20 years of knowing each other. Alas, I did not expect that we have known for more than 20 years. Think of the time when we two brothers in the business world reigned supreme, when how beautiful, ah. Now that we are old, let's leave the business to the young ones.
Zhang Qingxuan suddenly had the feeling of sighing.
Old Zhang, you serve the old, you cannot take me, ah. I feel that I can now go to fight for another 10 or 20 years. Since Yang open source to learn that their body injuries are cured, the heart and reignite the struggle of the fire.
Come on you, don't blow with me.
Who does not know that your body and bones have long been exhausted, and now dare to think of going out of the mountain?
Zhang Qingyuan faced disdainful spit.
Hey, I'm not bragging, I've recovered from all my illnesses. The body is also healthier than ever.
What?
Didn't the doctor say that your illness was a result of hard work and that you could only slowly make up for it with rest?
How come you're suddenly all better now? Zhang Qingyuan asked incredulously.
Do you see how my current state is?
Yang open source took a step back and opened his hands as if he was waiting for Zhang Qingxuan to observe.
He also inadvertently lifted the sleeve of his shirt, revealing the Rolex Paul Newman Deitner that Su Liang had given him. Only then did Zhang Qingxuan take a closer look at the old fellow's state. His face was rosy and full of spirit, and even the wrinkles on his face seemed to be less than a few years ago, but did not cast his eyes on the old fellow's sleeve.
Yo-ho! You really don't look like you've been seriously ill in this state to me. Is it really all cured? Zhang Qingxuan asked incredulously. Really, it's all cured. This is thanks to my future son-in-law. Yang Kaiyuan boasted inadvertently. It's true. This is really great. I'm so glad that you're here. Zhang Qingxuan also felt heartfelt joy that his old buddy could be cured and couldn't help but let out bursts of laughter. You said you were cured thanks to your future son-in-law? Did he introduce you to some famous doctor? Zhang Qingxuan had just seen that Su Liang was still very young and didn't look like someone who could practice medicine, so he first ruled out the possibility that it was Su Liang who cured his old buddy. Alas, no, I'm only talking to you, ha.
Yang open source also know that son-in-law sent a cup of wine to let the torture of their own half-life disease cured of this matter cannot be publicized everywhere, otherwise it will certainly give Su Liang to attract unnecessary trouble.
But what is Lao Zhang?
He has been fighting for many years with his own friends and relatives, half-brothers
So with him to show off or not, with him to share the happy news or can? Yang open source signaling his old buddy to come to his body, he whispered.
My son-in-law gave me a bottle of medicinal wine, that is really good stuff I just drank a sip of it 2 days ago, and I felt that my body's illnesses were all relieved, and my whole body was relieved. After drinking a whole glass of it, I felt all the pain in my body disappeared. Finally, I forced Hongmei to accompany me to the hospital for a medical checkup, and guess what?
What happened?
Zhang Qingyuan's eyes wide open, he had a bold guess. A physical examination, stomach disease is good, back injury is also good, arthritis is also good, the whole body good cannot be better. After sharing this happy news with open source bragging, Yang Kaixian patted his old friend's shoulder with satisfaction and waited to see what reaction he would make.
No way. You're talking too metaphysical with this one, aren't you?
Zhang Qingxuan's first thought was that this old guy was making up this pie-in-the-sky story to show off his son-in-law. But looking at his current state, he did look like he had recovered from a serious illness.
Harm, I am telling the truth. You don't believe it, forget it. Yang Kaiyuan put on a haughty expression, clasping his hands on his chest. I don't believe it, unless you let me do the same.
I don't believe it, unless you let me also taste that medicine wine you said.
Good you old boy, waiting for me here? Yang open source's expression changed, but in his heart, he was overjoyed.
He said this to Zhang Qingxuan. On one hand, he had the idea of showing off and sharing his joy, on the other hand, he also had the idea of letting his old friend taste the wine to see if this medicinal wine would help his body. Although Zhang Qingxuan's physical condition is not as serious as that of the former Yang Kaiyuan, but which person at this age will not have some physical problems? Okay, but now there are many people I am not convenient to take out. You come back to my house tomorrow, I give you open eyes.
I'll show you.
I'm planning to stay in the capital for a few more days. Zhang Qingxuan also agreed with a smile. He did also want to get together with his old buddy a few more times. The above is for plot purposes only. Excessive drinking is harmful to your health, so minors should refrain from drinking alcohol.
Chapter 47 Yang Yuling's marriage object. By the way, old Zhang, do you still have any research on wristwatches now? Yang open source quietly eyebrows, intends to show off to the end.
In the past, there is still some research. These years is not retired well, also do not care too much about these things outside the body.
Zhang Qingxuan's answer to Yang open source feels some face hot, is not their own very care about these external things?
Ahem, old Zhang I also want to show you my son-in-law sent me the Rolex Paul Newman Deitner. You are not interested even if.
What?
Did you just say Rolex what?
Rolex Paul Newman Deitner, my son-in-law sent me a birthday gift.
Yang open source said, his left hand raised, inadvertently revealing his black dial wristwatch.
This.
Zhang Qingxuan directly on the hand to grab Yang open source wrist. This is true.
Ha, my son-in-law sent me certainly cannot be fake Yang open source revealed a satisfied smile and said.
Then you let me take a good look. I have studied this watch before. Well, I will stand and let you slowly look.
Yang open source one-handed waist, tugging like back to the appearance of the 20-something years old.
On the other hand, Su Liang and Yang Yueling received guests for a while. It was not easy to get a chance to rest for a while. The two of them sat on the recliners in the courtyard sipping small drinks and chatting, which could be considered as a little cozy in their busy schedules. But what the two didn't expect was that they had just sat down to rest for a short while when a pair of uninvited guests walked towards them head-on.
Ahem, good evening, Ms. Yang.
A young man wearing a velvet suit and tuxedo walked up to Yang Yueling and greeted her. In fact, Su Liang had noticed this man before he even approached the two of them, for no other reason than the fact that his velvet suit was too formal for a birthday party. The woman beside him was even more exaggerated, also wearing a long black sequined evening dress, hands and neck on the head full of diamond jewelry buring. Those who don't know also thought that the two were big stars walking the red carpet. Of course, the face value is still almost climate. In contrast, Su Liang and Yang Yueling today is the same suit and long skirt collocation, but because of the formal and casual boundaries grasped better, but also maybe because of the two people's face value higher body better reason, let a person feel inexplicably eye-catching.
Mr. Zhou, Miss Zhou, good evening.
Yang Yueling didn't recognize the people in front of her at once, and only after pondering in her mind did she remember what these two people were. Su Liang, let me introduce you, this is Mr. Zhou, the eldest son of New Century Building Materials.
Yang Yueling smiled awkwardly, she really couldn't recall this dude's name.
This beauty over here is Mr. Zhou's sister, Miss Zhou.
Mr. Zhou, Miss Zhou, this is my boyfriend Su Liang.
Su Liang also saw a hint of embarrassment in his girlfriend's eyes, but he had the good sense to stand up to shake hands with this Mr. Zhou.
Good day, Mr. Zhou, my name is Su Liang.
Su Liang's hand was already outstretched, but Mr. Zhou didn't seem to have any intention of shaking his hand. Only to see that Mr. Zhou tilted his head up so high that he was practically looking at Su Liang with his nostrils.
And it was true, Su Liang could even see the unshaven nose hairs in his nostrils. Hello.
Mr. Zhou coldly returned.
Su Liang could not think for a moment, could it be that he had accidentally messed with this Zhou Gongzi somewhere?
He also had no impression, it was simply inexplicable. But good breeding allowed Su Liang to not lash out in person. Instead, he continued to smile and greet Miss Zhou.
Hello Miss Zhou. Su Liang extended his hand as usual.
Compared to the way Mr. Zhou treated Su Liang, his sister's attitude was much better. As soon as she saw Su Liang extend her hand, she also hurriedly extended her own hand to firmly hold Su Liang's hand. According to the reasoning of the unfamiliar between the opposite sex, shake hands to greet only need a shallow shake to express etiquette, but Su Liang did not expect is that this Miss Zhou held his hand as if he did not want to let go, as if for a time, but also cannot shake off.
Ahem, Su Liang.
On the contrary, it is the sight of the Yang Yueling can see some doorway, hurriedly opened his mouth to remind Su Liang. Su Liang exerted himself and finally shook off Miss Zhou's hand. He looked up but met Miss Zhou revealing a smirk like a demented girl. Ms. Yang, as your childhood friend, I have to remind you, looking for a boyfriend is not only handsome on the line, the choice of men also have to see whether he has the ability to do so. If you get into a man with no ability, he will only lie on your body to suck your family's blood only. Mr. Zhou suddenly opened his mouth and said,
Yang Yueling? Su Liang?
Zhou Gongzi's words made both of them a bit puzzled all of a sudden, but both of them also heard out that this man was coming at me/my boyfriend. Su Liang also caught a keyword in Zhou Gongzi's words, childhood friend. Yang Yueling hurriedly pulled Su Liang back to her side and said with a smile, Zhou Gongzi, you're right, but you don't need to be in charge of our affairs. Immediately after saying that, she looked up at Su Liang, but only saw Su Liang looking at herself with a set of curious eyes.
What's wrong with you?
Yang Yueling threw out a puzzled look.
This man is your childhood friend?
Su Liang asked with a look. No, I'm not familiar with him.
Yang Yueling replied.
What?
Then why did he just say that he's your childhood friend?
Yang Yueling also reacted. Yang Yueling also reacted, this Mr. Zhou did just say that, but she really doesn't know him well.
Ahem, why did Mr. Zhou just say that you are my childhood friend?
Yang Yueling asked.
Yueling, have you forgotten the little bits and pieces between us?
Mr. Zhou suddenly made a look of grief.
Su Liang? Yang Yueling? Miss Zhou?
If I remember correctly, I shouldn't be familiar with you, and I don't have any dots and dashes with you, right? Yang Yueling tightly grasped Su Liang's hand, afraid that he would misunderstand something. The delicate face frowned, even squeezing out a few headlines.
It does look like you've forgotten, but I won't blame you.
Mr. Zhou shook his head as if he had really forgiven Yang Yueling for doing something very excessive.
This Mr. Zhou, may I ask what you're referring to when you talk about the little bits and pieces between you and Yueling? Su Liang, who was on the side, couldn't bear to ask. Is Yueling also something you can call? Do you have a clear understanding of your position? Mr. Zhou suddenly snapped. Su Liang. Yang Yuling.
Su Liang could be completely sure that this dude was coming at himself, and now had some small annoyance on his face. Yuling and I have not officially married yet, now still embarrassed to call her wife, so I can only call her Yuling. Su Liang held back his anger and said.
You and Yuerling won't have a wedding day. Because the person who is going to marry him is me, there is a marriage contract between us.
Mr. Zhou said in a condescending manner. When these words came out, the other three people present were silent.
Su Liang, Iluabin, how there is a marriage contract plot. How come I've never heard Yuling mention it before?
He hurriedly looked at Yang Yuling, but only saw that Yang Yuling also looked puzzled.
Iluabin, who is this down-head man? In front of my boyfriend, he said that he has a marriage contract with me? How come I don't know? This axe is here to harm me, right?
Cough cough, sorry ha, with Su Liang together for a long time will inevitably learn his way of speaking. The two of them looked at Miss Zhou, who came along with Mr. Zhou, but found that she was also so puzzled at this time.
My brother has a marriage contract? How come I've never heard Mom and Dad talk about it? Then after my brother marries Ms. Yang, will I have the opportunity to lay my hands on this handsome man? Chapter 48: The Aftermath of Playing House.
After a moment of silence, Yang Yueling took the lead in questioning.
Zhou Gongzi, you can't talk nonsense. I've never heard of me having any marriage contract. How about I just couldn't remember who you were? Don't act like you know me well. Yang Yuling retorted angrily. Yuling. Don't call me Yuling. Only Su Liang can call me that.
Yang Yueling was now like a mighty little tiger, fierce as if she was about to bite. Of course, this look of hers would only be cute in Su Liang's eyes. Especially when she also said, only Su Liang can call me like this. Su Liang instantly felt that his little girlfriend was even more adorable.
Miss Yang, have you forgotten everything from when you were 4 years old?
Mr. Zhou asked back in a sad tone.
What things at the age of 4? What Yang Yueling was thinking was that when she was 6 years old she hadn't even gone to elementary school yet. What the hell could I remember? Well, let me help you recall. In Zhou Gongzi's recollection, he was the same age as Yang Yueling. The Yang family and the Zhou family were close partners, and the two families would visit each other from time to time.
One time when young Mr. Zhou accompanied his father to the Yang family for business, he had a fateful encounter with the childhood Yang Yueling. At that time, Yang Yueling was dragging Jingguan Wang, who was already in elementary school, to play house together, and when she saw that Zhou Gongzi was also at her house, she invited him to come and play with her. Since Zhou Gongzi was the only boy in the game, Yang Yueling let him play the role of the father, and she played the role of the mother, and it is not necessary to say who played the daughter. The parties involved do not want to mention this matter. In the end, the little Zhou Gongzi asked before leaving, how about we still do two couples in the future? Yang Yueling, a 4-year-old child, can understand what? Dumbly nodded her head and went back to the house to stay. This scene was instead deeply imprinted in Mr. Zhou's mind, and he always felt that Yang Yueling was his future wife.
Are you done speaking? What about the follow-up? Yang Yueling asked incredulously.
Although we haven't seen each other since then, my thoughts of you haven't diminished in the slightest. Mr. Zhou replied firmly.
Yang Yueling.
At $%, $% hashtag at.
Su Liang, ha 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 ha. Miss Zhou, can I say I don't know my brother well? Ahem, Mr. Zhou, those are just jokes between kids, they can't be taken seriously.
I have a boyfriend now, and we're going to get married soon, so why don't you leave the two of us alone? Yang Yueling bluntly rejected Mr. Zhou's engagement.
That's right.
Su Liang nodded his head at the side. Just now he was still a bit upset about this Zhou Gongzi's words and actions, but now he only felt amused. After all, it's not good for him to get serious with a fool, is it?
Miss Yang, is there anything I am not better than this guy called Su Lian? Zhou Gongzi asked in despair.
Yang Yueling felt a billion tinge of annoyance at him calling this guy Su Liang, and was about to open her mouth to retort when Miss Zhou grabbed the floor first. Brother, you're not as tall as him, you're not as handsome as him, and you don't look as connotative as him.
Zhou Gongzi? Old sister, which end are you on? I am your brother. Ahem, I'm just telling the truth.
Yes, Miss Zhou is just telling the truth. Yang Yueling expressed her affirmation, but suddenly felt that there was something that didn't seem right.
Aha! That's right. Su Liang nodded at the side. But he must not be as capable as me.
Ms. Yang do not know, my father has handed over the new century building materials completely to my hands, although the new century building materials than your family's open source group, but the market value at least there are billions of it. He? Zhou Gongzi pointed to Su Liang, he looks so handsome, at a glance, I know that it is a soft-eating white boy, why are you willing to choose him rather than me? Aha! That's right. Su Liang nodded his head in affirmation, inwardly sighing, my talent is still covered up by my heaven-defying face value, Before Yang Yueling could speak, she suddenly heard Su Liang's reply and all of a sudden stepped forward to pinch the soft flesh around his waist. Su Liang's entire body was about to jump up in pain, and he was hard-pressed in place by Yang Yueling and could not move. What are you talking nonsense? Yang Yueling handed him a speechless blank stare before turning to Zhou Gongzi and saying to him, I'll say it once again, I won't bother unrelated people with matters between me and my boyfriend. And in my eyes, Su Liang is the most capable man in the world, no one can compare to him. Su Liang was very flattered by Yang Yueling's and now the corners of his mouth were going up to the sky. Aha! That's right. Miss Yang. You, Mr. Zhou, turned to face Su Liang and said angrily, you brat, remember this. I won't give up on you Ling. After saying that he ignored the crowd's reaction and turned around. Even his own sister's was left where he was regardless. Looking at her brothers far away back, Miss Zhou was already filled with black lines. You two are sorry my brother he was playful when he was young and broke his brain. Miss Zhou bitterly smiled and expressed her apologies. I'm sorry. Cough cough, nothing at this. Yan Yuling and Su Liang also do not know what to say. There is one more thing. Miss Zhou, there is something else? I have been studying abroad since high school, so I actually don't know my brother very well. Miss Zhou unceremoniously sold her brother out. Ha 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 ha. Su Liang heard this already cannot hold back the laughter, laughing. Incidentally Yang Yuling also drive up, just now there is some small anger she is now laughing even stand unsteady. Miss Zhou sorry we are not laughing at your brother ha. On the side, Miss Zhou wanted to escape from this place that embarrassed her so much that she could gouge out a villa with her feet, but never managed to find the opportunity to do so. Ling, what are you guys talking about? Why are you laughing so happily? Just when the two of them couldn't stop themselves from laughing, Yang Open Source and Wang Hongmei also walked over, and with them were cousin Jing Gwen and old Zhang Zhengxingchuan. The two of them saw their elders coming and also slightly restrained their laughter. Su Liang opened his mouth and explained. Nothing, I just met a very funny person, Yuling, and I didn't hold back our laughter. Ms. Zhou? I said I wasn't laughing at my brother. Oh? There are funny things to share with Uncle Me. Obviously, after the past few days of living together, Yang Open Source has also fully accepted Su Liang as a future son-in-law. I don't want to talk about it. Then okay, this is your friend? Yang Open Source, thinking that maybe they are talking about the topic of young people, do not say it, turned to look at the two standing beside the Miss Zhou. Oh Dad, this is the new century building materials Uncle Zhou's daughter, Miss Zhou. Yang Yueling still hasn't remembered Miss Zhou's name, so she had to introduce it this way. Oh, so you are old Zhou's daughter Before I saw you are a girl doll, I did not expect to grow so big now. Yang Open Source said excitedly. Old Zhou is also his old friend, the two companies have been cooperating for many years. Uncle Yang good. Auntie Wang good. I wish Uncle Yang blessings like the East Sea and longevity like South Mountain. Seeing the elders come, Miss Zhou still knows how to be polite. Well. Thank you. Where's your father? Why haven't I seen him? He's still abroad on business. He asked me and my brother to come to wish Uncle Yang a happy birthday. Oh, so your brother also came? Yang Open Source think about it has been a long time have not seen his old friend's son. Ahem, brother he has something to leave for a while, should be back soon. The words are so said, Miss Zhou hard is to beg their brother do not come back to disgrace. I remember you are called Penny, right, Auntie see you do not look too good, is the body uncomfortable? Wang Hongmei looked at the expression of this junior seemed a bit unnatural, so she went forward and said with concern. Zhou Penny, I finally deserve a name. No, it might be that I'm a bit drunk from drinking a bit of wine. Zhou Penny explained. Oh, then you drink less, do you want Auntie to go get you a cup of honey to hydrolyze the wine? No, thank you Auntie, I will slow down for a while. Seeing her say that, Wang Hongmei didn't say anything else. Uncle Yang good. A loud greeting sounded from behind the crowd. Yan Open Source and the others turned around and saw a young man in a black velvet dress standing behind everyone.
Returning for a limited time. Hello, who are you? Uncle Yang, I'm Zhou Tianxin. Don't you remember me? Mr. Chow, I have a hot name too. Oh. So it's Tianxin. We were just telling your sister about you.
It was only then that Yang Kaishek realized that this was old Zhou's son.
As soon as they saw Zhou Tianxin return for a limited time, Su Liang and Yang Yueling couldn't help but laugh again. Ling Ling, Xiao Su, what are you two laughing at? Wang Hongmei approached the two and asked quietly.
Ahem, Mom, we didn't laugh at anything. Yang Yueling still tried to hide her laughter. Wang Hongmei blankly glanced at her own daughter, then looked at her own son-in-law and asked, Xiao Su, you tell auntie. Actually nothing, just now we had some misunderstandings with Mr. Zhou. After we finished we felt that Mr. Zhou was very funny, which made us laugh more.
Su Liang scratched his head and explained stiffly. Oh, that misunderstanding is now lifted?
It should be lifted, it depends on what Mr. Zhou thinks. Several people together cast their gazes towards Zhou Tianxin. Only to see that Zhou Tianxin did not respond to Su Liang's words, but instead pulled out a gift box from his pocket and handed it to Yang Kaiyuan. Uncle Yang, my father wanted to be there to wish you a happy birthday, but for work reasons he is still abroad. Before I came, he asked me to bring a big gift for Uncle Yang. I heard that Uncle Yang has a unique research on wristwatches, so I specially asked someone to buy a limited edition wristwatch as a birthday gift for Uncle Yang, and I hope that Uncle Yang will like it. Zhou Tianxin changed from the unruly and untamed when facing Su Liang, and behaved respectfully when facing elders such as Yang Kaishian. Good, Uncle, very much like the gift you send. Thank you. Also thank your father Lao Zhou, tell him to get together with us when he is free. Chinese people do not get the gift immediately, open the habit, Yang Open Source, to get the gift after just a symbolic expression of
gratitude only.
I did not expect, Zhou Tianxin said. Uncle, why not directly open this gift, see if it is not to your liking?
Yang Open Source froze for a moment, then nodded, then I'm not polite.
After 3 or 2 times to the gift box packaging to open, an Audemars Piguet watch box presented in front of the crowd. As soon as Yang Kaishian opened the watch box, he saw an exquisite perpetual calendar watch. If it was before when he saw this piece of watch, he must be very excited, but since he received the Rolex Paul Newman Deitner given to him by Su Liang, this kind of watch has not been able to stimulate his interest too much.
Oh, this watch is also a fine piece of
Besides Yang Kaishian, only Zhang Qingxuan had studied watches.
But it's not even close to this one on old Yang's hand.
Of course, this sentence is what Zhang Qingxuan said in his heart. Uncle Zhang is right, this watch is the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak series, limited to only 200 pieces in the world.
Zhou Tianxin glanced at Su Liang as if he was showing off. Su Liang himself didn't see the point because he didn't have any research on watches.
But he heard Zhou Tianxin say that the watch he gave him was limited to 200 pieces in the world, while the watch he gave to his husband was unique in the world.
He, it should be me who wins. Su Liang smiled faintly and glared at Zhou Tianxin as well. Thank you, Tianxin, this gift uncle likes it very much.
Although the shock of this watch to Yang Kaishian is not comparable to the one sent by his son-in-law, but after all, it is also a piece of the junior's heart, and he naturally smiled with pleasure.
Uncle Yang like good. Zhou Tianxin pretended to be a bitter and hateful look, then opened his mouth and said. Uncle Yang, juniors have some words, do not know when to speak or not.
Chapter 49. His watch can buy 100 pieces of your watch. The crowd is throwing a sweaty soybean expression. This child is not a novel, read too much. How to say this sentence?
You have said so, it is hard not to think that we can still answer inappropriately speak.
Ahem, what is there to say? You say straight is, here are all our own people.
Yang Open Source opened his mouth.
Uncle, although I am only one of your juniors, but there is a sentence I must remind Uncle is. Zhou Tianxin nonchalantly glared at Su Liang, and Yang Yueling immediately had a bad feeling in her heart. When uncle and auntie choose a husband for Yuerling, they should not place too much importance on physical appearance, or else they will find a man with an empty skin but no skills at all, just like now. If you ask me, a man should have a career of his own and not rely on soft food to get by.
Am I right, Su Liang? At this moment, Su Liang was completely innocent expression. Why do people always say that I am a soft rice eater? Is it because I'm handsome that I have to bury all my hard work for so long? Xiao Zhou, what do you mean by that? When the crowd hadn't reacted yet, Wang Hongmei was the first one to stand out and ask back. Auntie Wang, let me get this straight, I think a person of Yuling's status, Su Liang, is not worthy of her. After saying that, he also added in his mind that only a young talent like me is worthy of Yuerling.
Oh Xiao Zhou, our family matters do not bother you to point out. I and Lao Yang are very satisfied with Su Liang, the son-in-law. Of course, Ling Ling also like him is the most important.
Wang Hongmei also heard out. Lao Zhou the son is also on my family's family affairs? Auntie, can you rest assured that you will hand over the Yuling to such a white boy? He really can give you Ling happiness?
Zhou Tianqin was also completely tearing his face off. He vowed to reveal the true side of Su Liang, this little white boy, in front of Yang's father and mother.
Enough. My family's family matters are not for you, a junior, to meddle in.
I'll give your father a face, today as if nothing has happened, you just stop talking.
Yang Kai-shek also saw that this junior is dissatisfied with his son-in-law. But why? Uncle and auntie, what I said is true. Yu Ling's choice of Su Liang won't end well. I have had enough. Before Zhou Tianqin could finish his words, he only heard Yang Yueling's furious rebuke, which subdued the entire venue.
Luckily, most of the guests were inside the villa eating, drinking, and chatting, so it didn't scare anyone.
Mom and Dad, you guys don't know.
Yang Yueling saw that he still wanted to continue smearing Su Liang, and directly chose to complain to his parents. This person, as soon as he came to our house, he made a face at Su Liang, and even insisted that he wanted me to marry him, and also said a bunch of nonsense, which was all about wanting to break up Su Liang and me. It's just that Su Liang has a good temper, so I didn't get angry with him, and I didn't realize that now he's still smearing Su Liang in front of you too. As soon as she heard that Zhou Tianqin wanted to break up her daughter and son-in-law, Wang Hongmei immediately lost her good looks.
Su Liang, such a precious son-in-law, cannot let him run away.
Then Yang Yueling walked up to Zhou Tianqin, her eyes as fierce as if she would slap him at any time. And you son of a bitch, I know better than you whether Su Liang is capable or not. If being able to make money is a skill, the money he earns in a week is higher than the market capitalization of your company, you are a joke in front of him.
Zhou Tianqin was dumbfounded by Yang Yueling's words and was at a loss for words.
When Su Liang heard that his own girlfriend was able to take it out on himself like this, his heart felt great. He didn't have a penchant for punching people in the face, and seeing that the time was almost up, he went forward and pulled Yang Yueling's hand.
Okay, there is no need to lose your temper for this kind of person. First calm down, do you want to eat some snacks? Su Liang rubbed Yang Yueling's little head as usual. At first, Yang Yueling enjoyed this feeling, but suddenly remembered that there are still many people here.
Uncle Zhang's old face reddened into a piece, looking at the sky and the ground. Just do not look toward himself and Su Liang this side. Dad, Mom and cousin were uniformly wearing a smiling expression as they looked at themselves and Su Liang, especially cousin Jingwen, who couldn't even hide the care in her eyes.
Hey, our Ling Ling has really moved. Yes, really moved. Father Yang and Mother Yang were talking in whispers. No way. He's obviously just a white boy who eats soft food.
A discordant voice broke this sweet scene. Seeing this, it was time for Su Liang to go up and say a few words himself. Cough cough, Mr. Zhou, my humble self Su Liang, I've been in love with Yu Ling since our university days, we have a deep relationship and a fulfilling life, we're about to get married, so please stop pointing fingers at us. Also, my humble self is also the owner of Magic City Chasing Light Investment, Chasing Light Entertainment, Far Tour Technology, Hoda Law Firm, and Beijing Dingshang Mountain Villa, and can indeed earn many billions a year. Until this moment, Su Liang still treats Mr. Zhou as a not-so-small joke to look at. Only people who are really incompetent will get angry when they are told that they are incompetent, and elephants don't pay any attention to the gossip of ants.
Impossible. Is this true?
Incredulous Zhou Tianqin turned his gaze to Yang Open Source and the others.
Yang Open Source nodded, really? Wang Hongmei, really, my son-in-law is awesome. Jingwen Wang, Frog Fun, there are still so many companies in my brother-in-law's hands? So awesome. Zhang Qingxuan, to have this kind of achievement at such a young age, it's really a fearful future generation. Yang Yueling, my boyfriend is really great. Slow down, why did I hear him talk about far traveling technology? Yang Yueling stared angrily straight at Su Liang. Su Liang, is that faraway technology you're talking about the faraway technology I'm thinking of? Su Liang felt Yang Yueling's gaze and carefully recalled what he had just said. Finished, played it off. He had forgotten that he hadn't confessed to Yang Yueling that far-traveling technology was his own property, and had just said it in one breath without paying attention. You listen to my explanation. All Su Liang wanted to do now was to hide. A furious Yang Yueling was not something to be messed with. Xiao Su, is far-traveling technology also yours? Then that piece of land in Mordor is not Yang Open Source. Just now also heard clearly what Su Liang said. Uncle, I have been forgetting to tell Yuerling and you before. Far Tour Technology is indeed one of my industries.
On the side, Wang Jingwen became interested and asked Wang Hongmei.
Aunt, what kind of enterprise is the far tour technology they are talking about? Is it very famous?
Wang Hongmei shook her head and replied, I don't know if I go out or not, but I know that your uncle's open source group cooperated with Far Tour Technology a few months ago to build a technology park, and I didn't realize that the owner of Far Tour Technology is also Xiaosu. I just heard my brother-in-law mention a number of companies in one breath.
Tell me more about them, maybe we can work together in the future. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but just the ones I know about.
Young open source look at his daughter and son-in-law seem to have something to talk about privately, and do not intend to leave Zhou Tianqin as a guest, so he opened his mouth and said,
Zhou Tianqin, you go.
Zhou Tianqin, you go, my home does not welcome you like nosy guests. Yang open source directly under a banishment order, Zhou Tianqin at this time also embarrassed to continue to stay here, drooping head to go out.
By the way, this watch back to you. I don't like your gift.
Yang open source hard Zhou Tianqin sent out the watch with packaging back into his hand.
Don't, Uncle Yang, how can I take this gift back after I've given it away? Zhou Tianqin explained with his last ounce of sanity.
I don't care about the watch you gave me, look here. Yang Kaixian revealed his wrist and showed the Rolex that his son-in-law gave him. This is my future son-in-law sent me a birthday gift, this is the real good watch, a piece of probably can buy 100 pieces of your watch. Yang open source is naturally not a snob, but he saw Zhou Tianqin, this kid seems to look down on his son-in-law, only to say such things to him. Zhou Tianqin after hearing that did not have time to look at Yang open source watch, quickly pulled his legs and ran out. Zhou Peigney saw the situation also rushed to follow up, before leaving also did not forget to apologize to the crowd. At this time, Zhou Tianqin's heart repeatedly lingers in this same line. Forgetting the front, forgetting the middle, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the young poor. On this side, seeing his daughter and son-in-law go upstairs to whisper, Yang's father and mother were relieved and went inside to continue entertaining the guests.
Upstairs. Yu Ling, listen to my explanation. No, you lied to me.
You bastard.
I didn't lie to you, it's just that I never had the chance to tell you before.
Su Liang gripped his little girlfriend's hand tightly and looked at her with a sincere expression.
Then you explain it. Ahem, at that time, I didn't want to give you a surprise, so I didn't tell you. I didn't realize that I hadn't thought to tell you about it, so I'm sorry.
Humph. You even tricked me into signing a 30/70th split contract.
You're too much.
Yang Yueling said with a small mouth and her hands clasped in front of her chest.
What? So this niece still remembers this matter?
Ahem, at that time, I wanted to sign a 50/50 contract with open source, but it was you who took the initiative to agree to the 30/70th split proposal, Su Liang weakly explained.
What did you say?
No, I immediately asked them to change the split to 50/50. No, change it to 28, open source 8 far tour 2.
I don't want it. Lest your employees say I'm borrowing power to bully people.
Although she is still pouting at this time to speak, but the tone of voice obviously softened a lot.
Effective. Tubular. No, I volunteered. And you think, after we get married, my industry is not all yours? So it doesn't really matter how many shares we have now. Well, that's more like it. Then I'll forgive you.
Only then did Zhang Yuling put away her pouting mouth and turn to look at Su Liang with a smile on her face.
I can't imagine that Cricket Su Liang is quite capable of doing business.
Hey, this is not an order to marry, you have to work hard to earn a wife. Su Liang gently hugged Yang Yueling and rested his chin on her shoulder. The two just hugged together, I do not know how long.
In addition to some trivial hiccups, Yang Kaiyuan is still very satisfied with his birthday party.
The family sent off the guests when the night was late. Wang Hongmei and Yang Yueling would have liked to leave Wang Jingguan at home to sleep for the night, but the Samoyed princess is not accustomed to staying in other people's homes, downstairs screaming for half a day. The cousin had no choice but to take her back to their own home. Young family this side, a few people said good night to each other after also returned to their own rooms to rest. Tonight Su Liang and Yang Yueling, two people, are still sleeping in separate rooms.
Chapter 50, It's not too late to ask later. At night, Su Liang's guest room. Knock knock.
Su Liang, who had just put down his cell phone to go to sleep, wondered who was knocking on his door in the middle of the night. After thinking about it for a while, it could only be Yang Yueling, this little girl. Su Liang got out of bed and opened the door, and it was really Yang Yueling who appeared at the door.
What took you so long to open the door? Is she secretly doing something bad inside?
Wearing a light silk nightgown, Yang Yueling nonchalantly walked into Su Liang's room and laid down under his blanket.
I'm not guilty, what can I do?
Su Liang closed the door, put on a little pitiful look, and also jumped on the bed at once.
Ahem, you can do what bad thing you know in your heart. Yang Yueling saw Su Liang's imminent attack and secretly burrowed a bit into the quilt.
With the moonlight coming in through the window, Su Liang saw that half of Yang Yueling's face outside the quilt was already red, and his heart was happy. I'm not sure what bad things one person can do, but I've slightly studied the bad things two people can do.
Su Liang also drilled into the comforter and precisely found Yang Yueling's lips and kissed them. Slowly, I still have something to ask you.
At this time, Su Liang has already started to go up and down on Yang Yueling.
It's not too late to ask later. Keep your voice down, my parents also live on the second floor. Su Liang left a hand with Yang Yueling's scent on it and wiped the cold sweat that didn't exist on his forehead.
This sentence should be said to yourself, right? Usually it's you who screams the loudest.
Of course, Su Liang didn't say this sentence, but directly blocked Yang Yueling's mouth with his own.
The two of them, who hadn't communicated deeply for several days, ignited like dry wood. A wonderful and incomparable night passed, and Yang Yueling did not ask the question she wanted to ask in the end. In the morning, Su Liang, who was fully charged last night, got up early. Looking at Yang Yueling, who was still sleeping in his arms, Su Liang forced himself to endure the tingling sensation in his arm without pulling his hand out. Turning to his other hand, he grabbed the cell phone placed on the bedside, and as soon as he opened it, he revealed an intriguing smile. Because he received another upload push from Perfect Life.
Dragon Heart Chip Company 100% shares 0.01 yuan. Ultra-fine photolithography machine design drawings 0.01 yuan. Ownership of the Magic City Nameless Building 0.01 yuan.
As usual, Su Liang paid 3 cents first, and bought all the goods before scrutinizing the contents of the goods.
Dragon Heart Chip. This business is pretty big.
From the information searched on the network, Su Liang learned that the Dragon Heart Chip was once the third-ranked domestic chip manufacturing enterprises, but several years ago began to suffer from the joint sanctions of countries such as Rice. Whether it is the chip manufacturing or the use of new technologies are lagging behind a lot. But even so, Longxing Chip's current market valuation is still above 10 billion Chinese dollars. This was one of the most expensive items Su Liang had purchased on Perfect Life.
Why does this Dragonheart chip seem like I've heard of it somewhere? Ultrafine photolithography.
As soon as Su Liang opened the compressed file he received in his cell phone, he thought of the 7-to-1 nanometer chip manufacturing process he had once bought when he took this technology and found Fargo Technology, but there was no way that this was not part of Fargo Technology's business program. Lu Bingwei also said to him, there is no domestic photolithography can meet these chip production process, even if the mastery of these chip manufacturing process is useless, which belongs to the bullet without a gun. Now the chip manufacturing enterprises also have, chip process also have, photolithography design drawings also have.
Su Liang was so excited that he wanted to jump up and applaud and cheer. He is going to send off. He clicked on the details of the Magic City Nameless Building. Again, and once he saw the address written in the details, he couldn't help but smile.
So this is the place. It wasn't until the sun rose that Yang Yueling slowly woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a handsome unbounded face looking at him with a smile.
Liang, good morning. Yang Yueling rubbed his eyes and said. Good morning, Ling Ling.
Yang Yueling subconsciously drilled into Su Liang's arms again.
Okay, hurry up and get up.
Otherwise, Uncle and Auntie will be coming up to call out later.
I'll get up after lying down for a while.
Yang Yueling moved her body a little and realized that there was no place in her body that wasn't sore. She was also convinced that Su Liang's physical strength, how could a person who is not old enough, physical strength is even better than when he was in college.
It's already 11 o'clock. It's already 11 o'clock.
Yang Yueling forced the body's discomfort to jump up. A look at the cell phone, 10:55.
Frog fun, really 11 o'clock.
She hurriedly got up and got dressed, then opened the door and looked around. Her parents were no longer on the second floor. Then she slipped back to her room to wash and change like a puff of smoke.
You also quickly get up and wash up.
20 minutes later, Yang Yueling, who had taken a quick shower, went downstairs with Su Liang on her arm. At this time, Yang's father and mother had already had breakfast and were sitting on the sofa watching TV together.
You guys got up?
Wang Hongmei saw her daughter and son-in-law walking down the stairs hand in hand, and her face was all smiles. Are over people, she can see at a glance that the daughter is moisturized, but look at the state of the two seem to be bad to joke, and now can only see through not to say anything.
Well, sorry mom and dad, got up late today. Yang Yuling red face embarrassed said. Sorry uncle and aunt, I also happened to get up late. Su Liang cheekily added. It's okay, you can sleep as long as you want in your own home.
Wang Hongmei went to the kitchen to give the two hot breakfast, thinking that if you two go to bed early every day and get up early, when will I be able to hold my grandchildren? You first sit down for a while, I warmed up the breakfast for you to pad your stomach. The two saw Wang Hongmei's expression is not anything wrong, relieved to sit on the sofa. Then both of them found the young open source sitting on the side of the face, black as touching the gun, ash like.
Ahem, Dad, are you okay? I see that your face does not look too good. I am fine. Young open source had the expression of his family's little cabbage being arched by a pig. However, the fact is really so is it. The two people see the situation also probably guess that young open source must be found something, are silent and wait for Wang Hongmei hot breakfast. Soon, Wang Hongmei brought out 2 bowls of congee and a few small dishes, greeted the two to the table to eat breakfast. Now the time is not early, you first casually eat a little pad stomach, later it should eat lunch. Wang Hongmei sat on the side and said gently. Aha. The two of them nodded while drinking the porridge. By the way, when are you two planning to get married? Put. The two choked on their kanji almost simultaneously. They also couldn't imagine that their mom/mother-in-law would suddenly ask this question. Yang Yuerling stammered at the side and didn't know how to answer. Although the two have already known each other for 6 or 7 years, and had also been in love for 3 years. But after all, it's only been a short time since they got back together, and they haven't even discussed the matter of marriage yet. Xiaosua, according to the aunt, you two also know so many years, and now the age is not small, it is also time to get married, things to do, so it is also convenient to have children in the future, is not the thing? Wang Hongmei see two people reflect not enthusiastic enough, so began their own teaching. Why are you suddenly talking about having children? Yang Yueling was frantically spitting in her heart. Suddenly, she felt one of her hands being wrapped by another big warm hand, and she subconsciously looked at Su Liang, only to see him nodding with resolute eyes. Auntie, I also feel that you have a point. Right. Auntie is a person who has been here before and won't lie to you. Seeing that her persuasion seemed to be effective, Wang Hongmei said cheerfully. I think so, after all, I've known Yu Ling for so long, and all my love for her is real. I have always wanted to marry her home, as long as she is willing, we can get married right away. Su Liang was looking at Yang Yueling and said this, putting Yang Yueling was blushing with shame, lowering her head and not daring to speak. Of course Yuling is willing to do it. Wang Hongmei grabbed the answer for her daughter. Mom! I haven't nodded my head yet. Yang Yueling's face turned red and she said sharply. What, you're not willing? The person who asked the question was not Su Liang, but Wang Hongmei. It's not that I'm wrong, Mom. I'm the one who is your daughter. Why are you helping Su Liang? Yang Yueling realized that something was wrong and questioned. Ahem, I'm just anxious to have my grandchildren. I'm willing to, Yang Yueling replied in an inaudible voice. But Su Liang, who has excellent hearing, naturally heard it, and held Yang Yueling's hand a little more tightly, and a smile of joy bloomed on his face. Wang Hongmei was also satisfied and ran to the living room to share the happy news with her husband. Yuling, I will definitely treat you well in the future, and won't let you leave me again. Su Liang whispered in Yang Yueling's ear. Aha! Yang Yueling seemed to have accomplished a major event in her heart as well, happily responding. Although the two have already had the intention to get married, but before the formal marriage there are still many things to do, such as bringing Yang Yueling home to see the in-laws, for example, the two families about a time and place to meet below. The wedding is more of a thing to be done slowly with long-term plans. Chapter 51 only? Originally, today should be the day Zhang Qingxuan came to the house as a guest, but early in the morning he called Yang Kaiyuan, said he had something to do today, cannot come, so the two agreed to meet again tomorrow. After the two had breakfast, it was soon time for lunch, and neither of them had much of an appetite, so they casually ate a little and put down their chopsticks. Yuling, do you have something to do this afternoon? No, why? I've acquired another chip company in the capital. I want to visit the company this afternoon, can you accompany me? After last night's incident, Su Liang decided that he would not hide anything from Yang Yueling in the future. Chip company? You're entering the chip industry? Yang Yueling asked unexpectedly, how is it that his boyfriend is not moving to buy a whole company of other people? Well, there is this idea. Su Liang nodded and replied.
This industry says that money also earns money, but because of various reasons, it is difficult to develop. Yang Yueling also knows that because of the foreign sanctions, the domestic chip industry is also generally depressed.
Nothing, I have a method to solve. Can you accompany me to take a look this afternoon? Of course you can. I'm your girlfriend, who else can accompany you if I don't?
The two of them agreed to leave in the afternoon to take a look at Dragonheart Chip's head office in the capital.
By the way, I remembered that I wanted to ask you something last night. I remembered what I wanted to ask you last night.
Yang Yueling exclaimed. Last night she went to Su Liang's room because she had a question she wanted to ask him, and she didn't expect to go into the tiger's mouth without paying attention.
What questions do you want to ask? I have questions and answers. I just want to know how many businesses you have in your hands right now. Don't scare me with another one. Oh, I'll tell you all about it.
First of all, my main enterprises you should know: Chasing the Light Investment, Chasing the Light Entertainment, and yesterday said the Far Travel Technology, and then there is today to go to the chip company.
Other industries include the Hidden Kitchen restaurant in Magic City and the Dingsheng Villa in the capital. Oh yeah.
I also have a law firm in Magic City called Hoda Law Firm.
I've already mentioned all of these yesterday, and that's all there is so far. Only.
Even though Yang Yueling knew about the vast majority of these industries, she still had to be shocked at the diversity of the industries in her boyfriend's hands. The industries in his hands covered the financial industry, the entertainment industry, the technology industry, the food and leisure industry, and even a well-known law firm.
Su Liang, you're an ox. Nonsense, I'm clearly yours. Su Liang suddenly remembered an earthy love story he had read online and subconsciously said it. You're so oily. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Yang Yueling tried to escape reality by covering her ears. In the midst of laughing and joking, the two drove to today's destination, the Dragonheart Chip headquarters building. Upon seeing the signboard of Dragonheart Chip, Yang Yueling couldn't help but let out several sounds of doubt. Su Liang, don't tell me that the chip company you bought is Dragonheart Chip? I won't say it then. Su Liang joked. No, are you serious? Dragonheart Chip's current market valuation must not be more than $10 billion. How many shares did you buy? The Dragonheart Chip is still very famous in the whole of China. Not much, Su Liang put up a finger and said. 1%? Su Liang shook his head. 10%?
Su Liang shook his head and announced the correct answer. I bought 100% of their shares, and now I'm the only boss of Dragonheart Chip, and you're the boss's wife.
What?
This is a company with a market capitalization of over $10 billion.
You just bought it, and you did it quietly?
Even if the open source group wanted to use $1 billion and $2 billion of liquidity, the shareholders would have to argue.
Su Liang pulled out $10 billion without saying a word? You've really got yourself a big moneymaker. Su Liang, tell me exactly how much money you have?
I don't know, but I know one thing: I'm only going to have more and more money.
You cow.
Yang Yueling helplessly gave Su Liang a thumbs up. The two of them came to the front desk of the company and directly told the front desk lady that they wanted to see the president.
May I ask if you two have an appointment?
No appointment, but please tell the president that Su Liang is here. The receptionist saw that the two men's face value was heavenly and their clothes were extraordinary. Thinking that they shouldn't be bad people either, she called the president's office as Su Liang said. Madam Sir, I have informed the president's office of your message. Please be patient and wait for a response.
Su Liang nodded and sat down with Yang Yueling to chat.
The two of them waited for not 5 minutes before they saw a thin middle-aged man in a work jacket rush out from the elevator entrance, followed by several people who seemed to be like assistants or secretaries.
Xiaolu, you just said that Mr. Su Liang is here. Where is he?
The middle-aged man asked hurriedly. The receptionist named Xiaolu was also seeing Mr. Yu in such a hurry for the first time, and quickly stood up to show him where Mr. Su Liang was.
Yu Jianjun ran all the way in small steps and came behind Su Liang.
Su Liang also sensed someone coming behind him and immediately turned around to look back. As a result, he saw a thin and even somewhat yellowish old face.
Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Su Liang Su?
Yu Jianjun asked with a smile on his face.
I am. May I ask who you are? Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Yu Jianjun, the executive president of Dragonheart Chip. I've heard a lot about you. Sorry I didn't have time to contact you today.
Yu Jianjun wiped his sweat with his sleeve and said with embarrassment.
So it's Mr. Yu, how are you? I just wanted to visit the company on a whim today, sorry for disturbing your work. Su Liang said with some surprise. This Yu Jianjun is not at all like the $10 billion enterprise boss in his imagination. How could there be such a yellow-faced CEO in the world? Su Liang immediately used the wise eye recognition skill to check Yu Jianjun's panel, and without looking, he was shocked. Yu Jianjun's specialty is chip R&D and related technology development, and the character column is also excellent. So this is a technical talent, ah. Mr. Su is joking, let me take you upstairs first. Yu Jianjun was slightly relieved, as if this new boss was quite easy to get along with. Then I'll trouble Mr. Yu. By the way, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Yang Yueling. Su Liang stood beside Yang Yueling and introduced her. Hello, Ms. Yang. Yu Jianjun also greeted Yang Yueling warmly, and Yang Yueling naturally returned the greeting. The two of them followed Yu Jianjun and his assistant up the stairs. Su Liang, this Mr. Yu seems to be different from what I imagined. Yang Yueling was also a bit surprised to see Yu Jianjun. She has seen no more than 100 or a few dozen bosses of major companies, and has never seen such a clear-eyed boss. Also, with my imagination is not quite the same, the body did not get a little bit of wine, color and wealth, should be a talent. Su Liang also whispered in response. Chapter 52. There it is. The two followed Yu Jianjun all the way to his office and sat down. Yu Jianjun's office is very simple, even more simple than Yang Yueling's original office. The large office only 2 desks and a set of hospitality with the coffee table and sofa. One of the 2 desks was filled with all sorts of very technological gadgets, while the other was stacked with computers and documents half a person high. Mr. Su, Ms. Yang, I'm sorry, I didn't know you two were coming, but my office is a bit messy and I haven't organized it yet. Yu Jianjun looked at the random pile of documents on the desktop and scratched his head, embarrassed to say. It's okay, it's us who are bothering you. Yu Jianjun just smiled and did not say anything, and then gave Su Liang 2 people introduced the company's current situation. Dragon Heartship is indeed, and Yang Yueling said that, because of the sanctions suffered by foreign governments, in recent years it is difficult to move forward, can only rely on the previous capture down the low-end chip market to live, to put it bluntly is only to eat the old money. For a technology-based enterprise, it's a terrible thing to have to eat old money. Mr. Yu, I understand what you said about the company's difficulties, and I've brought you a good way to break the situation today. After listening to Yu Jianjun's report, Su Liang was satisfied with his work attitude and professionalism. Really? I wonder what the law is that Mr. Su is talking about. Mr. Yu, is there a computer with higher security? Su Liang thought that the things he was going to take out could be treasures, so it was better to be careful. Yes, there is, Mr. Su. Wait a moment. Yu Jianjun immediately understood what Su Liang meant and brought his own work laptop. The good method is in here, Mr. Yu can see for himself. Su Liang pulled out 2 USB drives from his pocket and handed them to Yu Jianjun. Yu Jianjun had no doubts and inserted one of the USB drives into the computer. This. Mr. Yu, don't rush first, you're looking at what's on the next U disk. Good. This. After Yu Jianjun looked at the files in the 2 U disks, he was shocked and couldn't even speak. Mr. Su. Is everything written here true? Yu Jianjun also knew that it was rude to ask, but he couldn't help but ask. He was afraid that this was something he was daydreaming about. It's true, as in fake. Su Liang just smiled lightly as he chose to believe in the perfect life app's output. There it is. Everything was there. Huaxia can stand up. After Yu Jianjun received Su Liang's affirmative answer, his eyes uncontrollably shed hot tears. He didn't expect that the difficult problem that all of Huaxia's tech companies had silently groped for so many years without being able to solve, would be solved so easily. Mr. Su. With the magic weapon you gave us, I guarantee that we can achieve national production within 2 years. No. We can realize the national production of chip design production manufacturing within a year. We will be remembered by history. It was as if Yu Jianjun had already seen the Dragonheart chip that would stand at the top of the world's chip industry a year from now. By the way, regarding the manufacturing part of the photolithography machine, I happen to have an enterprise engaged in precision machinery manufacturing under me. My idea is to merge your 2 companies and set up a new technology company. How about calling it Chasing Light Technology? Good. Everything will be arranged by Mr. Su. Although Yu Jianjun was the patriarch of the Dragonheart chip and had strong emotions towards it. But in front of the treasure given by Su Liang, he would be willing to sell himself, let alone just change the name of the company. Good, after that, I might integrate the few companies under my hand and set up a group. but I'll talk to a few of you business leaders about the specific matters when the time comes. Su Liang thought carefully. There were more and more enterprises under his command, and the market capitalization of each enterprise was getting higher and higher with his help. Why don't we just integrate them all into one group, and then it will be convenient for our own management as well as for cooperation and mutual assistance. Although his own several enterprises belong to the Wind Bullhorse is not the same. Well, thank you Mr. Su for supporting our work. Yu Jianjun stared at the information displayed on the screen, eyes almost bursting into dazzling light. Well, today we are just here to take a stroll. If there is nothing else, we will leave first. Su Liang see the company also understand almost. The USB flash drive also gave out. He can be accomplished and retired. Other specific things to time to return to the Magic City and then make plans. Because of last night's passionate indulgence, the two now do not have much strength to go shopping in the capital. From the Dragon Heart ship out of the two directly back to the home. Uncle, tomorrow we go to Dingshang Mountain Villa fishing how? Su Liang Heart is still thinking about their old man likes to fish this thing at a return home with Yang Open Source to mention this matter. It's okay. It's just that I haven't gone fishing for a while, and I'm just going to relax tomorrow. Yang Open Source is very happy to agree. But I have an appointment with your uncle Zhang to come home for dinner tomorrow, so I'd better put it off. Yang Open Source remembers that each member of the Dingsheng Villa can only bring a maximum of 3 non-members to enter. In order to fishing, old Yang betrayed his old buddy without psychological burden. Uncle, Dingsheng Villa is now our own family. Tomorrow let Uncle Zhang come over to play together. When we get home tonight, I'll cook us all a meal. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Since the fact that his future son-in-law bought Dingsheng Villa was so surprising, Yang Kaiyuan didn't think of it for a while. That's great. I'll be able to eat your cooking again tomorrow night. Yang Yueling on the side was concerned about being able to eat Su Liang's cooking again. Aha, is there anything you want to eat? I'll make it for you tomorrow. Yang Kaiyuan, who was sitting on the side, also remembered that his wife had repeatedly mentioned in front of him how delicious and tasty Xiao Su's cooking was ever since she had returned to Magic City once. He was skeptical about this. After all, the matter of cooking is the need for experience. Xiao Su, this little young man cooking, how can be as good as his own this old family cook cooking it? However, looking at his daughter's eager attitude, he was too embarrassed to say anything. Ahem, then I'll call and talk to old Zhang now, huh? With that, he turned his head to call Zheng Qingxuan. Early the next morning, the group split up and came to Dingsheng Villa. Embarrassingly, Mr. and Mrs. Zheng Qingxuan came earlier and were stopped outside the entrance of Dingsheng Villa because they didn't have a membership status. Old Yang. We're here. Alas, old Zhang. You're here so early. Seeing his old buddy standing in front of the gate of Dingsheng Villa, Yang Open Source had Su Liang stop the car. They said I couldn't get in without a membership, so we waited here for you guys to come and then went in. Zheng Qingxuan explained. Uncle Zhang, it's my fault for not telling them that we are coming today. Hearing this, Su Liang quickly apologized. Since today was purely on the spur of the moment, he didn't say hello to Sun Maguang in advance. As soon as Su Liang stepped out of the car, the security guard at the door recognized him. After all, the boss is so handsome, basically every employee who has seen Su Liang can recognize him at a glance. Good day, boss. Do you know this gentleman? The security guard came in front of Su Liang and asked. Well, he is one of my elders. Today we come together to play. Okay, I understand. The security guard is very embarrassed to apologize to Su Liang. Su Liang quickly stopped his behavior. I know this is the rules, blame me for not saying in advance. It's okay. Let us go in first. Okay, boss, please come in. This gentleman, please come in. The security guard saw that the boss did not blame himself, suddenly relieved, quickly opened the door to let the crowd in. A few people find a place to park the car, Yang Open Source back on his precious fishing rod, and the old Zhang hook shoulders together to the fishing area to go. Old Yang, I have long heard of the capital has a good place of leisure and entertainment called Dingsheng Villa, did not think that is actually your son-in-law's industry. Your son-in-law is not simple. Zheng Qingxuan sighed. Yes, this young man is a capable, Ling Ling can be with him is also considered to find a good home. Yang Open Source nodded. Yang Open Source for Dingsheng Villa more familiar, he knows wanna buy Dingsheng Villa is not just spend money on the line so simple things, Xiao Su must have some unknown identity background. But he did not say, Yang Open Source naturally will not ask. After all, which person does not have a little secret on it?
On the other hand, Wang Hongmei is introducing Su Liang and Zhang Qingxuan's wife Xie Xiaoqing to each other.
Xiaoqing's sister-in-law, this is our Ling Ling's boyfriend Su Liang. Xiao Su, this is your uncle Zhang's wife, Auntie Xia. Hello, Auntie Xia. Su Liang politely made a junior salute.
Xia Xiaoqing praised without mincing words.
Auntie Xia is too kind.
The two families were already familiar with each other, and naturally there wasn't that much to talk about when they were together.
Two old men with fishing rods folding chairs in the lake fishing silly fun. Su Liang does not know how to fish, so the ladies sit in the gazebo and drink tea and look at the scenery.
I have been abroad in the past few years. I did not realize that the capital also has such a good place for recreation and entertainment. The scenery is really good, the tea is also very good.
Xia Xiaoqing sighed. Auntie Xia, if you like the environment here, I'll go back and give you an Uncle Zhang a membership card, so you can come here for a walk and a cup of tea when you have time. Wouldn't this be too much trouble for you?
Xia Xiaoqing was a little embarrassed. He just had a feeling, let the first meeting of the junior broke the expense.
It's alright, it's just a small thing, come here in the future as if you were in your own home.
The matter of running a card is nothing to Su Liang.
Auntie will thank you first, the environment here is really good. Chapter 53, Star-Crossed Old Girl.
Unconsciously, a morning time so quietly passed, proved that Su Liang's old man is really like fishing. Put inside the Willow Garden, now renamed Su Garden, and the star-picking pavilion do not go, hard in the lake in the sun all morning.
Hey! Today's luck is really good, I caught a total of more than 10 pounds of fish with Lao Zhang.
Almost to lunchtime, the old Yang had and old Zhang had a person carrying a full of fish bucket to the crowd. Hey old Yang, you can say clearly, 18 pounds of which 13 pounds is I caught, you caught 2 perch. Zhang Qingxuan said the words to break up the stage, attracted the crowd laughed. The old Yang head is ashamed of straight stomping feet. However, he quickly reconciled himself to the fact that he had only caught fewer fish than old Zhang, and that he was not in the Air Force.
I am proud.
The crowd soon boarded the sightseeing bus arranged by Ding Shang Villa again to head to the restaurant inside Su Garden for lunch.
Oh, this inside is really very grand.
This is the first time that Yang Kaishan has been inside, and even the $10 billion man was surprised by the chic landscaping inside the Su Garden. This place is really beautiful, very much in our Chinese style. Zhang Qingxuan also nodded his head frequently in praise as he looked at the landscape inside Su Garden. Soon, a table of dishes close to the level of a state banquet was served up. None of them were colorful and flavorful productions. Yang Yueling, full of anticipation, tasted each dish, and ultimately still commented,
"Not as good as Su Liang's dishes."
After the meal, Su Liang entrusted Sun Maguang to the Zhang Qingxuan couple for the membership card is also done. Zhang Qingxuan got his hands on a happy put into his pocket, called Ding Shang Villa is a good place, the future must come more. Xia Xiaoqing looked at their own soon-to-run six still in front of the younger generation to show this old childlike husband, false sigh. Sister-in-law, you don't know them, they usually look like big bosses, but when they get together, they become like two children. Yes, I think both of them are not as mature and stable as Xiao Su. Xia Xiaoqing said with a smile. In the afternoon, the two families hit the road back to their homes, and when Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Qingxuan heard that they would be able to eat Su Liang's handiwork tonight, they felt curious and expectant. Meanwhile, Wang Jingwen heard Yang Yueling say that her brother-in-law was personally cooking tonight, and she also shamelessly came to the house to have a meal. After returning home, Su Liang and Yang Yueling also went to the supermarket near their home and bought quite a few ingredients.
I want to eat cola ribs, cola chicken wings and sweet and sour pork tonight.
Yang Yueling walked alone in front of Su Liang and ordered the dishes.
Why are all the dishes sweet? Aren't you afraid of getting diabetes if you eat too much? I'm happy to.
With that, Yang Yueling jumped to the drink aisle with her hands behind her back and put 3 dozens of Coke into the shopping cart.
Okay, how long do we have to drink this much Coke? We have to go back to Magic City in a few days.
Su Liang once again wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Why did this girl suddenly love drinking Coke so much? The two of them returned home with a large bag. Su Liang let Yang Yueling sit in the living room and rest a little bit. For him with god-level cooking skills, today to do a few home-cooking small dishes do not need the help of others. Soon, the sound of Su Liang's chopper handling the ingredients came out from the kitchen. After a short while, another burst of mesmerizing aroma emanated from the kitchen. Brother-in-law's cooking smells so good. When Ling Ling bragged to me about how delicious my brother-in-law's cooking was, I thought it was a lover's eye for a chef, but I didn't realize that my brother-in-law's cooking really smelled good. Wang Jingwen sat on the sofa and endured the tantalizing aroma, her mouth almost couldn't stop drooling. Humph, I told you, Su Liang is a good cook. Yang Yueling spoke as if the one who mastered the divine cooking skills was her.
You girls still have the nerve to talk so eloquently here, why don't you go into the kitchen and give Xiaosu a hand? Wang Hongmei looked at his daughter this childlike, angry said. Aya, Su Liang said he doesn't need to help. Besides, if I go into the kitchen, I might be doing him a favor.
Yang Yueling retorted with great self-awareness. The crowd waited for what seemed like centuries amidst the charming aroma, and finally heard Su Liang's voice.
Everyone get on the table, it's time to eat.
Several people rushed towards the table with hungry and thirsty steps. The most excited among them belonged to the two sisters, Yang Yueling and Wang Jingwen.
Brother-in-law, it's okay.
Just now in the living room, I could smell the smell and it made me cry.
Me too. Yang Yueling agreed. All right, uncle and auntie, let's sit down and eat together.
Su Liang, who had been busy in the kitchen for more than an hour, didn't have much of an appetite, but looking at the greedy and hungry eyes of the 6 people around him, he also intended to eat some. The most shocked among the people were Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Qingyuan, who had only heard that Su Liang usually cooked for Ling Ling, but had never imagined that his skills would be so good. The 9 dishes and 1 soup in front of them now was a truly vivid interpretation of what it meant to be full of color and flavor.
Well, this dish is really better than the one I had at White Tire.
This dish is indeed better than the one I had at the White Tire 3-star restaurant. Jingwen Wang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as she tasted a mouthful of the pan-fried codfish made by Su Liang.
Right. I told you that Su Liang is a great cook.
Yang Yueling was fighting seriously on the side. She hadn't tasted Su Liang's handiwork for a few days either and was craving for it.
Little Su is indeed good.
It's not right not to have some wine with such good food. I'll go to the liquor cabinet and pick a bottle of good wine, and old Zhang will have a drink with you. It's been hard for Yang Kaishek to get well, so he wants to have a drink when it's time to eat.
If you want a drink, you can only drink the medicinal wine brought by Xiaosu, that does not hurt the body. Wang Hongmei thought of her husband's recovery from a serious illness. It is better to drink less alcohol.
Zhang Xingchuan also remembered the old Yang told himself about the medicinal wine, his 2 eyes shining waiting to open the eyes. Before Yang Open Source could move, Su Liang got up and went to the kitchen to get the wine in cups.
Auntie, is my brother-in-law's medicinal wine really so powerful?
Wang Jingwen also heard her aunt say that it was Su Liang's medicinal wine that cured her aunt's illness.
Awesome.
After drinking it, all my old injuries and illnesses all over my body were cured. That must be awesome. I don't know if it's because I can drink again or something else, but Yang Kaiyuan is particularly excited. Su Liang quickly brought a bottle of medicinal wine and a few wine glasses, because he wasn't sure if the other people wanted to drink it.
Brother-in-law, this wine is so powerful, give me some too.
Wang Jingwen quickly picked up a wine glass. Yang Yueling had seen the magical effects of this medicinal wine with her own eyes 2 days ago and had long wanted to taste it, and now she was also holding a cup waiting for Su Liang to pour her some wine. Su Liang first poured a full glass for Yang Open Source and Zhang Xingchuan, and then poured a small half glass for each of the 2 sisters, Yang Yueling and Wang Jingwen. He thought for a moment that he might have to be the chauffeur tonight if his cousin drank, so he didn't pour for himself.
Come on, today is a good day, let's drink together.
Yang Open Source once again acted as the scene atmosphere group. Everyone seconded the motion to raise the cup in their hands together.
Of course, Su Liang, Wang Hongmei and Xie Xiaoqing's cups were filled with plain water.
Zhang Xingchuan craved this mouthful of wine for several days. A mouthful of wine, it is just like what old Yang said, a warm current flows through the whole body of the injured and sick places vaguely have the feeling of being repaired.
Magic. It's amazing.
After the meal, everyone praised Su Liang's cooking skills, their eyes revealing that they wanted to eat another meal cooked by him.
Su Liang and Yang Yueling stayed in the capital for 2 more days, and in the end, because the 2 of them really had to start working, they had to bid farewell to Yang's father, Yang's mother, and his cousin, and boarded the plane back to Magic City. It was worth mentioning that during these 2 days, all the autographs of the trainees that Wang Hongmei had asked Su Liang to get had also arrived in the mail. Su Liang even asked for a few more copies for his mother-in-law to give away or collect. Wang Hongmei received the signature smile can be bright, a whole daytime either in the appreciation of the signature photo, or is to open the microcool video to watch the live broadcast. Even Yang Open Source to find her walk did not go. It's a star-crossed old girl. The above content is only for plot needs. Excessive drinking is harmful to health. Chapter 54. This is the boss's order. Su Liang Yang Yueling, 2 people returned to the Magic City, began a busy life. For no other reason, Yang Yueling was after all the executive president of the Open Source Group, and had already landed a mountain of work in the past few days back in the capital. And although Su Liang did not hang,
But after all, there are so many companies under the hand, they cannot all let go a little bit of no matter. These days down really have to be busy. Back to the magic the next day, Su Liang Will He Wan Liang, Light Investment, Lu Bingwei, Far Tour Technology, Ma Weiniang, Light Entertainment, as well as in the capital office of the Yujianjun, Dragon Heartship, are called to a meeting. In the conference room of Chasing Light Investment, the heads of each company had already sat together and familiarized themselves with each other. Especially Lu Bingwei and Yu Jianjun, both of them were proper men of science and technology, and Su Liang had also told them that Longxin Ship and Yuanyu Technology would soon merge. So as soon as they met, they sat down together and chatted.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Not long after, Su Liang also came to the conference room, followed by Zhang Shan from Hoda Law Firm.
Hello, Mr. Su.
The crowd rose and greeted in unison. Su Liang's expression changed. He hadn't been able to get used to the feeling of so many people calling him Mr. Su at the same time. Especially since all the people in the conference room were the bosses of major corporations.
Ahem, everyone, there's no need to be polite, just sit down. Su Liang waved his hand for everyone to sit down.
I'll cut the crap. I believe you all already know what I mean. I want to form the Chasing Light Group so that I can unify the management of the various companies. Let's have lawyer Zhang explain the law-related procedures to you all. Zhang Shan would agree and began to explain the PowerPoint he had brought with him.
Alright, does everyone still have any questions?
After Zhang Shan spoke a whole lot about the legal procedures related to business mergers and the formation of a group, Su Liang finally spoke up. Mr. Su, I have roughly calculated that the total number of employees after the formation of our group will be more than 1,500, so we need to start selecting the office location, He Wan Liang said. Office space, this everyone do not have to worry about it. I have bought a building in the CBD side. After the renovation of the group, after loading, our people can still have a lot of surplus.
Su Liang said lightly. The crowd?
That is a whole building, and still Magic City CBD a building, and still buy rather than rent. Even if the number of floors wasn't high, it was still calculated in billions of Huaxia coins.
Coincidentally, the offices of the various companies under Su Liang's command are now all rented.
Mr. Su, I have another question. Yu Jianjun, who was sitting next to Lu Bingwei, said weakly.
You say it. It is about the group after the formation of the position of those of us who are?
As soon as Yu Jianjun's words were spoken, everyone present turned their eyes toward him. In fact, several people present also wanted to know the answer to this question, but one was too embarrassed to mention it because of the face, and the second also believed that Su Liang's character would not do anything to unload on him.
I just want to talk about this matter.
As soon as Su Liang brought up this matter, he also came to vigorously. He had earlier swept through all the people present through the skill of recognizing people with a discerning eye, and in a nutshell, all the people present are rare talents. Of course, Su Liang should find a way to keep them by his side. This is what I think. After the establishment of the group, set up 4 vice president positions. Each of you are vice president positions, responsible for different matters within the group, that is, still do your old job. On top of that, each of you will get a 33% increase in your annual salary on top of the existing one. After the group has been established for 1 year, if you still hold on to your positions, each of you will be rewarded with 0.5% of the original shares of the group.
That's about all I can think of right now. Are you guys satisfied?
All the presidents present were silent, but not silent because they were dissatisfied, but because the conditions proposed by Su Liang were too generous and surprised them too much. Not only did he not unload on them, maintaining each of their current positions, but he also increased their annual salary by 33%. To know that each of them now the annual salary is not low, 33% salary increase is a large sum of money. Not to mention the 0.5% of original shares that Su Liang said would be rewarded 1 year later. Although it sounds pitifully small, but according to the market value of Chasing Light Group after its establishment, even 0.5% shares, that's hundreds of millions of wealth.
Why don't you all say something? Are you not satisfied with my conditions?
Su Liang looked at the shocked looks of a few people and deliberately teased.
No. I am satisfied. Yu Jianjun came back to his senses and said quickly. I'm also satisfied.
X3. Several people replied in unison, fearing that they would miss this opportunity if they didn't pay attention.
That's good. If you do a good job in the future, you'll get a lot of benefits.
Su Liang was also deeply impressed by his boss's true skills of pie painting, and bluffed the following several presidents. After arranging some more details, Su Liang proposed to take a few people to the new office building for return. The crowd naturally couldn't be happier. So a few people each took the car. They came into the side of the Kaiyuan building. That's right, what Su Liang had bought on Perfect Life a few days ago was the yet-to-be-completed building next to the open-source building. However, when Su Liang sent Yang Yueling to work yesterday, he found that the building had already been topped off and was now waiting for the renovations to be completed so that he could move in properly. This building is so tall. He Wan Liang sighed as he looked at the 320-meter-tall, 68-story building in front of him. Admittedly, this building wasn't the tallest building in Magic City. But it was also already considered a veritable skyscraper. At the very least, it was quite a bit taller than the open-source building next door, and covered a much larger area as well. Su Liang took a few people in this building to stroll around, arranged the next work and let a few people leave. The legal procedures for the establishment of the group should be handed over to the people of Hoda Law Firm to complete, and the other work can be divided into several people to negotiate. As for Su Liang, he had to go to the president's office in the open source building to accompany his girlfriend.
Yu Ling. I'm back.
Su Liang pushed open the door of the president's office, and when he realized that Yang Yueling was the only person in the office, he started to lose his serious look again. Su Liang, I'm so tired. Yang Yueling was like a child who had found its mother when she saw Su Liang, jumping into his arms and spitting. It was strange to say that Yang Yueling, as the president of the open source group, had once tried to work overtime for a month without a break without ever crying out tired. But after falling in love, now that she had just come back from vacation in less than 2 days, she pulled Su Liang to spit out how bitter and tired she was.
Sure enough, falling in love will only distract people.
Hug. Looking at Yang Yueling, who was pampering herself in her arms, Su Liang also felt compassion and kept saying all sorts of nice things to coax her. Seeing that Yang Yueling's state was not right, Su Liang let her leave early once, and the two of them went home together to have a good rest. Only after returning home did he realize that Su Bingbing and Wu Ruishui were actually at home today. It should be known that since Su Bingbing signed up with Chasing Light Entertainment, every day she was either busy auditioning for a movie or practicing various skills in the company, and at night she stayed in the artist dormitory provided by the company. Naturally, Wu Ruishui had also been accompanying her. So the two of them hadn't returned to the open source mansion's villa for a while.
Bingbing, why did you come back today?
Yang Yueling was also excited to see the two of them. Bingbing Shui, and the tiredness in her body had lessened quite a bit.
Sister-in-law, brother.
Recently, I went to shoot 2 or 3 TV dramas, and the company gave Shui and I 3 days off. We came back when we had nothing to do.
Su Bingbing explained. Oh. Bingbing is awesome. What's the name of the TV series you're filming?
I will definitely watch all the episodes at that time. Yang Yueling is still very much in favor of her sister-in-law. Hey sister-in-law, I played in the drama or small supporting role. The total did not appear for a long time. Su Bingbing said with embarrassment. Admittedly, according to her status, Chasing Light Entertainment could easily promote her to become a leading lady, or even go on to become the leading lady of a movie. But she herself, after watching other seniors act, realized that she still had a lot of areas that she hadn't practiced in, so she had the company only arrange some small supporting roles for her to practice for the time being. Even though it was only small supporting roles, it was something that utilized her old brother's connections.
Oh, okay.
But I believe that our Bingbing is so beautiful and powerful, it won't take long for her to play a leading role. After more than 2 months of living together, Yang Yueling and Bingbing Shuishui's relationship is getting closer and closer. After all, they are all their future sister-in-law.
Brother, I'm hungry, rice.
Bingbing Su covered her stomach and said. When Su Liang saw this, he knew that his sister was also craving for his own handiwork, and rolled up his sleeves and was ready to go into the kitchen to start cooking. By the way, where is Shui? Is she upstairs? Yang Yueling scanned around and didn't see Wu Ruishui's person. To know that Bingbing Shui, the two of them are usually inseparable.
Shui, she's upstairs taking a bath. Oh. She came down.
The two of them said. Wu Ruishui happened to be wearing pajamas and walked down from upstairs. Her hair was still wet, and there was a pink towel hanging around her neck. Yang Yueling also noticed that Wu Ruishui had cut her waist-length hair into short hair just above her ears, and her whole temperament had changed from gentle and moving to more valiant.
Brother and sister-in-law are back. Shui, your new hairstyle is so valiant. Yang Yueling complimented. He, thank you sister-in-law for the compliment.
Wu Ruishui was a little embarrassed to hear her sister-in-law praising her.
Shui, come.
I'll blow dry your hair. Su Bingbing said as she pulled out a hairdryer that had been prepared long ago from somewhere.
Wu Ruishui also obediently sat in front of Su Bingbing. The noise of the hairdryer sounded. She let Su Bingbing arbitrarily ruffled her short hair. Seeing this, Yang Yueling didn't disturb the two's two-person world and turned around to go into the kitchen to look for Su Liang. Coming. Su Liang heard footsteps, turned around and saw that it was Yang Yueling, and just said two words intimately. Aha, Shue Shue came down. I didn't want to eat so much dog food before dinner, so I came. Yang Yueling said in a joking manner. Ha 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 ha, you said that. Su Liang poked Yang Yueling's head with a clean finger. Yang Yueling was clearly unconvinced, and with a body dodge she pounced behind Su Liang and bear hugged him. Su Liang didn't let her go down either. Instead, he told her to hold on tight and hold on steady. With his current physical ability, hanging a small girlfriend behind him to cook is simply easy, not even with a gasp. On the contrary, Yang Yueling hung on Su Liang's body for 10 minutes before she bounced down due to physical exhaustion. After another half an hour or so, Su Liang made a good meal and greeted the three girls over for dinner. Wow! Brother, I haven't eaten your cooking for a long time, I miss it. Su Bingbing exaggeratedly said. Then eat more, I see you've lost a lot of weight. Good. Then I won't be polite tonight. Su Bingbing copied the chopsticks and started to whimper and dry rice. Although Su Bingbing's figure was already tall and slim, but after all, she was an entertainer and had to strictly control her diet every day, so she did lose a lot of weight in 2 months. On the contrary, one side of the Wu Ruishui looked at the buried head hard work, rice, of Su Bingbing is very entangled. On the one hand, as her best friend, saw her 2 months thin to the ribs or turned out as very distressed, on the one hand, as her agent, but also has the obligation to supervise her to control the diet. Shue Shue, why are you looking at me? Eat ah. Seeing that her Shue Shue was distracted, Su Bingbing reminded. Bingbing, do you want to control it a little bit? Wu Ruishui's rationality still defeated her sensibility. It's something that can't be helped. Because of the camera, the vast majority of artists look a little wider than in person when they're on camera. So many of them are actually thinner in person than what people see them as on TV. Shue Shue, I'll just let go and eat a meal, it's fine, Su Bingbing defended. Besides, our boss told me to eat more, there's no way I can refuse. Su Bingbing moved out her old brother as a shield. Okay, hey, then you take the opportunity to eat more. Hearing that this was the boss's order, Wu Ruishui no longer dwelled on it. She also picked up her bowl and dried her meal, and from time to time, she also gave Su Bingbing dishes. After a meal, the family of 4 all ate with small round bellies. Even Yang Yueling couldn't help but spit out. Su Liang, I'm really going to be raised into a little pig by you. After a few days, Yang Yueling resumed her normal work. Su Liang also began to busy office building renovation things. After a few days of rest at home, Bingbing Shue Shue returned to chasing light entertainment and started to fight for their own ideals. In the beginning, Bingbing Su wanted to be an actor more because actors can make a lot of money. She wanted to make lots and lots of money to return the favor of her parents and her brother's upbringing. But now her own brother has realized the freedom of wealth, but also a move to become their own boss. Su Bingbing also began to refine her acting skills purely for her own ideals. Chapter 55 Su Linger. Time flies, unknowingly another month and a half has passed. At this time, the Magic City has entered the depths of winter, although it has not yet snowed, but as we all know, the cold of the southern winter is a magical attack, even wearing a down jacket can be frozen into a silly boo. And under Su Liang's unremitting struggle, the renovation of the Chasing Light building also entered the end at a miraculous speed. Su Liang didn't have any secret, it was purely a scattering of coins. Spending a large sum of money, he found the most professional and largest decoration and construction team in China, striving to complete the decoration of the Chasing Light building in the shortest possible time. December 1st, this day is a weekend. Yang Yueling was able to take a rare day off, so she spent the whole day nestled in the villa of the open source mansion, sticking it out with Su Liang. Until late afternoon, when Su Liang opened the refrigerator to get a drink, he realized that there were not many ingredients left in the refrigerator, so he proposed that the two of them go to the supermarket together to make a big purchase. But Yang Yueling seemed unwilling to go out in the cold, so Su Liang was forced to go out alone to purchase. Both of them didn't expect that Su Liang's purchase would allow him to meet a girl who would change his life. It was drizzling outside today, so Su Liang wisely chose to travel by car. Came to the supermarket, Su Liang first bought a lot of Yang Yueling and Bingbing Shue Shue love to eat ingredients, thinking about the winter to nest in the home time may become more, and additional to buy a lot of small snacks. Purchasing is completed, Su Liang, a hand carrying 2 large bags of ingredients are ready to return home, unexpectedly saw the supermarket next to the eaves standing a 6 or 7 years old little girl.
The little girl was carrying a shoulder bag of an unrecognizable brand, and was wearing a brown cotton dress that had obviously been worn for many years. There was also a big red hand-knitted scarf around her neck, and the lower half of her body was wearing a pair of washed jeans. This kind of dress was a little too thin in this kind of weather, and the little girl was obviously shivering from the cold. Her big eyes were innocently looking around, seemingly waiting for someone. Seeing the little girl's appearance, Su Liang couldn't help but go forward and ask, "Little sister, why are you standing here in such a cold day? Where are your mom and dad?" The little girl stared blankly at Su Liang for 5 seconds before she opened her mouth and said, "My mom and dad are gone, people say I am an orphan." Now Su Liang looked at the little girl blankly for 5 seconds, unable to speak. When the little girl spoke, there was no sadness in her eyes, but Su Liang could still feel the loneliness radiating from her body. Where do you live now? Do you want uncle to drive you back?" The little girl looked Su Liang up and down. Su Liang had never been looked at by a little girl like this before. "Uncle, are you a good guy or a bad guy?" the little girl asked. Su Liang thought to himself, what kind of person asks a question like this? Besides, what kind of bad guy would admit that he is a bad guy? Uncle is a good man, he won't hurt you. Then, can uncle send me to find my mom? The little girl's big innocent eyes blinked and blinked, but it gave Su Liang a creepy feeling. She just said her mom and dad are gone and she is an orphan. Now she's asking me to take her to find her mom. Wouldn't that be? The little girl saw that Su Liang didn't answer her question, so she pulled out a note from her jacket pocket and handed it to Su Liang. Su Liang ended up opening it and glancing at the little girl again, sighing silently. "Come with me, I'll send you to your mom's place." The little girl nodded, sweetly said thank you and followed Su Liang's steps. It was still drizzling in the sky, and Su Liang's physique would be fine if he got wet, but a small child might catch a cold if he got wet. So Su Liang hurriedly opened the umbrella and let the little girl follow him. The first thing he did after getting on the car was to turn on the heater. After all, he had just seen the little girl shivering with cold. Su Liang today drove out of the nanny car. The heating is very powerful, the car in a short while to warm up. Before he left, Su Liang also purposely sent a message to Yang Yueling, telling her that she might not be able to go home so soon. "Little sister, what's your name?" Su Liang remembered that he hadn't asked her name yet. "My name is Su Linger, uncle, what's your name?" Su Linger replied. "My name is Su Liang, just call me Uncle Su." Su Liang said, turned back from the shopping bag, rummage out a packet of milk candy and a bottle of forgetful milk to Su Linger. "The place we're going to is a bit far, are you hungry? Do you want to eat some snacks?" "Thank you, Uncle Su." Su Linger also nonchalantly accepted the milk candies and milk given by Su Liang, but she didn't open the package and eat it up at the first time. Instead, she carefully put it into her shoulder bag. Incidentally, the milk candies and forget pup milk are both loved by Su Bingbing. "Then you sit tight, we're off." Su Liang fastened Su Linger's seatbelt and started the car towards her destination. About an hour later, the car pulled into the Magic City's Little Mountain Cemetery. "Do you know where your mom is?" "This cemetery is very big. If you don't know the exact location of the owner of the grave, you'll have to look for her." "Over there." Su Linger probed her head to look for a while and recognized her mother's location. Su Liang parked his car close to the cemetery. Su Liang parked the car close to Linger's mom, and the two of them got out of the car together. Soon, Su Liang followed Su Linger's footsteps to a tombstone. This tombstone was probably because no one cleaned it during the day. It looked a bit older than the other tombstones, and the lawn in front of the tombstone was even more overgrown with weeds. Su Liang watched as Su Linger knelt in front of the tombstone and spoke loudly to it. "Mom, Linger has come to see you." "I'm sorry for coming to see you so late. In fact, I've wanted to come to see you for a long time, but Grandma Lu wouldn't let me come. But I sneaked out today, and I met a nice uncle who sent me to see you and gave me candy and milk, but I'm a big boy, I don't eat it, I want to leave it back for my siblings to eat." Su Liang felt it was impolite to peek at the contents of someone else's tombstone, but he still couldn't resist glancing at it. Su Linger's mother's name was Xiong Xiaomeng. She had already passed away almost 2 years ago, and was also still very young when she died, just under 30 years old. He naturally also heard Su Linger's conversation with her own mother, and to be honest, his heart felt very bad after hearing it. He also saw Su Linger take out a bouquet of paper flowers from her shoulder bag, flowers folded out of cardboard. It was hard to tell what kind of flowers they were. There were pink ones and red ones. "I heard the teacher say that carnations are specially for mothers. I asked the teacher to teach me to fold carnations. I folded 6, all of them are for you." Su Linger placed the paper flowers neatly in front of Xiong Xiaoming's tombstone, and then went up to her and secretly whispered a few words to her, but Su Liang didn't listen to what she said. After whispering for a while, Su Linger slowly stood up, turned back and said to Su Liang with a smile.
Uncle, I've finished talking to Mom, let's go back.
Su Linger smiled brightly, but Su Liang could see some tears around her eyes.
Su Liang didn't say anything, just nodded.
Somehow, Su Liang also walked up and half squatted to worship Xiong Xiaoming with folded hands.
Let's go, where do you live now? I'll send you back. I'm currently living in the Spring Orphanage. Su Linger said in a address.
Su Liang hadn't heard of this place, but after checking with his cell phone map, he found out that this orphanage was on a street in the old part of Magic City. The two of them got into the car, and Su Liang clicked the navigation to send Su Linger back according to the instructions of the navigation. After traveling for another hour or so, the two came to a small courtyard. There was an old signboard hanging on the gate of the small courtyard, which read, Spring Orphanage. There was also an old woman and a young girl standing in front of the gate, both of them looking around with anxious faces. As soon as Su Liang parked his car, Su Linger opened her seatbelt and pushed open the car door to jump down.
Grandma Lu. Teacher Ma. I'm here. Su Linger shouted with a big grin. Linger. Where have you been? Teacher was so worried about you.
As soon as the young girl saw Su Linger, she rushed over and hugged her. Su Liang also got out of the car at this moment and walked over to Su Linger. The old woman, on the other hand, walked over to Su Liang and looked at him with a smile.
This gentleman, thank you for sending the child back. I am the director of this orphanage, surnamed Lu. I wonder what the young man's name is.
The old man spoke in a very kind tone. His face was a good person.
Hello, Mr. Lu. My name is Su Liang. Mr. Su Good, today really thank you.
After everyone woke up from their nap at noon, we realized that little Linger had disappeared, and we were all dying of anxiety. You can clearly hear Grandma Lu's urgency in her tone. I also met little sister Linger when I went out to buy vegetables, no trouble. Su Liang waved his hand. At this time, the young teacher who had been talking to Su Linger also stood up to thank Su Liang.
Mr. Su, thank you so much. My name is Ma, I'm a teacher here. I was so anxious after little Linger disappeared today. I don't know what to do if I can't find her. I don't know what to do if I can't find her.
Mr. Ma said with a little bit of a crying voice.
It's alright, it's alright, it's alright, it's alright, it's alright, I should do it.
Mr. Su, the wind here is not suitable for talking. Do not mind if you come in to drink a cup of hot water.
Grandma Lu warmly greeted Su Liang as he entered. Good, then I'll do as I'm told. Su Liang walked into the orphanage under the guidance of Director Lu and Mr. Ma. There were two two-story buildings in the courtyard, which were introduced by Director Lu as the dormitory and the teaching building of the orphanage. Perhaps because of the cold weather or the rainy day, there was no one in the courtyard, but Su Liang could hear many children reading in the school building through his keen sense of hearing. Led by Dean Lu, Su Liang came to a small office in the corner of the first floor of the school building. Mr. Su, you sit down first, I will go and pour you hot water. Mr. Ma said and walked into the boiling water room on the side. The environment here is rather simple, let Mr. Su Si laugh. After all, Dean Lu was a bit more experienced in society. She could tell at a glance that both the clothes Su Liang wore and the car he drove were high-class goods, so it seemed that he should be a rich man. Su Liang smiled and shook his head, saying that he didn't mind these. However, he took a closer look and realized that this dean's office could be described as simple, with a large bookcase on both sides of the office, which contained a variety of old books. Other furnishings are only an old desk and white cloth sofa. There was not even an air conditioner in the office, and the cold wind poured in along with the office when several people just walked in. Mr. Ma quickly brought 3 enamel cups of hot water, respectively for Su Liang, Dean Lu, and Su Linger. The children had been out in the cold all day, so they should drink some hot water to warm up their bodies so that they wouldn't get sick easily. Little Linger, can you tell Grandma where you went today? President Lu wanted to carry little Linger up to sit on her knee, but little Linger seemed to be worried that she would break Grandma Lu's knee, and kept refusing to go up, just hugging her from the side. Grandma Lu, I went to see my mom today. It was this uncle who sent me there. Little Linger said what happened today in a single sentence. Mr. Su, I really thank you for today. Little Linger said she wanted to go see her mom several times, but firstly, we're short of staff here, so we never had the chance to take her there. Secondly, it's because Grandma Lu was talking but stopped and her eyes started to redden. Director Lu, I understand everything. Su Liang didn't say anything more, but just nodded sincerely, signaling that the little friend was still here. Well, Mr. Su, you are a good person. Grandma Lu also nodded and said with a smile. During his later conversation with Director Lu, Su Liang learned that Director Lu, whose real name was Lu Daying, used to be an employee of a state-run factory in Magic City, and after retiring, he ran this orphanage together with his old partner. Over the past 10 years, the Spring Orphanage has rescued more than 100 orphans, and there are still more than 40 orphans in the orphanage. Over the years, the orphanage has been through the government's subsidies, donations from all walks of life to maintain the operation of the orphanage. Of course, the director of the two old couple's pensions are almost all pasted in. However, since the death of his partner last year, the orphanage has been struggling to survive on its own, and the material conditions have inevitably worsened. The only teacher still working full-time at the orphanage is Ms. Ma, but from time to time there are university student volunteers who come to the orphanage to perform volunteer services. Director Lu, you and your partner are great people. After listening to the story of the Spring Orphanage, Su Liang couldn't help but praise it from the bottom of his heart. Alas, it's just that I'm too soft-hearted to see these children suffer. But I didn't realize that they would still suffer even if they followed me. President Lu caressed Su Linger's little head and said, Grandma Lu, we have not suffered. We are very happy every day. Su Linger said innocently.
Hearing this, Director Lu's face did not become better, but rather more sad. The children in the orphanage were all very understanding. This was the one thing that made her most happy. Chapter 56 Spring Orphanage. Mr. Su, let me take you to see the children. Today Xiao Linger disappeared. Her younger siblings are all anxious. Now that you have sent her back, everyone will definitely want to say thank you. President Lu proposed. Su Liang also nodded and followed Director Lu and little Linger to the classroom next to him. The 40 or so children in the orphanage were all in the same classroom. Of course, today, little spirit child had disappeared. Teacher Ma had been busy looking around for little spirit child, and now the children were all in the classroom for a self-study session. Children, little Linger is back. Dean Lu led little Linger into the classroom. The children were all very happy to see Linger back and gathered around her to frolic. Sister Linger, where have you been today? Grandma Dean was so anxious to find you. A little girl who looked younger than Su Linger asked, holding her hand. I went to see my mom. Little Linger patted her chest and said proudly. Linger sister, did you see your mom? Aha, it's this uncle who brought me to my mom. Su Linger pointed at Su Liang who was standing at the door. Realizing that he had been cued, Su Liang smiled and greeted the children. Unexpectedly, this group of children all of a sudden surrounded Su Liang, and some even directly grabbed his pants leg. Uncle, I want to see my mom too, can you take me to see her? I miss her so much, said a little girl, grabbing Su Liang's pants leg. The other children also said similar things to him. It turned out that the children thought that Su Liang could take them to their moms and dads after listening to Linger's words just now. This made Su Liang feel embarrassed, but more than that, he felt heartbroken. The eldest of these children were less than 10 years old, while the youngest were only 3 or 4 years old. More than 40 pairs of big round eyes innocently looked at Su Liang, just hoping that he would take them to see their moms. Just when Su Liang was at a loss for words, President Lu spoke up and relieved him. Children, Uncle Su Liang is usually very busy, let's not disturb him, okay? The children didn't give Su Liang a hard time, but a pair of eyes longing for affection was deeply imprinted in Su Liang's heart. Mr. Su, I am very sorry, I didn't expect the children to be like this. Dean Lu said apologetically. It's okay, can Dean Lu show me where the children live? Of course, you can, you come with me. Dean Lu agreed to Su Liang's request with alacrity, turned around and told little Linger to stay in the classroom and play with the other children, and then took Su Liang along to the next dormitory building. Mr. Su, this is the children's dormitory. From here to here are the children's dormitories. Dean Lu said, pointing to the rooms on the first floor of the dormitory building. If it is summertime, the children are 6 people sleep in one room, but now it is winter, I let everyone move to live together, boys a room, girls a room, this is warmer. President Lu introduced himself. Su Liang looked into the children's dormitories and found that the bunk beds in a few of the dormitories had been moved to 2 slightly larger dormitories, and the larger dormitories had air conditioning that the other dormitories did not have. Su Liang wandered through the cafeteria and bathhouse under the guidance of Director Lu. The facilities in the orphanage generally looked very old, and it was obvious that they hadn't been updated for a long time. But none of them were cleaned up very well, and one could tell that both Director Lu and Teacher Ma were very responsible people. When the two of them walked past the classroom window again, Su Liang saw Su Linger rummaging through her shoulder bag to find the milk candies and forgotten pup milk that he had given her. There was a big bag of milk candies. After Su Linger carefully unwrapped the package, she grabbed them by the handful and handed them to the nearest children, then let them evenly distribute them to other children, and in the end, just about every child was able to get a milk candy. This candy and milk were given to me by the uncle just now, but there is only one bottle of milk, so I would like to give it to my sister Yuan Yuan. Do you all agree? Su Linger said as she stood in the middle of the children like a child king. Sister Yuan Yuan is the youngest child in the orphanage, just a little over 3 years old now. The children all knew that milk should be given to the youngest sibling and agreed. Su Liang once again walked into the classroom. The children saw his arrival and once again gathered around him, but this time it wasn't to ask him to take them to find their moms, but, "Thank you, Uncle Su. Thank you, Uncle Su, for the candy." Su Liang felt an unexpected surprise and smiled as he touched a few children's heads. He looked at Linger and said, "Linger, wait for me at the classroom door, Uncle Su still has something for you." He then turned around and walked out of the classroom, and in turn, out of the orphanage. He opened the door to the back seat of the nanny van, emptied the shopping bags of snacks into one bag, picked it up and walked into the spring orphanage again. "Linger, this is the snacks Uncle Su gave you, take it over and share it with the other children," Su Liang rubbed Su Linger's head and instructed. When Su Linger saw such a big bag of snacks being given to them, her eyes exuded a strange light, but she quickly thought of something else and turned back to look for Director Lu. "Grandma Lu, can I accept the gifts Uncle Su gave us?" Grandma Lu glanced at Su Liang and saw that he nodded his head before she nodded again at Su Linger. "Good, yeah. Thank you, Uncle Su, thank you, Grandma Lu." Su Linger picked up the shopping bag and ran into the classroom with her short legs. Soon afterward, one exclamation after another could be heard from the children in the classroom. Su Liang let out a long breath, thinking that luckily he had bought quite a few snacks today. There should be enough for the children to share. "Mr. Su, thank you for everything you did today. These snacks can make the children happy for a long time," Dean Lu said smilingly. "It's just a show of hands, there's no need to thank me." Su Liang waved his hand and laughed, then said, "Dean Lu, I would like to donate some money to the orphanage, and if I can, I would also like to donate some winter clothes to the orphanage." "Of course. Of course. Mr. Su, you are really a good person." Dean Lu instantly erupted into an expression of joy. As shrewd as Su Liang was, he had long since seen that after giving himself so many words today, and taking himself on a stroll up and down the orphanage, he was explicitly and implicitly hoping that he would donate a little bit of money. Su Liang also knows that it is not that Director Lu is snobbish or money-minded or anything. He can see that Director Lu loves these children and wants to give them a better life as much as possible, and this requires money, a lot of money. "Well, I'll leave you my phone number and I'll call the money over to you tonight. Tomorrow I may bring a few masters over to install a few more air conditioners in the institution. After all, the weather is getting colder now, and both the classrooms and dormitories as well as the teachers' offices need to be air-conditioned." "Really? Really, thank you so much." Dean Lu was simply overjoyed after hearing what Su Liang said. "Aha, this is my business card, contact me if there's any situation, I'll go back first. By the way, I will come back tomorrow." Su Liang asked for a bank card number, left a business card of his own in a dashing manner, and turned around to get into the car. "Thank you, Mr. Su." President Lu bowed to the young man whose age could be her grandson. Chairman of Chasing Light Group Holdings Limited, Su Liang. Only the business card given by Su Liang was written like this. Su Liang thought a lot of things in his mind on the way home. He felt as if something had changed inside him. When Su Liang returned home, it was already dark outside. "Su Liang, are you back?" Hearing the sound of the door opening, Yang Yueling, who was lying on the sofa, jumped up and ran towards Su Liang. "Aha, wait for me to take off my jacket, wearing it outside for half a day is dirty." Seeing that Yang Yueling is about to jump on him, he hurriedly stopped. "Hey, what did you do in the afternoon? Why did you go out for so long?" Su Liang took off his jacket and went to the restroom to wash his hands after Yang Yueling finally got his wish to hang on to him. Oh, it's a long story." Su Liang told Yang Yueling roughly what happened after he met Su Linger this afternoon, and there was nothing to hide about these things. Kids are so pitiful. After listening to Su Liang, Yang Yueling suddenly felt a pang of sadness. She has been living under the care of her parents since she was a child, with a wealthy family and a loving father and mother, which made her sympathize more with the children in the orphanage. "I have learned that many of the children in the orphanage were sent to the orphanage because their family members had died unexpectedly or from illness, and some were abandoned by their biological parents.
Some of them are abandoned by their biological parents. No one wants these things to happen. So are you going to send warmth to the children in the orphanage tomorrow? Well, after all, it's about the children's living environment, the sooner it's improved the better. It just so happens that I'm free tomorrow, so it's best to go tomorrow. Su Liang explained. Good, then can I accompany you?
Yang Yueling blinked her big watery eyes and asked.
Is your work tomorrow going to be okay? It's fine. I've been working continuously for so many days, it's fine to rest for one more day.
Yang Yueling said with conviction.
Then, tomorrow we will go together.
In the morning, we'll buy some clothes, pants, and food for the kids. I'll make an appointment with the decorator to repair the orphanage's environment.
Su Liang rubbed Yang Yueling's head as usual. Good.
That night, Su Liang played $500,000 Chinese dollars into the card number provided by Dean Lu, who called not long after the transfer.
Hello, is this Mr. Su Liang Su?
I am Dean Lu of the Spring Orphanage.
I am, what's the matter, Dean Lu? Mr. Su, I'm sorry to bother you so late. We just received $500,000 on our institution's bank card, may I ask if it was you who transferred it? It's not hard to hear Dean Lu's urgency from the tone of her voice.
It was me who transferred, not right, it was me who donated.
Mr. Su, you this also donate too much, how can we be good at it?
President Lu said this afternoon what Su Liang does have the intention of explicitly and implicitly let him donate some money, but all of a sudden donate $500,000, this is too much. This money is not safe for her to hold.
You don't have to worry about it, you've given so many children a home, take this money to improve their lives.
$500,000 for Su Liang is really not even a hair on the body of the 9 cows, he sits in front of the stock market, blinking to earn more than $500,000. But this $500,000, enough to improve the life of the entire Spring Orphanage under the premise of a whole year's expenditure. This Dean Lu still didn't dare to accept this money, it was just too much. Dean Lu, you can rest assured to accept this money, you think for the children should also accept this money By the way, this money is only the amount I donated this year, and I will donate $500,000 to the Spring Orphanage every year in the future. I will donate $500,000 to the Spring Orphanage every year. You can take this money to improve the life of the children and yourself, and if you have money left over, you can also ask 2 more teachers to share the pressure. This was a decision made by Su Liang. The difference between donating $500,000 and donating $500,000 every year was not that big for him now, but it could provide a long-lasting and stable home for the children.
What? Donating $500,000 every year? Dean Lu was once again shocked. If you really want to donate like Mr. Su, then a few years down the line can be donated out of the Magic City as sweet. Okay, you have an early night, I'll go see the kids again tomorrow. Mr. Su Liang didn't want to say anything more and directly hung up the phone.
This night, Director Lu slept the most peaceful sleep since his partner passed away.
Su Liang also seemed to have a nice dream. In the dream he was holding Yang Yueling's hand, in front of him was Su Linger who was smiling and chatting with the two of them. Chapter 57 I did a very meaningful thing.
The next morning, Su Liang Yang Yueling got up early, after breakfast went to the nearby clothing store to buy hundreds of sets of children's clothing, almost to sell children's clothing store to empty. Buy the most down jacket and cotton clothes, a variety of sizes and colors have, when the time to give the children slowly pick it. It doesn't matter if you buy a big one, kids grow up fast. Immediately after the two went to the supermarket to buy a few large bags of snacks that children love to eat, naturally, also bought a lot of meat, eggs and milk, vegetables and other ingredients. Until the trunk and back seat of the nanny car were filled, the two people were satisfied and came to the front of the Spring Orphanage. At this time, the decoration team that Su Liang had called had also been waiting at the entrance of the Spring Kindergarten, and they were also from the same team that had decorated the Chasing Light building. Originally, as the largest and most professional decoration team in China, they naturally could not afford to see the decoration work of a small orphanage. However, when Su Liang launched his coin-spreading skills again, in line with the principle of not earning money, the team leader hurriedly called a team that specializes in renovating old houses to come to the door of the orphanage. Masters, you wait a little longer, I went in first to talk to the dean. Su Liang directly dialed Dean Lu's phone, not long before Dean Lu took Mr. Ma together out to open the door for Su Liang. Once out of the door to see so many people standing outside, the two were really shocked. After Su Liang some explanation only to know is to install air conditioning masters. At this time, Dean Lu was still puzzled in his heart. When did it take so many masters to install a few air conditioners? But no matter what, Dean Lu and Mr. Ma were still very grateful to Su Liang and kept saying thank you as soon as they saw him.
You're welcome. By the way, Di Lu, Mr. Ma, this is my fiancé, Yang Yueling. Su Liang introduced to the two. That's right, since the two of them had already made plans to get married, they could also formally address each other as fiancé. Good day, Di Lu. Good day, Mr. Ma. Yang Yueling had also heard the story of the two yesterday and admired the two for their dedication. Hello, Ms. Yang.
The two responded at the same time. Dean Lu was able to hide it well, but as soon as Teacher Ma saw Yang Yueling's pretty face and the various unrecognizable but obviously expensive clothes on her body, she would still feel a bit inferior inside. She, in order to spring the children of the orphanage not only dedication of their own youth, in terms of salary as the director of Lu can send as much as she received, and sometimes have to take out a part of the salary subsidies back to the orphanage account. In this way, the body dress naturally not the same age of other girls too exquisite, not to mention with the rich family grew up in Yang Yueling. Yang Yueling seemed to see that Teacher Ma's eyes weren't quite right, and everyone had to admit that a girl's intuition was really accurate sometimes. Di Lu, Mr. Ma, I heard Su Liang tell the story of the spring orphanage yesterday. I was very touched and I also think that both of you are very great people. Today we also bought some clothes and snacks to visit the children. Can you two help move them in? President Lu and the two of them also quickly reacted and quickly and enthusiastically responded. When Su Liang opened the trunk in the back seat of the car, the two were completely shocked. Is this so much all the stuff bought for the kids? President Lu couldn't help but marvel. Not all, there are some that were bought for you and Mr. Ma. Let's move all of them in first. The two hurriedly answered, and the four of them began to carry the supplies together. The decoration masters on the side were not idle either. After all, they were the ones who received a large sum of money from Su Liang. Seeing that there were so many things to be moved in the car, a group of people also puffed and came forward to help. With the help of the professional team, a large carload of materials was carried into the orphanage's courtyard in just one trip. Director Lu, over there are the clothes bought for the children, mostly warm underwear, down jackets, and cotton clothes. Over here are snacks and some fresh ingredients for the children. These 2 bags are supplements for you. Don't say you're embarrassed to accept them. Even for the sake of the children, you have to take good care of your body. It's always good for your body to take more supplements. Here are the supplements and a few clothes for Mr. Ma. I picked out all the clothes, and I don't know if Mr. Ma likes these styles. Me too? Me too? Dean Lu and Mr. Ma were surprised and said in unison. Of course. You have dedicated yourselves to the children, and we admire you both very much for what you have done. Dean Lu and Teacher Ma, please accept it. These things can more or less represent our feelings. The two men were naturally too embarrassed to reject Su Liang's good intentions and happily accepted the gifts. At this time, it happened to be the children's recess. Su Linger saw Su Liang from afar, and once she got out of the class, she ran out and hugged Su Liang's pant leg. Uncle Su, you're here again. When Su Liang saw the little person hugging him, he thought to himself, why has she become so enthusiastic? But with such a cute little kid appearing in front of him, Su Liang subconsciously wanted to touch her head. And he did indeed do so. Ah, Uncle Su came to see you again and brought gifts for you and your siblings. Good Lord. Thank you, Uncle Su. Su Linger responded sweetly. Mr. Su doesn't know, after you left yesterday little Linger said you didn't say goodbye to her and cried for a long time in the classroom. Teacher Ma added from the side. Oh? Is that so? Mr. Su Liang thought to himself, I didn't see this kid being so clingy yesterday when she was with him. What Su Liang didn't know was that Xiao Linger hadn't had a father since she could remember, and her mother had left her 2 years ago, so the child's heart was still very eager for affection. In the short half-day with Su Liang, she had an illusion of fatherly love, but subconsciously distanced herself from him because she could not express her feelings. Linger didn't cry. Su Linger let go of her hands and crossed her arms to viciously refute. She couldn't let Uncle Su feel that she was a crybaby. But this look in the eyes of adults will naturally only feel cute, not vicious. You are little Linger, aren't you, so cute? I'm your Uncle Su's fiancé, Sister Yang, and I also have the word Ling in my name, yo. As soon as Yang Yuling saw little Linger, she thought she was so cute that she wanted to take a sack and put it away. Wan Xiao. Good day, Sister Yang. Little Linger is still very polite, seeing someone greeting her also responded enthusiastically. Sister Yang, what is fiancé? Ah. Fiancé means that Uncle Su will marry me in the future, so I am his fiancé and he is my fiancé. Yang Yueling explained, but she didn't know if the kids could understand. Oh. Then Sister Yang is Uncle Su's wife, and Uncle Su is Sister Yang's husband, right? It looks like little Linger understands.
Aha! That's it. Little Linger is so smart. Yang Yueling also tried rubbing Little Linger's head and had to say that the feel was really good. No wonder Su Liang usually liked rubbing her head so much. Su Liang was listening to Little Linger's call of Uncle Su and Sister Yang, which sounded more or less incongruous. He wanted to say that Uncle Su's other half should be called Auntie Yang, otherwise it would be a generation gap. But he wasn't a straight male Cancer, so it was better not to open his mouth right now. Ahem, Little Linger. Su Liang called out to Little Linger, "Here are the gifts Uncle Su bought for you, move them in with Mr. Ma for the kids, okay? Uncle Su has things to do with Grandma Lu."
Little Linger looked at Su Liang and then at Dean Lu, then nodded and went to hold Teacher Ma's hand. After a few people carried the small snacks and clothes into the classroom for Teacher Ma to distribute to everyone, Su Liang Yang Yuer pulled Dean Lu into the office to talk again. The head of the decorating team also came into Dean Lu's office. "Dean Lu, what I told you yesterday was to donate a few air conditioners to the orphanage. But I've thought about it since then, and I'm now planning to directly give the orphanage all the places that are in need of repairs. Can I do that?" Su Liang came up and got straight to the point. "Ah? Then how much money will it cost?" President Lu was still a bit shocked to hear that. She was worried that it would be too much of a burden for Su Liang. "I'm ashamed to say that I still have some money, this is just a matter of what I can do for me." Su Liang waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for President Lu to worry. "Right, President Lu, we want to do something for the children," Yang Yueling also added from the side. "That's good. On behalf of the children in the orphanage, I would like to thank you for your good deeds. I'll listen to you guys on exactly what to do." Director Lu still decided to accept the good intentions of the two, even if she didn't need much material conditions to get by, she should still think about the children. "Good, the specific rectification plan, let the renovation team's Master Chen talk to you." The person in charge of the renovation team is surnamed Chen. Just now when a few people were distributing the gifts, he had already brought his professional staff to explore the interior of the orphanage, and now he has already come up with a preliminary renovation plan for the orphanage. "Dean Lu, I've just had a general look at the environment of the institution, my idea is..." Dean Lu couldn't understand those professional terms that Master Chen said, but as soon as she heard what Master Chen said about the environment after the renovation, she was too busy nodding her head and agreeing to the renovation plan, which would provide a better environment for the children to grow up in. As soon as he said he would do it, Master Chen immediately gathered his men to start updating the orphanage's facilities. The orphanage's grounds were provided by the government more than 10 years ago, and the buildings were still sturdy enough that they didn't need to be knocked down and rebuilt. This saved the renovation team a lot of effort. Soon, one vehicle after another loaded with all kinds of equipment drove into the orphanage's yard, which made the children, who rarely interacted with the outside world, stare blankly. Especially the boys were naturally interested in the cool-looking equipment on the vehicles. But for safety's sake, Dean Lu still told them to stay in the classroom and not to run around. After most of the day, a large portion of the renovation progress had already been carried out. By the time nightfall was approaching, it was time for Su Liang Yang Yueling to leave. This time, Su Liang didn't forget to say hello to Little Linger before leaving. "Uncle Su, are you leaving again?" Little Linger had already put on thick new clothes at this time, and was crying and grasping Su Liang's pants leg, meaning that she obviously didn't want him to leave. "Well, it's very late today, Uncle Su and Sister Yang are going home. But Uncle Su will come back to see Little Spirit." Su Liang had an inexplicable patience for Little Linger. Having received Su Liang's promise, Little Linger also smiled and wanted to hang herself with him. "Uncle Su must come to see me again. I'll hang myself for 100 years, don't change." After that, Su Liang couldn't help but rub Little Linger's little head and said goodbye to Dean Lu before leaving with Yang Yueling. On the way home, Su Liang looked at Yang Yueling's undisguised smile and asked, smiling so happily, "How do you feel today?" "I feel that today was a very meaningful day," Yang Yueling answered without hesitation. "Our open source group has a charitable fund, since I took over the open source to the community since the donation of several tens of millions of dollars, but each donation I just sign, at most to participate in a donation ceremony. So although I have donated a lot of money, but never like today, personally involved in the practice of helping others. Seeing the children's smiles with my own eyes today, I felt that I had done something meaningful." "Well, I feel the same way." Su Liang also displayed a contented smile as he felt that something had taken root in his heart. Chapter 58, Only Donating 1%, Who Are You Looking Down On? Early the next morning, after sending Yang Yueling to work at Open Source Group, Su Liang came back to chasing light investment. "Sudong, why are you here today?" He Wen Liang is still very happy to see Su Liang come. Several months of living together let him confirm that Su Liang is a very capable boss. Follow him to do a promising future.
I have some things I want to discuss with you. I came to talk to you first, Su Liang said.
He Wen Liang knew that the Yugai Su Dong was referring to were all the executives of Chasing Light Group. That's right, through the unremitting efforts of Hodo Law Firm, the legal procedures to be followed in forming Chasing Light Group have long been completed. Although it has not yet been officially announced, the establishment of the Chasing Light Group, a behemoth spanning the financial, technological, entertainment and catering sectors, with a market capitalization of more than $50 billion, has already stood in front of the world.
What are your instructions, Mr. Su? I want to set up a charity fund within the group. This fund has two main roles. One is as the welfare of the enterprise staff, which employee's family has financial difficulties. Immediate family members who have a serious illness and need money can be reimbursed from the foundation inside the expenses. The second is to all walks of life in the community in need of donations to the people. Orphanages, nursing homes, impoverished schoolchildren and mountainous areas of the school are the object of our donations.
After Yang Yuerling's reminder last night, Su Liang felt that his Chasing Light Group should also set up a charity fund. Mr. Su, our group has already set up a charitable foundation, and the donation targets are almost the ones you just mentioned,
He Wen Liang said weakly.
He Wen Liang said weakly, I don't know what to do.
Is it? How come I don't know? Su Liang asked in surprise.
It is the end of last month when the meeting was proposed by everyone. You also signed the document,
He Wen Liang explained.
Almost every enterprise will set up their own charity fund, whether the enterprise really want to do charity or just to maintain a good social image. This is indispensable.
Su Liang slapped his head and remembered.
Because at that time, that meeting had been held for a long time, giving him an impatient drive, and he didn't listen to the content behind it very carefully.
He thought to himself, when I was a white-collar worker, I had to have a meeting every day. Why should I have to have a meeting every day when I am the boss?
I have to say, as a big boss worth tens of billions of dollars, Su Liang seems to treat his business as not too concerned.
I remember, there is such a thing. Su Liang laughed awkwardly. It's fine, it's normal for noble people to forget things.
He Wen Liang flattered on the side, and quietly wiped a cold sweat inside. This boss is usually quite reliable, but sometimes he really isn't too attached to his career.
By the way, what was the amount we set for this foundation at that time?
At that time, it was set at 1% of Chasing Light Group's annual net profit, and the charitable foundations of companies of the same caliber were almost all in the same proportion.
He Wen Liang still remembers these things very clearly. This percentage is not working, Su Liang shook his head and denied.
After Chasing Light Group was established, 2% of the shares were given to a few executives, while he personally held 98% of the shares. This means that the pure profit earned by Chasing Light Group every year, in addition to the cost of reinvestment, the vast majority will flow into his pocket.
Only donate 1%, who are you looking down on? What do you mean, Mr. Su?
He Wen Liang thought that Su Liang was thinking that this rate was too high, and for some reason he was a little disappointed in him. But he would soon remember that Su Liang never let anyone down. The amount to me to increase to 15% of the annual net profit, first this trial run, not enough, and then continue to add.
With a wave of his hand, Su Liang decided to donate 15% to try it out first.
Ah? Are you serious, Mr. Su? He Wen Liang thought that he had heard wrong, and hurriedly asked. As far as he knew, no company had ever been willing to use such a large sum of money for charity. Mr. He, as a large enterprise, we can only take on more but not less social responsibility. Besides, I am confident that I can lead our company to grow and develop, so you don't have to care about this small amount of money. Su Liang also thought that He Wen Liang felt that the percentage he proposed was too high, as it more or less jeopardized his interests.
I understand. I unconditionally support Director Su's decision.
Naturally, He Wen Liang wouldn't care about that little bit of dividend because the salary and benefits that Su Liang gave were already very, very high.
Right, have you chosen a responsible person for this foundation now? Su Liang asked again.
At present, it is still managed by a few of our executives, but we are already looking for the most suitable talents to manage this foundation. After all, after the formal establishment of the enterprise, a few of us may be rather busy.
He Wen Liang explained with embarrassment.
Well, you guys have been working hard lately. Start processing your salary this month, add another 10%. There is also, the person in charge of the charity foundation must find us serious and responsible, also reliable, ability and so on can be cultivated later, but the character must be good. The establishment of this foundation, I want to help the people who really need help, not to find excuses for tax evasion, not to take my money for nothing to those who are eating and drinking.
Su Liang gave an additional explanation. Good. We will treat this matter carefully and cautiously. He Wenliang confidently made a promise. Su Liang nodded with satisfaction, for he Wenliang these few group executives he was still very assured.
By the way, Mr. Su, the last time we discussed arranging 2 personal assistants for you, we have now found a suitable candidate.
He Wenliang suddenly mentioned.
Ever since Su Liang decided to set up Chasing Light Group, several executives thought of arranging assistants for him to help him deal with some daily work affairs. Thinking that with such a large group on his shoulders, he really couldn't be as idle as he used to be, Su Liang happily agreed to do so.
I didn't expect to find a suitable candidate so soon. Just let them contact me when the time comes. Su Liang nodded with satisfaction and left Chasing Light Investment when he saw that there was nothing else to do.
As soon as Su Liang left Chasing Light Investment, he received a new push from the Perfect Life app on his cell phone. As a matter of fact, since the last update after he bought the Dragon Heart chip, the Perfect Life app had seldom been updated in the past month or so, and if it was only for some consumer goods such as wristwatches and sports cars, which Su Liang could not be interested in at all. Now he has so many luxury cars that he can't even park them in his own garage, a few of them can only be parked in Yang Yueling's garage, and a few of them can only be parked in the underground parking lot of the Chasing Light mansion.
Let's see what's new today. Don't come back with a sports car, I'm running out of places to put my car.
Su Liang thought this way and clicked on the Perfect Life app, and as soon as he saw the goods that were new this time, he couldn't help but see a bright spot in front of his eyes. 100% of the shares of the Black Shark Security Company 1 cent.
Firearms proficiency skill 1 cent.
Master level mixed martial arts 1 cent. It was possible to buy an entire company's shares again. Su Liang paid for the item directly as usual, then returned to the item details page to study the newly purchased item.
Black Shark Security Company?
Commodity details introduced to the Black Shark Security Company is the strength of the top 3 security companies, which has a total of 512 professional security personnel, almost all in the first line of veterans. There have also been many times to implement the protection of domestic and foreign political and business sectors important people's mission. The security referred to here can be very different from the security guards at the entrance of the neighborhood, the staff of the Black Shark Security with the common people easy to understand the words as the bodyguard.
But not only bodyguards so simple, the tasks include but not limited to the protection of the employer and his family's personal safety, as the employer's assistants, secretaries and other positions, spying on competitors' business intelligence, and sometimes also for the employer to solve the problem.
Su Liang nodded with satisfaction, although now he was just a family cook who transported his clients to and from work every day and occasionally went out to buy groceries, but after Chasing Light Group was formally established, it was inevitable that there would be a variety of competitors, and with that came a variety of security issues. You should know that the false business war is a price war, clientele war, trade war. The real business war is to poke the tires of the rival boss's car. At this time it is really important to have a professional and reliable security personnel on one's hands. After that, Su Liang clicked on the remaining 2 commodities, also roughly introduced 2 skills, Su Liang in line with the point of view of more skills, 1 time to receive all the 2 skills. Due to China's national conditions here, most of the people may not have seen a firearm once in their lives. Su Liang himself had never seen a gun before. But after absorbing the firearms mastery skill, he had a huge amount of knowledge about the use of firearms in his mind, and now if he was to get his hands on any gun, he would be able to utilize the best performance of the gun. And when Su Liang absorbed the Grandmaster fighting technique skill, a wide variety of fighting moves appeared in his mind. Previously, he only had the extraordinary strength he gained after improving his physique, but now after mastering the master level mixed martial arts skill, he was sure that 30 to 50 ordinary people wouldn't be able to get close to him. After organizing his mind, it was time for him to head to Open Source Mansion to pick up Yang Yueling from work. Chapter 59, It's Good to Hit Your Face. That evening, the head of the Black Shark Security Company contacted Su Liang.
Hello, is this the boss? Hello, hoarse male voice came out from the phone. I'm Su Liang, may I ask who you are? I am Long Xianzu, the chief captain of Black Shark Security, nickname Evil Dragon.
As soon as Long Xianzu's words fell, a strange voice was heard coming from the opposite side of the phone.
Put. Boss, did something happen on your side? Do you need me to send someone to protect you? It's fine, I just choked on my water. You go on.
Su Liang covered his mouth and nose, but his body was trembling because he was holding in his laughter. He had just heard Long Xianzu's nickname and all of a sudden he couldn't help but laugh.
Oh, Boss, be safe. Good, are you calling me for something? Su Liang slightly organized himself and calmed down to ask. Boss, the entire staff of Black Shark Security is fully loaded. Waiting for the boss's review. Long Xianzu suddenly got emotional and said in a well-worded manner. Oh, where should I go to find you guys? Su Liang did want to get in touch with this security company of his own, and in the future, when the business got bigger, there might be a time when he could use them. Reporting to the boss, we are located at No. XX Road, XX District, Magic City. Okay, I'll come to you guys tomorrow morning. We'll be waiting for the boss, goodbye boss. Long Xianzu hung up the phone without hesitation. Listening to the busy sound of the phone being hung up, Su Liang showed a rare expression of sweating soybeans. The next morning, Su Liang drove to the location Long Xianzu had mentioned. This was a small manor that stood in the middle of the downtown area, and the walls surrounding the manor towered high, making it completely invisible to those outside. Su Liang parked his car in the open space in front of the manor gate and got out of the car. Stop, who are you? A burly man in a black uniform in front of the gate blocked Su Liang's way. My name is Su Liang, I am the boss here. I contacted Captain Long yesterday that he would be coming over today. Su Liang exited and explained. Yes, please wait a moment. Only to see this burly man turn around and return to the security room, dialing Long Xianzu's number. Su Liang just stood in front of the main door for a few minutes. Captain Long has confirmed your identity, Mr. Su, please come in. The burly man opened the gate for Su Liang and let him in. Before entering the gate, Su Liang consciously looked around, his eyes locking onto an electronic surveillance eye on the gate that was flashing red. Not long after walking into the manor, two teams of men wearing black suits and sunglasses on their faces appeared in front of Su Liang. The man in the lead took the initiative to walk in front of Su Liang and gave a standard military salute towards Su Liang, which made Su Liang somewhat at a loss for words. Black Shark Security Brigade, Brigade Leader Long Xianzu, report to the boss. Only the man could be heard yelling towards Su Liang. Su Liang calmed his mind and extended his right hand towards Long Xianzu with a smile on his face. Hello Captain Long, I'm Su Liang. Long Xianzu quickly reacted and shook Su Liang's hand. Of course, Long Xianzu did not have the motivation nor the courage to play the trick of shaking hands hard to test Su Liang's strength. Their hands touched and separated, and Long Xianzu brought a hint of a smile on his face. Su Liang threw the handshake just now that a bit has clearly felt the thick layer of calluses on the hands of Long Xianzu, which shows that this is a diligent exercise of the old hand. Boss, this way please, the team members who are currently not on assignment in the company are already waiting for the boss in front. Su Liang nodded and followed Long Xianzu to a large flat lawn. While on the lawn stood a small square formation of people neatly, Su Liang estimated that there were at least 300 people here. Everyone was dressed in black combat uniforms, gazing firmly straight ahead, highlighted by two words, professional. Standing in the front two rows were actually female members, the number of which should be no less than 50. They were very different from the urban beauties Su Liang usually saw, with dark skin, athletic posture, and resolute eyes, which was not a good thing to see with the naked eye. Not to mention the male team members at the back, each with eyes as determined as if they had killed before, staring at Su Liang's backbone cold. This is our new boss, everyone applaud and welcome. Long Xianzu said as he stood in front of the team, and soon the crowd gave a response. Snap, 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 snap. A burst of neatly placed applause resounded through the entire manor, followed by the crowd's neat triple. Welcome boss. Welcome boss. Welcome boss. To be honest, such as Su Liang, this more or less is considered to have seen the world of people. Also was this seen to the stunned, stagnant for almost 3 seconds before in the Long Xianzu's guidance to stand on a high platform. Hello everyone, my name is Su Liang, I am the future boss of everyone. Su Liang didn't speak very loudly, but since the scene was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, his words were clearly transmitted into the ears of all the players. I won't talk too much, I can assure you all, follow me, I will never treat you badly. Last night, Su Liang was thinking about what kind of appearance he should take to meet the people of Black Shark Security Company. This group of people were different from the employees he had previously met. Many of them had developed a sharp character like a warrior in the midst of many years of actual combat. In the end, he decided to simplify things, as long as he promised that he would not treat everyone poorly, and really do this. I believe that the employees of Black Shark Security will not let themselves down. Starting from this month, the base salary of all employees increased by 50%. Su Liang chose his most commonly used move, a big scattering of coins. As soon as they heard the new boss's words,
the team members underneath thought that there was something wrong with their ears.
The boss was talking about a wage increase? An increase or a 50% increase?
Very quickly, the players who confirmed that there was nothing wrong with their ears began to spontaneously applaud the new boss, Su Liang. In just a few words, the vast majority of the Black Shark team members were very satisfied with their new boss. Working in the Black Shark security is not to say that it is so dangerous to tie your head on the waistband of your pants, but compared to the general work is still quite dangerous. In the end, it's not just for the money.
The boss increased wages? Then he must be a good boss.
Of course, at this time there will also be some people who think they are cranky come out to make trouble.
Just as Su Liang had finished saying my words, "Do you have any questions?" An abrupt voice appeared. "I'm not convinced by you."
A dark man with a height of around 1.75 m stepped out of the group without authorization.
Xiaxinda!
You shut the hell up! Seeing that this team member who was always getting into trouble seemed like he was about to cause trouble again, Long Xianzu hurriedly stopped him. However, it was obvious that this team member named Xiaxinda didn't listen to the advice and walked straight to Su Liang.
"What do you mean you don't obey me?"
Su Liang looked down on Xiaxinda with his hands behind his back and asked.
"I do not serve you as my boss, unless..." "Unless?" Su Liang's tone of voice obviously with some excitement. "Unless you and I test, you can win over me, I will recognize you as my boss." Appeared. Sure enough, it appeared. At this moment, Su Liang's heart was cheering and leaping. He had finally met this kind of person who willingly came up to be punched in the face. Although at this moment, Su Liang wanted to say to him, "Big brother, have you read too many novels? I'm your boss, you're my employee. I'm paying you to do your job. If I can beat you, why do I still look for you as a bodyguard?" But Su Liang felt that this kind of talk is not enough to pretend enough to let him in front of the people to show the saint. After all, he also wanted to try out how strong the master-level mixed martial arts he acquired yesterday was. So he still tried to speak in a calm tone. "Your name is Xiaxinda, right?" "Yes, I'm Xiaxinda." "I don't change my name, I'm Xiaxinda." "Good, that's good. I accept your challenge. You're going straight up." Su Liang is still standing on the high platform, the breeze blowing through the hem of the suit, also looks quite imposing. Boss, Long Xianzu did not know what his new boss was going to do, and subconsciously wanted to stop him from accepting the challenge, but was interrupted by Xiaxinda's movements. Only seeing the corner of Xiaxinda's mouth, he charged straight towards Su Liang's position, his aura as fierce as a tiger hunting its prey. Although his speed was extremely fast, Su Liang still saw his movements clearly, and with his knees slightly bent and his body slightly deviated, he dodged his first attack. Then he swung a punch to attack Xiaxinda's left shoulder. During the fast movement, even the veteran Long Xianzu was not able to see Su Liang's movements, and in the next moment, only Xiaxinda's miserable scream could be heard. "Ah!" When the crowd reacted, Xiaxinda had already appeared under a large tree more than 10 meters away from Su Liang. Su Liang scratched his head, and subconsciously remembered a martial arts movie he had watched during his college days, in which the master said, "A force of 10 will be lowered." That's right, at the moment Su Liang struck, he hadn't even applied any fighting skills yet, he just threw a punch with all his strength. Xiaxinda couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit. Huge power so that he was directly knocked out, landing and then rolled a dozen circles until the body hit the roots of the tree before stopping. "Not a big brother, you put here to play me?" Su Liang couldn't help but spit out inwardly, and even his expression was a bit out of sorts. But he soon realized that the people underneath were looking at him with wide eyes, and their eyes all revealed 3 words. "Ahem." He quickly stabilized his mind and said, rather pretending to be booing, "Who else is not convinced by me?" The following Black Shark team members unconsciously shook their heads. As Xiaxinda's comrades, they knew Xiaxinda's strength very well. Although he is not the strongest among the Black Sharks, but it does count quite a group of strength. I did not expect to be defeated by the new boss a move, but also lost such a mess. I'm afraid that this strength of the boss is already on par with Captain Long. This was what was in the minds of the players. Seeing that his handsome, white boy-like boss actually knocked away his most favored young team member in one move, Long Xianzu was obviously surprised as well. But he quickly stood next to his boss and apologized to him with a playful look. "Sorry boss, the young player doesn't know any better, don't blame him. If you want to blame him, blame me." Su Liang shook his head and faintly said, "It's fine." In fact, he was already smiling inside, he didn't expect that hitting his face would be so refreshing. No wonder those authors were keen on writing face-punching episodes over and over again in their novels. Ahem, if no one displeases me, then the meeting will be adjourned.
Su Liang finished speaking and walked off the high platform on his own, heading towards the manners gate. Long Xianzu hurriedly sent someone to check Xie Xinda's injuries, then trotted up to follow Su Liang's pace. He was worried that the new boss would leave a bad impression on their black shark because of this incident. "Boss, I'm really sorry about today, Xie Xinda the kitty." Long Xianzu's words hadn't even finished when he was interrupted by Su Liang raising his hand. "I'm very satisfied with you guys. For now, you'll just run according to the original model. If I need anything, I'll contact you." "Understood." Long Xianzu could hear from Su Liang's tone that he didn't have a bad impression of Black Shark, and was instantly relieved. "By the way, Xie Xinda's medical expenses will be deducted from my account." After Su Liang finished speaking, he walked out of the manor, handsomely got into his own Ferrari F8, and with the roar of the engine, he drifted away. That's right, today Su Liang is driving his first sports car, Ferrari F8 Spider. "Bye, boss." Long Hyunjo waved his hand towards the red taillights of the F8. "I wonder if the boss can see it?" Sending his boss away, Long Xianzu's face turned cold. He was already thinking about how he should fix this brat Xie Xinda when he got back. He not only undermined the face of the boss in front of everyone, but he was also knocked out by the boss in one move. Isn't this a disgrace to our black shark face at the boss? Ahem, to this day we still don't know what kind of punishment Xie Xinda suffered that day, but he was soon rushed to the southern mountains for special training with all his injuries. At night, Long Xianzu stood alone next to the large floor-to-ceiling windows of his office smoking a cigarette, his mind constantly recalling the boss's move today. The intuition that he had honed from years of being on the front line of missions told him that even he could not catch the punch that his boss had thrown. Wasn't the boss the chairman of a large company? How come the fighting strength is so strong? It can't be that our information is wrong, right? Facing Su Liang, a bug-level existence, Long Xianzu inwardly issued a trifecta of doubts. Chapter 60. You think I'd Su Liang want to harm me? Mom? What's the matter with you calling me at this hour? As soon as the two of them returned home, Su Liang received a call from his own mom. It's not a big deal, but you haven't been home for a long time, so I want to ask you when you're going to come home. A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. What happened at home? Su Liang showed a puzzled expression. There is still more than a month to the new year. Why does mom want to go home at this time? Everything is fine at home, but your father and I miss you. When will you go home? Su Liang thought carefully. He did not return home for almost a whole year. Although he has been giving money to his parents every month to take care of his health, he hasn't seen them for a long time. The Chasing Light mansion will probably be completed in a week or so I can go home to see my parents during this time. Otherwise I really don't know if I'll have the time when I'm busy. Good, it just so happens that I have time recently. I will go back home the day after tomorrow. Su Liang quickly agreed. Good. Cough cough son, Yu Ling in your side? The mom on the other end of the phone suddenly asked. Su Liang heard a glance at the Yang Yu Ling, playing on the side of the cell phone. Yang Yu, inspiration by Su Liang's gaze, suddenly sat up. Is auntie looking for me for something? Yang Yueling asked with her eyes. Su Liang first nodded and then shook his head. Yu Ling is by my side. Do you have something to look for her? I say, you brat, Yu Ling has been with you for a while now. Why don't you bring her home for me and your father to see? You have to bring Yu Ling home this time. The voice on the other end of the phone became a little unnatural. Su Liang suddenly realized that his mom was waiting for him here. Su Liang covered the phone and said to Yang Yueling. My parents asked me to come home the day after tomorrow. Is something wrong at home? Yang Yueling asked nervously. No, it's just that they miss me. And they want to see you. Su Liang's words fell, can feel Yang Yueling's whole person is tense up. After the two of them got back together, Yang Yueling also chatted with Su's father and mother on Su Liang's cell phone a few times, but really haven't met the parents. Now they suddenly said they want to see themselves. Yang Yueling's heart is still more or less a little nervous. How is it? Do you want to go back with me? Su Liang still respected Yang Yueling's idea. Go. Of course I want to go. Yang Yueling replied without thinking. Mom, Yueling said she would go back with me the day after tomorrow. Respect is to respect her, but if you can bring Yang Yueling home to see her parents, it means that the relationship between the two of them can be taken to the next level, and it is estimated that the two of them are not far away from formally getting licensed and married after this trip back. Hey. Good. At that time, Mom and Dad will give you to do delicious waiting for you to go home. Su Liang's mom heard his purpose has been achieved, also smilingly agreed. Well, we first set a plane ticket, specifically what time can return home I say to you tonight. By the way, ask your sister if she is free to come back with you, let's get together as a family. Okay, I will ask them later, you and my father to rest early. Aha, you young people also early rest. After hanging up the phone, Su Liang looked up and saw Yang Yueling looking at herself with an embarrassed expression.
What's wrong? You don't want to go back with me? No, I'm just a little nervous. Do uncle and auntie usually have any hobbies? What should I give as a gift for our first meeting?
Yang Yueling pushed Su Liang away, sat straight up and started searching.
What should I give my in-laws for the first time?
Su Liang always felt that this scene was a bit familiar. Where exactly have I seen it before?
Why can't I remember?
You can rest assured, my parents are very good, the main thing is that they like you.
Su Liang went forward and comforted. Really? But I'm still so nervous.
Relax, but I think you're much more relaxed than I was when I learned I was going to meet my old man.
At least you didn't stutter. Su Liang added.
As soon as Su Liang's words came out, Yang Yueling really broke in a second. Every time she remembered how Su Liang acted at that time, she would find him adorable. Alright, I still have some status in our family. When the time comes, you don't have to worry about me covering you, Su Liang promised Yang Yueling with conviction.
Really? I'm sure you'll be fine. Then I'll believe you for once. But you should help me pick out what to send to my aunt and uncle.
In this way, the two of them started to pick out a gift for the in-laws. By the way, I'll ask Bing Bing if she's free these days.
Mom wants us to go back together. Su Liang suddenly remembered his mom's instructions.
Thinking about it, when his sister and Ruishui came to Magic City under the guise of traveling to look for a job, they only showed up with their parents after joining the company. Su father Su mother can worry about their own pearl in the big city was cheated. The two siblings explained several times to let their parents believe that their daughter is in their son's entertainment company work. In the old man's perception, it is Su Liang's steady investment earned money, just happened to take over his friend's a small entertainment company. It also happened to be his daughter's professional counterpart, so she entered his brother's company to work. What they don't know is that their son is already a big boss worth tens of billions of dollars. The reason why Su Liang didn't tell his parents at once that he had made so much money was also because he was afraid of scaring them for a while. Older sister, mom and dad said they miss the two of us, and they also said they want to meet your sister-in-law.
Are you free the day after tomorrow? We'll go home together. Yes, I miss mom and dad too.
Su Bingbing returned the message very quickly. But I still have acting classes to attend in the next few days, so I might have to take some time off. I'll approve it, so send the screenshot of the chat to Sister Waning.
Obey. Boss.
Su Liang thus authorized his sister's leave without authorization, and then turned his head to Yang Yueling to see what kind of gift she should send to her parents. Yang Yueling cannot have a perfect life shopping center such as hanging. The two discussed what gifts to buy, the next day early in the morning to set off in the Magic City major shopping mall's crazy shopping up. Inside the clothing store that Yang Yueling often comes to.
Su Liang, what do you think of this cheongsam? Will auntie like it?
Yang Yueling picked for a long time and finally selected a black modified cheongsam with flowers. This type of cheongsam was her mother's favorite, so she thought that Su Liang's mother would like it as well.
Su Liang received the cheongsam and took a closer look before replying.
The style of this cheongsam is a bit old-fashioned, and this color scheme is something that my mom probably won't like very much. After saying that, he went to the shelves to carefully select some, and finally selected a modified cheongsam in azure color.
Are you sure auntie will like this kind of clothes?
Yang Yueling looked at the cheongsam that Su Liang picked out and was shocked. Just because Su Liang selected the cheongsam, although the color scheme is very elegant and generous, but the style is obviously for young people to wear. The slit is very high, both sides of the clavicle, and even do the hollow treatment.
If I send this cheongsam, uncle and aunt will not be angry with me? You think I'd Su Liang want to harm me?
Yang Yueling was furious inside. Which person sends such clothes to elders? I didn't want to harm you, my mom really likes this kind of cheongsam. It would be better to say that she is only suited to wearing cheongsams with a younger style like this. Su Liang scratched his head and explained.
Really?
You're not going to lie to me, are you?
Really, because my parents look a little younger than the average person of the same age, so they usually dress towards young people. Looking at Su Liang's serious expression, Yang Yueling chose to believe him once.
But to be on the safe side, she wrapped up the one she had her eye on as well. The two of them then continuously swept a circle of goods in the gold store and jewelry store. Yang Yueling insisted on paying the bill herself, and finally bought a small 2 million before they were finished. Su Liang, with a big bag and small bags behind her, see her also want to go into the tobacco, wine, and tea store to buy a gift for their dad, hurriedly stopped her. For my dad, just send me the tea and medicinal wine that I saved last time, but I purposely left it for him.
But I also want to send some gifts to Uncle Ah.
Then let us go to other places to look at it. Here should not be able to get better than my tea and wine. Yang Yueling thought about it and felt that it was right. Whether it was the mother tree big red robe or the medicinal wine that cured all diseases, it must be the top of the line. It didn't look like it could be bought in a store. In the end, the two bought a luxury belt for Su's father, and when the time comes, Su Liang will choose a suitable one for his father from a drawer of famous watches, even if it's a great success. I have to go back to the open source first to arrange the work for the next few days.
Roger that. Su Liang started the vehicle and used his divine car skills to send Yang Yueling to the open source building with a swoosh.